Chapter 561. Song Jia changed the subject. Let's not discuss this anymore. Can you take us around the school? Shajia nodded. Sure. Where are you going? We report first. And then you can take us around the school, Song Jia said. Shajia responded and took them to the office area. Brother Jia, where did you meet this beautiful girl? Mo Fan bumped Song Jia with his arm. I met her in Egypt before, Song Jia answered. You're amazing. Mo Fan gave Song Jia a thumbs up. Afterwards, Shajia took them to report, and then walked around the school campus. Shajia suddenly said, I wanted to go to Yadu to find you before, but I didn't have time. Song Jia nodded. There's no rush. You can go whenever you are free. Shajia nodded. This is the teacher's apartment. Where you live. Under Shajia's leadership. Song Jia and the other two were familiar with this place. Song Jia said, Thank you. I treat you to dinner some other day. Shajia said very little. She responded and left. Where are we going first? Mubai asked. I'm a little tired now. Why don't we go back and have a nap? Mo Fan suggested. They have been on the road from China to here. It's impossible not to be tired. Then take a rest first. And then prepare for tomorrow's class. Song Jia said. Back to their residence. They all lay down on their beds. But soon, Song Jia's door was knocked. Hello. Is this Professor Song Ritu? A voice sounded outside. Send ahead? Song Jia was slightly startled and looked at his identity. This Lingling. Song Ritu equals send ahead. Is this the name he thought of for himself after losing the game? Song Jia had no choice but to respond and open the door. Hello. Professor Song. I am your tutor. Gong Binchin. Gong Binchin introduced. Gong Binchin. This name sounds familiar. At this time, he understood that this Gong Binchin was Tang Zhong informant and also an external employee of the trial council. Song Jia looked at him. What's the matter? Nothing. Just came to meet you and tell you about the class. Gong Binchin said with a smile. Song Jia nodded. Then called Mo Fan and Mubai over. Gong Binchin told him some precautions and then left. Brother Jia, shall we divide the courses now? Mo Fan said. Song Jia nodded. Okay. The magic practice class is mine. And you can divide the others by yourselves. Shit. Mo Fan and Mubai both wanted to grab the magic practice class. After all, this course did not require any preparation. And now there were only magic theory class and demon class left. Then I will be a demon. Before Mubai finished speaking, Mo Fan quickly blocked his mouth. Leave the demon class to me. Mubai was silent. Theoretical classes were the most troublesome, so they didn't want to. Mubai sighed. Theoretical classes are theoretical classes. At night, when Song Jia wanted to go out for a walk, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Why are you here? I wait for you here. Shajia looked at him meaningfully. Song Jia narrowed his eyes. Shajia went straight to the point. You must have other purposes for coming to the Holy Academy of Ohos? Song Jia nodded. It seems you have guessed it. Shajia smiled but did not say anything. After waiting for a while, she continued, Is it convenient to tell me? Not impossible. Song Jia believed Shajia, so it was okay to tell her. After he told Shajia about the Black Church, the latter suddenly frowned. Is everything you said true? Shajia confirmed. Song Jia asked back. Otherwise, why would I come here all the way? Shajia believed it. But she didn't have any clues about the Black Church now. Is there anything I can help with? Yes. Song Jia nodded immediately. I'm not very familiar with this place, so I need you to lead the way. Okay. Shajia nodded immediately. She liked this place very much, and would certainly not let the Black Church destroy it. Where do you want to go? I want to go to the 9th hill of the Andes, Song Jia said. Shajia was puzzled. What are you going there for? The clues we collected indicate that they are there, Song Jia replied. Of course, this was not a clue they collected. But Song Jia knew the plot. Therefore, Salon, Wuku and others are in the Andes. Actually, I'm not very familiar with that place either, Shajia said. That's the Demon Empire, so they rarely go there. And there are many hills there. If you want to go there, you may have to find other hills to determine the location of the 9th hill, Shaka explained. Song Jia also knew this, but he didn't have so much time. Is there a faster way? Song Jia asked. Shaka nodded. Yes, you can use the space teleportation array. But in this case, You may die in the teleportation array. The teleportation array is feasible. Song Jia then remembered that he could use the teleportation array to go there. But this is very dangerous. But he is the one who has obtained the ancient king's space ability. So he is not afraid at all. Do you really want to do this? Shaka was stunned. If I don't do this, more people will die. Song Jia palm was on Shaka's shoulder. Shaka said Song Jia arm and raised his head to look at him. At this moment, she felt that there was light behind him. She is an archangel. The power behind her is the holy city. Logically speaking, she should stand on the opposite side of Song Jia. Shaka pondered. Is such a person really a heinous person? What's wrong? Please take me to the teleportation array, Song Jia said. Shaka nodded, and then took Song Jia to the teleportation array on the hill. This is the teleportation array for the 8th hill. There is no teleportation array for the 9th hill, Shaka explained. Song Jia nodded. He knew this. But don't you still have to continue teaching? If you go, what about teaching? Shaka asked. If I don't go, my clone will go. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he used the painting wall to transform the clone. Doppel? Shaka looked at another identical Song Jia. A little surprised and unbelievable. Does this clone have half of your strength? No. He has all my strength, Song Jia replied. Shaka was silent. The reason why Song Jia used the clone was to let him go and explore the way, so that he could find Saran and Wu Ku faster. Go! As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the clone entered the teleportation array and was then teleported away. The clone possesses all of Song Jia's strength, so he can use it freely in space and is not affected by the turbulence of space. Chapter 562. Is this also a skill from your mutated magic? Shajia thought it was amazing, so she asked curiously. Song Jia nodded. Do you have any other magical skills like this? Shajia continued to ask like a studious student. A lot. But these are all my trump cards. And I can't tell anyone. Song Jia smiled. Shajia responded and had to give up. But she was very curious and could only wait and see. When you go there, can you only see what happened there? Shajia continued to ask. Song Jia nodded. He is like another pair of eyes. What he sees and encounters there, I can also receive here. Shajia became more curious. What kind of feeling is this? Why are you like a curious baby? Song Jia asked with a smile. Shajia smiled and shook her head. I am very obsessed with magic. But there are always many things I don't understand. It seems that you need a mentor who can solve your problems. Song Jia replied. He couldn't answer the profound questions, so only those famous teachers could do it. Song Jia continued. Feng Zhoulong has recently developed fusion magic. Maybe you will be interested. Fusion magic. When Shajia heard this, his eyes lit up. He had heard this word before, but it was unbelievable. I will go to China as soon as I am done. Song Jia nodded. He has never had time to see the power of fusion magic, so he can go there when the time comes. I hope you can keep the Black Church secret for me, Song Jia said. Shajia nodded in response. You can tell me if you need my help later. Of course I won't be polite. Song Jia responded with a smile, and then returned to his residence. For the next 2 days, Song Jia and Mo Fan were in class, and at the same time, they were investigating the Black Church. At this time, the instructors from other schools who came to participate in the exchange meeting gathered here. Song Jia looked around and saw a few familiar faces, such as Branchia and Hekasa, who he met at the Alpine school. Next to Hekasa was the eldest prince of Bampo, the brother of the previous prince of Bampo. Branky looked over, but she did not recognize Song Jia. After all, he had changed his appearance. Instructor Yusihue said, the reason why I asked you to come here today is because of the school-wide magic competition. School-wide magic competition? All the instructors present were slightly startled. Next, you need to select 9 students and then participate in the magic competition. At the same time, this competition will be open to the whole America. Instructor Yusihue continued. As soon as this was said, the instructors present were even more surprised. In this way, they must take this matter seriously. At the same time, in order to just mobilize your enthusiasm, the instructor will receive 1,000 gold coins, and the gold coins obtained later will also be converted to the instructor's hands. Instructor Yusihue said, Mu Bai, how many US dollars can 1 gold coin be converted into? Mo Fan asked. And now his eyes are full of money. As long as there is an opportunity to make money, He will never let it go. Mubai said, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1,000 US dollars. 1,000 US dollars. Mo Fan suddenly became more motivated after hearing this. What he lacked most was money. Don't get excited. The three of us are fake mentors. It's good enough if we don't lose gold coins. Mubai held his forehead. Mo Fan was silent for a moment. Because Mubai was right. Their starting point was indeed a bit difficult. Mo Fan suddenly said, no. Have you forgotten that Brother Jia seems to be pretty good? Not only is my side good, but Mubai's side is also good. Song Jia replied. Doesn't that mean that I am the worst? Mo Fan was stunned. Mubai nodded. You still have some foresight. Mo Fan was silent again. He didn't expect that he was the one who dragged the whole team back. Although they were given 1,000 gold coins as a base. They had their own courses every day. So, they had to spend gold coins to open courses. If no students spend gold coins to buy it, then they will lose money. Fortunately, Song Jia is quite popular. So as long as he opens a course, many people will come. After the meeting, Song Jia and the other two walked on the way back. What should we do? Song Jia said, I will take care of the course. Okay. Mo Fan and Mubai nodded. But the selection of people to participate in the school magic competition is up to you. Song Jia said. Mo Fan and Mubai looked at each other and finally nodded. Song Jia didn't have so much time to take care of this aspect, so he could only leave it to Mo Fan and Mubai. Brother Jia, do you have any news about the Black Church? Mo Fan asked. Song Jia replied, I'm already investigating there, and there should be results soon. Mo Fan nodded. Sure enough, Brother Jia took action and succeeded immediately. On the 8th hill, Song Jia did gain something, because he had contacted the core members of the Black Church. It's just that it's not time to close the net yet. So everyone needs to be dug out before taking action. At the same time, the clone also found many powerful demons in the Andes Mountains. The Andes Mountains are the demon empire. So the demons here are much stronger than those in Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, Song Jia plans to make a fortune there before leaving. At that time, he can help Yu Huang Moth improve again, making her closer to the realm of the Little Emperor. Before giving the sea monster a blow in Shaman, he didn't know whether the sea monster would continue to invade the coastline. So he had to speed up the improvement of their strength. If the Andes Mountains were cleaned up, perhaps his summoned beasts would also undergo a qualitative change. Song Jia said, Mubai, please ask if there is a mission to the Andes Mountains for me, and we will go there to investigate. Mubai didn't ask much. He knew that Song Jia must have his reasons for going to the Andes Mountains. Song Jia knew that time was very tight, so he had to determine the location of the Black Church. Otherwise, more people would die. The next day, Mubai found Song Jia and said that there was a mission to patrol the Andes Mountains. Take this. Let's go to the Andes Mountains for a walk. Song Jia said. What about the candidate? Leave it to me. Song Jia taught at the Holy Academy of Ohos and gained a lot of fans. He taught practical classes and found their shortcomings in practice. Many people were very grateful to him. So there was basically no problem in terms of candidate selection. After a while, Song Jia finished selecting the students, and they all came to Mo Fan and Mubai. Among the crowd, Sha Jia was also among them. When she heard that Song Jia was recruiting people, she immediately raised her hand to join in. Everyone is here. Let's go patrol the Andes Mountains, Song Jia said. Mo Fan and Mubai nodded and walked in front of the team. Chapter 563. Song Jia knew that many important figures from the Black Church had come this time, and they were basically gathered in the Andes Mountains. Sarung, Master Wu Ku, Black Pharmacist, Executioner. In short, the high-level officials of the Black Church gathered here, waiting for him to catch them all. Although the Holy Academy of Ohos is close to the Andes Mountains, they usually walk, so it takes a lot of time. They arrived at the Andes Mountains and first came to the first hill. Afterwards, Song Jia and others found the person in charge of the first hill. What is our mission? Mubai asked. Your mission is to patrol to the third hill. The person in charge of the first hill said. Then how do we get to the next hill? The person in charge said, the hill leaders will tell you. Mubai nodded, turned around and looked at Song Jia and Mo Fan. They came to the Andes Mountains this time to investigate the Black Church. You take a break. I will discuss the route with the two instructors, Mo Fan said. The students nodded one after another. They were tired after walking all the way. Song Jia, Mo Fan and the other two came to an open place. What should we do next? Mu Bai looked at Song Jia and asked. When the time comes, you will take them all the way to the 9th hill. Song Jia said. What about you? I will go first, and leave a mark for you later. Song Jia replied. Mo Fan and Mu Bai looked at each other and nodded. Brother Jia, be careful on the road. Song Jia nodded. You keep an eye on them. And if you start to move, let Sha Jia lead them. Mo Fan and Mu Bai nodded. Afterwards, the three of them discussed matters such as marks. Then I will leave first. Okay. Just as Song Jia was about to leave, Sha Jia suddenly came up. Where are you going? Song Jia said. I'm going to explore the way ahead. And you can follow them when the time comes. Have you found the whereabouts of the Black Church? Song Jia nodded. I have found a little, but their location has not been determined yet. Of course, this is just his excuse to evade Sha Jia. Sha Jia nodded. Then I go first. Song Jia left the team as soon as he finished speaking, and those students stepped forward and asked about Song Jia's situation. Mo Fan said, your teacher Song is just going to explore the way ahead, and will be back when the time comes. Is that so, Chairman? Sha Jia also responded. Seeing this, everyone was relieved. After leaving the team, Song Jia headed all the way to the next 9th hill. He can now sense the location of the clone, so he only needs to use the clone to find the location of the Black Church. But if he takes Mo Fan, Mu Bai and others with him, their next whereabouts will be exposed. Therefore, he can only let Mo Fan and Mu Bai attract the attention of the Black Church. And then he can sneak in quietly. Song Jia figure kept going deep into the Andes Mountains, and each time he flashed, he could appear several kilometers away. However, when he appeared in an open space, he was suddenly locked by a fierce gaze. Song Jia raised his head and met the eyes of the flying eagle not far away. At this time, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a faster and less consuming way to travel. After a while, the commander level squatted down obediently and let Song Jia come to his back. Let's go! Song Jia did not summon the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle because the people of the Black Church might know the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. So, he could only use his spatial ability to keep traveling. But the demons in the Andes Mountains are different. They are indigenous people, and the people of the Black Church will not doubt it. The triangular Wind Eagle helplessly served as Song Jia means of transportation. It had to fly wherever he pointed. The speed of the commander level was very fast. Every time Song Jia passed a place, he would leave a mark to guide Mo Fan and Mu Bai to come. After all, his ability alone is very limited, so it is good to have two more people to help. Afterwards, Song Jia summoned little Yin Ji and asked her to ask Triangle Wind Eagle about the distribution of forces here and what powerful demons there were. From Triangle Wind Eagle, he learned that there were 2 little emperors here, and many sub-emperors and monarchs. TSK. It's really the Andes Mountains. Song Jia sighed. After the matter of the Black Church is resolved this time, we can come here to collect spirits and beast souls. Song Jia clone has gained a lot, because his clone has already touched the Black Church personnel. Moreover, the base of the Black Church was found, and even Wuku and Blue Bat were found. It's just that he has never seen the Black Pharmacist, the extradition chief, and Saran. He didn't know who the Black Pharmacist was, but the extradition chief was Yin Chio, who was also Mu Bai's sister. But he was not in a hurry, because he knew that the Black Church had not started yet, so he could take his time. This time he came much faster than the original book, so he didn't have to rush. After a while, Song Jia came to the base of the Black Church. When he came, he did not let the triangular Wind Eagle follow him, but let it lead directly. Song Jia is a reasonable person. After all, the triangular Wind Eagle is indeed fighting for every second with his life. After a while, he quietly came to the location of the clone. At this time, Song Jia also summoned Xiao He. Xiao He, you go and control that bald man. The bald man he was talking about was Wuku, and his other identity was the head of the Black Church. Song Jia wanted to find the location of other people through Wuku. As for Blue Bat, this person was originally a member of the Judgment Council, so the other party was one of them. In the original book, she gave her life to provide clues to Mo Fan and Mu Bai, and to prevent the Black Church from suspecting. In this life, Song Jia could not let her die again, so he had to save her no matter what. At this time, Song Jia saw Blue Bat leaving the laboratory, so he immediately followed. Blue Bat walked in the woods, and Song Jia followed behind. When he found that no one was following him, he immediately blocked the area. Blue Bat seemed to notice it. But when she found out, she couldn't move. Blue Bat frowned immediately because she didn't know what happened. The trial, codenamed Bee Sting. Song Jia's voice came. Blue Bat's heart skipped a beat when she heard Bee Sting. But the panic in her eyes flashed away. She didn't speak, wanting to see what the other party would say next. I think you should know me. Song Jia came to Blue Bat. When Blue Bat saw Song Jia, she was also startled. She didn't expect to see him here. But she thought about it, and it was normal for Song Jia to appear here because she sent the information out herself. You? Blue Bat hesitated because she couldn't reveal her identity. There was some kind of curse on her. So she explained her identity. Song Jia seemed to notice that something was wrong with Blue Bat and suddenly frowned. What do you have? Song Jia looked at her. Blue Bat nodded. Chapter 564. What can I do? Song Jia guessed that Blue Bat might have a curse or something that Saran had given her. After all, the Black Church likes to study this kind of thing the most. Such as the previous forgetful insects, and the poisonous mother who died suddenly. Although Blue Bat couldn't speak, she grabbed Song Jia's palm and wrote on his palm. Song Jia soon knew what Blue Bat wanted to say and frowned. You let me leave? Blue Bat nodded. But Song Jia shook his head. Don't worry. None of them can escape this time. Blue Bat looked at Song Jia and was silent for a while. Song Jia said, Tell me, what should I do to remove the restrictions on you? Blue Bat continued to write on Song Jia's palm. This is the curse that Saran put on me. If I remove this layer of restrictions, they will find it. Besides, this curse cannot be removed by ordinary people. So you don't have to worry about me. Just try to catch them. Song Jia shook her head. She didn't expect that at this time. Blue Bat's heart remained unchanged. As a member of the Inquisition, she certainly wants to catch these Black Church members and bring them to justice. I will deal with them. But I will also deal with your problems. Song Jia said seriously. Blue Bat sighed. She still felt that Saran and the others were more important. She could sacrifice for her career. This was something she thought was natural. Song Jia said, I have already controlled Wuku. And I think we will get the results soon. Control? Blue Bat was puzzled. Song Jia did not explain too much. You will know when the time comes. I will give you a task now, which is to protect yourself and hide yourself. I will help you remove the curse on your body when the time comes. Blue Bat looked at Song Jia, not knowing why he was so persistent. But she had no choice. Now that she had someone to help her, it felt good. After all, she had been fighting alone before. What are you going to do next? Blue Bat wrote on Song Jia's palm. Song Jia asked, dig out more people. Do you know where the Black Pharmacist and the Extradition Chief are? Blue Bat shook her head. Although I am Saran's apprentice, I don't know where she is. As for the others, only Saran knows their whereabouts. However, Wuku should know the whereabouts of Black Pharmacist. After all, the two of them need to cooperate. Black Pharmacist is responsible for preparing potions, and Wuku is responsible for raining. So the two of them must be connected. Song Jia nodded. You act according to the situation. Blue Bat responded. After Blue Bat left, Song Jia went straight to Wuku's direction. Xiao He has controlled Wuku and is heading to another place at this time. Wuku has been controlled by Xiao He, and he is walking quickly in the direction of Black Pharmacist. When they came to a small house, Black Pharmacist glanced at Wuku. Why are you here at this time? Wuku did not speak, and just walked towards Black Pharmacist. Seeing this, Black Pharmacist frowned and said again, I'm talking to you. If you delay Lord Saran's plan, you will end up miserably. But Wuku still didn't reply, and even sat down and drank a sip of water. I'm talking to you. Black Pharmacist was furious and said angrily. It's no use talking to him. A cold voice came. Black Pharmacist turned his head and looked at Song Jia in astonishment. He had never seen this person before. Therefore, this person is definitely not a member of the Black Church. When he reacted, he couldn't move at all. How could it be? Black Pharmacist. You didn't expect to be defeated here. He looked at Song Jia and felt that this young man looked familiar. You are? Song Jia. Song Jia didn't change his appearance when he met Blue Bat. So everyone in the Black Church knew him. He smiled and said, This is all thanks to Wuku. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have found you. At this time, Wuku came to Song Jia's side. as if he was in the same group with Song Jie. Wu Ku. The black pharmacist was furious. He didn't expect Wu Ku to be involved with Song Jie, although he didn't believe it in his heart. It was the fact in front of him. Song Jie said, "Confess and be treated leniently. Resist and be treated severely. Tell me where Saran is. Don't even think about it. It seems that you are very stubborn." Song Jie learned from Xiao He that Wu Ku didn't know where Saran was. Therefore, he could only get the answer from the black pharmacist. Although the black pharmacist and Wu Ku are both superclass, their combat capabilities are very low, so they are no match for Song Jie at all. Song Jie knocked out the black pharmacist, and then asked Xiao He to control him to see if he could get Saran's information. It's just a pity that the black pharmacist didn't have any news about Saran, but he did have news about the extradition. So it's in Panluo City. Song Jie touched his chin. He also knew about this city. It was near the Andes Mountains. He thought to himself, it's a pity that they are not in the Andes Mountains. Otherwise, they can be caught in one fell swoop. But now, he has captured 2 of Saran's 3 generals. And the extradition chief can't escape. Even if Saran can't be caught, at least the other party will suffer heavy losses. Although Saran's life experience makes people feel very pitiful, her approach is too radical. Why kill innocent people when you want to take revenge? Song Jie analyzed. Saran's plan is not progressing. She may come here. So just wait here. He changed into the clothes of the black pharmacist, and then sat in the room, waiting for Saran to take the bait. As for Wu Ku, he asked Xiao He to control Wu Ku to go there, and if he found anything, he would inform him as soon as possible. 2 days passed like this. Song Jie still had no trace of Saran. Isn't mother-in-law anxious at all? In terms of seniority, Saran is Yi Xinxiao mother, so Song Jie deserves to call her mother-in-law. However, at this moment, Song Jie suddenly found someone approaching and heading straight for the cabin in the forest. Is he coming? Song Jie immediately locked onto the man's breath to ensure that he could not escape. However, the next moment, a man in a blue cloak appeared in front of Song Jie. The blue cloaked man asked, "Black pharmacist, the teacher asked me to ask you, why hasn't the plan started yet?" Song Jie didn't expect that Saran would be tricked, which made things difficult. However, he could get some information from the other party's words. This guy is definitely Saran's student. Saran has several disciples. He has seen Fang Shaoli and Blue Bat, and the blue cloaked man in front of him is the third one. Black pharmacist? Seeing that Song Jie did not answer, the blue cloaked man continued to ask anxiously. Maybe he knows where Saran is. Song Jie said secretly. There is no way. He will be exposed sooner or later. So he can only capture the other party, and then look for Saran's whereabouts. You are not the black pharmacist. The man in the blue cloak looked at Song Jie physique. Only then did he realize the difference between Song Jie and the black pharmacist. Chapter 565. The blue cloaked man discovered Song Jie's identity. But when he attacked, Song Jie did not give him a chance. Song Jie casually attacked with a magic that had undergone 6 transformations, catching the opponent off guard. Primary magic is basically released instantly, and there is no such powerful magic as Song Jie. The blue cloaked man was covered in blood, and he never expected that a primary magic could be so powerful. However, he quickly thought of someone, and he panicked. You are that Song Jie. So I'm so famous. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he kept a close eye on the blue cloaked man, afraid that he would run away. However, the blue cloaked man did want to run, but being stared at like this, he had no chance at all. Cooperate well to avoid physical pain, Song Jie said. However, the blue cloaked man did not want to sit and wait for death, but he could not make a splash in front of Song Jie. He was stopped by Song Jie in a short while. The blue cloaked man half knelt on the ground, panting and unable to speak. Xiao He. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Xiao He appeared again and ran straight towards the blue cloaked man. The blue cloaked man thought Song Jie would interrogate him, but he didn't expect that he would send a summoned beast. What do you want to do? The blue cloaked man said in a panic. But Song Jie ignored him. Soon, Xiao He had already attached himself to the shadow of the blue cloaked man, and he was also controlled. Song Jie asked, does he know where Saran is? The blue cloaked man shook his head, and it was obvious that Xiao He controlled him to give the answer. Song Jie took a deep breath, and didn't expect that this guy didn't know either. But he had already done it, and there was no room for redemption. It seemed that he could only bite the bullet and do it. He didn't want to wait, because Wuku and the black pharmacist were going to reign. So he had to do it. If they let it rain, many innocent people will die in this war. Song Jia remembered that the Black Church used rain to let the rebels attack the city. In the end, the whole city was in danger. Therefore, since Song Jia knew it, he would certainly not let it happen. In a town, a woman was looking at the sky, and there was no sign of rain. Teacher, a woman in her 20s came up and said respectfully. The woman standing under the sky was Saran from the Black Church. She sighed, and her face was extremely bad. What's wrong? Teacher? The woman in her 20s asked again. Saran said, our plan is going to fail. Failed? Saran responded. Hurry up and evacuate everyone. And save as many as you can. The woman was surprised and didn't know what happened. Teacher, can I know what happened? Saran said, the headmaster and the black pharmacist should be caught. How could they? The woman couldn't believe it. Saran's face was gloomy. They should have reigned at the time we agreed on. So far, there has been no movement. They must have encountered trouble. Do you want to go? Anders went. But there has been no movement for a whole day. The woman was even more incredible. You know, Anders' strength is definitely above hers. Who could that person be? There is not even the black pharmacist. She knew that the black pharmacist was strong in everything, and his ability to escape was excellent. Unless the difference in strength between the two was too great. I should know who it was. Saran looked towards the Andes Mountains and murmured. Who is it? Besides that person, who else would cause trouble for us? Saran gritted his teeth and wished he could skin Song Jia alive. You mean Song Jia? The woman didn't expect Song Jia to track him down here. At this time, Saran's face became even more solemn. The blue bat is gone too. Because the curse she cast on the blue bat was gone. The other party was either killed or the curse was lifted. Retreat immediately. All plans are cancelled, Saran said sternly. At this moment, almost all of her subordinates were captured by Song Jia. If she didn't leave, she would lose everything. In a forest, Song Jia had helped Blue Bat to expel the curse from her body. It really works, Blue Bat said in disbelief. Song Jia smiled. His light system could completely purify the curse on Blue Bat. Therefore, curse magic was useless to him. Thank you, Blue Bat said sincerely. Song Jia nodded. I have captured Wuku, the head of the Black Church, and the Black Pharmacist. As for Saran, she didn't appear here, so I can't determine her location. Blue Bat looked at him. You are already very powerful. In this way, Saran suffered heavy losses. It may take a long time to regroup. Song Jia nodded. You should also return to your previous life. Blue Bat responded, but still felt a little bit reluctant. But she didn't say anything. Song Jia said, I have notified the tribunal, and they will send people to support us. Blue Bat nodded. But before that, I need you to do me a favor. Song Jia suddenly said. What favor? I found the undercovers in the tribunal, so I need you to help me find them. Song Jia said. How did you know? Blue Bat was surprised. Even she didn't know who the undercovers of the Black Church were, because the list of the Black Church was in the hands of the extradition chief. Only she knew who was her own. This is my gossip. I can't explain it to you for a while, Song Jia said. Blue Bat said, it's okay. I do whatever you tell me to do. Mo Fan and Mubai came here first, and they saw the Black Church caught on the ground and gave Song Jia a thumbs up. Brother Jia is awesome, Mo Fan said, and then looked at Blue Bat on the side. Who is this? Her name is Blue Bat, and she is an undercover in the Black Church, Song Jia explained. When the time comes, you will talk to her. When he told Mo Fan and Mubai about finding the traitor, the two of them listened carefully. Song Jia knew the original work, so he knew who the traitor was in the Black Church. As long as Blue Bat meets those people in the Black Church, the other party will definitely reveal their tracks. When the time comes, Mo Fan and Mubai will join forces to deal with them, and the other party will definitely not be able to escape. After solving these, Song Jia did not want to stay here any longer, because he had other things to do. He was going to Panluo City to catch Yanqiu, the chief of extradition. In this way, all three generals of Saran will be arrested, and it will be difficult for her to cause trouble at that time, because there has been no movement in the Andes Mountains. Yanqiu is also waiting for news. They, the Black Church, are ready to write a new chapter here and make Saran famous again. Yanqiu stood on the balcony. looking at the distance with her charm. And I don't know what she was thinking. At this time, a man in black walked into the room and came behind her. Is there any situation over there? Yin Qiu's cold voice sounded. Chapter 566. I haven't received any news from the leader of the Saran sect. The man in black shook his head. Yin Qiu said, our plan is to implement it today. But there is no movement over there. So something must have happened. Then what should we do next? The man in black asked. Yin Qiu's face was solemn. Retreat first. The man in black nodded and turned to leave. Yin Qiu packed up and left through the back door. But as he was leaving, a figure appeared in front of him. Song Jia smiled and said, beautiful lady. Stay and chat for a while. Yin Qiu was stunned for a moment. But she was sure that Song Jia had not seen her. So she refused and said, sorry. I have something important to do, and I have to leave. Let's make an appointment next time. Song Jia said, I'm afraid that won't work. Either you come with me, or I knock you out. And you come with me again. Yin Qiu frowned and said, it seems that you have. As soon as she finished speaking, she wanted to understand herself quickly. But how could Song Jia give her a chance? In an instant, Yin Qiu suddenly couldn't move, and the suicidal action stopped. Although you want to die, I won't let you succeed. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he summoned Xiao He. I need the list on her. After Xiao He responded, he ran straight to Yin Qiu. However, Yin Qiu was very surprised. She didn't know how Song Jia knew that she had this thing. Moreover, he came to her house, which meant that he had mastered her every move. But only a few people knew her whereabouts, and others didn't know at all. Could it be the black pharmacist? But now she didn't have time to think about anything, and her body was immediately controlled by Xiao He, who sneaked into her shadow. Afterwards, with the help of Xiao He, Song Jia got what he wanted from Yin Qiu. With it, none of you can run away, Song Jia said. Afterwards, he immediately contacted Tang Zhong and told him the information he got. After getting this information, Huaxiao will definitely take action, and none of them can escape. After Tang Zhong got the information, the first thing he did was to clean up the inside. In just one day, all those people were found, and none of them could escape. Song Jia, Mo Fan, Mu Bai and others also returned to the Holy Academy of Ohos. Fuck. This time they really did something big, Mo Fan exclaimed. Although he had no credit, he was extremely happy to see the other side suffer such heavy losses. It was just a pity that Saran did not show up. Brother Jia, you are too awesome, Mo Fan exclaimed again. Song Jia not only solved the 3 great generals, but also destroyed an impending crisis. At the same time, the intelligence he obtained also made it impossible for the termites hiding in China to hide. Although the mastermind was not caught, this will definitely make Saran angry and his face green. Mo Fan smiled. Mu Bai also nodded. This time it was considered a heavy blow to the Black Church. We must celebrate tonight, Mo Fan said. The next day, Song Jia and the other 2 arrived as scheduled and continued the course. They wanted to leave, but their identities were instructors. If they left like this, they might be mistaken for running away. In this way, they would lose face for China. Therefore, Lung Qing suggested that they continue to stay in the Holy Academy of Ohos. They are now looking for Saran's whereabouts. If they can find him, they may need their help. Therefore, Song Jia and the other 2 can only stay in the academy and live a boring life. Just when Song Jia passed by a lake, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Branky. Song Jia walked over and came to the other side. Branky also noticed Song Jia approaching. She glanced at him and smiled slowly. Why are you also in the Holy Academy of Ohos? Did you recognize me? Branky said, although you have changed your appearance. You can't fool me with my familiarity with you. Song Jia smiled. It's really Teacher Branky. Branky didn't say anything. Suddenly, she remembered the things she had done with Song Jia before, and her cheeks were stained with a blush. She didn't know why she did such a shameful thing. Teacher Branky, why are you here at the Holy Academy of Ohos? I'm here not just to teach, but for more than 5,000 children. Then, Branky told the situation here. Their Alpine Academy has many branches abroad, but because of the sea monster, many branches can no longer operate. Therefore, there are more than 5,000 orphans among them who have nowhere to go. So she wants the Holy Academy of Ohos to lend a hand. But they didn't. Therefore, Branke is worried about this matter. I can solve this matter, Songjia said. You can solve it? When Branke heard this, hope was ignited immediately. Songjia nodded. You should have investigated me. Right? I have an Ningxue city, Branke responded, wanting to hear what Songjia would say next. Songjia said, I can adopt all those orphans and raise them to adulthood. Hearing this, Branke hugged Songjia excitedly. Thank you. But I have a premise. After I take them in, they will no longer belong to your Alpine Academy, Songjia said. No problem. Their Alpine Academy was originally to help orphans, and they had not thought about anything else. For them, Songjia's ability to take in more than 5,000 orphans is definitely a helping hand. However, Songjia did this for his own reasons. He also wanted to train his own team. What's more, these are orphans and people from different countries, so they are very suitable for export. After Songjia trains them up, they will definitely become a great help to Ningxue City. As for the problem of money, there is basically no need to worry. This time he helped the trial council to catch so many people. This money is enough to raise these people to adulthood. Songjia will not force them. As long as they want to leave, he can let them leave. Branke felt relieved when she heard this. Thank you, Songjia. You helped me a lot. Teacher Branke, isn't this thank you too perfunctory? Songjia said with a smile. Looking at Songjia's smile, Branke remembered the previous incident again. Her cheeks became redder. Teacher Branke, we haven't seen each other for so long. Isn't it time to reminisce about the past? Songjia said. Branke didn't dare to speak at all. She was like a sheep, being stared at by Songjia, the big bad wolf. I have something else to do. I leave first. Branke left here after leaving a word. Songjia looked at her figure, but he didn't want to let her go, because he didn't know when he would meet her again. It was a dark and windy night. Branke had just finished taking a bath when she saw a familiar figure sitting on the sofa. Chapter 567. Why are you here? Branke asked knowingly. Songjia stood up and walked towards Branke, leaning close to her ear and whispering, Of course, I came to have some fun with Teacher Branke. Songjia. Branke blushed, and her heart kept beating when she heard the word play. It was so embarrassing. Before, she had never thought about such a thing. But after doing that with Songjia, that kind of thing would pop up in her mind from time to time. Branke was about to say something. Songjia came over and kissed her lips. MMM. The two hugged each other and kept asking for each other. Branke felt very strange, and wanted a second time after the first time. At this time, she was suddenly picked up by Songjia and walked towards the bedroom. Branke nervously grasped Songjia's arm, a little scared, and a little expectant. Songjia put Branke on the soft big bed, rubbed her head and said, Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Branke nodded like a little woman at this time, letting the old driver Songjia do whatever he wanted. She watched Songjia swim, and her feelings emerged little by little, giving her a feeling that was hard to hide. At this moment, she had a desire. Songjia felt that it was time and gently lowered his body. Gently. I will. One night passed. The next morning, Branke was no longer in bed, but went to buy breakfast for Songjia. When Songjia woke up, he washed up and followed her to have breakfast. Branke still didn't dare to look at Songjia's eyes, and sometimes she would blush if she looked too much. But Songjia thought it was very cute. Although Branke was older than him, she was full of charm, and she was still a flower that had never bloomed. Don't look at it. Look quickly. Branke was a little uncomfortable being looked at, and urged Songjia. Songjia smiled and ate the breakfast in his hand. After eating, Branke asked about the more than 5,000 orphans. I have already greeted my people last night, and they will go to those countries to take them back, Songjia said. Branke nodded. If there is anything we can do to help, just tell me. That's possible. But we have limited teachers over there, and I need students from your Alpine Academy to come to our Ningxue city to be teachers, Songjia suggested. That's okay. Branke nodded in agreement, because many students don't know what to do after graduation. It's just right to arrange it for them. At the same time, they can also let them teach in Ningxue city through tasks and assessments. Songjia nodded, and the education aspect was solved. As for the school, Ningxue city has already started construction, and it will be almost completed when they go back. As long as there is money, those earth magicians will work hard for you, so there is enough time. After all, it takes time to transport more than 5,000 people back one after another. In the next few days, Song Jia and Mo Fan have been training students because they will all participate in the competition soon. After training, his chaos system broke through to the second level of the super class, and his undead system also reached the second level of the high class. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first time of the super class magic chaos system skill. Chaos Order Chaos Mirror. Transformed into a higher level. Chaos Order Chaos Mirror Domain. When in the Chaos Order Chaos Mirror Domain, the magic released by the mirror is amplified by 100%. That means the magic reproduced by the mirror is amplified by 2 times. Song Jia touched his chin and understood it himself. The Chaos System's high-class magic rubbing chapter is also a replica. But compared with the Chaos Mirror, there are still differences between the two. The scope of the rubbing chapter is relatively small. At most it can only accommodate high-level magic. After reaching the super-level magic, the rubbing chapter cannot be replicated at all, because the super-level magic is too huge. The rubbing chapter cannot withstand the destructive power of the super-level. But the super-level Chaos Mirror can just solve this problem, and can completely replicate the super-level magic. Teacher, we are here. After a while, several students came to his side. Song Jia said, so what are you still missing? He was going to the Andes Mountains. And this time, he went there to deal with the demons in the Andes Mountains. There may be 2 little emperors here, so it would be a waste not to take it. And Song Jia also wanted to poach students from the Holy Academy of Ohos. After all, Ningxua City needs to develop. So now it needs talents. As long as they don't commit crimes, they can still be free. They just need to come back when Ningxuecheng is in trouble. My fire system lacks a soul seed. Fuck. You dare to make such a condition? Satisfied? Song Jia nodded directly. A soul seed is just a matter of a commander-level spirit. At worst, he can sell a monarch-level spirit, and then he can exchange it for a few soul seeds. Teacher, is it really possible? Pauline's eyes sparkled. Of course. You can say whatever you want. But it can only be beneficial to the next game. Song Jia said. Teacher is generous. Pauline gave a thumbs up. And the giant on her chest moved involuntarily. Song Jia said, hurry up and tell me. Your teacher is going out to help you collect supplies. Everyone started to scramble for it. Even soul seeds can be satisfied. How could they miss this opportunity? After Song Jia wrote down their requirements, he handed them over to Mo Fan and Mubai for training. And he plunged into the Andes Mountains. But just after entering, a figure appeared in front of him. Shajia? Song Jia didn't expect Shajia to come to the Andes Mountains, but she knew that the other party came for him. Shajia walked over and said slowly, the Holy City is ready to deal with you. Song Jia nodded. And he didn't need to guess this. Shaka reminded, the one who will attack will be Michael. So you have to be careful. This guy is very strong. Shaka. I didn't ask you before. You seem to be familiar with the Holy City? Song Jia asked knowingly. Shaka lied. I know someone in the Holy City. You look cute when you lie. Song Jia smiled. Shaka frowned. Song Jia said, no matter who you are, we will never be enemies. I said. Shaka looked at him, with mixed feelings in her heart. And then said, I told you about the Holy City. And you told me about ours? Are you a little too bold? Song Jia said, one Michael can't do anything to me, even if there are 2. Give me some time. Then, I will let the Holy City know what the consequences of provoking me are. Shaka looked at Song Jia's tough and confident face. And for a moment, she actually believed her words. But, is there really anyone who can fight against the Holy City? Chapter 568. But I still want to thank you for tipping me off. But I don't know what I can do to repay you. Can you repay me with your body? Song Jia joked. Hearing this, Shajia's cheeks turned red. What do you mean by repaying me with your body? What are you talking about? Song Jia felt that Shajia's nervous look was even cuter. Nothing can be done in return. So I can only repay you with my body. This is the traditional virtue of our Chinese people. Don't think I don't know you're talking nonsense. Shajia turned away with a red face. Song Jia looked at Shajia's figure leaving, smiled, and continued to fly towards the Andes Mountains. Song Jia spent 2 days and got a lot of spirits and beast souls. With these materials, Yue Huang can completely step into the Little Emperor. And so can Aobai. At the same time, many rumors about the Andes Mountains were spread, especially the Holy Academy of Ohos. which has been widely spread. Did you hear the screams in the Andes? I heard that two little emperors were fighting. Not only that, some people even went to see it. And I heard that the scene was very tragic. Not only that, there was also a human involved. But that person is probably dead. Everyone was talking about it. But no one understood the situation in the Andes. Song Jia did not return to the Holy Academy of Ohos at the first time, but went to a nearby city first. Xiaomanin had bought all the things. And he also spent 2 monarch-level spirits. With these, the strength of the students he recruited will definitely be greatly improved. Teacher is back. When Pauline saw Song Jia coming back, she immediately went over and skillfully grabbed his arm and put it on her chest. Others also looked over, and they all expected Song Jia to bring them those things back. Teacher. Richie walked over with a smile. He was an outstanding student of the Holy Academy of Ohos. The reason why he followed Song Jia was because Song Jia directly stated his identity. After all, Song Jia's performance in the World Academy competition made him regard Song Jia as an idol to pursue. These are all secret weapons for you. Take them yourself. Song Jia took out the things he promised before. Everyone looked at the things in Song Jia's hand, which were exactly the soul seeds and other materials they needed. Someone explained, with these materials, my summoned beast can definitely be promoted to submonarch. With this soul seed, I can definitely beat them by several streets. Me too. Song Jia nodded, so that they would be more confident in the next game. I don't know if the chief instructor has done it. Song Jia also looks forward to the second little emperor undead. At the same time, he also wants to enter the space of Orta's family again. There must be other treasures that have not been found in that place. If he can find a skeleton like the bone dragon, it will be a big profit. The stronger his undead system is, it means that he can contract more powerful undead. Therefore, Song Jia really needs those skeletons that have been deposited for hundreds of years. Only the undead transformed from skeletons that have been deposited for hundreds of years will have more possibilities. At the same time, they will also be stronger. I can go to Egypt again when the time comes. Song Jia said. There are treasures that can improve the undead in the Egyptian pyramids. The high-level undead system is similar to the high-level summoning system. They can summon the undead tide and the beast tide respectively. So, Song Jia can use the ancient dead spring in the pyramid to improve the power of the entire undead army. Why not get the 8 dead kings of the ancient king? Song Jia touched his chin and thought. Those are all monarchs. And they are all undead who have survived for a long time. There is a lot of room for promotion. If we can get 2 of them and then train them to be emperors, it might be good. Just don't know if the chief instructor is happy. Song Jia knows that the position of the ancient king cannot be vacant. What if there are thousands of undead vacant? And Zhang Kong is a good candidate. As long as he can accommodate the entire undead, he can retire at that time. If the other party wants to do it all the time, then he can give it to Zhang Kong directly. Teacher, what are you thinking about? Pauline came over and said happily. Nothing. I'm happy to see you happy, Song Jia said. Song Jia did not plan to participate in the next training and competition, because he had more important things to do. Transportation of more than 5,000 orphans. The people sent by Ning Xueqing this time were Yu Shishir and others. After Song Jia met with them, he discussed the matter of transporting these orphans back to China. Can we do it by chartering a plane? Yes, but it may cost more to charter a plane. Money is not a problem. We have to treat them as family members, Song Jia said. Yu Shishir nodded, and her eyes changed when she looked at Song Jia. She is also an orphan, and knows what it feels like to be an orphan. So she understands the situation of these people very well. I take care of this. Then I leave it to you. I have other coastal cities to go to. You can arrange the plane, Song Jia instructed. Our group has cooperation with foreign forces. They can handle the plane, Yu Shishir said. That's even better, Song Jia nodded. If these people are trained, they will become a force that cannot be underestimated in Ning Xueqing. Before coming, Mu Ningxue also told them the purpose of this trip. So Yu Shishir knew the reason. After Ning Xueqing was established, it began to take in those orphans, providing them with help while giving them the opportunity to make new choices. Therefore, the prestige of Ning Xueqing is also constantly improving. By the way, I have recruited several talented students in the Oho Saint Academy. You can contact them when the time comes. Song Jia gave the list of those people to Yu Shishir. You sure didn't expect that Song Jie came to the Oho Saint Academy as a mentor and actually recruited people for Ning Xuecheng. I know. You sure nodded. Contact me if you have anything. I wait for you at the next stop. Song Jie left as soon as he finished speaking. When he arrived at the next stop, the person who greeted him was Heidi. You're here. Song Jie responded. I didn't expect you to pick me up. Heidi said, there's no way. This incident has a huge impact on the children here. If we don't come, no one will take care of them. Song Jie nodded. Take me to find them. My people will arrive tomorrow. Heidi also nodded. Come with me. After a while, they arrived at the orphanage. Song Jie looked at the orphans. They sat together in silence, and the atmosphere was very depressing. There are too many people here. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how to arrange them. Heidi clenched her fists. If it weren't for the sea monsters, our shelter wouldn't have such a big problem. Song Jie said, these sea monsters are really too rampant. When the time comes, I will teach them a lesson. Chapter 569. Just then, a figure came hurriedly and suddenly came to Heidi. Heidi. Chief. It's bad. The siren is coming again. Heidi frowned slightly. She didn't expect the siren to come at this time. Hurry up and notify everyone to start evacuating. Yes. After the man left, he hurriedly called on others to organize the evacuation. Heidi smiled bitterly. The siren is getting more and more arrogant now. They have occupied a lot of land. I didn't expect them to come again so soon. What level are those siren? Song Jie asked. I heard that it was a monarch-level siren. A super-level magician took action, but they were all killed. Heidi shook her head and said, it's not that they don't want to take action, but because the siren is too strong, so they are helpless. Song Jie said, I will help you evacuate first, and then deal with the monarch-level siren. Heidi was also happy to see Song Jie help. Thank you. You're so polite to me, Song Jie said, patting Heidi's buttocks, which were more elastic than before. Heidi blushed and glanced at Song Jie angrily. Let's go, Song Jie said, following them to visit the orphans. Because many cities along the coast were destroyed, many people also moved their positions at this time. Song Jie followed the crowd and found that many mages were also gathering and leaving. After nearly 3 hours, they stopped to rest. At this time, many mages in uniform came over. Seeing Song Jie's surprise, Heidi explained, they are from the Brown Legion. Brown Legion? Song Jie heard the name sound familiar. Because the officials here did not take action, they united to prepare for an uprising. Heidi explained. At this time, Song Jie suddenly remembered something. Before, the Black Church used the Brown Legion to cause a huge crisis. Where is the location of the Brown Legion? Song Jie asked. What do you want to do? They revolted because they were homeless and the government did nothing. So as long as this problem is solved, other things will be solved, Song Jie said. In fact, he just didn't want more ordinary people to be hurt. If the Brown Army launched an uprising against the government, there would probably be more orphans. This was something he didn't want to see and was within his power. I know where they are. I take you there later, Heidi said. They didn't want the war to break out either, because the Alpine Academy advocated peace and didn't want more disasters to happen. The Black Church originally wanted to use the Brown Army, but their plan had been destroyed at this time. So the Brown Army was no longer useful. The Brown Army's base camp happened to be here. So Heidi and Song Jie quickly found them. Who are you? No outsiders are allowed to approach here. Someone blocked their way. I am Heidi, the chief of the Alpine Academy, and we are here to find your leader, Heidi said. They had heard of the Alpine Academy, so they replied politely and went in to find their leader. After a while, the person who went to report came out and asked them to go in. Song Jie and Heidi went in and soon came to a conference room where a man with a serious expression was sitting. Thanks to the assistance of your Alpine Academy, we are not afraid that so many civilians may not be able to retreat so quickly, the Brown leader Nanjua, who was sitting in the main seat, said. Heidi nodded. I came to find you not because of me, but because he wanted to find you. Nanjua looked at Song Jie with surprise in his eyes, but still asked, what do you want to find me for? You want to riot? And the target is Panluo City, Song Jie said. Hearing this, Nanjua was suddenly startled, not knowing where the other party got it from. I know you want to cooperate with the Black Church, but I suggest you give up this idea, Song Jie said. The reason why he did not kill Nanjua directly was first, because he had not yet rioted. And second, because the other party was Shachia's brother. Give up this idea? Do you know how much they are going too far? They want us to feed the sea monster. Nanjua became excited. Songjia said, I will help you solve this problem. Nanjua was disdainful. Solve? How do you solve it? Do you know how powerful the sea monster is? Heidi saw that Nanjua was very excited. So she interrupted their conversation. I can guarantee that he can solve this problem as the head of the Alpine Academy. Nanjua was slightly startled. And he didn't expect Heidi to say that. I came here to talk to you nicely. And to inform you. You have to understand. Songjia didn't want to continue talking nonsense with him. Because the sea monster had already begun to invade. So he had to go over quickly. Don't think you dare to talk to me like this just because you are Heidi's friend. I'm doing this for her. Nanjua hadn't finished speaking when his leg suddenly knelt down unconsciously. How could it be? Nanjua couldn't believe it. He clearly didn't see any trace of releasing magic. If you want to die, I can also fulfill your wish. Songjia walked over. With great pressure in every step. Nanjua realized at this time that it was the young man in front of him who made the move. He was a little breathless. And his whole body was trembling. He quickly squeezed out 3 words and said, I know. Songjia withdrew the space pressure. And Nanjua fell to the ground in an instant. Gasping for breath. I go first. Songjia didn't want to waste time anymore. Wasting time is wasting spirit. Nanjua coughed twice. Looked at Heidi and asked, who is he? His name is Songjia. You'd better not mess with him. Otherwise, you will end up miserably. Heidi left here after saying a word. Nanjua was still in shock. If the other party hadn't let go, he might have died just now. Heidi followed Songjia pace and asked, do you need me to go with you? Songjia shook his head. I go quickly and come back soon. Be careful. Songjia smiled and patted Heidi's shoulder. He summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and headed straight for the sea. At this time, many people found Songjia heading for the sea. Someone asked, Sir, where is this sir going? He went to help you kill the sea monster. It won't be long before peace returns here. Heidi said. Really? Everyone was surprised when they heard it. They have been migrating all the time. And they don't know where to migrate to. Even some relatives have been buried in the mouth of the sea monster. They are exhausted and can't see hope. They don't want to escape. And Heidi's words seemed to ignite the hope in their hearts. Not long after, the news of killing the sea monster spread like wildfire. And they were all looking forward to it. At this time, Songjia had already seen the spreading seawater. And also sensed a lot of sea monsters. Chapter 570. The seawater continued to spread. If it was not stopped, it would not take long for the place he had just come from to be submerged. Songjia looked at the sea. It seems to be the Great Monarch. No wonder those superclass mages are not opponents. The Great Monarch. Ordinary superclass mages are not opponents. But for Songjia, this is just a small problem. I don't know how much spirit can be earned this time. Songjia planned to let Opus control them. And then let the siren take him to find other sirens. This trick has been tried and tested. Just as Songjia was thinking. The sea suddenly righted. And layers of huge waves kept coming. Obviously, the monarch level couldn't sit still. Come on! This time Songjia didn't plan to use a summoned beast to solve it. But turned into a demon and went straight underwater. The monarch level siren was an octopus. It wanted to resist underwater. But Songjia broke 7 claws directly. It roared. But after being punched by Songjia twice, it immediately became quiet. Songjia threw it out of the water. The moxing octopus had lost its temper and dared not move. He warned, summon your men. The moxing octopus dared not disobey, fearing that Songjia would kill it immediately. Songjia hid and waited for the arrival of other demons. Not long after, he had a lot more commander-level spirits in his hands. The demonic octopus trembled. It had never seen a human fishing like this. Opus. After Songjia finished speaking, Opus came out of the contract space lazily. She yawned. But at this time, Songjia slapped her on her tinder, but... Opus glared at Songjia angrily. What are you doing? Sleeping all day long. Can you practice well? Songjia said confidently. Opus did not dare to talk back, fearing that Songjia would hit her again. I will improve your strength. You control it, and find other sea monsters. Songjia said. Is there a share for me? Opus looked over and asked expectantly. Songjia said, If you do a good job, you will definitely get a share. Right away. Opus worked harder when he heard that he had a share. With the guidance of the Moxing Octopus, Songjia and Opus immediately found other sea monsters. Those sea monsters were no match for Songjia. After only 1 or 2 hours, all the culprits in the surrounding seas were killed by him. Songjia took away their bodies and left the sea. This time he killed 3 monarch-level monsters and more than a dozen commander-level monsters. The commander-level monsters were not bad, exploding nearly 1/3 of their spirits. Because Songjia killed the monarch-level monsters, the waves suddenly receded and did not invade the land again. Originally, Heidi and others were about to leave for the next stop, but someone hurried back. Chief, the person who came back was the female student of the Alpine Academy. What's wrong? Heidi looked at the other person sweating profusely, a little confused. The tide has receded, the female student said with a smile. What did you say? The tide has receded. Heidi was startled. She didn't expect Songjia to solve it so quickly. The tide has receded, so they don't have to move anymore. Not only has the tide receded on our side, but the tides in East City and West City are the same. As soon as these words came out, everyone who heard them became excited. The tide has receded. Then do we not have to continue to escape? Great. Just as everyone was surprised, Songjia and Opus appeared in front of everyone not far away. Hearing that Songjia was back, Nanjua and others also brought people out. He wanted to see if the other party could really solve the sea monster invasion. It's him. He said before that he was going to kill the sea monster. The sea monster retreated. It must be him. Can he really kill that monarch-level sea monster alone? Everyone was talking about it. And at this time, Songjia threw out the corpses of the 3 sea monsters. Oh my god! When they saw the 3 monarch-level corpses, they were so scared that they took a few steps back. I've seen this one. It was him who destroyed our city. One person said in horror. I've seen it too. It's him. Those people said as they walked over and kicked the demon's body hard. Give me back my loved ones' lives. Nanjua was stunned. The other party actually solved the problem that so many superclass mages couldn't solve. Luckily, I didn't act impulsively before. Otherwise I might have lost it. You are our hero. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. They all looked at Songjia and knelt down. Songjia glanced at them and then asked them to stand up. He walked towards Heidi. Are there any more powerful demons? Heidi shook her head. I don't know either. Songjia turned to look at Nanjua and continued to ask, do you have any news about this? Nanjua immediately shook his head. I only know about the monarch class. And I haven't heard from the official side that there are other powerful sea monsters invading. Songjia responded. It seems that this crisis was caused by them. Because when he killed the 3 monarch class, he also asked Opus to ask if there was a controller behind them. The answer was no. So he could only give up. Since it was also said here, it means that this invasion of sea monsters is just a test. It seems that the situation on the coastline is still quite serious now, Songjia said. Heidi nodded. Indeed. There are more than a dozen countries invaded by sea monsters during this period. I heard that Shaman in your China was also invaded by sea monsters. Songjia responded. I went there that time and got a good harvest. Heidi knew what Songjia meant by a good harvest. Anyway, he would not be the one who suffered. Yu Shirshir and others came here in advance and brought them a lot of food. Therefore, bonfires were lit throughout the night, and everyone sang and danced to celebrate the retreat of the sea monsters. Songjia was chatting with Heidi and others, while Nanjua was also beside him. This was a ruthless person, and he did not dare to neglect him. But at this time, Shajia appeared in the crowd and ran straight towards Nanjua. Songjia turned his head and saw Shajia's figure. Why are you here? Shajia did not expect to meet Songjia here. Songjia replied, I came here to help. Nanjua could see that Songjia knew Shajia, and he was relieved immediately. Shajia, come here quickly. This is Mr. Song. He helped us repel the sea monster and saved all of us. Shajia looked confused and had no idea what was going on. She seemed to come here to help Nanjua fight for power. But the current situation seemed a bit weird. Brother. Shajia looked at Nanjua in confusion. Nanjua told Shajia about the previous things. And then she realized that it was Songjia who prevented the incident from happening. In fact, she didn't want Nanjua to start a rebellion. After all, if she failed, she would be sentenced to death. But Nanjua refused to listen to her. Now, he became obedient. Chapter 571. Siren invaded. They really had no choice but to rebel. Otherwise only death awaited them. So you two know each other? Song Jia looked at Sha Jia and asked knowingly. I am her brother, and she is my sister. Nanjua introduced. Song Jia nodded. I see you are also new here. Come and have a meal together? Sha Jia nodded. She was a little hungry. So she sat down. How is this sea area? Sha Jia asked. Song Jia said, it is safe for now. After all, no Emperor-level sirens have appeared. Emperor-level? Sha Jia and Nanjua were stunned when they heard this. An Emperor-level sirens is a destructive existence for any country. Enough to destroy a country. For a small country, the monarch level may be enough to destroy it. Song Jia continued, but it shouldn't come in a short time. Doesn't that mean we are not safe yet? Nanjua looked at him. It is not safe. But there are too many continents that the sea monsters in the Pacific want to invade. Song Jia continued, when the time comes. Kill some emperors. They will not dare to covet the continent. Kill some emperors? Nanjua swallowed his saliva, not knowing whether Song Jia's words were true or not. Saga knew that the Black Dragon Emperor was on Song Jia, and the little emperor in the Andes Mountains was probably killed by Song Jia. Therefore, she did not doubt Song Jia's words. Recently, the sea monsters in the Pacific want to invade China, and it should be soon, in the next period of time. Song Jia has received intelligence from Lingling that the coastline has not been very peaceful recently, and sea monsters will come up to invade and interfere from time to time. So, these sea monsters do not intend to let go of China, this fertile land. Then isn't your China in danger? Nanjua said. There is danger, but it is also within the controllable range, Song Jia said. Nanjua was a little envious. Big countries can resist the invasion of sea monsters, and small countries, like them, can only wait to die. Song Jia said, as long as the ruler of the Pacific Ocean is solved, all the countries along the Pacific coast will survive this crisis. It's not that simple. I heard that even the Holy City doesn't dare to fight with the guys in the sea. Sha Jia shook her head. She said this not to boost the sea monster's ambition, but she didn't want Song Jia to do anything dangerous. What the other party did now really made her admire her. She felt that she shouldn't sacrifice herself for a disaster that couldn't be stopped. Let's talk about it later. Song Jia hadn't seen the guy either, so he took it step by step. His first task was to improve his strength, at least not to make himself too passive. Everyone continued to chat, and didn't talk about such heavy topics, until late at night. They left one after another, and went back to their homes. Nanjua looked at Sha Jia. What's the background of that person? Sha Jia said frankly. I suggest you don't provoke him. He can even kill the emperor. Really? Sha Jia nodded. Nantung believed in Sha Jia, so he swallowed his saliva and didn't say anything else. A few days passed. Song Jia, Heidi and others sent the orphans here on the plane, and they were sent to Ningxua City one after another. Ningxua City has already established a school for them to study and learn magic. Sha Jia stayed here for a few days, and saw Song Jia was leaving, and said, Are you leaving too? Song Jia said, I have nothing to do here, so I might as well go back directly. Okay. After I finish dealing with this, I will go to China to find you, Sha Jia said. Okay. Song Jia nodded, followed Heidi, and ushered her away. Sha Jia looked at Song Jia figure and thought this person was very interesting. Although the holy city is high above, compared with Song Jia, the latter is the one who truly considers the world. Sha Jia doesn't like disputes, so she doesn't want to stay in the holy city, but learns magic everywhere. China. Ningxua City. As soon as I arrived in China, Mo Fan called. Brother Jia, you are too mean, aren't you? You actually left us here, Mo Fan said. Then give me back your gold coins? Mo Fan laughed. Oh, Brother Jia, talking about money between us brothers hurts our feelings. Not to mention that you don't need those idiots. Song Jia made a lot of gold coins in the Holy Academy of Ohos. 1 gold coin is equal to $1,000. And the gold coins he gave Mo Fan and Mu Bai were as much as 20,000 or 30,000, which can be exchanged for tens of millions of US dollars, if converted into Chinese currency. There are still 1 or 2 small goals, Song Jia urged. Take care of them for me. They are all rising stars in our Ningxua City. Brother Jia, you are really awesome. You actually manage the students of the Holy Academy of Ohos. Mo Fan gave him a thumbs up. I hang up if there's nothing else. You're very busy here, Song Jia said. Something. I have a bounty mission here. Let's team up together then, Mo Fan said. He called Song Jia because of this matter. What mission? Mo Fan said. This is a super commission. I also learned about it from Ling Ling. After listening to the explanation, Song Jia understood what was going on. Isn't this the commission about the Red Devil? Song Jia pondered, thinking about the previous plot, and felt that it would be too simple for him to solve it. Ling Ling said that you don't think highly of the Star Sea Vein. So Old Man Bao gave us this mission. Mo Fan continued, but I feel that we are a little weak. So I want to ask you for help. This is easy. When you go, call me. I will let you complete the mission directly, Song Jia said. Complete the mission directly? Mo Fan was very surprised. Song Jia responded. After all, he knew that the Red Devil was Lu Kuan. So killing him would solve everything. Brother Jia, are you already this strong? Mo Fan asked. It's okay. I'm hanging up. Song Jia hung up the phone. He could catch Lu Kuan and ask about the Red Devil later. But now is not the time to care about these things. He wants to improve Yue Huang's strength. Song Jia came to the back mountain. Yue Huang was flying in the back mountain. When she saw him coming, she immediately landed. He got the spirit of a flying emperor in the Andes Mountains, which was just right for Yue Huang to advance. Therefore, Song Jia began to let Yue Huang refine those powers and break through to the level of a little emperor. In this way, Ningxua City will have another little emperor. Song Jia knew that Yue Huang needed to settle for a while, so he left the back mountain directly. Next, go to the ancient capital. Song Jia wanted to see how Albei was doing. At that time, it should be okay to borrow the other party's 2 dead kings. Right? As he said, Song Jia summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and went straight to the airport. When he arrived at the ancient capital, it was drizzling outside. Song Jia didn't care and went straight to the outside Shaoyuan. It was an uninhabited place, and Shaoyuan stayed there. Chapter 572. Song Jia found the Shaoyuan and entered it, and also found John Kong sitting on the throne. You are really a guy. You didn't tell me in advance that you wanted to borrow power? John Kong said unhappily. Ahem. The key is that I don't know how to say it. Song Jia held his forehead and replied. John Kong didn't care. You came here because of the undead this time. Right? Song Jia nodded. Follow me. John Kong left here with Song Jia as soon as he finished speaking. Then, the two of them appeared outside the Shaoyuan. Where? It's coming out soon. John Kong raised his arm, and something suddenly came out from the ground. The next moment, a huge skeleton emerged, which was the skeleton of Albei before, the undead sea monster. This is the first time I have seen it, John Kong said. Song Jia looked at Albei's situation. Although he did not reach the level of a little emperor, he still retained the strength of a supreme monarch. Chief instructor. Thank you. Song Jia thanked. John Kong didn't say anything. He looked at Song Jia, wanting to say something but stopping. What's wrong? Song Jia asked. John Kong finally sighed and said, Is Yue with you? Song Jia nodded. I have a letter here. Please give it to her for me. John Kong looked at the sky and said, Don't you want to go and see? I'm in this state now. I'd better not go. What's more, I'm sorry for him. John Kong shook his head. Song Jia didn't know what to say. He took the envelope and put it in the space ring. Chief instructor. I came to you for another matter. What is it? I just want to ask you to borrow a few capable assistants. Do you still need capable assistants? Of course I do. I'm very weak now. Okay. So I need more people to help. Song Jia said. They are all monarch level. They can't help you. It's okay. I can make them stronger. John Kong was silent. This guy came prepared. But his identity. The entire army of the undead belonged to Song Jia. So he didn't say anything. Who do you want? Find 2 people who can be used as assassins. Song Jia said. Commander of the Mist Ghost. Queen of the Nine Nether. After John Kong finished speaking, a ghost whose figure could not be seen emerged. And then a graceful woman emerged. Take these 2. They are both good assassins. As soon as John Kong finished speaking, he ran away, fearing that Song Jia would need someone else. The commander of the Mist Ghost and Queen of the Nine Nether looked at Song Jia. They all knew him. so they were not unfamiliar. Sir, what do you want to do with us? Queen of the Nine Nether asked. She had seen Song Jia's strength with her own eyes before, so she didn't dare to do anything disrespectful. Now you are my subordinates. I will leave you to fight on the battlefield, Song Jia said. Ah! Neither the commander of the Mist Ghost nor Queen of the Nine Nether knew what was going on. But soon, Song Jia told him his thoughts. Song Jia said, now, call out your subordinates. I want them to be useful. Okay. After a while, Song Jia released the high-level magic of the dead world and collected all the undead in front of him. These two are for you. First upgrade to the Supreme Monarch. Song Jia handed the two beast souls and spirits to the Wugui Commander and Jiuyo Queen. Jiuyo Queen and Wugui Commander were also slightly surprised when they saw the two Supreme Monarch beast souls and spirits. Is this for us? Jiuyo Queen confirmed again. Of course. Being my subordinate should be treated like this, Song Jia said. Thank you, boss. Jiuyo Queen took it immediately. The same goes for Wugui Commander. They are all great monarch level undead. If they want to go further, they need more powerful beast souls and spirits to break through. However, they can't kill creatures with the same strength as them, so they can only stay in the current state. The spirit and beast soul given by Song Jia can completely allow them to enter the next realm. So how could they not be happy? You go to my dead world to refine them first, and I will see if I can find another sub-emperor for you later, Song Jia said. Boss is generous. I am willing to follow you forever, Queen Jiuyo said with a smile. And at this time, she finally realized the importance of following the right boss. Okay. You go in. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, Queen Jiuyo and the leader of the Fog Ghost entered his dead world. Next is you. Song Jia looked at Aobai. He wanted to upgrade Aobai to the level of a little emperor. He still had a lot of beast souls and spirits. And there was also a beast soul and spirit of a little emperor, although it was not suitable. Aobai was already a dead spirit, so it didn't matter whether it was suitable or not. Don't let me down. Song Jia bet all the beast souls and spirits on one thing, and let Aobai's realm break through to the peak first, then break through in one fell swoop. A few days passed. Aobai hadn't gotten the emperor level spirit and beast soul yet, so he hadn't been promoted to the little emperor yet. Song Jia had returned to the magic city a long time ago, and handed the envelope to Qin Yuer. After reading it, the other party didn't go out. Mu Ningxue entered, but it was still the same. When Qin Yuer came out, her eyes were red, and it was obvious that something had happened. Song Jia couldn't say anything, so he could only find something else to do. The sea monsters have been making a lot of noise recently, and the magic city is now on alert, guarding against the invasion of Pacific sea monsters at any time. Ningxue City is also on the coast, so it also needs to monitor the movements of its coastline. Song Jia came to the coastline, and people had been sent here to guard it, monitoring every move on the sea at any time. The Grand City Lord is here. Someone saw Song Jia coming and exclaimed. In Ningxue City, although Song Jia didn't show up often, he was the Grand City Lord, and everyone who lived in Ningxue City knew about it. Song Jia nodded. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone's salary will be doubled by then. Thank you, Grand Lord. Thank you, Grand Lord. Grand Lord will always be my idol. While greeting, Song Jia asked, what's going on here recently? The captain nodded. Recently, a wave of sea monsters often come to harass, but they are just testing and have not come ashore. Song Jia nodded. You continue to guard. I go and take a look. He summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and left. And after a while, he returned here. Grand Lord, how is it over there? It's been solved, Song Jia replied. They didn't expect that Song Jia would solve it so quickly. At this time, Song Jia suddenly thought of something, and then patted his forehead. He said with a sigh, why did I forget about this? What's wrong? I have a treasure here that can help you resist the sea monster, Song Jia said. Really? Song Jia nodded, and then took out the Eye of Festering. This was obtained when I captured Apis in Egypt. I originally wanted to bring it back to Ningxue, but I was too busy and forgot about it. Chapter 573. In the next few days, the coastline was calm, and there was no problem of sea monster invasion. Song Jia also had a comfortable life. He would visit the orphans from time to time and care about their situation. Just when he was going back, Mu Ningxue just got off the car. She must have come back from work. Back? Mu Ningxue nodded. Let's have a big fight. Mu Ningxua's cheeks turned red when she heard it. Song Jia picked up Mu Ningxua and walked towards the room. Mu Ningxua might be too tired. Not long after Song Jia exerted his strength, she felt a little sleepy. Seeing her like this, Song Jia felt a little distressed and stopped, letting her rest well. But there was still anger in his heart, so of course he had to vent it. So he simply came to the back mountain. Yu Shishir was observing Yu Huang's situation. She saw Song Jia walking over with a smile and frowned. "Why are you here?" Song Jia replied, "Of course I came here to play with you." "Play?" Song Jia smiled, and then hugged her waist. "You? After a while, a series of voices that made people linger came from the straw hut. "You, get out!" "What's wrong with me?" "Not in that position." "Try it." "No, I don't know how long it took." Yu Shishir staggered out and glanced at Song Jia angrily. "How is Yu Huang?" Song Jia changed the subject. He was really afraid that Yu Shishir would eat him. Her condition is relatively stable, and she is about to break through. Yu Shishir still felt pain. "That should be soon." Song Jia nodded. "I go to the coastline to see. You can find me if there's any situation." Yu Shishir glanced at Song Jia unhappily. This guy wanted to run after eating. Soon, Song Jia came to the coastline. It was calm here. There was no special situation. Grand Lord. Everyone smiled when they saw Song Jia. After all, they all got a salary increase. Nothing is going on here? No. The captain shook his head. Song Jia nodded. And when he left, he suddenly heard about the Magic City. What are you talking about? Hello, Grand Lord. The two stood up and greeted politely. We were just saying that the coastline of the Magic City was invaded. But it was only a small area. One of them explained. Invaded? When did it happen? This morning? Song Jia took a breath. He was busy in the morning and hadn't made time to pay attention to these things. Unexpectedly, the sea monster came to the door. Although it was not the door of their Ningxua city. The Magic City is connected to Ningxua city. If the Magic City can't hold on, Ningxua city will also be in danger. Song Jia immediately contacted Lingling and asked her about the situation in the Magic City. The southwest area of the Magic City was indeed invaded by the sea monster today. But it did not cause too many casualties. Lingling explained on the phone. Can you find out what level of sea monster it is? Let me see. After a while, Lingling voice came again. It's a sea monster at the level of a great monarch. Song Jia nodded. It turned out to be a great monarch. But in this case, it really can't make any waves. After all, the Magic City is a big city with many strong people. The monarch level can't threaten its safety. Generally speaking, only the emperor level can threaten the Magic City. But Song Jia thinks that there must be a pusher this time. So as long as he catches the great monarch, he can find out the monster behind it. The Magic City? Southwest area. Many buildings here were flooded by the backflow of seawater. And the residents here have all retreated to the city. The military commander of the Magic City asked, Have you found the great monarch? The officer shook his head. This guy is too cunning. She doesn't know we are looking for it. So she has been hiding in the sea and not showing up. The military commander of the Magic City nodded. The sea monster is hiding in the sea, and they have no way to deal with it. After all, if they enter the sea monster has the advantage of time and place. Whether they can kill it is another matter. The people who go in are likely to die in it. The mission from above said that we must kill it no matter what. And solve it as soon as possible to avoid causing panic. The female officer replied. The square-faced military commander nodded. But he had no clue at all now. And didn't know how to start. Military commander. Song Jia, the great city lord of Ningxua city, is here. A voice suddenly came. Seeing this, the square-faced military commander immediately turned around, and his eyes fell on Song Jia. Lord Song. Lin Juanxi. Long time no see. Yes, it's been a long time. But it's not convenient to reminisce now. Otherwise, I would definitely have a drink with you. Lin Juanxi said with a smile. Before, Lin Juanxi also came to Ning Xueqing's banquet. So Song Jia still remembered him. Song Jia asked, You look a little sad. As if you have encountered difficulties? Indeed, I have encountered difficulties. Lin Juanxi nodded. The southwest area has been invaded by sea monsters. But we have not yet solved the culprit. Do you need my help? If City Lord Song can help, it will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Lin Juanxi smiled. Song Jia asked, Have you found anything here? Lin Juanzi shook his head. We only know that this is a great monarch, and it will hide its whereabouts in the future. If that's the case, it will be a bit difficult, Song Jie said, touching his chin. If it doesn't come out, we can't do anything. Lin Juanzi smiled bitterly. Song Jie pondered for a while. It seems that we need bait to make it come out of the sea. Bait? Lin Juanzi shook his head. This great monarch is very cautious. If a slightly powerful magician approaches, it will not come out at all. If it were me, it should come out, Song Jie said. Will this be? Lin Juanzi wanted to ask if it was too dangerous, but he thought of Song Jie's previous record and swallowed the words. How do we need to cooperate? I need you to help me put on a show to make this great monarch believe that we are looking for it, Song Jie said. Just tell me. What should we do? In this way, you send people to go with me, and then disperse. But you go back after a circle, and I will lure it out. Song Jie did this to let the great monarch relax his vigilance, and the other party would probably attack him when he saw him alone. In this way, this guy took the bait. This is a good idea. Lin Juanzi smiled and nodded. Very satisfied. I will arrange someone to do it right away. After a while, several people came to Song Jie. Did you hear everything I said just now? Lin Juanzi asked. I heard it clearly. Lin Juanzi looked at Song Jie, who nodded and said, Then we can set off now. Afterwards, Song Jie mixed into the military magician team and followed them to fly towards the sea. Chapter 574. Song Jie followed the military mages to the sea, and then began to separate from them. He randomly chose a direction and headed straight for it. The others were just here to make a cameo appearance. So after a while, they pretended to receive the news and immediately returned to the land. Song Jie continued to fly, wanting to see if the sea monster hiding in the sea would attack him. Just after he flew for a while, he suddenly noticed a sea monster approaching. But it was just a commander-level sea monster. Test? Song Jie raised the corner of his mouth and continued to go in the direction of the sea monster. Although he knew that the sea monster was ambushing in the water, he pretended not to know and flew over. However, the next moment, the sea monster wanted to knock Song Jie into the sea like a carp jumping over the dragon gate. In order to take advantage of the situation, Song Jie did not hide, but gave it a chance to knock him into the sea. But he had defensive means, so the shark could not hurt him at all. The light falls for a long time. Holy armor. Song Jie put on the armor that had undergone 2 outrageous transformations, and then ran straight towards the shark. The next moment, he and the shark were fighting fiercely in the sea. But what he did was just a show for the great monarch hiding in the sea. As long as he dared to show up, this guy would basically not be able to escape. Song Jie fought with the shark for dozens of rounds, and when he was about to kill it, a strong breath appeared. Sure enough, the IQ of the sea monster is not lower than that of humans. And it can also fish, Song Jie said, pretending that he didn't notice anything, and continued to fight with the shark. He was waiting for the other party to get close, and then take it down in one fell swoop. And it couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Just when Song Jie was about to take action, the great monarch not far away took action, and it rushed straight to his back at a very fast speed. Song Jie was also waiting for this time. So when it attacked, his figure suddenly disappeared. The big-tailed salamander suddenly turned around, but Song Jie's figure was no longer visible. Only then did it realize that this was probably a trap. The big-tailed salamander sank to the bottom of the sea without thinking, wanting to leave here quickly. But just as it left, a huge skeleton stood in front of it. It was Obai on the bottom of the sea. Just when the big-tailed salamander attacked him, he released Obai. Under Obai's watchful eyes, the big-tailed salamander surfaced obediently, not daring to move. Why don't you run away? Song Jie stared at the big-tailed salamander and smiled. How could the big-tailed salamander dare to run? Obai's breath was too terrifying. As long as it dared to run, it would be the one who suffered. Opus. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Opus appeared lazily. Let it take us to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Opus nodded. After all, she was already familiar with this kind of thing. Soon, under Opus' control, the big-tailed salamander led them to the deep sea. I don't know how long it has been. They have left the submerged land and come to the sea, in order to prevent the real murderer in the sea from running away in fear. Song Jie and Opus both restrained their breath. He has given Opus a strong power, so she can control the big-tailed salamander, in order not to be discovered by the other party. The big-tailed salamander is far away from them, but as long as the other party appears, it is basically impossible to escape. Entering the deep sea, Appa suddenly frowned. That guy is over there. Songjia nodded. Obviously the mastermind behind the scenes. He urged, let it meet up with that guy. I will go over secretly to deal with it. Leave it to me. After Appa's finished speaking, Songjia figure had already flashed towards the big-tailed salamander. At this time, the big-tailed salamander swam forward in a dull manner, getting closer and closer to the big guy. At this moment, a voice that only the sea monster could understand came. Why are you back? The rogue demon emperor asked. But the big-tailed salamander did not respond at all. I'm asking you a question. The rogue demon emperor seemed very angry and roared at the big-tailed salamander. The big-tailed salamander did not stop, approached at a very fast speed, and then crashed into the rogue demon emperor. What are you doing? Get out! The rogue demon emperor roared and suddenly exhaled a breath of foul air. However, the next moment, the big-tailed salamander was knocked back by the whirlwind formed by the foul air. The rogue demon emperor noticed something was wrong and was alert to the surroundings. Suddenly, he found several breaths coming. This is the deep sea. So Songjia summoned Aobai, the bone dragon, and the black dragon emperor. So many powerful auras are coming towards it. The rogue demon emperor panicked. It wanted to escape, and then chose Songjia direction. But the next moment, it suddenly stopped and saw a demon rushing towards it. Although Songjia current strength can't deal with the peak of the little emperor, he can still easily deal with a sub-emperor like the rogue demon emperor. Get on! As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the huge buoyancy immediately pushed the rogue demon emperor to the sea surface. Emperor Rongma still wanted to struggle, but the next moment, its huge body seemed to be squeezed, and its internal organs were about to explode. As a last resort, Emperor Rongma could only follow the buoyancy and be washed to the surface of the sea. At this time, the bone dragon and the black dragon emperor came to kill, and Emperor Rongma was very scared. It was just a sub-emperor, and it really couldn't face the little emperor. Appa controlled the big-tailed salamander to come over, and Songjia immediately let it control Emperor Rongma. She was given power by Songjia, and the demons of the sub-emperor were nothing in front of her. Therefore, Appa quickly got the plan and nest of the sea monster. Appa said, it's similar to the previous two emperors. I have now obtained the distribution map of the sea monsters and their specific strength. What level is the strongest? Songjia asked. Middle Emperor. Appa said. Middle Emperor, that is, the dominant level. Even if it is the ancient king who is an orthodox emperor. I am afraid that the opponent's Middle Emperor may not be his opponent. Songjia wants to know, if the power of all summoned beasts is added together, can one of the summoned beasts be enhanced to a Middle Emperor? But obviously, it is unlikely, because there is only one orthodox emperor, the ancient king, and the others are below the level of small emperors, and the Middle Emperor is above the orthodox emperor. So in order to be promoted to the Middle Emperor, it may take several orthodox emperors. This is why Songjia has not yet killed in the ocean. If he had this strength, he would not have prepared for a rainy day. Songjia looked at the bracelet on his arm and said, I don't know if this bracelet can summon powerful creatures like Mo Fan's Jade Pendant. Mo Fan's Jade Pendant can summon the Azure Dragon to fight. So his bracelet should also be a totem inheritance. But until now, he has not figured out the situation of the bracelet. Lung Dian is a Middle Emperor. If his bracelet can summon a totem, then he will definitely be able to kill him on the land of China. Songjia pondered. Chapter 575. Lung Dian's matter is not urgent, so we have to deal with the current situation first. Under the siege of the three emperors, Rongmo Tianhuang could not escape and finally died here. Songjia took Rongmo Tianhuang's body back, at least to appease the residents and military mages of the magic city. He gave the essence of the big-tailed salamander to Appa to refine. Now she is already a middle-level monarch. And if she goes further, she will be a great monarch. Soon, Songjia rode the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle back to the southwest area of the magic city. At this time, Lin Juanzi and others were waiting for him, because the big-tailed salamander was controlled by Songjia. The seawater receded, and many lands surfaced again. Our hero is back, Lin Juanzi said with a smile. He knew that the receding seawater must be related to Songjia. Many military mages and residents returned here. They raised their heads and watched Song Jie come back. Song Jie came to the sky above them, looked at the people below, and then threw out the corpse of Emperor Rongmo. This is Emperor Rongmo. How could Lin Juanzi not recognize this sub-emperor? They had fought before. Everyone was shocked to see the scene. They didn't expect Song Jie to kill such a powerful demon. City Lord Song is awesome. City Lord Song is always a god. City Lord Song, you are my idol. The residents and military magicians saw that such a powerful sea monster was killed by Song Jie. In addition to being shocked, they admired and respected him more. At this time, the morale of the crowd was high. If such a powerful sea monster could be killed, what else did they have to fear? Song Jie slowly fell from the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and came to Lin Juanzi. City Lord Song, this is not the culprit, right? Lin Juanzi asked in surprise. Song Jie shook his head. It's not the culprit, but it's the demon behind it. So, you not only found it, but also killed it, Lin Juanzi said. Song Jie nodded. You are such a ruthless person. Lin Juanzi was ashamed and said, you helped me so much. I don't know how to thank you. Song Jie, thank you is too polite. Just send some equipment to our Ningxia city to prevent sea monsters. Really rude. But Song Jie helped him so much. Sending some equipment is nothing. And Ningxia city also helped them relieve the pressure on the coastline. If Ningxia city can't be defended, other areas will also be threatened. Lin Juanzi said. I have someone do it right away. Thank you, Song Jie said, looking at Rongmo Tianwang and said, then do you want to buy this corpse or we buy it? As for the money, I send it to your Ningxia city after I get it ready. Lin Juanzi knew that the corpse of this sub-emperor could boost morale, so of course he had to buy it. Song Jie responded, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Then Song Jie left and returned to Ningxia city. The news that Song Jie killed Rongmo Tianwang had spread throughout the entire demon city. This was a major counterattack by the demon city against the sea monster. This was a sub-emperor. Even for the powerful Ocean Empire, losing such a powerful sub-emperor was a great trauma. At this time, many bigwigs in the demon city were drinking tea in a building. The elder of the Demon City Hunter Alliance said, Song Jie is really good. He actually killed a sub-emperor. Sub-emperor is nothing. I heard before that he killed 2 little emperors and shaman. Old man Bao took a sip of tea and said, fortunately, Song Jie is here. Otherwise the demon city would be in danger. Dean Xiao nodded. But the sea monsters don't want to let the demon city go this time. Song Jie killed Rongmo Tianwang, which is a provocation to the sea monsters. At that time, our demon city is likely to face a big crisis. President Tom Lee continued. It's impossible to escape anyway, so we can kill as many as we can, the elder of the Hunter Alliance said firmly. Fortunately, Song Jie bought us enough time. At least we can save them from danger, Dean Xiao said. Chairman Tom Lee nodded. I have already arranged it. Everyone will be transferred when the time comes. Old Bao agreed. This is the first battle of our defense war. If we win, the sea monsters will never dare to invade China again. Dean Xiao, Chairman Tom Lee and others nodded. This time, no matter what, the crisis in Xiamen cannot be repeated. Another day passed. Ning Xueqing is also making other preparations. If they really can't hold on, they will retreat. Song Jie was sleeping. An Mo fan called immediately. Brother Jie, we have returned to the Magic City. Where are you? Mo fan's voice came. Where are you? We are at the airport. And we are going to find you to go together. Okay. I pick you up. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he went straight to the airport. Before, Mo fan stayed with Mu Bai and others, and they solved many bounty missions. Therefore, they also reached the qualification of 7-star Hunter Master. When they arrived outside the airport, Song Jie didn't expect Lingling to be there. Hey, Lingling said you want to go too. So I followed. Mo fan said. Song Jie nodded. Where are we going now? In Kunshan. Mo fan had already told Song Jie about this before, so they talked about this topic all the way. Arriving in Kunshan City, they were picked up by a business car. Lingling said, the force responsible for the commission this time is the Lu family. Or your old friend. Brother Jie. I heard that you killed the Lu family before. Is it true? Mo fan began to gossip. Song Jie nodded. Brother Jie is really awesome. Mo Fan began to gossip about other things. And the business car soon arrived at the door of a private villa. Soon, they actually got off the car, entered the villa. At this moment, someone came out from inside. A young woman. When the woman saw Song Jie, she suddenly froze, as if she saw the plague god, and avoided him. However, she was in charge of the reception, and if she messed up, she felt that she might be finished. Hello. I am the person responsible for receiving you. Please follow me. Lu Qingyao did not dare to neglect it at all. Song Jie looked at Lu Qingyao. He knew that the other party was afraid of him. Otherwise she would have mocked Mo Fan like in the original book. Then, everyone followed Lu Qingyao into the house. At this time, there were already many people chatting in the house. They were all hunting kings and 7-star hunter masters. But when they saw that Song Jie, Mo Fan and others were so young, and they were also with a little girl, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Are you here to play house? A 7-star hunter master laughed. Song Jie glanced at him, and a terrifying space force immediately rushed the 7-star hunter master out. Seeing this, everyone swallowed their saliva in disbelief. Even they might not be able to do it. Chapter 576. Oh! It turns out that it's City Lord Song who's here. I didn't expect that this time he would alarm you. The person in charge of the commission, Lu Kun, came over with a smile. Song Jie looked at Lu Kun. If he didn't know the plot, he might have been fooled by the other party. This Lu Kun is no longer the original Lu Kun, but the little red devil. Who are you? Song Jie asked knowingly. My name is Lu Kun, a member of the Lu family, and the person in charge of this commission. Lu Kun introduced himself. Song Jie nodded. Please come this way. I take you to rest, Lu Kun said. Everyone was a little surprised to see that Lu Kun was so respectful to Song Jie. You know, the other party was running wild on the Lu family's territory. But they didn't care about it? Who is this guy? I don't know. They are from the Qitian hunting house. As for who these people are, there is no way to know. Everyone talked a lot, but no one knew the origins of Song Jie and others. Lu Qingyao looked at the miserable state of the hunter master and felt very lucky that she had not done such a thing just now. Otherwise, she would be the unlucky one. Song Jie, Lingling and others sat down and found two familiar faces here. I didn't expect you to come too. Wang Wenmingjian smiled. When the national team was training, Song Jie, Mo Fan and others had met Wang Wenmingjian and others. Song Jie nodded and his eyes fell on Wang Wenqianxuan, who was becoming more and more charming. After everyone had gathered, Lu Kun began to explain the commission to everyone. Aren't our tasks the same? Someone asked. Lu Kun shook his head and said, each of you has a different commission. So you can only get the reward if you complete the commission in your hand. Everyone nodded. They thought they were doing the same task together, but they didn't expect it to be like this. Song Jie was not surprised. Anyway, he knew the plot. Everyone, your commission will be delivered to your room tonight. You can go to rest. As soon as Lu Kun finished speaking, he had someone lead them away. Afterwards, Song Jie, Lingling and others were taken to the room. They should deliver the commission later. We will wait here, Mo Fan said. Song Jie nodded. And sure enough, not long after, Lu Kun came to deliver the commission in person. This is your commission. After Lu Kun finished speaking, he immediately walked to the next room. Look what it is. Mo Fan and others came over and saw the commission on it. Everyone saw the commission and immediately fell into deep thought. Lingling seemed to be thinking about something, but she didn't know how to say it. Mo Fan asked, Lingling, you seem to be worried? Lingling nodded. This commission was issued by my father. As soon as this was said, everyone else was stunned. Cold Hunter King? Lingling nodded again. I didn't know the cause of his death before, so I want to know the truth. Song Jie knew that this commission was issued before the death of Cold Hunter King, but it was a trap. He walked over, patted Lingling on the shoulder and said, I will help you find the truth. We too. Mo Fan patted Mu Bai on the shoulder and nodded. Thank you. Lingling was very grateful. Afterwards, they began to analyze the commission task. Around night, Song Jie took advantage of everyone's departure and immediately came to Mochizuki Chishuan's room. Why are you here? Mochizuki Chishuan had just come out of the shower. What do you think? As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Mochizuki Chishuan was carried to the bedroom before she could react. Linen fell. Full. Too much. Mochizuki Chishuin was sweating profusely. She turned her head and looked at Song Jie. Are you here to ask about the commission? Song Jie shook his head. No. Then why did you come? Song Jie smiled. It's just that I haven't seen you for a long time. And I want to have a chance encounter with you. Get lost. Song Jie looked at her. That's not what you said just now. Mochizuki Chishuin's cheeks were slightly red. And she didn't know what to say. It wasn't this big before. What's wrong with you? Song Jie was curious. It's not because of you. Then, Mochizuki Chishuin told Song Jie about what happened before. And her face became even redder. No way. I just rubbed it, and it became like this? Song Jie was very surprised. What else? Do you think I'm a casual woman? Mochizuki Chishuin was annoyed. Of course not, Song Jie said, and pounced on it like a wolf again. I can't do it anymore. I have to do it even if I can't. After dealing with Chishuin Mochizuki, it was already dawn when he woke up. Song Jie looked at Chishuin Mochizuki, who was exhausted, put on his clothes and left. When he returned to his residence, he happened to see Lingling knocking on the door. What's wrong? Song Jie opened the door and saw Lingling standing at the door holding a computer. Can I talk to you? Sure. After Song Jie finished speaking, he welcomed Lingling in. The other party seemed to have not slept well, and her eyes were a little red and swollen. Did you cry last night? No. Song Jie rubbed Lingling's little head. What's the matter? I think you know something? Lingling asked. Song Jie was stunned. Why do you say that? Because this matter is originally a very difficult matter. But you are not nervous at all. And you look like you have one, Lingling said. Song Jie smiled. It seems that your intuition is very accurate. I do have a suspect here. Who is it? Song Jie did not say it, but typed 2 words on the keyboard. Is it him? Lingling was very surprised and looked up at Song Jie. The latter nodded and continued to type on the keyboard. He is in my clues. And he is related to the Red Devil. Really? Lingling still didn't understand. Song Jie replied, You will know when the time comes. Lingling nodded and said, Our mission is to find the place where my father fought with the Red Devil. The information I got here is in the Magic City. So we have to go back. Then go back. Song Jie just happened to let Lu Kun reveal his identity. After the commission was issued, Lu Kun also returned to the Magic City. As for the next situation, he will continue to follow up. In a villa area, Lu Kun was drinking red wine and enjoying the music coming from his ears. At this time, a butler in a tuxedo came again and poured him a glass of red wine. Master, is our plan going to succeed? Lu Kun smiled and nodded. Sooner or later, I will surpass him and replace him. The tuxedo butler said, I believe the master can do it. Lu Kun nodded with satisfaction, and then leaned back on the sofa. But at this time, his face suddenly changed, and he stood up suddenly. What's wrong? Master? Lu Kun clenched his fists, making a creaking sound. Someone is destroying my fruit. The butler in the tuxedo frowned slightly. Who is it? Lu Kun said angrily, I don't know. Hurry over now. I be there soon. Chapter 577. The Mountain of Imprisonment. This is the territory of the Lu family, where many evil people are imprisoned. At this time, those evil people seem to have lost their minds and attacked them fiercely. Fuck. How could this happen? Mo Fan was stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Brother Jie, did you find out that there was a problem here a long time ago? Song Jie nodded. This is my previous intelligence, and I didn't expect it to be like this. What should we do now? What can we do? Get rid of these people first. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, a mental attack caused a large number of people to fall down. That's fine. Mo Fan and Mu Bai took action and solved the prisoners who rushed over. And Song Jie came here just to lure Lu Kun out. Song Jie, is he really the Red Devil? Lingling asked. He is not the Red Devil, but just the Red Devil's clone. And the real Red Devil may only be able to find out his whereabouts through him. Song Jie explained. Lingling nodded. Thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? Song Jie scratched Lingling's nose and smiled. I will find out the truth about your father's death. Although he knew it, it would be better to dig it out bit by bit, so that Lingling could accept it bit by bit. After a while, a black shadow was approaching quickly. Song Jie noticed it and looked into the darkness. The other party was almost near them. Brother Jie, what's wrong? Mo Fan said in surprise. Something is coming. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he saw a man in a tuxedo running towards them. Who are you? How dare you go wild here? The tuxedo housekeeper shouted angrily. Brother Jia, this guy is not a good guy at first glance. Leave it to us. Mo Fan said. Is it okay? No problem. Mo Fan looked at Mu Bai. And then the two of them fought with the tuxedo vampires. Song Jia. Is he? Ling Ling clenched her fists nervously. He is not. He is just a small fry. Song Jia shook his head. I didn't expect this vampire to be so strong. Mu Bai, can you be more powerful and stop slacking off? Mo Fan said. Mu Bai was not happy. Then create opportunities for me. No problem. Mo Fan nodded. While watching them fighting the vampires, Song Jia sensed another breath approaching. Not long after, Lu Kun's figure appeared in front of Song Jia. Why are you here? Lu Kun frowned. Not expecting Song Jia to be here. Because I'm waiting for you. Song Jia stared at Lu Kun, fearing that this guy would use some tricks to run away. What are you waiting for me for? Aren't you going to find the Red Devil? Lu Kun's brows never relaxed. We have found it. Found it? Where? Right in front of us. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, Lu Kun immediately became alert. What are you talking about? Don't pretend. Little Red Devil. Do you really think we are easy to fool? Song Jia showed his cards directly. Lu Kun's face was gloomy. He didn't know how he was discovered. Logically speaking, he didn't reveal anything. No one could find out his identity. At the same time, he also knew that Song Jia was not someone he could mess with. Especially in the Magic City. Your two totem beasts are not here. What can you do to me? Lu Kun didn't pretend anymore, and followed suit. Seeing this, Ling Ling clenched her fists tighter. It turned out that this guy was really related to the Red Devil. It seems that what I did before misled you, and made you think that my strength is very poor. Song Jia smiled. Lu Kun was slightly startled. His face was not very good, and his heart was pounding. As he said that, Song Jia rushed out at an astonishing speed, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the night. Seeing this, Lu Kun became alert and wanted to observe the surroundings to find out Song Jia's location. But Song Jia appeared too fast, and Lu Kun had no time to react. With a bang, Lu Kun was instantly hit and fell to the ground. A big pit immediately appeared on the originally flat ground, cracking in all directions. Lu Kun climbed up from the ground. He didn't find that Song Jia had such strength. How is it possible? He couldn't believe it. Before, he only knew that Song Jia relied on the totem beast to do evil. And now, the opponent knocked him down with just one move. I don't believe it. Lu Kun knew that he couldn't escape this disaster. Either kill Song Jia, or die here. Song Jia's eyes were indifferent, and he hooked his fingers at Lu Kun. I want you to die. A murderous intent suddenly broke out in Lu Kun's cold eyes. And then he ran straight towards Song Jia. He rushed up, and Song Jia waved his hand violently, killing Lu Kun with space, and made Lu Kun fall suddenly again. Lu Kun fell down fiercely, and when he got up, his whole body was covered with blood. But he was not seriously injured. How could it be? Lu Kun still couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that he didn't even have the chance to meet Song Jia. But now was not the time to think about these things. He turned his head and looked at Ling Ling beside him. Lu Kun saw the opportunity and rushed towards Ling Ling in an instant, looking for death. Song Jia's figure disappeared immediately after he finished speaking, and when he reappeared, he was already above Lu Kun. Lu Kun originally wanted to capture Ling Ling to threaten Song Jia, but he didn't expect Song Jia to come again so soon. Song Jia stepped down, and Lu Kun fell again and sank into the ground hard. Ling Ling knew that Song Jia would come to save her, so she was calm just now. Song Jia moved Lu Kun's body and finally kicked him out. Lu Kun turned over, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and stared at Song Jia breathlessly. Tell me about the Cold Hunter King back then, Song Jia said. If I don't tell you, what can you do to me? Lu Kun knew that as long as he said it, only death would be waiting for him. Even if you don't say it, I have a way to make you say it. Song Jia finished speaking and called out Xiao Hei. Lu Kun didn't know what Song Jia was doing, but the next moment, he felt that his body was no longer his own, as if it had been stripped away. Ling Ling, you can ask him any questions you have, Song Jia said. Ling Ling nodded. Although she wanted to know the truth, she was a little hesitant when the truth was right in front of her. Song Jia touched Lingling head and said, "If you can't accept it, we do it next time." "I can." Lingling mustered up her courage, and then asked questions about her father. Soon, Lu Kun told the original situation. Because the Red Devil came to China, the Cold Hunter King noticed the whereabouts and wanted to kill the Red Devil. But in the end, the Cold Hunter King was no match and died. Red Devil. Lingling clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Song Jia hugged Lingling and wiped the tears from her eyes. "We won't cry. We will seek revenge on him when the time comes." Lingling nodded obediently. But she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. She suddenly hugged Song Jia and burst into tears. Song Jia patted Lingling back to comfort her. Chapter 578. At this time, Mo Fan and Mu Bai had dealt with the vampire and returned to Song Jia and Ling Ling. Ling Ling calmed down. Her eyes were red, and people could see a trace of pity. "Lu Kun, is he the Red Devil?" Neither Mo Fan nor Mu Bai thought that the Red Devil was Lu Kun. Song Jia said, "He is just a small fry. The real mastermind has not appeared yet." Mo Fan nodded, then looked at the prison. "I have notified the people of the trial, and they will send someone to deal with it when the time comes." Song Jia responded, "I will take the little Red Devil and Ling Ling back, and the rest will be left to you." "No problem." Mo Fan nodded. Afterwards, Song Jia first took Ling Ling back to the Qitian hunting house, and finally took the little Red Devil back to Ningxua City. "What do you want to do?" After Lu Kun woke up, he looked at Song Jia in front of him. He didn't expect that he would still fail in the end. Seeing that Song Jia didn't say anything, the little Red Devil continued, "As long as you let me go, I can take you to find the Red Devil. He and the Red Devil Ichio were fighting to the death, and he might be devoured by him at that time. So, if Lu Kun wants to survive, he must kill the Red Devil Ichio. Moreover, if Song Jia can't kill the Red Devil Ichio and dies there, he can escape at that time. The best of both worlds. It seems that you are still useful." Song Jia nodded. Seeing that Song Jia was fooled, Lu Kun hurriedly said, "He is in the Sakura country. As long as you want to go, I can take you there at any time. Let's talk about it later." Song Jia didn't want to go to the Sakura country now, because there were still things that had not been resolved. He killed Leng Dian's subordinates, and the other party would definitely not give up. So there would definitely be action next. Other emperors are okay, but Leng Dian is a middle-level emperor, a dominant emperor. Even the Black Dragon Emperor, plus those totems together, may not be Leng Dian's opponent. After Song Jia dealt with Lu Kun, he found Mu Ningxua to solve the next problem. The coastline of the Magic City will definitely be invaded, and when the time comes, it will not be something he can solve alone. Recently, all industries have been transferred, and those mines should be mined as much as possible, Song Jia said. Mu Ningxua nodded. "I have expected it. So I have had people mine them not long ago. Shua is really capable." Song Jia leaned over and kissed her. Even though Mu Ningxua has experienced this many times, she still blushed when Song Jia kissed her like this. "Do you think the Magic City can escape this catastrophe this time?" Mu Ningxua said with a serious face. "Of course it can." Song Jia nodded. Mu Ningxua responded, "I believe you." Shua. "Look, it's getting dark. Let's do something more relaxing. Right?" Song Jia smiled. After a while, the lights in the bedroom were turned off, and from time to time, there was a slight embarrassing sound. In the following days, the sea monster invaded several times, but they were all tests, and finally retreated. Ding! The host's super-level light magic skill Holy Judgment Demon Sword was detected. It has undergone 4 outrageous transformations, and turned into a higher-level Holy Judgment 8 Swords to Kill. 8 Swords to Kill. Song Jia had previously obtained the double swords, the 4-sided sword formation, and the 6 swords into 1. Now it has become 8 swords. After 3 outrageous transformations, I'm afraid that even a sub-emperor can be killed instantly. Song Jia was extremely surprised. You know, the 6 swords into 1 is comparable to the first-level magic skill of forbidden spells, and the 8 swords to kill are comparable to the second-level skills of forbidden spells. It is equivalent to the second-level intermediate skills that can completely kill sub-warrior-level demons in seconds. I still have to improve quickly, so that I can have more magic power, Song Jia said in his heart. Superclass magic consumes a lot of magic energy, and he has only cultivated the light system. summoning system, and chaos system to the second level of the superclass. The undead system has been cultivated to the second level of the high level, and there is still a certain distance from reaching the superclass. Then cultivate the light system first, and cultivate it to the third level. Song Jie thought in his heart, so that he can release more superclass magic at that time. Just then, someone outside suddenly came quickly and found him. Great City Lord, President Tonley asked you to go to the Magic Association, the person said. Song Jie nodded, thinking that it must be because of the sea monster that he found him. After a while, Song Jie had come to the Magic Association, and Tonley, Dean Xiao, and others were all here. Song Jie, thank you for Lingling matter, Old Man Bao said. What is our relationship? And you are still so polite. Song Jie waved his hand. Okay, let's discuss your private matters in private. And let's discuss the next thing, President Tonley said. Old Man Bao nodded and immediately told Song Jie what they were discussing. We have already obtained information about the sea monsters. They are still eyeing the Magic City. Maybe they will make a big move during this period, President Tonley said. They couldn't give up the Magic City, so they had to defend it. Song Jie, you are the strongest among us. What do you think? Tonley asked. They all knew something about Song Jie, so they all knew how strong Song Jie was. I can be responsible for beheading, as long as you can tell me the location of any powerful monsters, Song Jie said. With your words, we are relieved. Tonley smiled. They all knew that humans were not as strong as sea monsters, and any emperor-level creature that appeared could put the Magic City in danger. But Song Jie was different. This guy had two powerful emperors and the Black Dragon Emperor. Such strength was stronger than the overall strength of the Magic City. So if he participated in it, the pressure on the Magic City would be reduced a lot. I have asked people to disperse all the residents near the sea, and then we can fight hard, President Tonley said. We will win this battle, Lin Juanxi said confidently. The reason why the sea monsters chose to invade the Magic City is because the mouth of the Magic City is the Yangtze River. As long as they invade the Magic City, they can continue to invade other cities through the Yangtze River. At that time, the sea monsters can occupy a huge land area and create their sea monster empire. 2 days later, the sea monsters arrived as expected. The sea level continued to rise. Seawater flooded into the city, and all areas were on alert. Song Jie stood in a high-rise building, watching the sea monsters flooding, ready to go. All military mages, hunters, and city guards were on standby. Support also came from all directions. This battle in the Magic City determined too many things. Therefore, the official took it very seriously. This was a historic battle. After winning, the sea monsters would not dare to set foot on Chinese land again. At this time, Song Jie's mobile phone rang. After answering, Tang Yu's voice came from the other side. The holy spring you want is being delivered. Tell me when it arrives. Song Jie nodded and continued to stare at the sea. Chapter 579. The effect of the Earth Holy Spring is too great. It is a must to awaken the Azure Dragon, and the bracelet in his hand may also be able to revive it because of the Earth Holy Spring. Song Jie looked at the bronze bracelet. From beginning to end, he didn't know the secret of the other party. He only knew that this was something his mother gave him. In addition to collecting essence to help practice, there was no way to know other functions. Song Jie looked at the seawater that was constantly pouring back and felt that the sea monster should be here at this time. There are no residents in the Demon City anymore. They have all evacuated. The only ones left are military mages and others. The war is about to start. As long as Song Jie kills more Emperor-level sea monsters in this battle, his men will grow rapidly. Maybe it may even make the Black Dragon Emperor a mid-level emperor. The mastermind behind this time is the Lung Umo demon god, a mid-level emperor, a dominant sea monster. Kill it. The Black Dragon Emperor will have a path to promotion. If he takes down the spirit of a mid-level emperor, who else in the human world can compete with him? Song Jie was excited just thinking about it, and then killed a few sea monsters and celebrated in advance. Passing sea monsters, the defense line is constantly invaded by sea monsters. Even with reinforcements, human power is still not enough in front of the powerful sea monster empire. Retreat! Retreat! Mo Fan and Mu Bai commanded others to retreat. There are not only countless sea monsters in front of him, but also 2 great monarch-level creatures. If this continues, more people will be sacrificed. Therefore, Mo Fan and his companions had to retreat and wait for others to come to support them before killing them. Just as they were retreating, they suddenly saw countless demons flying over the retreat route. Demons are coming over there. Fuck. What's going on? How could there be demons over the sky of the demon city? It's over. The sea monsters were already tricky enough. But I didn't expect these guys to take advantage of the opportunity. Everyone who saw this scene was desperate. Mo Fan also had a serious expression. He didn't expect this to happen. Mu Bai frowned and suddenly saw a figure in the flying eagle. He hurriedly said, "No. There seems to be someone up there." At this time, everyone looked up and their eyes fell on Yui Huang's position. "Really? What is that?" "I know what it is. This is Yui Phoenix. I saw it once when I went to Ningxua City before." Everyone was relieved when they heard Ningxua City. They had heard about Ningxua City's strength, so they thought it should be Ningxua City reinforcements. Mo Fan was surprised. "Is this the noise made by Brother Jie?" "It should be." Mu Bai beside him nodded. "Brother Jie is really awesome. He actually let the demons work for him." Mo Fan was full of admiration. "With them here, maybe we don't have to retreat," Mu Bai said. The next moment, the flying eagles kept swooping down from the sky. And when they were passing over the water, they suddenly caught a sea monster. Such a scene was happening all the time. And the situation immediately turned to the human side. Too fierce. Humans will win. Kill! When everyone saw the scene, they were like chicken blood. And they killed. The sea monsters didn't expect it to be like this. They were put into the eagle's stomach as soon as they emerged from the water. Some sea monsters were scared. They didn't dare to surface and could only hide in the seabed. However, most sea monsters didn't know the truth. So they entered the flying eagle's stomach. The person who brought the Qinling Eagle clan over was Yu Shishir, and the totem beast Yui Phoenix. At this time, Yui Phoenix had reached the level of a little emperor, and the demons in Qinling were not its opponents. Therefore, they had to obey Yui Phoenix's orders. After all, there was a Song Jia behind it. There are many monarch-level demons in Qinling, such as the Silver Sun Lord and so on. Therefore, their appearance relieved a lot of pressure for the demon city. However, the monarch class is just an ant in this war. And the real powerful creatures have not yet appeared. Lord Song is really amazing. He actually let the sea monster help us fight. President Tomley said. I didn't expect it either. Old Man Bao also shook his head. The current situation is stable. Next, let's see what the sea monster will do. Dean Xiao also said. President Tomley said, the sea monster has suffered such a big loss. There will definitely be other actions. The defense line must be more vigilant. They must not let the sea monster go to the rear of the Magic City. Otherwise they can announce that the Magic City has been captured. At this time, suddenly an officer flew over from not far away. Report? What's the matter? President Tomley and others looked at the embarrassed officer. Lin Juanxi and others encountered the Emperor class in the northeast area and now need reinforcements. The officer said. Emperor class. They didn't expect that the guy behind them would get impatient so soon. You go and notify Song Jia immediately and ask him to go over. President Tomley said. The secretary behind him nodded and flew towards Song Jia immediately. Northeast region. They were about to fight back. But suddenly an Emperor-level sea monster appeared. Even if they had the assistance of Monarch-level demons, they were completely beaten without any resistance in the face of the Emperor level. Damn it. Retreat. Retreat. Lin Juanxi shouted in a low voice. They were no match for them. So they could only give up this area and wait for support to come before fighting back. But the little Emperor Bone Dark Dragon didn't want to let Lin Juanxi and others go. It came here to teach humans a lesson and strengthen the morale of the Sea Monster Empire. Damn it! Lin Juanxi roared. And together with others, he released magic to resist. However, they were not good enough in front of the Emperor level. With just one move, all of them were sunk into the sea. Lin Juanxi and others surfaced, looking at the Bone Nether Dragon close at hand. Their faces ashen. It's over. None of them expected to encounter a little emperor. Just as the Bone Nether Dragon was coming, a figure suddenly appeared. And it was Song Jia. Lord Song. Lin Juanxi saw Song Jia coming, and the stone hanging in his heart finally fell. Little Emperor, I take your spirit. After Song Jia finished speaking, he didn't want to waste words, and the Black Dragon Emperor was summoned, and immediately shot towards the Bone Nether Dragon. The Bone Nether Dragon was only at the initial level of the Little Emperor, How could it be the opponent of the Black Dragon Emperor? In an instant, the Bone Nether Dragon flew backwards, causing an uproar. The Black Dragon Emperor was at the peak strength of the Little Emperor, and the Bone Nether Dragon saw this. And the only thought in his heart was to escape. Don't let it escape. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the Black Dragon Emperor jumped up, and the terrifying black flame instantly blocked the Bone Nether Dragon's way. Seeing that it couldn't escape from the sea surface, the Bone Nether Dragon wanted to escape from the bottom of the sea. But the Black Dragon Emperor had already swooped down. The Black Dragon Emperor's sharp claws fell on the Bone Nether Dragon, and the blood soaked the seawater, and the fishy smell immediately hit it. It grabbed the body of the Bone Nether Dragon, and in an instant, the black flames in its mouth turned into a pillar of fire. Ah! The Bone Nether Dragon kept wailing, and the sound resounded throughout the sea. Chapter 580. Not long after, the Bone Dark Dragon died at the hands of the Black Dragon Emperor, and its spirit and beast soul were taken away by Song Jia. Did it just die? This was the thought in everyone's mind. They almost died at the hands of the Bone Dark Dragon just now. But they didn't expect that Song Jia killed the other party not long after he arrived. This is the Emperor level. How strong is this Black Dragon? Lin Juanzi swallowed his saliva and thought to himself. No wonder the Lu family is so law-abiding. So that's it? Song Jia asked. Lin Juanzi, are you okay? Lin Juanzi shook his head. No. Fortunately you came in time. Song Jia nodded. Can I trouble you for a favor next? What favor? I need you to put the body of this little emperor in the most conspicuous place. Song Jia said. Lin Juanzi didn't know what Song Jia wanted to do, but he now knew that maybe only Song Jia could make the sea monster retreat. So he nodded immediately. Lin Juanzi said, there is a high mountain over Nanhu Lake, and its body can be placed there. Then I leave this to you, and I help you watch here. Song Jia replied. Okay. Lin Juanzi immediately arranged for others to drag the body of the Bone Nether Dragon to the mountain. Song Jia looked at the sea level. He did this to attract more Emperor-level sea monsters. After all, placing the body of an Emperor-level sea monster there is to establish power to the sea monsters. Song Jia knew that he would face more powerful sea monsters next. So he simply led them here. We will solve them together when the time comes. At this time, Song Jia received a call from Mo Fan. Brother Jia, I have obtained the Earth Holy Spring. Where are you? Do you know Nanhu Lake? We will meet at the mountain, Song Jia said. Okay. Because of the help of the demons, the pressure on the sea monsters was reduced a lot, so that Mo Fan and Mu Bai could spare time to come. After a long while, Mo Fan and Mu Bai came to the South Lake area and saw the corpse of the Bone Nether Dragon not far away. Fuck. This is an Emperor-level corpse. Who killed it? Mo Fan was stunned. Lin Juanzi. What's going on? Mu Bai asked. This was killed by City Lord Song. I almost died in its hands. Lin Juanzi said with lingering fear. Mo Fan exclaimed. Brother Jia killed it? Brother Jia is really a tough guy. By the way, where is Brother Jia now? He should be here soon. You have to wait a while. After Lin Juanzi arranged the corpse of the Bone Nether Dragon, he led his men away. After waiting for a while, Song Jia came from the northeast area. Brother Jia, this is the Earth Holy Spring. At this time, Mo Fan handed over 2 bottles of Earth Holy Spring. 1 bottle is yours. Song Jia only took one of the bottles of Earth Holy Spring. Mo Fan was very surprised. One of the bottles is mine. Song Jia nodded. I think you should know what's different about the jade pendant you wear around your neck. Mo Fan was stunned for a moment, but finally nodded. He was very curious about the little loach, so he took the trouble to study it and found its uniqueness. Maybe his little loach is also a totem vessel, but this is just his guess. Brother Jia, you can say whatever you want to say directly. Mo Fan also wanted to know what Song Jia was going to say next. You should have discovered that your jade pendant is a vessel. The one I wear on my hand is similar to yours. After my research, they are likely to be a totem vessel. Song Jia continued, according to my investigation, these vessels are likely to summon the totem beasts they represent. Can they also summon totem beasts? Mo Fan was also a little surprised after hearing this. Song Jia nodded. Although I don't know whether it's true or not. If we encounter a situation that we can't solve, we can try it. So, these holy springs are what awaken the totem beasts? Mo Fan asked. Song Jia responded. Yes. Only with the holy springs can the sleeping totem beasts be awakened. I know. Mo Fan nodded heavily, and his face became solemn. Brother Jia, are there any powerful guys in the ocean that you can't deal with? Song Jia nodded again. That guy is very powerful. Even if I play all my trump cards, I may not be its opponent. Besides, it has a lot of capable subordinates, and I can only stabilize the situation. Is it so serious? Mo Fan didn't expect that there would be such a strong existence among the sea monsters. Song Jia said, so whether it can succeed this time depends on the tools of the two of us. Mo Fan nodded heavily. The crisis in the Magic City has been alleviated, and the sea monsters don't seem to have launched another attack. The demons should have survived this time, President Tomley said. Don't be too happy too soon. The sea monsters should be gathering strength. Who knows when they will come back? Old Man Bao said. Yes. 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 President Tomley quickly agreed. Lord Song is really amazing. He killed the Emperor just by saying so. The Elder of the Hunter Alliance said. The news that Song Jia killed the Bone Nether Dragon has been passed to them, so they all know about it. I'm afraid the Chinese military capital can definitely deal with an emperor so quickly, President Tomley said. Dean Xiao nodded. We Chinese have successors. Just then, a military mage hurried over, with a nervous look on his face. What's wrong? Everyone saw his nervous look and asked quickly. We saw. He hesitated and couldn't say anything. Obviously scared. Calm down first, and then tell us properly, President Tomley said. The military mage nodded, and after calming down, he said, we saw several powerful sea monsters heading towards Nanhu. Do you know what level they are? Definitely not monarch level, the military mage said firmly. Not monarch level? Could it be emperor level? At this time, President Tomley and Dean Xiao and others looked at each other. How many are there? We can't see clearly. They are too fast, and they appear and disappear and can't be counted. At this moment, Dean Xiao and Old Man Bao and others were all silent. They broke through the defense line and headed straight for Nanhu. It's obvious that they have a purpose, the military mage said again. It seems that City Lord Song is over there in Nanhu. Right, the Elder of the Hunter Alliance said. Old Man Bao said, that guy put the body of the Bone Nether Dragon there for public display, and these sea monsters are obviously heading for him. What should we do next? President Tomley looked at them. Old Man Bao said again, he did this to lure these sea monsters over. Old Man Xiao and I will go over. You stay here. Okay. President Tomley nodded. Afterwards, Old Man Bao and Dean Xiao also headed towards Nanhu Lake. On the Nanhu Lake side, Song Jia had already felt a lot of powerful auras coming. Is it coming? Song Jia looked into the distance. His eyes fell on the waves that surged one after another. Chapter 581. At this time, the waves hit one after another, and Mo Fan and Mu Bai's faces suddenly became solemn. These sea monsters are fierce and aggressive. Definitely not ordinary sea monsters, Mo Fan said while looking into the distance. You don't need to tell me. You can see it now. Mu Bai immediately rolled his eyes at him. Brother Jia, we have limited abilities, and we still need you to deal with sea monsters of this level, Mo Fan said hurriedly. The aura of those sea monsters is too strong, and there are so many of them. They are no match at all. The only one they can count on is Song Jia. Leave the front to me. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he summoned Albai and the Bone Dragon. Although they are all little emperors, they are still not good enough in front of so many powerful sea monsters. Here they come. As soon as Mo Fan finished speaking, those powerful sea monsters came, as if declaring war on them. Where those sea monsters stood, they looked like they were from Young and Dangerous, Black Chapter Monster, Sea King Skeleton, Sea Head Bull Demon, Extreme Shell Monster Lord. These 4 huge sea monsters are all sub-emperor level. They just stood there, so terrifying that it was suffocating. However, there were several small emperors in front of them, also emitting a terrifying aura. Colorful Demon King, Devil Ruins White Spider Emperor, Lawn Evil Dragon, Shark Man King, Royal Veil Skeleton Queen. The 5 emperors stared down at Song Jia and the other 2, and murderous intent followed one after another. Mu Bai, do you think it's too late for the 2 of us to escape now? Mo Fan had never experienced such a scene before. Mu Bai also swallowed his saliva. It's probably too late. Mo Fan said, Brother Jia, show us your trump card quickly. We are going to be outclassed. They are already here. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the Vine Snake and Ba Xia appeared not far away. A huge breath came instantly, and both totems roared at the sea monster. Finally, I feel a little safe. Mo Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were many emperors on the other side. But the 4 little emperors of the Vine Snake and Ba Xia were just little emperors. So the sea monster was still not afraid. Playing a group fight. I have never been afraid of anyone. As Song Jia said, the Black Dragon Emperor suddenly appeared. The pressure of the Black Dragon Emperor was much stronger than that of the sea monster. So after he appeared, the sea monster showed fear. Song Jia said in a low voice, "Don't you want to invade the magic city? Then let you stay here forever. Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Vine Snake, Ba Xia, Bone Dragon, Albai, and the Black Dragon Emperor rushed out. The sea monsters were outnumbered, so they were not afraid and came over anyway. The Queen of Huansha and Dry Bones brought 2 little emperors to the Black Dragon Emperor. She wanted to kill the Black Dragon Emperor first. The black flames dyed the sky and the sea black. The sea monsters next to them were also affected by the black flames and grinned. The other little emperors and sub-emperors were entangled with Obai, Bone Dragon, Vine Snake and Ba Xia, and behind them, there were dozens of monarch-level sea monsters. It seems that a big battle is going to happen. Mo Fan was eager to try. Kill! After Song Jia said this, he used the demonization and transformed into the Demon of Light. Mo Fan and Mu Bai were stunned. Brother Jia, what are you? It was the first time that Mo Fan saw Song Jia transformed into a demon. Song Jia did not reply. But in a flash, he had already killed those monarchs. All of you die? He did not want to give these monarchs any chance. And when he raised his hand, 8 golden giant swords appeared in the sky. Kill! Song Jia shouted softly, and 8 golden giant swords fell instantly, coming to kill the sea monster monarchs. The sea monster monarchs felt unprecedented fear. But it was too late to escape now. Boom! The golden giant sword fell, and all the monarchs did not escape. The extremely strong energy fluctuations lifted the entire sea area, and huge waves as high as 100 feet followed. Mo Fan was stunned and swallowed his saliva at the same time. This is amazing. Mu Bai was silent, and was also shocked by this scene. Kill all the monarchs in one move. There are also sea monsters of the supreme monarch level among them. Song Jia took away all the monarch level sea monster spirits, and then killed those sub-emperors. Mo Fan twitched his lips. It seems that we don't need to do anything. They were still preparing to deal with those monarchs. After all, their strength could only do this. At this time, Ba Xia was resisting the attacks of 2 sub-emperors. After seeing Song Jia coming, he turned from defense to offense and killed the Black Chapter Monster and the Sea-Headed Bull Demon. Neither the Black Chapter Monster nor the Sea-Headed Bull Demon noticed the danger coming, and they were still laughing with Ba Xia. However, the next moment, Song Jia had already killed them behind them. After he turned into a demon, it only took a thought to kill the sub-emperor. Song Jia came above the Sea-Headed Bull Demon, and with just a glance, the Sea-Headed Bull Demon's horn suddenly broke. Roar! 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 The Sea-Headed Bull Demon roared, and the heart-wrenching pain spread all over his body. Song Jia landed on the Sea-Headed Bull Demon and punched it hard, and the strangling force of space suddenly spread all over its body. Instantly, the body of the Sea-Headed Bull Demon made a series of piercing sounds, and then the epidermis suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the sea surface was full of the blood and blood clots of the Sea-Headed Bull Demon. Song Jia had already come to the sky, and the Sea-Headed Bull Demon fell on the sea surface, dying after being blasted by him. The Black Chapter Demon on the side saw this and felt a little scared. But before it could react, Ba Xia came to kill it head-on. The Black Chapter Demon alone could not stop Ba Xia's attack at all, and kept retreating, and could only fight back. However, the appearance of Song Jia left it with no chance to resist, and it turned into a floating corpse. 2 sub-emperors are done. After taking away the results of the battle, Song Jia aimed at other sub-emperors and ran away. Mo Fan and Mu Bai saw the process of Song Jia killing the sub-emperors, and they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The Sea King Skeleton and the Extreme Shell Demon Lord were originally dealing with the Vine Snake, and then they saw the scene just now, and suddenly had the urge to escape. However, how could the Vine Snake give them a chance to escape? Space blockade? The 2 sub-emperors had nowhere to escape. Songjia also came over. And the two sub-emperors trembled and died immediately under the stranglehold of him and the vine snake. Two more little emperors fell. At this moment, all the emperors panicked because the situation had reversed. The vine snake and Ba Xiao were no longer restricted by others and joined other battlefields again. The two little emperors came, and the living emperor sea monsters were not enough to share. Next is you. Songjia said before that none of them could escape. Enhance. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Dragon Emperor's strength continued to rise, and he immediately reached the level of an Orthodox Emperor. In front of an Orthodox Emperor, these little emperors can kill him instantly. Those little emperors seemed to sense that the Black Dragon Emperor's aura was wrong. But it was too late. The Black Dragon Emperor set off and headed straight for the Shark Man King, who was closest to him. The Shark Man King knew that he was no match for him. So he turned around and sank into the seabed to escape. Chapter 582. However, just when the Shark King wanted to sink to the bottom of the sea, his body suddenly stopped, as if he was fixed by some force. The Shark King was stunned. The Black Dragon Emperor came to kill him, and the terrifying black flames broke through the air. He seemed to see his own end. Ming Ming Ming. The Shark King screamed. His whole body was covered with black flames, burning his body. Leave a breath. Songjia didn't want to destroy the Emperor's corpse, which could also be sold at a high price. However, at this time, the other little emperors were panicked, especially the Queen of Royal Vale and the colorful Demon King, who were fighting against the Black Dragon Emperor together. Kill the other two too. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the Black Dragon Emperor had already taken action. The Queen of Royal Vale and the colorful Demon King kept retreating, and the Black Dragon Emperor's momentum became stronger. However, facing the offensive of the Black Dragon Emperor, the colorful Demon King was seriously injured. The realm of the Royal Vale Bone Queen is higher than that of the colorful Demon King. Even though she is not seriously injured, she is not feeling well at this moment. The black flame is too restraining for her. The colorful Demon King was injured, and the combat power of the two demons was greatly reduced. The Black Dragon Emperor was originally at the peak of the Little Emperor, plus the full power of the Ancient King and other summoned beasts. Then, he released a contract enhancement to the Black Dragon Emperor, which raised him to a higher realm. The Black Dragon Emperor has now entered the Domination realm, which is higher than the realm of the Royal Vale Bone Queen. Therefore, the Black Dragon Emperor already has the capital to fight the Royal Vale Bone Queen. The next moment, the Royal Vale Bone Queen groaned, as if calling for help. If it was just the Black Dragon Emperor, she could still deal with it. But the appearance of Songjia also posed a great threat to her. It's no use calling for help, Songjia shouted in a low voice. And he and the Black Dragon Emperor surrounded and killed them. But at this time, countless sky holes suddenly appeared in the sky, and sea water poured out from the sky holes. It was also at this time that the sky holes seemed to be controlled by something, gathering countless water column tornadoes, swallowing this world. And Songjia and the Black Dragon Emperor were also blocked by the scene in front of them, and it became a little difficult to kill the Royal Vale Bone Queen and the colorful Demon King. Is this guy coming? Songjia knew who was behind this. If the Emperor didn't come, none of them would leave alive. You block the attack. I go kill the colorful Demon King, Songjia instructed. The Black Dragon Emperor nodded, and it flew into the air, suddenly making a terrifying low hum. The powerful sound waves devoured the tornado like a dead tree, and the entire space seemed to be shattered. Songjia seized the opportunity, and his eyes fell on the Queen of Huansha and the colorful Demon King. This time, they won't all die. Songjia has become a demon, and his control of space-related abilities has reached an unprecedented level. He flashed and came behind the colorful Demon King. Invaders of China. Kill! Songjia voice rang out. The Queen of Royal Vale and the colorful Demon King were startled, and the colorful Demon King fell into a pool of blood first. The next second, Songjia rushed towards the Queen of Royal Vale, and the latter's body kept trembling, revealing a fearful look. He punched out with a punch that contained the power of space. Even if the Queen of Royal Vale was huge, she was blown away. In the ocean, it was also the undead empire belonging to the sea monsters, and the Queen of Royal Vale was a leader-level existence. However, when she set foot in the Magic City, she was no longer the one who had the final say. 8 swords. Kill! Songjia shouted in a low voice. turning into a demon of light. Who said that demons cannot represent light? His light system will also be blessed by demonization. So it is comparable to the second-level magic of forbidden spells. And the breath it exudes is more terrifying than before. The Queen of Royal Vale watched the 8 swords swooping down. And it was obviously afraid. And immediately released unprecedented power to block it. Above its head, a huge phantom suddenly appeared, which seemed like a soul, and was very vivid. 8 swords came down at the same time. And the dazzling light rushed towards them instantly. The terrifying breath made the surrounding sea surface tremble. Ting ting ting. The Royal Vale Skeleton Queen roared. She didn't want to die here. But Songjia Light's system is his most powerful magic system. And it also has 15 times the power blessing. 8 swords are coming. The shadow of the Royal Vale Skeleton Queen was shattered in an instant. And she tried to resist with her body. But the next second, her body was suddenly cut off by the golden giant sword. And a wailing sound suddenly came out. No! The Royal Vale Skeleton Queen roared. Her body was constantly cut off. And she felt the piercing pain. There was not a trace of pity in Songjia's eyes. If these monsters could not be dealt with, they might kill tens of millions of people in the demon city. Pity? These sea monsters are not worthy of pity at all. The Black Dragon Emperor shook off Lin Yuemo's restraint, found the right opportunity, and immediately gave the Royal Vale Bone Queen a fatal blow. The Royal Vale Bone Queen is at the domination realm anyway. It is impossible for her to die so easily. I take you one more trip. Songjia summoned Little Flame Princess, and then merged it into his body. At this time, he merged all his strength into Little Flame Princess. Those who offend China, behead. Songjia raised his arms. His palms straightened, and a flaming sword suddenly appeared in the sky. Sword of Divine Fire, he shouted, and the Sword of Divine Fire suddenly slashed at the Queen of Royal Vale and bones from midair. Little Flame Princess's flames can completely burn everything, and are stronger than the black flames of the Black Dragon Emperor. No! The Queen of Royal Vale and Bones roared again. But it was useless. They chose the wrong place to bully. At this time, a shocking anger suddenly came from the sea not far away. Songjia stood with his hands behind his back, looking firmly into the distance. With a majestic momentum, the Queen of Royal Vale and Bones and the colorful Demon King were killed. And the remaining 2 little emperors were no match for the emperors, such as the Tongue Snake and Ba Xia. It's only a matter of time before he kills him. Tsunamis came towards Songjia wave after wave. He knew that Guy must be angry. But? So what? Today, I will make you pay the price you deserve, Songjia said, turning around and killing the other 2 little emperors. Although Lin Yuemo wanted to save them, they were too far away, and he was really powerless. He could only be angry. It knew too little about this human. Otherwise it wouldn't have caused such a loss. Those sea monsters were its most capable subordinates, and also its top combat force for invading the land. Now, all of them are going to fall. Lin Yuemo was angry. It was determined to crush this human to ashes no matter what. In the end, the 2 emperors did not escape the siege, and eventually fell into Songjia's hands. At this moment, Songjia has killed 4 sub-emperors and 5 little emperors. If we refine the Bone Dragon and Vine Snake, we can definitely cultivate 2 more little emperors in the late stage. Brother Jia, your fighting power is really unmatched. Mo Fan had to admire. These monsters are absolutely a devastating blow to the Magic City. But for Songjia, it is as easy as cutting vegetables. Not far away, Dean Xiao and Old Man Bao had already arrived. But they didn't expect Songjia to solve the crisis by himself. Old Man Xiao, did you notice it just now? The strength of that black dragon suddenly rose to a big level, Old Man Bao said. Dean Xiao nodded. I also noticed it. It seems to have reached a very terrifying level. Even if the 2 of us join forces, we may not be able to survive. Old Man Bao responded. Songjia has brought us too many surprises. There is hope for the future of China. Then you have to take care of it more. There may be actions in the holy city. He is the future of our China. We can't let those people succeed, Dean Xiao said. Old Man Bao said, as long as I am still here, I will never let those people from the holy city succeed. What's more, with Songjia's current strength, I'm afraid even the archangel from the holy city may not be his opponent. That's right. Dean Xiao laughed. Chapter 583. Old Bao looked up at the sky hole above, his face solemn, and said, it's not time to be happy yet. Although the Queen of Huansha and Dry Bones has been killed, the real murderer behind it has not appeared yet. Ding Xiao also nodded. Song Jie can kill the Queen of Huansha and Dry Bones. So that guy should be able to do it too. It should be possible. Although I don't know what means Song Jie used to make this black dragon grow to this point. As long as Ling Yuemo dares to come out, let it never come back, Old Bao said. At this time, Song Jie took all his men back to the space and took the Black Dragon Emperor straight to the deep sea. Then, he sent a message to Mo Fan, telling him how to summon the Azure Dragon. To summon the Azure Dragon, he still needs the help of Ding Xiao. Ding Xiao is a water-based forbidden spell. And to summon the Azure Dragon, the Earth Holy Spring needs to be dissolved in rainwater and poured into the Great Wall. Only in this way can the sleeping Azure Dragon be awakened. But it's not the time to wake up Qinglong yet. He has to wait until he finds Leng Yuemo's eyes. While Song Jie was looking for Leng Yuemo, he was also communicating with his bracelet. He wanted to know what totem his bracelet was. But his bracelet didn't respond. So he couldn't get the answer he wanted. The reason they were able to kill the Queen of Royal Vale and Bones just now was largely because the other party underestimated the enemy. The Queen of Royal Vale and Bones didn't expect that a human could have such a strong strength, enough to injure her severely. Coupled with the attack of the Black Dragon Emperor, who was promoted to the domination realm, the Queen of Royal Vale and Bones was completely caught off guard. By the time she reacted, it was too late. When the Ling Yuemo demon god saw that the Queen of Royal Vale and Bones was killed, he dared not set foot in the Magic City again. So he turned around and ran away. Song Jie didn't want it to run away, so he chased after it with the Black Dragon Emperor. Can you lock its breath? Song Jie asked the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor roared, as if responding to him. Then chase it, and don't let it run into the deep sea. Song Jie said. If the cold moon-eyed demon god enters the deep sea, it will be difficult for them to kill it. After all, fighting in the sea is not their forte, and their combat power will definitely be weakened at that time. The cold moon-eyed demon god was originally going to kill, but when it saw that the Queen of Huansha and the Withered Bones was killed, it immediately turned around and left. Damn human! The cold moon-eyed demon god roared, and didn't expect that its overall plan would be broken. So many of its subordinates, all killed by a human. The cold moon-eyed demon god roared, but it didn't dare to stop, for fear that Song Jie would catch up. It is still in the area of Modu, not in the sea, so the depth of the sea here can't support it to avoid pursuit. Therefore, it needs to go to a deeper sea to avoid the pursuit of Song Jie and the Black Dragon Emperor. It is not afraid, but it is better to keep the Green Mountains than to be afraid of running out of firewood. However, Leng Yuemo still underestimated Song Jie's speed. Song Jie and the Black Dragon Emperor chased him, flying and traveling through space. The speed was much faster than Leng Yuemo, so much so that Leng Yuemo had already sent Song Jie breath, and they were coming to kill him. Damn it! Song Jie knew that after killing the Queen of Royal Vale and Skeleton, Leng Yuemo would definitely be difficult to kill. So, he immediately sent a message to Mo Fan, reminding him that he could let Ding Xiao take action. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Leng Yuemo roared. And in a moment, the magic suddenly roared. Song Jie and the Black Dragon Emperor stopped immediately. They looked at the countless huge waves and tornadoes, and were also shocked. It's really a demon god. Song Jie felt that Leng Yuemo was much more difficult to deal with than the Queen of Royal Vale and Skeleton. Break through it. The Black Dragon Emperor roared, and his huge body turned into a charging tornado, slamming into the tsunami barrier hundreds of meters high. Crash! The tsunami barrier was like broken glass, suddenly falling and rushing towards the surroundings. Leng Yuemo was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect that this didn't trap Song Jie and the Black Dragon Emperor. In the sea, it is also a god. It roared again. The eye of the sea allowed it to move freely in the sea. No one could be its opponent. Go! Giant waves, tsunamis, sky-high water tornadoes, countless obstacles, like natural disasters, came to strangle Song Jie. Today, even if God comes, you can't get away. Song Jie glanced at the Black Dragon Emperor, only to see him roar. He immediately used his spatial power to instantly break all the natural disasters that appeared in front of him. Impossible. Leng Yuemo Demon God didn't expect that this didn't leave them behind. It can't stop. It has to get to the sea quickly. That's its main battlefield. Lung Yuemo was really panicking, because Song Jie and the Black Dragon Emperor were too strong. So strong that it had to retreat again and again. Humans. When did such a strong person appear? Then, Lung Yuemo immediately thought of the subordinates of the two little emperors before him. And it was very likely that this human had killed them. It roared. But it was useless. It could only be taken into the deep sea and then killed. Lung Yuemo has the eye of the sea. It can control the sea at any time and create trouble for Song Jie and the Black Dragon Emperor. So it can buy time. It's almost there. Lung Yuemo looked at the sea area close at hand. As long as it takes a while, it can enter the deep sea. At that time, no one can do anything to it. However, just as Lung Yuemo was happy, a dragon suddenly appeared in front of it. The dragon exuded a trembling breath, and it was obvious that it had reached its level. How could it be? Lung Yuemo's demon god stared at Qinglong in disbelief. It didn't expect that China still had a trump card. Mo Fan was staring at Lung Yuemo on Qinglong now. This guy had the eyes of the seabed. If he was killed, it would be enough for him to brag for a lifetime. Can you still get away? Song Jie and the Black Dragon Emperor have already arrived. And now it is a situation of being attacked from both sides. In the original book, Lung Yuemo's demon god escaped. At this moment, it must not escape. 8 swords. Suppress and kill. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he didn't want to waste time talking to Lung Yuemo, the demon god, and started killing directly. Lung Yuemo was extremely solemn. It knew the power of Song Jie magic, and then used the Eye of the Sea to resist. However, this is just the power of Song Jie superclass magic, so he can continue to release it as long as he wants. 8 swords. Suppress and kill. Song Jie was not in a hurry to fight Lung Yuemo. He just wanted the other party to completely lose his mind and fight them. Another second level forbidden spell magic skill with a 15-fold increase. Lung Yuemo was really caught off guard by Song Jie this time. How is it possible? How could this human's forbidden spell magic be completed so quickly? Human forbidden spells generally require others to work together to release forbidden spells. However, this human is desperately releasing it as if he doesn't want money, magic power, or time. This is impossible. It doesn't conform to common sense. Chapter 584. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. 8 swords to kill. Lung Yuemo was numb. It had never encountered such a speechless thing in its life. However, just when Lung Yuemo was weak, Song Jie immediately ordered the Black Dragon Emperor to kill. The Black Dragon Emperor's realm at the moment was on par with Lung Yuemo. At the Azure Dragon, killing was no problem at all. Lung Yuemo also knew its current situation, but it had no solution at all. I can't die. In addition to the Eye of the Sea, Lung Yuemo also had the Eye of Tide. The Eye of the Sea can make countless sky holes appear above the magic city, and the sea water is poured back from the sky holes, and the Eye of Tide is used to raise the sea level, so that the sea water completely submerges the magic city. Lung Yuemo knew that if he didn't release the big move, he might really not be able to escape. The Azure Dragon came to kill, and the dragon swung its tail, instantly slapping it away. The Black Dragon Emperor came forward with his claws, leaving 2 shocking wounds on it. Lung Yuemo relied on the Eye of Tide and the Eye of the Sea. Now, these 2 methods can't deal with the Black Dragon Emperor and the Azure Dragon at all. Eye of Tide. Lung Yuemo roared. It only had one way at the moment. That is to let the sea level rise again. Only in this way can it have a chance. Raise it for me. Lung Yuemo controlled the Eye of Tide. Even if it was the limit, it would break through. Stop it. Although Song Jie didn't know what Lung Yuemo was doing. This guy must have a plan. Mo Fan nodded. Let the Azure Dragon rush towards Lung Yuemo, and use the dragon tail again. The Black Dragon Emperor did the same. With a dragon breath, it suddenly rushed towards Lung Yuemo. But Lung Yuemo was prepared, and a huge tornado rose from the sea, immediately engulfing them. But the Azure Dragon's attack did not stop, and the strong tail force caused another wound on Lung Yuemo's body. But Lung Yuemo didn't stop. This was its only chance, and it didn't want to give up like this. At this time, Song Jie and Mo Fan also found something wrong. In the sea not far away, a continuous stream of sea water was coming. At this time, Lung Yuemo's tidal eye suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness. The huge waves came, and the surging sea water came towards them. and immediately crashed into the Black Dragon Emperor and the Azure Dragon. Lung Yuemo didn't stop, and instantly dived under the water at an astonishing speed. Want to run? As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared, and he rushed straight to Lung Yuemo's position. Space blockade? The Black Dragon Emperor and the Azure Dragon came one after another, and they didn't want to let Lung Yuemo go just like that. The space in front was blocked, and Lung Yuemo immediately changed direction and fled to another area. Song Jie chased it relentlessly, and it was impossible for it to escape like this. He kept crossing the sea. At this time, he had already chased it to the sea area and left the magic city. Lung Yuemo was like a fish in water in the deep sea. Now it was no longer afraid. It couldn't be defeated. Was it still unable to escape? This was its empire. Lung Yuemo stopped, his eyes full of murderous intent, and countless tornadoes came towards Song Jie one after another. In the water, Song Jie was indeed not very active, but facing Lung Yuemo's sudden attack, he remained calm and tore the tornado apart with just a raise of his hand. The sea surface rolled up waves, surging endlessly, huge waves hitting, and the turbulent sea water gushed into the sky. Lung Yuemo's eyes flashed, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared under Song Jie. The terrifying suction force caused earth-shaking changes in the sea and the sky. Die! Lung Yuemo roared. This human killed so many of its subordinates. It hated him to the core. Now he dared to chase him. He was looking for death. Song Jie wanted to block the space, but Lung Yuemo seemed to have guessed it and didn't give him a chance at all. Sink! As long as this human sank, it would be easy for Lung Yuemo to kill him. Just see! Song Jie couldn't stand the whirlpool, and was sucked in an instant. Seeing this, Lung Yuemo showed an endless smile on his face. Human! I will tear you into pieces. However, just when Lung Yuemo was feeling proud, a voice suddenly sounded behind it. You should be very happy. Right? This is the voice of that human. How is it possible? Space. Strangulation. Song Jie released magic, and the space in the sea was instantly distorted, and a series of cracking sounds came immediately. Lung Yuemo was shocked. Wasn't this human swallowed just now? How could he appear behind it? But now is not the time to think about these things. The space power of this human is too terrifying. If it is not handled properly, it may die on the spot. Lung Yuemo did not want to die. It kept escaping, and did not want to be affected by the space power. However, the speed of space strangulation was much faster than it, so it still could not escape. Roar! 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 Lung Yuemo kept escaping, and at the same time, he let out a deafening roar. It had wounds on its body, and now it was bleeding. And the wound just now was also broken even bigger at this time. At this time, the Black Dragon Emperor and the Azure Dragon had already arrived in the sky, and Song Jie surfaced to meet them. Brother Jie, where did that guy go? Mo Fan asked. Over there, Song Jie said, and asked the Black Dragon Emperor to go in the direction of Lung Yuemo. Lung Yuemo fled and suddenly rushed out of the water, thus avoiding the pursuit of the space stranglehold. At this moment, it was extremely embarrassed. It was the master. It was actually played by a human. However, when Lung Yuemo saw that the Black Dragon Emperor and the Azure Dragon were coming, the viciousness in his eyes turned into panic. I want to escape. What can you do to me? Lung Yuemo said nothing and immediately dived into the seabed. This is already a deep sea. As long as it sinks to the bottom of the sea, it is not afraid if the other party dares to chase it. Brother Jie, it wants to escape. Mo Fan pointed at Lung Yuemo and said, It can't escape. Song Jie finished speaking and raised his arm. Above him, an invisible giant sword suddenly appeared. Black Dragon Emperor. Azure Dragon. Get ready. At this moment, Black Dragon Emperor and Azure Dragon raised their heads and began to breathe. Kill it! Song Jie threw out the invisible giant sword, which instantly broke through the air and headed straight for Lung Yuemo. Black Dragon Emperor and Azure Dragon also emitted dragon breath, black flames, and roared at this time, following the invisible giant sword to kill. When the invisible giant sword entered the sea, the surrounding sea water seemed to be suddenly peeled off by some force and surged to both sides. In an instant, a gully dividing the sea water appeared on the seabed. When Lung Yuemo turned around and saw the scene behind, she felt bad. It can be like this. The invisible giant sword caught up with the Lingyuemo demon god at an astonishing speed and pierced through its body in an instant. Before Lingyuemo could even scream, the black flames and dragon's rage followed. No! Lingyuemo wailed. But the area where it was located was no longer filled with seawater, and was directly stripped away. It wanted to save itself. But the black flames and dragon's rage did not give it a chance. Chapter 585. Lingyuemo was like being roasted on fire, without even a chance to fight back. Song Jie concentrated all his strength on little Yanji, preparing to give Lingyuemo the final blow. Blazing, dazzling, Mo Fan raised his head and looked at the growing ball of fire, and suddenly swallowed his saliva. In an instant, the entire sea surface was boiling. The mist evaporated, and the surrounding area suddenly became like a fairyland. However, in Lingyuemo's heart, she was in despair at the moment. The fireball condensed, wrapped in hot and fiery magma. Any drop of it would instantly evaporate the seawater below. The raised arm of Queen Yanji slowly fell, and the fireball above her head, as bright as the sun, fell down. Lingyuemo was trembling with fear. It looked at the sun above its head and wanted to resist, but it was as if it was fixed, and a sense of powerlessness came instantly. It knew it was going to die. It shouldn't have chosen China as the main battlefield, but it was too late. The bright sun fell, and suddenly burst out with dazzling destructive power. The surrounding seawater kept retreating, raising huge waves of hundreds of meters. Song Jie, Mo Fan and others also kept retreating. The destructive power of this attack was too strong. Even in the Magic City, Ding Xiao, Old Man Bao, and others saw the scene. Is it so terrifying? Now is not the time to think about this. Hurry up and prepare for defense. This big wave is coming, Ding Xiao said. Yes. They hurriedly called the water magicians over. Fortunately, this was not the main battlefield. Otherwise they could not stop it at all. Devil City. Safe zone. The seawater was right in front of them. But it stopped there. The people of the Magic City looked at the city submerged by the seawater, feeling indescribable sadness. This was their home. But because of the sea monster, they were now homeless. Mom, can we go back? A child asked with a toy. Of course we can. The woman held the child in her arms. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, Look! The seawater is receding. As soon as this was said, everyone looked across and saw that the seawater was constantly receding. Receding? Receding? The tide has receded. So have we won? That's right. We won. We won. Everyone looked at the receding seawater with an unconcealable joy on their faces. Mom, we can go home. The child happily raised the toy in his hand. The woman shed tears and nodded. Forbidden Spell Society. Several old men stayed together, including Old Man Bao and Ding Xiao. I thought we old men would be useful, but I didn't expect that the world is already dominated by young people. An old man from the Forbidden Spell Society said. How to tell the public about this? Someone suddenly asked. Old Man Bao said, I think it's better not to make it public. After all, Song Jie is still being watched by the people of the Holy City. Then what to say? The old men all looked at Old Man Bao. Just say they are dead. But don't tell who killed them. As for the others, let them guess for themselves. Old Man Bao said. Everyone nodded. But Song Jie's reward cannot be less. He saved the entire demon city. Old Man Bao argued. The old men of the Forbidden Spell Society nodded in agreement. Of course they knew this truth. I think we can help with the forbidden spell. After all, Song Jie is still a layman now. Ding Xiao also said. Is he about to cast a forbidden spell? If so, you can prepare the earth core for him. Someone said. The earth core is the main core of the city, and it can also allow superclass mages to break through forbidden spells. He probably doesn't have it, but it won't be long before he can really reach that level, Ding Xiao said. The others nodded. Song Jie's contribution might only be rewarded with the earth core. You can prepare first. Anyway, I can't see through this kid. I'm afraid it won't take long before he can advance, Ding Xiao said. The tide receded, and the Magic City returned to its previous appearance. After cleaning, some shops officially opened and continued to do business. The same is true for Ningxue City. Everyone returned to the city and restored the previous order. After Song Jie killed Lingyuemo, he also returned to Ningxue City. Are you okay? Mu Ningxue came quickly and greeted with concern. Song Jie shook his head. Everything went as planned. No accidents happened. That's good. Mu Ningxue hugged Song Jie. She didn't expect him to do such a dangerous thing. Song Jie smiled and said, to celebrate our survival, why don't we go? Mu Ningxue knew what Song Jie was thinking. But before she could react, she was taken back to the bedroom. Xue, your waist has become a little fat recently. What's wrong? I tell you later. Then I continued to run rampant. After Song Jie killed Leng Yuemo, Mo Fan knew that without Song Jie, he would not have been able to participate. So in dividing the spoils, Mo Fan only asked for Leng Yuemo's corpse, and the rest belonged to Song Jie. Song Jie was not hypocritical, and the corpse was not worth much money. After all, he had killed many demon corpses in this battle. Therefore, he took the remaining Eye of the Sea and Leng Yuemo's spirit, etc. After this battle, Song Jie gained a lot, enough to raise his overall strength to a higher level. 2 dominant spirits and beast souls, and a little emperor, sub-emperor, monarch level, making a fortune. I really want to come a few more times to make myself rich. After discovering with Mu Ningxue, the latter lay down, gasping for breath as if she was about to collapse. What did you want to say just now? Song Jie asked at this time. Mu Ningxue's cheeks were slightly red. We have a child. So, Song Jie showed a happy expression. He didn't expect such an answer at all. I'm going to be a father? Yes. Mu Ningxue nodded shyly. Song Jie was very happy, and kissed Mu Ningxue a few more times. The news that Huaxiao Magic City repelled the sea monster and killed Leng Yuemo and other sea monsters spread all over the world. It immediately caused an uproar. They all knew that Huaxiao was the main battlefield. But even if it was the main battlefield of the sea monster, the other side won. How is this possible? However, the situation in the Magic City now explains everything. Obviously, Huaxiao did win. However, those countries invaded by the sea monsters were panicked. Huaxiao couldn't invade, so the pressure would certainly come to other countries. As a result, the pressure on many countries increased instantly. And for a time, coastal cities were instantly paralyzed. Before, Councillor Xiao Zheng had already proposed to jointly resist the sea monster. And now China has won. At the beginning, they knew that China was the main battlefield. So the disaster would definitely not come to them. Who would have thought that China would actually hold on? And the pressure suddenly came to them. They regretted not agreeing to Xiao Zheng's proposal. But it was too late. Chapter 586. A few days have passed. The Magic City has recovered as before. And many people have come to the Magic City to witness the situation of the Magic City after the war. Therefore, the tourism industry in the Magic City has been rising rapidly recently. And the economy is also rising day by day. Song Jie is still in Ningxue City, and is asking Yu Shishir about the situation of the demons. They have gone back, and there were no accidents on the way. Yu Shishir explained. Before, Song Jie did not let Yu Shishir come to help, because he needed her to stabilize the demons. Song Jie nodded. Thank you for your hard work during this period. It's not hard. This is also my home. Yu Shishir said seriously. She has lived here for so long, and has already developed feelings for it. So she doesn't want the sea monster to destroy this place. Song Jie responded, and then heard footsteps coming from outside. Great city lord. There is a person who calls himself Shajiao looking for you. Where is she? She is in the living room. Do you need me to bring her over? I go there. Song Jie stood up, said goodbye to Yu Shishir, and followed the guards to the living room. Shajiao was sitting in the living room. She drank a sip of tea and felt it was pretty good. Seeing Song Jie coming, she stood up. Long time no see. Song Jie nodded. Long time no see. The two sat down, and Shajiao asked with interest, I heard about the matter in the Magic City. Did you do it? To be honest, the only person who can kill the Emperor-level creatures invaded by the sea monster is probably Song Jie. This guy's strength always makes people feel elusive and unpredictable. If I say it's not, you will definitely not believe it. Song Jie smiled. Shajiao continued to drink a sip of tea. You should know why I came to you. Do you want to see Feng Zhouwang? Song Jie looked at Shajiao and asked. Shajiao nodded. Song Jie said, I asked for you, because I don't know if he is in China now. Thank you. Song Jie had dealt with Su Lu before, and Feng Zhouwang should be fine. However, it was not. Su Lu was just a representative. And there must be people like him. Fortunately, Song Jia had asked Bao Lao to tell the top management to send someone to protect Feng Zhoulang. So Feng Zhoulang did not encounter any accidents. Therefore, Feng Zhoulang wanted to meet Song Jia and express his gratitude to him. Therefore, Song Jia had Feng Zhoulang's contact information. He called, and Feng Zhoulang answered the phone quickly. He was very welcome to hear that Song Jia was going to see him. He also talked about Sha Jia. And the other party was also very welcome. After all, he was a scorcher who was fascinated by magic like him. Song Jia hung up the phone, nodded and said, "It's done. Feng Zhoulang is in the demon city." Sha Jia smiled, "Thank you. You're welcome. After all, I promised you before." Song Jia said, "Will you go with me then?" Sha Jia asked. Song Jia replied, "I will send you there first. And then go somewhere else." "Go somewhere else?" Song Jia explained, "I have other things to do, so I can't stay too long." Sha Jia nodded. "I wanted to come here to remind you that Michael and the others may have some actions recently, and then ask you to be careful. But it seems that I am redundant. With Song Jia's current strength, as long as not all the ambassadors of heaven take action, he will basically be fine. It seems that you care about me," Song Jia said. Sha Jia paused. "I am thanking you for letting my brother go before. There is no need to be so formal about our relationship," Song Jia said. "That's right. After all, we are already friends." Sha Jia nodded. After the matter of the demon city was over, Song Jia did not continue to stay in the demon city, but took Sha Jia to the demon. In addition, he also has to go to Lanyang City to obtain the maple fire feather to help Xiao Yinji go further. At the same time, Song Jia also asked Lingling to find the news of the Emperor of Taohai Demon Claw, so that he could get the same name of the divine fire from this guy. If Xiao Yinji can get the same name of the divine fire and the maple fire feather, her strength will definitely be greatly improved. By then, I am afraid it will be stronger than the black flame of the Black Dragon Emperor. Taking the flight to Yudu, Song Jia and Sha Jia finally arrived in Yaodu in the afternoon. Sha Jia wanted to see Feng Zhoulang very much, so they came to the Magic Association without stopping. Met Feng Zhoulang. "Professor Feng," Sha Jia greeted warmly. She had many questions to ask Feng Zhoulang. "You are classmate Sha Jia, right? Welcome to Yaodu." Feng Zhoulang smiled. "Please sit down." Feng Zhoulang had someone make tea for them and invited them to sit down. Afterwards, Sha Jia asked some questions about fusion magic, and she listened very seriously. Song Jia had not understood it before, so he listened carefully and found it very interesting. At this time, Feng Zhoulang looked at Song Jia. "Actually, I think your mutation magic is a bit similar to the fusion method." "My magic?" "Yes. For example, your magic of traveling through the Guangyo painting wall." Feng Zhoulang had known Song Jia before, so he had such an idea. Song Jia thought carefully and felt that it was indeed a bit like that. The painting wall travel included the ability of space. "Although I don't know what your talent is, your magic has the shadow of fusion magic." Feng Zhoulang smiled. Song Jia nodded. He also thought so. "Song Jia, I heard that the crisis in your magic city has been solved. Do you want to solve the crisis in our monster city?" Feng Zhoulang said seriously. Song Jia asked, "Has the monster city also been invaded by the sea monster?" Feng Zhoulang nodded. "Our monster city is not optimistic either. China has been invaded all the way, but it is not as serious as the magic city." "Okay. I will go to the coastline when the time comes." Song Jia nodded. "And he must earn the spirit." "Thank you," Feng Zhoulang said sincerely. "Professor Feng is polite. This is also the responsibility of us mages," Song Jia said. Hearing this, Sha Jia looked at Song Jia with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Does such a person really need to be judged? Feng Zhoulang invited, "Stay for a few days? I will tell you about the fusion method." Song Jia thought about it. Anyway, there was no news from Lingling, so it would be fine to stay for a few days. Besides, the coastline is very calm now, and the sea monsters have not invaded, so we need to wait if we want to solve it. Feng Zhoulang continued. Song Jia nodded. Afterwards, Feng Zhoulang explained the fusion method to them, and Song Jia opened a new door. In the past 2 days, Song Jia upgraded the Little Emperor's spirit and Beast Soul. He got to Bone Dragon and Albai. The Monarch level will improve the strength of Queen Jiuyo and Commander Wugui, and they are not far from being Little Emperors. And Songjia's task is to first train Bone Dragon and Albai to the peak strength of Little Emperors. After completion, the Black Dragon Emperor will be promoted to the Middle Emperor. After all, he has 2 souls of Middle Emperors in his hands. And promotion is just a small problem. He didn't give it to the Black Dragon Emperor because he was afraid that it couldn't bear it, and it would be a loss. Chapter 587. In the Magic Association, Feng Zhuolong has been telling Song Jie and Heidi the key points of the fusion method. Feng Zhuolong reminded, "You need to be careful when you fuse magic. Otherwise it will explode." Song Jie nodded. According to Feng Zhuolong's instructions, he has a lot of experience in the fusion method. And Feng Zhuolong has also heard about Song Jie's deeds. The other party not only saved him, but also saved the entire Magic City. It is really good to have such a successor. And Sha Jia is the student union president of the Holy Academy of Ohos, representing the best students of the Holy Academy of Ohos. He is also relieved to teach such a person. After all, his fusion method is to go out of the world. It's just that in terms of learning, Song Jia learns the fusion method much faster than Sha Jia. Song Jia said, after mastering the fusion method, "I think I can open a few more portals." Before, his painting wall shuttle could only have 2 doors, and they teleported to each other. After Feng Zhuolong left, Sha Jia digested it carefully, but it was still a little worse than Song Jia. "How do you understand this?" Shaka asked. "It's like this," Song Jia explained to Shaka, trying to make her understand. After the explanation, Shaka suddenly realized, "I thought I had a strong understanding of magic, but I didn't expect you to be even better. Otherwise, why was I a minor, and you a student at that time?" Song Jia joked. Shaka agreed blankly, "You are right. I'm kidding you." Song Jia explained, "Your theoretical knowledge is indeed very good, but I have practical knowledge. So compared to practice, you are certainly not as good as me." Shaka nodded. She did learn theoretical knowledge most of the time, and she was indeed lacking in practice. "Can you teach me?" Shaka raised her head and looked at Song Jia seriously. Song Jia was stunned. It seemed that Shaka was serious. "Then let's go to an open place first." Shaka nodded, and then Song Jia took her to an open grassland. "There is no one here. We can practice here," Song Jia said. Shaka nodded. "Then what should I do next? Don't you have light and earth magic? Try to merge the 2 magics together," Song Jia said. Shaka nodded, and then manipulated the 2 elements to merge. But when merging, the 2 elements were like fighting, and they couldn't merge at all. "I still haven't mastered it." Shaka shook her head disappointedly. "It's okay. Let's take it slowly. There will always be a time to succeed," Song Jia encouraged. And Shaka nodded. She has a kind of obsession with magic, so she won't give up easily. After several attempts, Shaka made some progress, but she was far behind Song Jia. And Song Jia can already expand the painting wall infinitely and create 4 or 5 portals. As long as he moves his mind, he can go to any portal. So powerful. Shaka was very surprised. Looking at Shaka's fangirl look, Song Jia couldn't help but feel cute. Sha Jia said, "Your magic mutation talent is really strange. And you actually have this ability." She was also curious about Song Jia. After all, magic mutation is also a process of change of new magic. Song Jia smiled and said nothing. Others didn't know, but he knew. This is not caused by magic mutation talent, but by his own plugin. After practicing for a while, when Song Jia and Sha Jia were about to leave, Feng Zhuolong came up. "Song Jia, the sea monster is invading again." Song Jia nodded. "It seems that the sea monster here has not received the news from the Magic City. If it knew that the emperors such as the Lingua Eyes demon god were killed, this sea monster would not dare to act presumptuously. Leave it to me to solve it." As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he looked at Sha Jia. "Do you want to come with me?" Sha Jia nodded. At this time, when Song Jia was about to leave, Lingling called, "Song Jia, I have found the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor for you." Lingling said, "Where is it?" "In Yadu. This guy is still harassing the Yadu coastline." Lingling continued. Song Jia nodded. "I'm in Yadu now." "That's great. You go and kill it. And it will also relieve the crisis in Yadu." Lingling said. "I'm just going." Song Jia hung up the phone and summoned the Sky Frost Eagle. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle has been promoted to the Sky Frost Eagle and has also reached the Monarch level. "Come up." Song Jia went up first, and then pulled Shajia up. After seeing Song Jia and Shajia come up, the Sky Frost Eagle began to fly towards the coastline. I just heard that you are looking for the Emperor of the Demon Claws of the Sea, Shajia asked in confusion. It's it. Can I ask why you want to find it? Because it has something I want, Song Jia replied. Shaka nodded. This guy is an emperor. I'm a little curious about how you are going to kill it. Song Jia smiled. You know, when the time comes. The Frost Eagle had just taken off for a short time when it performed its best tricks. Ah, Shaka exclaimed, and then threw her weight forward, obviously frightened by the Frost Eagle. And Song Jia also threw forward and hugged Shaka. How did you fly? You have been flying for several years. Can't you fly better? Song Jia cursed. The Frost Eagle was used to it, and it went in one ear and out the other. It knew that only in this way could it get Song Jia favor. So, the road it took was always wide. Coastline. Defense line. The seawater continued to spread. But fortunately no one lived in this area, and they were all moved to a safe area. This sea monster is too cunning. It doesn't fight with us, but only threatens us in the sea, the military commander of the demon city said angrily. The emperor of the Taohai Demon Claw often dares to harass the coastline of the demon city, so that they are now exhausted. Why don't the upper echelons let us tell it about the demon city? An officer asked. If the Taohai Demon Claw knew that the Lingua Eyes demon god had been destroyed, it would definitely not dare to harass China again. The military commander of the demon city said, the upper echelons want to kill it, so we can't let it go back to the sea. Killing an emperor can keep the coastline calm for a long time. How can we kill it? It doesn't fight with us, and we are no match for it in the sea. The officer shook his head. We don't need to do it. The president of the Demon Magic Association said. We don't need to do it. Who has the strength to fight it? It's coming soon. You will know later, the president of the association said with a smile. Him? When they saw the look in the eyes of the president of the Magic Association, everyone's face was full of doubt. Just when they were confused, a figure suddenly flew over not far away. What's over there? Someone pointed to a place not far away, and what they saw was the Tian'an Eagle carrying Song Jia. Chapter 588. The president of the Magic Association said with a smile, the person I just mentioned is here now. Everyone looked over and realized that this was the person the president was talking about. After a while, the Frost Eagle fell from the sky, and Song Jia and Shajia jumped down from it. Song Jia, the president of the Magic Association, greeted him. Song Jia nodded and hurried over to shake hands with the other party. But he was embarrassed because he didn't know the other party's name. I am the president of the Magic Association of the Demon City. Wenqing knew that Song Jia didn't know him, so he introduced himself. President Wen. Song Jia greeted politely. This is Song Jia, the great city lord of Ningxue City in the Demon City. I think you should have heard of him. Wenqing introduced with a smile. Everyone was stunned. They had not only heard of Song Jia, but his deeds also amazed them. They took turns shaking hands with Song Jia, and they all felt very cordial, because they all felt that they had the same beliefs as Song Jia. Protect the people. President Wen. Can you tell me about the situation here? Especially the Emperor of the Sea Demon Claw, Song Jia said. President Wenqing nodded, and then introduced the current situation to Song Jia. Which direction is it in now? Song Jia continued to ask. Song Jia. I think we should take a long-term view. After all, this guy is very cunning. Someone persuaded. Yes. We can also help when the time comes. Everyone was talking. But President Wenqing next to him laughed and said, you still underestimate Song Jia too much. As soon as this was said, those people were silent. What does this mean? Song Jia laughed and said, I have killed many such emperors, so I don't care about this one. When they heard this, they were shocked again. Killed several? Is this something a person can say? So don't worry. I will bring its body back later. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he took Shajia to the back of the Tian'an Eagle. Everyone looked at the direction where the Tian'an Eagle left. Silent. President Wen. Is what he said true? Someone asked. Of course. Don't you also know that Song Jia has made a lot of contributions to the Demon City? Wenqing said. Everyone understood immediately. So that's it. It seems that we underestimated him. How long do you think Song Jia will come back? The Taohai Demon Claw Emperor is not weak. I think it will take an hour or two. Too much. Right? I think an hour. I'm afraid an hour won't work. We know how terrifying it is. Everyone was talking about it. And Song Jia was looking for the trace of Taohai Demon Claw. Wen Qing and others said that Taohai Demon Claw Emperor was active in this area. So he came here to look for it. Have you found it? Sha Jia turned around and asked. Song Jia shook his head. It hasn't been found yet. But it should be in this sea area. Because there are no other sea monsters in this sea area. There must be a big guy hiding. And this big guy is obviously Taohai Demon Claw Emperor. The reason why Song Jia was looking for the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor was because this guy had the same name Divine Fire of the same name Divine Bird on his body. As long as Xiao Yanji got the same name Divine Fire, her strength would be greatly improved. Therefore, Song Jia was so eager to find the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor. Before, he had not met the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor in the demon capital. But he did not expect that the other party would come to the demon capital. After searching for a few minutes, Song Jia finally found the trace of the Taohai Demon Claw. So you are here? As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on the bottom of the sea. The Taohai Demon Claw Emperor was hiding in the seabed, waiting for an opportunity to move, as if waiting for him to pass by, and then launch a sneak attack. However, Song Jia would not give him this opportunity. The other party actually played a sneak attack, so he just surrounded them. Let's see who can beat who. After a few days of improvement, the Queen of Nine Netherworld and the Commander of Mist Ghost have reached the Sub-Emperor level. And after refining and devouring, the realm of Bone Dragon and Albai has also reached the middle stage of the Little Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor is also being promoted. And he is only one step away from the next level. Come out! After Song Jia finished speaking, the Queen of Nine Netherworld, the Commander of Mist Ghost, the Black Dragon Emperor, as well as the Bone Dragon and Albai emerged one after another. Saga watched from the side. And when she saw so many powerful creatures, she was a little shocked. Is this his strength? When the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor at the bottom of the sea saw this scene, he dared not stay here any longer. However, before it could react, it was blocked by 5 creatures. The Black Dragon Emperor was the fastest, which might be due to the improvement, or it might be due to the frequent fighting in the sea. It is now at the bottom of the sea, and has undergone a transformation, and seems to be more handy than before. So when the Taohai Demon Claw tried to escape, the Black Dragon Emperor was the first to stop it. The Taohai Demon Claw Emperor had never expected to encounter such a situation. Humans are too unethical. Under the group fight, the fate of the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor can be imagined. Sha Jia also knew why Song Jia could kill so many emperors. But she still didn't know how Song Jia killed the Lingyue-eyed demon god. Because with the current combat power, they could not kill the Lingyue-eyed demon god at all. So she was still very confused. But Song Jia's focus was not on Sha Jia, but on the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor at the bottom of the sea. I go down. You wait for me up there. Song Jia jumped into the sea after he finished speaking. Sha Jia nodded. Although she didn't know what Song Jia was going to do, she didn't ask much. Song Jia came to the bottom of the sea just to take out the Chongming Divine Fire from the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor. After he smiled at the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor, he immediately smashed its bones, and then got the Chongming Divine Fire. Chongming Divine Fire was hidden in the bones of the Taohai Demon Claw. So if you want to get Chongming Divine Fire, you need to destroy the bones of the Taohai Demon Claw Emperor. Song Jia also took away the opponent's spirit and beast soul, and then let them float to the surface of the sea. Solved? Song Jia nodded. We can go back. Wen Qing and others were anxiously waiting for news. President 1. Should we go there too? In case of any unexpected events, someone said. Wen Qing hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. The sea monsters are cunning and need to be guarded against. But just when they were thinking about who to send, they saw the figure of the Tianhan Eagle. Look! Is Song Jia back? Someone pointed to a place not far away and said. Everyone turned their heads and looked. Their eyes fell on the Tianhan Eagle. He came back so soon? Did the Taohai Demon Claw escape? Someone asked. Wen Qing's attention was not on the Tianhan Eagle, but under the Tianhan Eagle. He could vaguely see the body floating on the sea through the sea surface. You guys' eyesight is not as good as mine, Wen Qing said with a smile. Everyone was confused and didn't know what Wen Qing was referring to. No. Look at the sea. They are lucky to have a body, someone exclaimed. Chapter 589. Song Jia and Sha Jia returned to the crowd with the body of the Emperor of the Taohai Demon Claw. Everyone was stunned. It took less than half an hour? They killed an Emperor Sea monster? Is it so outrageous? At this moment, they were also wondering how strong Song Jia was. This is a little emperor. Can he be killed just like that? I will leave the body of the emperor to you. You can pay whatever you want. Song Jia said. Yes. Yes. We will take care of this matter. The military commander of Yadu said quickly. Song Jia helped them solve a hidden danger, which solved a crisis for Yadu. You helped us so much. We don't know how to thank you. President Wenqin said. Song Jia said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is what I should do. We will continue to be in Yadu. If Songcheng has any needs, you can tell us. President Wenqin said. President Wen, you are too polite. Song Jia exchanged pleasantries with them for a while, and finally took Shajiao back to the city. As soon as they came back, the city spread the news of killing the emperor of Taohai Demon Claw. At the same time, Song Jia's name also appeared in the report. This spread so fast. Shaji nodded. Now you have become a hero in the demon city. Song Jia smiled but said nothing. He has been a hero for many times, so he no longer has the feeling before. Where are you going next? Shaji asked. I want to go back to the demon city to find a totem feather, Song Jia said. Totem. Shajiao hesitated. This seems to be your Chinese beast. Right. Song Jia nodded. I haven't seen your Chinese totem yet. I wonder if I have the honor to meet it, Shajiao said. Song Jia replied, there is one in Ningxue City. You can tell me if you want to see it. Shajiao responded with a smile on her face. I will definitely go back to bother you when the time comes. You are welcome at any time. Song Jia has now obtained the Chongming Divine Fire. When the time comes, he can go to Lanyang City to get the Maple Fire Feather, and it will be done. Back to the residence, Lingling called. Done? It's done. Lingling nodded. You asked me to go to Lanyang City to find the mysterious feather totem, and I have a clue. I'm still in Yodu now. I will go back in 2 days, Song Jia said. Okay. Lingling nodded. Song Jia stayed here for 2 days, and wanted to leave after mastering the fusion method. Are you leaving? Shajiao looked at Song Jia. A little reluctant. Can't bear to leave me? Shajiao hesitated for a while, but still nodded. If Song Jia was here, she could ask him if she didn't understand. If Song Jia left, she might have to figure it out by herself. Song Jia said, you can ask Professor Feng to be your teacher. I think he should like you very much. Really? Shajiao actually wanted to, but she just didn't find the opportunity. Of course. Song Jia nodded. If you don't dare to say it, I can help you. Song Jia. Thank you. Shajiao knew that Song Jia had helped her too much, and she didn't know how to repay him. If you take the lead in fusion magic, it will be much easier to spread it, Song Jia said. He did this for a reason. Shajiao has another identity. If she is a promotion ambassador, it will definitely be much easier. The world is so big. Although Song Jia is powerful, he has no support to save the world. Therefore, they can only save themselves. The spread of fusion methods can make the magic department more powerful, and the strength of the whole world will be raised to a higher level. And Song Jia only needs to guard his own little piece of land. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. It's that simple. As long as the world is not destroyed, it has nothing to do with him. They found Feng Zhoulong and explained the situation. The latter was willing to accept Shajiao as his disciple. Feng Zhoulong knew that Shajiao was very interested in the fusion method and was definitely a good successor. Teacher. Seeing that Feng Zhoulong was willing to accept her as a disciple, Shajiao immediately changed the way she addressed Feng Zhoulong. Feng Zhoulong smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Congratulations. But I'm leaving soon and can't attend your apprenticeship banquet, Song Jia said. Leaving so soon? Feng Zhoulong didn't expect Song Jia to leave so soon. Song Jia nodded. I came to Yaomao just to bring Shajiao here. Now the situation here has been resolved, so it's time to go back. Feng Zhoulong nodded. Okay. Come and get together when you have time. Then, Shajiao and Feng Zhoulong sent Song Jia to the airport. Okay. You guys just send him here. I go in first, Song Jia said. Shajiao hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped forward quickly and hugged Song Jia. They may have thought of a way to deal with you. You have to be more careful. Shajiao has thought it through. Xingqing's move against Song Jia is undoubtedly to regain face. However, She thinks Xingqing's move is wrong. They chose the wrong person. Shajia said, if you want to face them, you can notify me. I will go with you, and I will go to explain it to them. Song Jia smiled and patted Shajia's shoulder. You can't talk to those people. Only absolute strength can completely conquer them. Shajia didn't say anything, because what Song Jia said was indeed true. Don't worry. I will be fine. Song Jia rubbed the back of Shajia's head and smiled. Shajia looked at such an intimate move. Her cheeks flushed, and she was a little at a loss. Song Jia did not do anything excessive. He let go of his hand, waved goodbye, and walked towards the boarding gate. Modu. Shitian hunting house. Lingling and Jiang Xiaoxiu had received information about the mysterious feather totem before. After Song Jia reminded them, they set their target on Lanyang City. Lingling, do you know that this is a totem? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. Lingling shook her head. I don't have any clues in this regard, but I can be sure that it is related to the phoenix. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded. I don't know if my brother has been there. She asked, by the way, when did Song Jia say he would be back? He said he would be back today, and he should be here soon, Lingling said. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared outside. They are all here. Song Jia walked in from outside. After he walked in, he sat down next to Jiang Xiaoxiu. How is the matter going? It has been investigated clearly, Lingling said, and told Song Jia about the investigation. Lanyang City was the first city to be invaded by the sea monster before. But fortunately, Song Jia was in the Magic City, and the Magic City could also send reinforcements. Even though Lanyang City was invaded by the sea monster before, the damage caused was not great. When do we set off? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. Time waits for no one. So let's go now, Song Jia said. He was also looking forward to the transformation of little Yanji, and how powerful she would become after swallowing the Chongming Divine Fire. Chapter 590. After being invaded by the sea monsters, Lanyang City has become a deserted city. Even if the sea monsters retreated, Lanyang City has not recovered yet. After all, reconstruction takes time. If Song Jia remembers correctly, there must be a mercenary who wants to find the earth core of Lanyang City. He didn't know from the original book which country the mercenary was sent from, so he must interrogate him this time. Lingling and Jiang Xiaoxiu also came along, but Song Jia saw that Jiang Xiaoxiu's face was not very good. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoxiu looked up at the sky. I've been looking for my brother for so long, but there's no news. Song Jia sighed. He didn't know where Jiang Xiaojun went, because the original book didn't mention it. Don't worry. No matter where he is, I will accompany you to find him. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded, and then hugged Song Jia. Not long after, Song Jia and the other two came to the sky above Lanyang City and began to search along the route. Knowing the plot, Song Jia led them to find the maple fire feather hidden under the deep pool with ease. There is no totem here. Jiang Xiaoxiu looked at the maple fire feather that Song Jia got, and thought there was a totem here. There is no totem here. There should be only this fire feather, Song Jia explained. Jiang Xiaoxiu was a little disappointed, but it did not affect her. She firmly believed that her brother must be waiting for her. Song Jia immediately gave the maple fire feather to Xiao Yanji. He also gave her the Chongming Divine Fire before. Now, the fusion of the maple fire feather and the Chongming Divine Fire will definitely increase Xiao Yanji's strength by a large margin. Song Jia did all this and prepared to see if he could meet the mercenary group that was ready to steal the earth core. Since there is no totem here, where should we go next? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. Since we are here anyway, let's go around and see if there are any other gains. Lanyang City. Because the sea water has receded, the city has returned to its original appearance. In a dilapidated building, a team was hiding. After a while, a person who went out to explore first came back. How is it? Which road can we retreat safely? The sturdy man in the lead asked hurriedly. They are the Nordic Holy Bear organization, and they came here to steal the core of the earth. At this time, they have already got the core of the earth. But because the Chinese people also came, they were forced to be trapped here. Why don't we just kill our way out? Someone suggested. Someone shouted angrily, kill our way out. Are you looking for death? You are declaring war on China. They came here just to steal the core of the earth, not to die here. Although they are strong, if they meet the strong men of China, they will not be able to escape. What should we do next? You guys tell me. The man didn't want to say anything, and let them decide for themselves. We can't wait any longer. We will act when it gets dark. And we must leave Lanong City first no matter what. The sturdy man said with a heavy face. I agree. Everyone didn't want to hide anymore. And they had to leave quickly to get the bounty. Which was what they had to do. At this time, Song Jie, Lingling, and the other two also came to Lanong City. Why are there so many military mages in Lanong City? Jiang Shaoxi was surprised. Song Jie said, just ask someone and you will know. Then, they stopped a military mage to ask questions. And then, they knew that the core of the earth had been stolen. Who did it? How dare you steal the core of the earth? Jiang Shaoxi said unhappily. The core of the earth is the core of a city. And it is also the key material for upgrading forbidden spells. This core of the earth is so important that no matter what, China must not let anyone steal it. Therefore, many reinforcements are coming here. And they must not let those people leave. Lord Song, I didn't expect to see you here. A military commander came over. Song Jie also met this person once. So he had some impression of him. Zhang Jutong. Haven't those people been found yet? Zhang Jutong shook his head and smiled bitterly. We are only a few meters away from digging the ground in Lanong City. Are they still in Lanong City? Song Jie asked. Zhang Jutong nodded. Someone saw them before. So I immediately blocked the entire Lanong City. I can be sure that they have not left. Song Jie responded. I can give it a try. I would love to have the help of City Lord Song. Zhang Jutong really had no other choice. And at the same time, he was afraid that they would escape, and he would be responsible. Lanong City is so big. How are you going to find them? Jiang Shaoxi said. I have my own way. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he asked Zhang Jutong to clear all the people in Lanong City. City Lord Song, can I know what you want to do? I want to spread my vines all over Lanong City. Song Jie replied. Zhang Jutong was silent. But since Song Jie had a way, he would definitely agree with it. Very soon, all the military mages in Lanong City were pulled out. Some came to the air, and some came to the edge of the city. The Nordic Holy Bear organization hiding in the house also found something wrong. What's going on? Why did those military mages evacuate? Someone suddenly wondered. They won't make any big moves. Right? If there were any big moves, we would have been discovered long ago. So be alert, the sturdy man said. The others looked at each other, and could only listen to their boss. At this time, Song Jie came to the center of the city alone, and then slowly landed. He had already obtained the plant ability from Xiaolu, and the next step was to find them. Song Jie began to become a demon, and his plant ability would also be blessed. Therefore, countless vines continued to spread around him. Zhang Jutong, Jiang Shaoxu and others were watching from a distance. And the next moment, they saw countless vines flying out from the center. At this speed, it will not take long to cover the whole city. City Lord Song is really amazing. He can actually do this. I admire him, said Zhang Jutong. Then, he also ordered others to take action immediately if anyone escaped from the city. The vines continued to spread. Unknowingly, 30% of the city area had been searched. The people of the Nordic Holy Bear organization were on guard. And they suddenly heard rustling sounds. Did you hear any sounds? Someone asked. Yes. Those sounds are getting closer and closer to us. What should we do? Send someone out to see. As soon as these words came out, the person in charge of scouting came out. But when he just went out, he saw the scene in front of him and swallowed his saliva. He didn't even think about it and ran back quickly. What's wrong with you? The sturdy man asked hurriedly. Outside, there are vines. The man said in panic. Vines? How could there be vines? This isn't a forest area. At this time, they also looked outside curiously, and the scene in front of them stunned them all. Chapter 591. So many vines. Are they coming for us? Someone suddenly said. Definitely. Run away quickly, or we will be discovered. The sturdy man frowned. He wanted to sneak away at night. It seems there is no chance. Run away quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the others took action. But this is already the territory of the vines. Even if they escape, it will be very difficult. Song Jie soon noticed the people of the Nordic Holy Bear organization, and then rushed over quickly. There are enemies approaching. The team member, who is good at exploration, immediately reminded. But, just after he finished speaking, Song Jie appeared in front of them. What the hell is this? After seeing Song Jia's appearance, they fell into a state of confusion. Song Jia was like a demon at this moment, with murderous intent and full of oppression, pressing them straight. One of the team members wanted to release magic, but the next moment, he was knocked away by Song Jia's punch and fell violently on a 2-story building. Boom! The whole building collapsed in an instant, and ashes filled the surroundings. The others were stunned when they saw this. Is this still a human? No! This is a demon! Before the others could react, Song Jia swept them away with just a thought. The strong man was confused, but at that moment, he was the only one standing safely. Song Jia walked towards Kunoi, the boss of the Nordic Holy Bear organization. Kunoi took a step back, and a pressure suddenly hit him. Who sent you here? Song Jia came to Kunoi and said, as a mercenary. Of course he couldn't tell the other party who the client was. If you don't say it, I have plenty of ways to make you say it. Song Jia finished speaking and summoned Xiao He. After Xiao He occupied Kunoi's shadow, he told all the information he knew. Song Jia said, So it's the Korean country. One earth core can create a forbidden spell. It seems that the Korean country wants to steal their earth core to create a forbidden spell for themselves. At this time, Song Jia changed back to his original form, and Jiang Xiaoxiu and Zhang Jutong and others came to support him. What's going on? As soon as Zhang Jutong finished speaking, he saw that people from the Nordic Holy Bear organization were all around him. Zhang Jutong, you can take the others away. And I want this person too. This is the earth core of Lanong City. Song Jia handed the earth core to Zhang Jutong. When Zhang Jutong saw the earth core, he showed joy on his face and thanked him quickly. Thank you, Lord Song. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to do it. Song Jia nodded and took Kunoi away. On the way back, Jiang Xiaoxiu didn't understand why Song Jia took this guy away. Song Jia, what are you doing with him? This guy was sent by the Korean country, so I want to take him over to ask for some interest. Song Jia said. Korean country? Jiang Xiaoxiu was furious. This country is really abominable. They actually took advantage of the fire to rob. Korean country often takes our Chinese traditions and heritage. It's really disgusting. Lingling also said. Song Jia, we must teach them a lesson that will never be forgotten. Jiang Xiaoxiu said angrily. Song Jia nodded. No one involved in this matter can escape. As far as he knew, the two big families in Korean country participated in the plunder. These two families are very powerful in Korean country, and therefore, the Nordic Holy Bear organization dared to take action against China. Korean country. Very serious. They are also a coastal country, and they are surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. The situation is more serious than other countries. Moreover, their country's territory is not large. There are few people, and the strong can be counted on one hand. In the conference room, 3 middle-aged men with serious faces sat inside. Fortunately, China has become the main battlefield. Otherwise, we can't stop the invasion of the sea monster at all. One of them said. The coastline is in a serious situation now. We still have no way to deal with it. We can only continue to retreat. The Nordic Holy Bear organization has arrived in China. It won't be long before the earth core can be obtained. Another person answered. With the earth core, we can have one more forbidden spell. And then the pressure to deal with the sea monster will be less. At this time, the person who disagreed with letting the Nordic Holy Bear organization steal the earth core said, if we do this, we may be sanctioned by China. They don't know it was us. And the people in the Nordic Holy Bear organization are very tight-lipped. Kim Jae-jun said. Shin Eun-kyung nodded. As long as they don't know it was us, they can't do anything to us. Han Jangwon shook his head and said nothing more. You should solve the coastal problems first, and don't get involved in other things, Kim Jae-jun said. Shin Eun-kyung also nodded and looked at Han Jangwon. After the meeting, Kim Jae-jun and Shin Eun-kyung left together and got on a business car. Is there any news from the Nordic Holy Bear organization? Shin Eun-kyung asked. Kim Jae-jun said, no. They said they would come back within 15 days. Today is the last day, so they should be on their way back. With their strength, they shouldn't be so late. Will there be any accidents? Shin Eun-kyung asked. Kim Jae-jun said, I received their news a few days ago. They said they have obtained the core of the earth and are on their way back. Shin Eun-kyung smiled and nodded. Han Jangwon is old. After we create a forbidden spell, we can let him step down. Kim Jae-jun nodded. We will support another family to come up. And then we will have the final say. The two smiled at each other, as if they had seen the future. At this time, Kim Jae-jung suddenly received news from Kunoi. What's wrong? Kim Jae-jung smiled and said, There's news from Kunoi that they have got the Earth core back. Where are they now? We go there right away. As soon as Shin Eun-kyung finished speaking, Kim Jae-jung immediately asked Kunoi's location. And they changed direction and ran straight. After a while, Kim Jae-jung and Shin Eun-kyung's car arrived in the suburbs. At this time, they also saw two people opposite from the car window. One of them they knew. It was Kunoi. And the other man they didn't know. Kim Jae-jung didn't care, and walked towards them with Shin Eun-kyung and others. Kunoi, where is the Earth core? Kim Jae-jung asked. Song Jia turned around. If the Earth core is not there, you will pay the price for your actions. Who are you? At this time, Kim Jae-jung and Shin Eun-kyung quickly became alert, and they both felt that Song Jia was very threatening. Protect us, the two exclaimed, and the bodyguards around them surrounded them. These are high-level and super-level mages, and some of them are bodyguards they specially hired. Do you think these people can save your lives? Song Jia took a step forward, and an invisible pressure made the people in front of him feel like they were carrying a mountain on their backs. At this moment, they knew that this person was not someone they could mess with. Chapter 592. Get out of my way. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, those superclass and high-level mages flew backwards instantly. Jin Zaisheng and Shininqing were both stunned. Is this guy a devil? They looked at each other and prepared to take action. But the next moment, they were like being locked and stood still and couldn't move. You have long arms. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Song Jia said word by word. We missed it. Please let us go. We know we are wrong. We shouldn't let people steal the core of your Chinese Earth. Jin Zaisheng begged, please let us go. We can give you whatever you want. They are really scared now, because they know that Song Jia has the ability to kill them. If the other party wants to kill them, they will definitely die. Therefore, they don't want to give up such a big right and die like this. There is only one chance in life. Don't go astray next time. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the heads of the two of them flew backwards. The people who were just ejected swallowed their saliva and showed shocked expressions. Two power center figures were killed just like that? I won't kill you. But I hope you can tell me that if anyone dares to touch Huaxia again, this will be their fate. Song Jia left here after he finished speaking. Kunoi thought Song Jia would let him go. But the next moment, an attack came and took his life. He regretted that he shouldn't have accepted this commission. But unfortunately, there was no regret medicine to take. This matter soon spread to the major families, and they also held a meeting. Jin Zaisheng and Shininqing are dead. And now the meeting is presided over by Han Jangwen. Chairman Han. What's going on? Someone was surprised. Then, Han Jangwen told the families present what happened. Huaxia, the core of the earth. Everyone was secretly surprised when they heard the news. There were many experts around Jin Zaisheng and Shininqing, but they still couldn't stop them. It can be imagined how strong the killer who killed them was. Han Jangwen said, I advised them not to attack China at the beginning, but they didn't listen, and finally ended up like this. Is the killer still in our country? Will we be in danger? Someone asked. Such a killer in the country is a threat to them. Han Jangwen said, I don't know about this, but he killed Jin Zaisheng and Shininqing because they wanted to steal the core of the earth. We didn't do anything, so he shouldn't attack us. Everyone was relieved when they heard this. They didn't want to be targeted by this killer. The coast of the Korean country. At this time, the coast has been submerged by the sea, and the cities on the coastline have also been swallowed by the sea. The sea monsters are rampant here, and humans dare not approach at all. Their Korean army magicians retreated again and again, and did not dare to have friction with the sea monsters at all. At this time, the military magician guarding the uninvaded area saw a flying summoned beast coming from the rear. Look! Is there someone coming over there? The aura of that summoned beast is really terrifying. It seems to be monarch level. Monarch level. This is too strong. The flying summoned beast is the frost eagle, and Song Jia is on its back. His appearance also attracted the attention of many people. Sir, is that support sent from the rear? A military magician asked hurriedly. The commander was also very confused. He hadn't heard of any support. He didn't stop and went straight to Hella City. What is he doing there? It has been occupied by the sea monster. Should we send someone to tell him not to go there? Everyone talked a lot and saw Song Jia heading straight for the city. This guy should not be from our military. Don't worry about him, the commander said. The military magician next to him said, should we report this? Report? The commander nodded. This scene not only appeared in Hela City, but also in other coastal cities. Soon, this matter was also heard by Han Jangwon. He looked at the intelligence and felt that this person was probably the killer. Because according to the description of those people before, Song Jia left on a flying summoned beast. What did this guy do in the coastal city? Han Jangwon touched his chin and pondered. Then, he suddenly realized. Kim Jae-jung and Shin Eun-kyung asked people to steal the Earth core of China. And the reason why this killer went to the coastal city must be for the Earth core. Not good. Han Jangwon realized that it was too late. Because Song Jia had taken the Earth core in the coastal city. They originally wanted to wait until the sea monster retreated before taking the Earth core back. If the sea monsters were not so strong, they would have taken back the Earth core long ago. However, they did not expect that by doing so, Song Jia took advantage of the situation. The Korean country wanted someone to steal their Earth core, so Song Jia made them pay the price. This time, he looted 4 Earth cores and left the Korean country immediately after getting them. However, because of this incident, the Korean country was in chaos. These were 4 Earth cores, but they knew that it was basically impossible to buy back the Earth cores. Moreover, they had no evidence to prove that it was Song Jia who took the Earth core. This is called losing both the wife and the army. Magic City. Shitian Hunting House. Song Jia just came back and sat with Lingling and Jiang Shaoxiu. Song Jia. How is it? Jiang Shaoxiu asked curiously. Song Jia went to the Korean country for a few days, and she wanted to know what lessons they had learned. You ask Lingling to search for news about the Korean country, Song Jia said. Soon, Lingling and Jiang Shaoxiu searched for news about the Korean country, and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Song Jia. Did you do this? Song Jia nodded. These 2 people are the initiators. So I killed the chicken to scare the monkey. Awesome. Jiang Shaoxiu gave Song Jia a thumbs up. But you came back so late. You shouldn't have done only these. Right? She knew Song Jia. And he must have made some money from going to the Korean country this time. Otherwise it would be a waste of time. You still understand me best. Song Jia smiled. Didn't the coastal cities in the Korean country get flooded? I helped them take out the Earth core and kept it with me. Jiang Shaoxiu and Lingling were silent. What a good safekeeping. Can I ask how many Earth cores you took? Jiang Shaoxiu continued to ask. Not many. Only 4 Earth cores, Song Jia said. 4? Not many? Lingling and Jiang Shaoxiu said in unison. They thought to themselves. This country is really pitiful. Song Jia actually encountered it. Song Jia was very happy. Now the materials for the forbidden spell are ready. Chapter 593. The matter of the sea monster has been resolved. Song Jia. What are your plans next? Lingling asked. Let's find a totem. Song Jia thought it was a good idea to find a totem beast. If he could get the ability, his strength would also improve quickly. He couldn't wait to reach the forbidden spell realm. I have another piece of information about the totem here. Lingling extracted a piece of information on the computer. Where is it? Jiang Shaoxiu asked curiously. Chongming Ancient City. Lingling said, it was invaded by sea monsters before, and a huge creature appeared there. But they didn't see it with their own eyes. Song Jia was startled. And then he thought of something. This was obviously the sacred falcon raised by the Xiaoyu hidden clan. Then this Chongming Ancient City is indeed worth a trip. Song Jia nodded. When do we leave? When it comes to totem beasts, Jiang Shaoxiu is most interested. Because where there are totem beasts, there is the shadow of her brother. Although the possibility is not great, there is at least a chance to see hope. Song Jia looked at the bronze bracelet on his hand. He didn't know what totem it represented. And he was curious. Let's go tomorrow. Then tomorrow. The next day, Song Jia took Jiang Shaoxiu and Lingling straight to Chongming Ancient City. This ancient city was also invaded by sea monsters before. But now it has recovered. They went all the way and finally arrived at the ancient city at noon. What should we do next? Jiang Shaoxiu said without a clue. Lingling said, we can go to the place where they saw the huge creature before to look for it. Song Jia nodded and thought Lingling idea was good. He didn't know whether Xiaoyu was swallowed by the sea, and he didn't know how to get there. Therefore, He could only take it one step at a time. If it didn't work, he would look for other ways. However, when Song Jie took Lingling out of the city, he also saw several women leaving the city. Their clothes were out of place, but they looked fresh and refined when they wore them. They wore colorful headscarves and bamboo hats. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, they could arouse people's imagination. I didn't expect to meet them here. Song Jie couldn't help shaking his head and sighing in his heart. Jiang Shaoxu praised. Those people are dressed very beautifully. They are going in the same direction as us. Lingling found out. Don't worry about them. Let's go to the place before, Song Jie said. The women wearing bamboo hats also noticed Song Jie and others, especially the Tianhan eagle. Sister, look, that summoned beast is so scary, a girl wearing a bamboo hat said. Those people just now were at least superclass strongmen. Otherwise his summoned beast would not be so strong, the leading woman explained. Superclass magician. Everyone showed a yearning look when they heard it. Soon, Song Jie and Lingling came to the place where the giant creature was found before. The place mentioned in the information is here. Lingling looked at the map and said. Song Jie nodded and looked around, but didn't find anything wrong. We're going to look for it somewhere. Maybe we find something. Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu nodded. After a while, Tianhan Eagle took them to wander around and found an island. There's an island over there. Jiang Shaoxu pointed to a place not far away. Song Jie nodded and let Tianhan Eagle go straight to the island. Xiaoyu. In a residence, a figure suddenly rushed in. Flustered. What happened? A 70 or 80-year-old grandmother asked. Oh no. Seventh grandma. Someone broke in. Who is so bold? Seventh grandma stood up. The Chue grandpa next to her also stood up. No matter who he is, if he dares to break into our island, he must be taught a lesson that will never be forgotten. After that, they hurried out of the house and came outside. That's the guy. The next moment, they looked up at Song Jie in the sky. This guy. Grandma Qi and Grandpa Ke frowned. They could all feel the power of the cold eagle. And the summoner must be very strong. This is Xiaoyu. What can you do for me? Grandma Qi asked. I came here to find a totem. You haven't seen it, Song Jie said. Totem? We don't know what it is. Grandma Qi shook her head. It's a creature that survived from ancient times. I sense that there should be a strong creature here. Isn't it good? Song Jie stared at them and asked. Grandma Qi and Grandpa Ke frowned slightly, thinking that this person must have come prepared. Grandpa Ke said, We don't know what you are talking about. Please leave here. I give you a chance. Tell me where it is. Song Jie said expressionlessly. Grandma Qi said angrily, I think you are here to pick a fight. We are not afraid of you. At this time, the others were also ready for battle. You guys just don't want to drink the wine. After Song Jie finished speaking, the bone dragon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Grandma Qi and others looked at the huge bone dragon, and everyone showed a look of horror on their faces. Bone dragon. Dragon. Everyone kept retreating, and some people were even scared and sat on the ground. I give you another chance, Song Jie said sharply. Grandma Qi and Grandpa Chue swallowed their saliva. If they didn't say it, their fate could be imagined. We take you there. They knew that even if they called out the Heidongking god, they might not be the opponent of this man. The breath of this bone dragon was much stronger than that of the Heidongking god. Soon, led by Grandma Qi and others, Song Jie and the other two came to the place where the Heidongking god was imprisoned. At this time, the woman who had seen Song Jie and Grandma Qi fighting and was about to take advantage of the situation stopped. Black Phoenix? Why are you back? Grandma Qi said angrily. After this person called Black Phoenix was driven out of Xiaoyu, she was not allowed to step into Xiaoyu again, because this Black Phoenix, like the Haidong Qingshan, would bring misfortune to their Xiaoyu. Black Phoenix Song Feiyu didn't expect them to be so quick, and originally wanted to secretly let Haidong Qingshan go. But now, she was afraid that not only could she not save Haidong Qingshan, but she would also have to explain herself here. Catch her. Grandma Qi finished speaking, and those people went straight to Song Feiyu. Song Feiyu was no match for 4 hands with 1 punch, so she was caught in a short while. Song Jie didn't care, but looked at Haidong Qingshan. It was entangled in chains, and there were wounds of various sizes on its body. Let it go, Song Jie said. After hearing this, Grandma Qi and the others panicked. We can't let it go. It will harm all of us. Grandma Qi argued. If you don't let it go, I can kill you all right now, Song Jia said sternly. Chapter 594. Song Jia said, do you know what you are keeping in captivity? This is the totem of China. If I want to, I can kill you, and it will be fine. Grandma Qi, Grandpa Chui, and others were panicked. They knew Song Jia's strength. We let it go. We let it go. The look in Song Jia's eyes showed that the other party would definitely dare to kill them. After the Haidong Qingshan was released, it suddenly flew up to the sky, as if it was excited about its freedom. After a while, it swooped down to Song Jia's side. Quick! Quench! Quench! Song Jia looked at Haidong Qingshan and made a sound. But he didn't know what the other party was saying. It said thank you. Song Feiya next to him translated. Song Jia nodded. I took Haidong Qingshan away. Do you have any objections? How could they dare to have any objections? By the way, she could understand Haidong Qingshan's words. So I took her away too, Song Jia said. Grandma Qi and others didn't dare to say a word. They could only nod. Afterwards, Song Jia took Haidong Qingshan and Song Feiya away together. Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu were on the back of Tianhan Eagle, and the first two were on the back of Haidong Qingshan. After leaving Xiaoyu, Song Feiya looked at Song Jia in confusion. You said it was a totem beast? Can you tell me about it? Song Jia nodded and told her about the totem beast. Song Feiya was surprised. You said? I can understand what it says. I may be a totem guardian? Song Jia responded. There is also one with you in Ningxua City. She is also a totem guardian. Really? Song Feiya has always been regarded as a disaster by Xiaoyu. But she didn't expect that there are people like her. Of course. If you want to go to Ningxua City, I can introduce you. Song Jia nodded. Song Feiya didn't know where to go now. It would be nice if she had a place to stay. I want to go. The moment Xiaoyu drove her out, she was no longer a person there. Then you can go back with us. Song Jia nodded. Song Feiya said sincerely, thank you. If it weren't for you, Haidong Qingshan and I would be in danger. Although she wanted to use the gap between their fights to save Haidong Qingshan, it was also a helpless move. I came here to find a living totem beast. Song Jia continued, what's more, I don't want such a beautiful girl to die in the hands of those bad guys. Hearing this, Song Feiya's cheeks blushed after being praised. It was the first time she heard someone praise herself. I heal it first, Song Jia said, using potions to help Haidong Qingshan heal the wounds on his body. Afterwards, Song Jia and the other four returned to Ningxua City, the Magic City, and Haidong Qingshan was also arranged to the back mountain. Song Feiya was particularly kind after seeing Yu Shishir, but the latter looked at Song Jia strangely. She remembered that before, this guy used perverted requirements to let her come to the back mountain. And Song Feiya, who was so beautiful in front of her, would definitely not be able to escape. They are all sisters in distress. Therefore, when Yu Shishir looked at Song Feiya, she was also particularly kind. By the way, I just have something to tell you. Someone is looking for you and asked you to go to Qitian hunting house. Yu Shishir said. Song Jia nodded. I know. Qitian hunting house. Old Bao and Leng Qing were both sitting inside. Their faces very solemn. Grandpa, is there no relevant situation yet? Leng Qing said. Old Bao shook his head. Song Jia solved the crisis in the Magic City before. He should be able to rescue it. Leng Qing nodded. That's the only way. The only one in China who can go to Hawaii now, and at the same time has a relatively high success rate, is Song Jia. After a while, Song Jia walked in from outside. Old Bao, what do you want to talk to me about? Song Jia asked. Old Bao said, Song Jia, this is what happened. Then, he told Song Jia what happened. Song Jia nodded. He knew this plot. We need support now. So we want to ask you for help, said Old Man Bao. Leave this to me, Song Jia replied. After he solved the problem of Haidong Qingshan, he had nothing else to do. Then leave it to you. Old Man Bao was overjoyed. We go with you too. Jiang Shaoxu and Lingling looked over. Song Jia shook his head. You two continue to look for clues to the totem. I go alone. Jiang Shaoxu had no choice but to nod. After leaving Qitian hunting house, Song Jia had to explain the matter to Mu Ningxua and others. Mu Ningxua said something and then came to the back mountain. He first went to Tingsha and Baxia and gave them the spirit he had obtained from killing demons in the country of Bangzi. Although it couldn't help them improve a small realm, It was enough to make them stronger. Song Jia didn't plan to take them with him. After all, it was just a small emperor, and the trump card in his hand could solve the situation. Next, he came to the residence of Yu Shishir and Song Feiya and told them that he was leaving. Be careful, Yu Shishir said. Song Feiya hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Song Jia, I want to go with you. You took us in. I can't eat and drink for free. So I also want to contribute to Ningxu etching. Song Jia looked at Song Feiya's determined eyes and nodded. Then let's go together. Song Feiya responded. Hawaii Island is in the North Pacific Ocean. Because of the frequent sea monsters, Hawaii Island is no longer inhabited. But the island is still there. Bao Laotu originally wanted to arrange a plane for Song Jia and Song Feiya to take them there. But because of Haidong Qinshan, no arrangement was made. Song Jia asked Haidong Qinshan to take them directly to Hawaii Island, which was also convenient. Song Feiya also nodded in agreement. In fact, there was another reason for her to come out this time. Because Haidong Qinshan was about to break through. It needed a training of its own. The two set out from the Magic City and headed straight to Hawaii Island according to Lingling positioning guidance. When they passed the ocean, they encountered a sneak attack by a sea monster. But they were all solved by Song Jia. Haidong Qinshan is currently only at the monarch level. And there are monarchs in every area of the ocean. Therefore, Song Jia killed many monarchs on the way and obtained a lot of spirits and beast souls. Song Feiya was stunned. She had seen others kill slaves and generals like killing chickens. But she had never seen Song Jia kill monarchs like killing chickens. Song Jia asked, How long is it to Hawaii Island? Song Feiya quickly came back to his senses, looked at the map and replied, We will probably arrive tomorrow morning. Song Jia nodded. I will rest for a while. You control the direction. Chapter 595. After Song Jia rested, Song Feiya was in control of the situation ahead. When she paid attention to the situation ahead, she would look at Song Jia from time to time. Song Feiya was very curious about Song Jia, because she wanted to know how Song Jia became so strong. When in Xiaoyu Island, she saw with her own eyes the undead summoned by the other party, which scared Grandma Qi and Grandpa to death. If she had such strength, the previous things would not have happened. But it's not bad now. At least it's far away from that world. Song Feiya looked up and felt that her life was not bad now. At least it was as free as before. At the same time, she had Haidong God to accompany her. After a while, when they were about to arrive at Hawaii Island, Haidong suddenly found something wrong. It was just that it reacted, and countless tentacles suddenly appeared on the sea surface and attacked. Haidong God was startled and his body sped up to dodge. Song Feiya had no time to react at all. Haidong God shook, and her entire center of gravity began to tilt. In an instant, she lost her balance and fell out. Not good. Song Feiya didn't expect that Haidong Qinshan would encounter such a thing after flying so high. So she was thrown down without vigilance. At this moment, those dark tentacles attacked and immediately entangled her whole body. No! Song Feiya knew that she was in danger. But there was nothing she could do now. The breath of death suddenly filled her mind. Haidong Qinshan reacted quickly. But the speed of the tentacles was too fast. It wanted to save Song Feiya. But it was too late. Just when Song Feiya thought that her life would end like this, a figure suddenly appeared above her. Song Jia. Song Feiya looked at Song Jia, who kept flashing and coming. And the fire of hope was immediately ignited. The next moment, the tentacles on her body suddenly shattered. And Song Jia suddenly came behind her and hugged her. Song Feiya was held in the air by Song Jia, and the latter stared at the tentacles that attacked again below. A mere monarch-level creature dares to be so presumptuous. Song Jia shouted in a low voice. And the power of space gathered into a hurricane, which was blasted down by him. In the blink of an eye, when those tentacles touched the hurricane, they were instantly shattered. Song Feiya looked at the power released by Song Jia, her eyes full of shock. She thought that Song Jia relied on the power of the summoned beast. But she didn't expect that the other party's own strength was so strong. Song Feiya secretly said, He looks about the same age as me. But how did he practice? Song Jia is too strong. Stronger than many people she has seen. Even the older generation. She thinks they may not be Song Jia opponents. After a while, the corpse of the monarch-level creature floated to the surface of the water. And it was obviously killed by Song Jia. If it hadn't surfaced on its own, Song Jia might not have been able to kill it directly. Seeing this, Song Jia carried Song Feiyu down and collected the essence and corpse of the monarch-level sea monster. Song Feiyu looked at Song Jia, who was still hugging her waist. Her cheeks slightly red, and she said, "Song Jia, you can actually put it on the back of the Heidongking god." Song Jia nodded, collected the body, and took her back to the back of the Heidongking god. "Thank you." Song Feiyu thanked sincerely. "The outside world is very dangerous, so you must be vigilant all the time," Song Jia reminded. Song Feiyu nodded. "There won't be a next time," Song Jia responded. "How long will it take to Hawaii?" Song Feiyu replied, "About half an hour. We are away from the area where I will arrive in Hawaii." Hawaii area. A supporting tribe has arrived here. Nanju asked, "What should we do next?" "How to find it? We can only go to the place where Hua Junshu disappeared," Ai Jiantu replied. "They received the mission and came here to support Hua Junshu, but they didn't know what to do in the current situation. Now, they can only take one step at a time." Nanju asked, "It seems that other teams have also arrived. Do you want to cooperate with them?" "Don't worry. If there are too many of us, we will be discovered by the sea monster," Ai Jiantu said. Nanju nodded. "I also received news that Song Jia will come over." Ai Jiantu was very surprised. "If he comes, then this matter will be easy to solve," Nanju responded. "I just don't know where he is now. It's good that he is here. Let's go to the place where Hua Junshu disappeared first," Ai Jiantu suggested. Ai Jiantu and Nanju led people to the sea area where Hua Junshu disappeared, and they saw another team. "Are you also here to look for Hua Junshu?" the person on the other side asked. Ai Jiantu nodded. "I know you. Nansho Baishu." Nansho Baishu was surprised and stared at Ai Jiantu for a while. "Are you Ai Jiantu from the Northern Army?" "It's me." Ai Jiantu continued to ask, "Have you found anything over there?" Nansho Baishu shook his head. "I haven't found anything over here." Ai Jiantu said nothing. "Then let's go find it. Let's follow you. This is already deep. If we encounter danger, we can deal with it," Nansho Baishu said. Ai Jiantu and Nanju looked at each other and felt that what the other said made sense. So they nodded. Afterwards, their two teams merged into one team and continued to look for the traces of Hua Junshu. However, on the second day of the search, they still had no trace of Hua Junshu. "Where is Hua Junshu?" Nansho Baishu said. Nanju smiled bitterly. "We also want to know this question." "Not good. It seems that something is coming towards us," the person exploring the way in front exclaimed. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately entered combat mode. Monarch level. Ai Jiantu stared at the siren rushing towards him and quickly locked onto its breath. "Supreme Monarch? Run!" Ai Jiantu exclaimed. When the others reacted, they also fled far away. Most of them were super mages, but compared to the Supreme Monarch, they were no match at all. So much so that Ai Jiantu gave the order to flee without even thinking. What they least wanted to encounter was a sea monster at the level of the Supreme Monarch. If it was a great monarch, they could still fight hard. But if it was a Supreme Monarch, forget it. If you can escape, run away. After the Supreme Monarch sea monster appeared, several military mages were immediately swept into the waves. Ai Jiantu teleported away, saved two people, and quickly took them away. The Supreme Monarch was furious and chased after the others. Nanju kept retreating, but the surging waves slapped her away. Damn it! Nanju felt that her body was about to fall apart. But she knew that if she fell here like this, there was only one end, and that was death. Nanju got up and continued to flee forward. However, the Supreme Monarch did not intend to let her go. And the terrifying huge waves came again. Chapter 596. Hawaii Island. Song Jia and Song Fei came to the sky above Hawaii, and were observing the situation below. Song Jia took out a black bead. "We will separate here. If you have any situation or encounter danger, you can crush this bead." Song Fei took the bead and nodded seriously. "Don't resist if you encounter danger," Song Jia reminded. "I will." Song Fei nodded. Song Jia was not worried that Song Fei would encounter danger, because Haidong Qinshan had recovered her strength. So even the emperor could not do anything to them. Haidong Qinshan was the overlord of the sky, and those overlords of the sea were only powerful on the sea. If they were allowed to come up, they would probably not be the opponents of the lower-level demons on the land. As long as Haidong Qinshan did not fly too low, It would not be easy for the sea monsters to attack it. Song Jia summoned the beast Tianhan Eagle, and then split up with Song Feiya. After parting, he and Song Feiya flew in opposite directions. At this moment, Song Jia noticed some movement in the distance and immediately ordered the Frost Eagle to fly over. The huge waves rolled, and a figure suddenly emerged from the sea. Nanju coughed twice, and her whole body was aching. Now she was seriously injured, and her whole body was about to fall apart. But she could still move slightly. Just when she was desperate, she suddenly saw a figure in the sky. Nansho Baisu. Nanju coughed twice again and said to the sky, Baisu Nansho. Baisu Nansho. At this moment, Nansho Baisu suddenly stopped and his eyes fell on Nanju on the sea. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he flew towards Nanju. Nanju Tong. Are you okay? Fortunately, I won't die, but I need to trouble you, Nanju said. Baisu smiled and said, I like to help people the most. Nanju felt strange, but she knew that Baisu was the only one who could save her now. Soon, Baisu brought Nanju to an uninhabited island. Baisu Nansho, please help me be alert around, Nanju said. There is no need to be alert around, because you will die soon. Baisu laughed. Nanju frowned and looked at Baisu vigilantly. Who are you? She looked at Baisu's raised mouth in surprise. Who am I? Baisu laughed even louder. My identity should not be so unknown. It's all Saran's fault, he said, roaring, I am the god of death. Damn Saran. Saran. Nanju immediately thought of the Black Church and felt that this person was definitely related to the Black Church. When I kill your military leader, my name will resound throughout the world. Baisu laughed. At that time, Saran? She will also be trampled under my feet. Who are you? Nanju continued to ask. Baisu said, my code name is Jiuying, and I am also the Red Robe leader. Red Robe leader? Nanju was a little surprised to hear this, because she didn't know there was actually a Red Robe leader. Now that you know my identity, you can die now. Red Robe Jiuying smiled. Nanju had already prepared to sacrifice, so she was not afraid of death at this time. Very calm. What a pity. Red Robe Jiuying smiled and walked towards Nanju. Just when Nanju was desperate, Red Robe Jiuying turned his head, frowned, and exclaimed, Who? Song Jia walked out from behind the huge rock on the island. I didn't expect to be discovered. Nanju saw Song Jia, as if she saw a life-saving straw. You are? I am the nemesis of the Black Church, Song Jia said. Red Robe Jiuying frowned, and soon knew Song Jia's identity. You are Song Jia. It's me. Song Jia looked at him. I hate the scum of the Black Church the most. You should go down and confess. The red-clothed 9 infants knew Song Jia's identity, of course. This guy was very powerful, and he might not be his opponent. He turned around and wanted to leave without thinking. But how could Song Jia let him leave? He just flew up, and was pressed down by a force of space. No! The red-clothed 9 infants fell down suddenly, and hit the ground hard. Song Jia ignored him, and came to Nanju. Are you okay? Nanju shook her head. If you hadn't come, I might have died. Let's treat it first. I think your condition is very bad, Song Jia said. Nanju nodded. Her condition is really bad now. Song Jia said, Can I apply some medicine to you? This will help speed up your recovery. Here? I can open up a place for you, Song Jia said, and quickly opened up a space underground. Seeing this, Nanju did not continue to refuse and nodded. She took off her clothes, revealing her white skin. Song Jia looked at Nanyu's back and couldn't help smacking his lips. Nanyu didn't mind. Song Jia saved her, and what he was doing now was to heal her. But now that she was naked and being looked at like this, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. So much so that 2 blushes appeared on Nanyu's cheeks. Has it not started yet? After Nanyu finished speaking, Song Jia, who was watching in a trance, immediately reacted and helped her apply the medicine. Song Jia's fingers touched Nanyu's smooth skin, which was slippery and very delicate. Nanyu suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart when she was touched like this by someone. And it was a man. Especially when Song Jia touched her skin. The feeling was even stronger, making her feel itchy. Bear it for a while, Song Jia said, applying the medicine on Nanyu's wound. Nanyu endured the pain, gritted her teeth, and her forehead was full of sweat. Song Jia looked at the wound on Nanju's back and felt a little distressed, which formed a contrast with her fair skin. However, at this moment, Nanju suddenly couldn't hold on and fell down. Songjia was quick and went over to support Nanju. What's wrong? Nanju struggled to open her eyes. She saw Songjia coming in front of her, and her heart was even more panicked. But she couldn't speak at all now, and her whole body was numb. The medicine has been applied. You take a rest. Songjia knew that Nanju fell down because her body couldn't hold on. Nanju, said him, and closed her eyes without caring about anything else. When Songjia came over, he had accidentally seen Nanju naked. He took out clothes and put them on Nanju to keep her warm. At the same time, Songjia also made a fire here so that Nanju could recover as soon as possible. After an unknown amount of time, Nanju felt warm on her body and suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Songjia right next to her, she felt relieved. At the same time, she also remembered what happened before, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. Wake up! Songjia held a bowl of porridge. This is porridge for you. Drink it, and you will recover faster. Chapter 597. Nanju wanted to eat it herself, but when she saw Songjia feeding her, she took a bite. But I have to say that this porridge is quite delicious. It not only has meat, but also the fragrance of onions. After taking a few bites, Nanju felt warmer. Where is the cardinal? Nanju was surprised because she didn't see Jiuying. Songjia said, he is up there. I left him alive, while he was taking care of Nanju. Jiuying in red was lying in the sand like mud. He didn't expect that he, the cardinal of Huaxia district, would end up like this. Thank you again this time, Nanju said. Songjia saved her several times. So if it weren't for Songjia, she might have died long ago. Then how do you want to thank me? Songjia asked with a smile. After hearing this, Nanju was suddenly stumped by Songjia's question because she didn't know how to thank him. I'm just kidding you. What's our relationship? After all, I've seen you naked. Songjia waved his hand. At this point, Nanju's cheeks became even redder in the firelight. If you mind, I can actually take responsibility for you. Songjia smiled. Nanju blushed and didn't know what to say. Songjia didn't continue to tease Nanju, but came outside to check on the situation of the Red 9 infants. The Red 9 infants looked at Songjia, his eyes full of hatred. Songjia said, don't look at me like that. You should repent for the evil things you have done. That was all planned by me. Why should I repent? The Red 9 infants laughed. Oh, really? Songjia's mouth curled up slightly. He had his own way to deal with such a hard bone. As he said, he controlled the power of space to crush him, and the hands and feet of the Red 9 infants clattered. The latter gritted his teeth and endured the pain brought by his limbs. Are you still being stubborn? Songjia looked at the red-clothed 9 infants meaningfully. The red-clothed 9 infants' chest rose and fell. But he was now a lamb to be slaughtered and could do nothing. He had come here to kill the head of the Hua army. But he never expected to meet Songjia. This guy is a bad star. Anyone who meets him will not have a good ending. Of course, those who will not have a good ending refer to the people of the Black Church. At this time, Nanju also walked out from underground. Just now I seem to hear. After Nanju finished speaking, she saw the miserable appearance of the red-clothed 9 infants. But she knew that this red-clothed man was not a good person. So she did not have a trace of pity. Songjia, Ai Jiangtu, and I encountered a sea monster of the Supreme Monarch level. And it was this sea monster that we will disperse, Nanju said. Songjia nodded. Do you have any clues about Hua Junshu? Nanju shook her head. We searched some places, but didn't find any trace of Hua Junshu. Songjia touched his chin, wondering when he could find Hua Junshu if he continued to search like this. After thinking for a moment, he immediately thought of a way, which was to use the sea monster to find the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother. At this time, several figures suddenly appeared not far away. Someone is coming over there. It seems to be Ai Jiangtu and his friends. Nanju pointed in a direction and said. Songjia looked up and saw that it was really Ai Jiangtu and his friends. Before, Ai Jiangtu and his friends kept running away, but the Supreme Monarch behind them didn't want to let them go. In the end, it was Ai Jiangtu who took out a restrictive magic tool and held back the Supreme Monarch sea monster. So they escaped safely. Are you alright? Nanju walked up to Ai Jiangtu and his friends and asked. Ai Jiangtu shook his head, and at the same time, He also found the Cardinal 9 infants lying on the ground. What's going on? This guy is the red-robed leader of the Huaxia district. Jiuing. Nanju said. Red-robed? AI Jiangtu really didn't expect that Baisu Nansho was actually a red cardinal. You're hiding well enough. If they hadn't discovered his identity, they would have been tricked by him. Fortunately, they have now discovered his identity. Otherwise it would have been troublesome. Where is the Supreme Monarch chasing you? Songjia asked. In the direction we came from. AI Jiangtu pointed to the direction they came from. Songjia nodded. Then I leave this red cardinal to you. Are you going to kill it? Nanju asked in confusion. Songjia shook his head. I'm not going to kill it. I want it to take me to find the head of the Hua army. Ah! Everyone was stunned. Not knowing why. Songjia said, Didn't Hua Jun come here to kill the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King Ant Mother? If I know where the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King Ant Mother is, can I find Hua Jun? Once this was said, the others immediately understood. So that's it. This method is feasible. AI Jiangtu said, Do you need our help? Forget about your current situation. Just leave it to me. Songjia said. AI Jiangtu and Nanju knew that they would definitely be a hindrance if they went. So they didn't say anything. For Songjia, the Emperor level was not the Emperor level at all. For them, the Emperor level meant that they were dead. Then I leave the matter of the Hua Jun chief to you. AI Jiangtu said seriously. Songjia nodded. I do my best. After he finished speaking, he summoned the Sky Frost Eagle and headed straight to the direction where AI Jiangtu came from. He flew over the sea for a long time, but still didn't see the figure of the Supreme Monarch. Where will it be? As Songjia was talking, he saw the Haidong Qingshan appearing above his head. Songjia. Song Feiya waved at him. Songjia nodded. Soon, Haidong Qingshan flew over and came to the same parallel line as the Sky Frost Eagle. Did you find anything? No one was there. But I saw a powerful sea monster. Song Feiya said. Songjia asked, Powerful sea monster? Where is it? Right here. Song Feiya pointed to the distance. If you want to kill it, I can tell you. Take me there immediately. Song Feiya nodded and asked Haidong Qingshan to lead the way. The powerful demon originally wanted to deal with Haidong Qingshan, but they were in the sky and the sea monster had no way to deal with them. Song Feiya took Songjia and soon found the powerful sea monster that was constantly marching. Songjia only took a glance and was sure that this guy was the one that AI Jiangtu and his friends had encountered before. Do you need help? Song Feiya asked. No. Songjia finished speaking and summoned Albai. Albai is now at the peak of the middle stage of the Little Emperor, and it is more than enough to deal with the Supreme Monarch. The Supreme Monarch level Mad Shark saw Songjia, but when it saw Albai, it dived into the sea without thinking. But Albai's speed was not worse than it. On the contrary, it reacted much faster than it. As soon as it entered the seabed, Albai followed closely and dived into the Mad Shark's area. Chapter 598. After a while, the Supreme Monarch Shark couldn't hold on and was thrown out of the water by Albai. Because Songjia was still useful, he didn't hurt the shark. The shark was furious at the moment. Not only did it fail to kill the previous human, but it was also caught by humans. Apis. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, Apis emerged and yawned. What's the matter? Control it. I want to know where the other Emperor-level creature is. Songjia said. I need your power. Leave it to me. Soon, the breath of Apis became terrifying. And then the demon of the Supreme Monarch level was immediately controlled by her. Let it take me to find the Emperor creature. Songjia said. Apis nodded, controlled the Supreme Monarch, and went straight to the direction of the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother. Songjia. Is this also your contracted beast? Song Feiyu looked at Songjia and asked in astonishment. Songjia nodded. She was actually a snake, but she could transform into a human form. I only told you this. Don't tell anyone else. Song Feiyu nodded, feeling a little strange. Why did she only tell herself? Under Apis' control, they soon came to the territory of the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother. This is the territory of the Emperor, Apis said. Songjia responded and observed the surrounding situation. They didn't encounter any monsters along the way, which was enough to show that there were indeed powerful monsters here. Other sea monsters dare not break into the territory of powerful monsters. Can you find the Emperor? Songjia asked. Apis got the answer from the Supreme Monarch. It should be in this area. Let's look for it, and we should be able to find it. Song Jia nodded. Then keep looking. After half an hour, they searched for a long time on the sea, but nothing came of it. Is it possible? We have been looking for it here for a long time, Song Jia said. Appa shrugged. It told me so. I can't do anything. Speaking, Song Jia looked at the Supreme Monarch. If you don't take us to find the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother, I will kill you. Faced with the threat, the Supreme Monarch Siren felt very wronged. As a Supreme Monarch, although it is not an invincible existence, it is at least a top existence. Now it is threatened by a human. Does it have no face? At this moment, the sea surface suddenly changed, and waves came one after another. Something is going on. After Appas finished speaking, Haidong Qinshan and Tian'an Eagle also became alert. Song Jia looked at the distance and knew that the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother was about to appear. That guy should be here. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, a huge body suddenly appeared on the sea surface not far from them. That guy was so slow, as if he wasn't afraid of them running away. Shall we start now? Appas asked. Song Jia said. You should hold back your breath first. Don't scare it away. Appas nodded. The power Song Jia gave her was enough to kill the little emperor in 1 second. That was the power of the ancient king, the Black Dragon Emperor, and other contracted beasts. At the same time, she also used the contract enhancement to raise her to the level of a medium emperor. Therefore, Appa's current strength has reached the level of a medium emperor. Dealing with a little emperor is a simple matter. Can we start now? Appas asked. The Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother was getting closer and closer, and the other party was about to reach them. Let's do it. Song Jia had just finished speaking when Appas flew out and headed straight for the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother opposite. Song Feiyu worriedly asked, will she be in danger? She could see that the sea monster was definitely not simple. Because the Haidong Qinshan was afraid. She is more than capable of dealing with it, Song Jia said. At this time, Appas also proved her ability, and the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother suddenly let out a heavy scream. Medusa's favorite thing is to use mental attacks. Not to mention that Appas is a pure Medusa. Her Eye of Medusa is the world's top mental weapon, enough to scare everyone. At the same time, Appas' current strength has crushed the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother, and the other party has no room to fight back. As the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother screamed continuously, the sea monsters in the entire sea area did not dare to stay at all, and turned around and ran away. After a while, Appas had already controlled the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother. I have controlled it. What do you want to ask next? Appas said, standing on the head of the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother. Song Feiyu looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Such a powerful sea monster was actually stopped by a little girl. Ask it if there is a powerful human here, Song Jia said. Appas nodded, and then asked about the situation. There are humans here, but they are not here anymore, Appas said. Song Jia was surprised. Not here anymore? Where is it? It doesn't know either. Appas shook his head. Song Jia frowned, not expecting Hua Jun's show to really hide. Then let it take us to the place where humans have been. Appas nodded, and then asked the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother to set off. In the Hawaiian area, a figure was flying over the sea, and his face was not very good at this time. And this person was Hua Jun's show. He had wanted to kill the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother before, but something unexpected happened. The unexpected thing happened ahead of time. It seems that the other party is very anxious. The leader of the Hua army looked behind him. Why are you hiding and not coming out? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the Ice Emperor Mu Rong of the Hua Xiaomu family. It seems that you are very anxious. You took action so quickly, the leader of the Hua army said. Today, only one of us can leave alive. Mu Rong's mouth curled up slightly. The leader of the Hua army knew that this person was no longer the Ice Emperor Mu Rong, but a puppet controlled by the Antarctic Emperor. You must be exhausted now to deal with the Emperor Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother? I hope you can withstand my attack next. Mu Rong smiled. The leader of the Hua army had a cold face. Come on if you have any strength. I have prepared a lot of means for you. Just to kill you. This time, you can't escape. As soon as Mu Rong finished speaking, the entire sea surface was frozen, and the coldness suddenly swallowed up. When Hua Junsho raised his hand, the entire surrounding space collapsed, and the ice on the sea suddenly cracked. With just this ability, you still want to kill me? I'm afraid it's not enough. I think it's enough. As Mu Rong finished speaking, the sea surface denial gathered into icebergs, constantly drilling out from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, the entire sea surface suddenly turned into a scene of ice and snow. Chapter 599. Hawaii Sea. Song Jia was aimlessly searching for the whereabouts of Hua Ju. However, not long after, he noticed something strange on the sea. Is there someone fighting over there? Song Jia finished speaking and asked Tianhan Eagle to go straight to that area. When he came to the nearby sea, he saw that it had been frozen, with a biting cold wind, and it felt like entering Tian Shan Mountain. Who is this? Why is there such a big scene? Song Jia looked at the scene of ice and snow in surprise. When he slowly approached, he saw two people not far away. Two people? Song Jia looked at the aura of the two people, and it was obvious that they were not superclass. They were definitely big guys. But soon, he recognized who the two people were. Hua Jianhong, Mu Rong. When Song Jia came, he had asked Lingling to give him photos of the two people's appearance. So, he took a closer look and found that they were these two people. Song Jia said, "It seems that Mu Rong's identity has been exposed. Mu Rong is a puppet controlled by the Antarctic Emperor. As a fan of the book, he certainly knows this plot. But he didn't expect that the Antarctic Emperor's progress would speed up and choose to deal with Hua Jianhong at this time. And Mu Rong was very happy, because Hua Jianhong consumed too much, and he had no pressure to deal with him. Hua Jianhong, how about the trump card I prepared for you?" Mu Rong asked with a smile. "It's just SOSO," Hua Jianhong said casually. "SOSO? When the Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother eats you. I hope you can still be stubborn." Mu Rong smiled. Hua Jianhong frowned slightly. He guessed why Mu Rong took action, but he finally understood it at this time. So that's it. Mu Rong wanted to consume him first, and then unite with the Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother. Then he would definitely not be able to escape. "I have asked the Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother to come over. You will die soon." Mu Rong laughed. Hua Jianhong did not answer. He kept calm and looked for a breakthrough. If it was as Mu Rong said, he would be in trouble. Just as the two of them were deadlocked for a while, a huge figure was coming towards them. "Here it comes!" Mu Rong showed a happy look on his face, as if he could see the death of Hua Jianhong. "If you are killed, China will lose a backbone. Who can save them then?" Mu Rong laughed heartily. Hua Jianhong looked in the direction of the giant, frowned slightly, but relaxed the next moment. "Don't be happy too early." As soon as these words came out, Mu Rong's laughter stopped abruptly, and at the same time, he looked in his direction and saw the person coming. "This is Song Jia." Mu Rong obviously knew Song Jia. After all, this guy was fighting against the Mu family. But he didn't know what happened afterwards, such as his Black Dragon Emperor. For example, the sea monster invaded the magic city. Song Jia also asked the two women who went to Tian Shan before to shut up and not expose his affairs. So in Mu Rong's impression, Song Jia is just a waste who only relies on totem beasts. Mu Rong doesn't know, but Hua Jianhong knows a lot. He knows that Song Jia has an emperor-level creature in his hand. Black Dragon Emperor. Seeing this, he also breathed a sigh of relief. At least now he is safe. At the same time, under this guy's feet is the Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother, who is carrying him here obediently. Mu Rong obviously also discovered this. He frowned and roared, "Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother, what are you doing?" He didn't expect that the Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother would actually surrender to a human. "Don't bark like a dog. It's my pet now," Song Jia said. Mu Rong was furious. He originally wanted to join forces with the Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother, but in the current situation, it was still unknown whether he could survive. Damn it. If that's the case, then none of us should live. Anyway, Mu Rong is just a puppet. Although it's a pity, it's worth it if Hua Jianhong can be solved. Hua Jianhong came to Song Jia's side in an instant. "I can't do it anymore. Next, it's up to you to show your skills. How can a man say no? Now is not the time to be naughty. This guy is controlled, so quickly solve him," Hua Jianhong said. Song Jia nodded. Since that's what he said, he can only kill Mu Rong. "Come out!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Dragon Emperor suddenly appeared. Mu Rong originally wanted to die with Song Jia and Hua Jianhong. But when he saw the Black Dragon Emperor, his eyes were straight. He didn't expect Song Jie to have such a powerful summoned beast. Don't leave a breath, Song Jie warned. The Black Dragon Emperor roared in response, raised his head, and spit out black flames in the direction of Mu Rong. Mu Rong was shocked and quickly made defensive preparations. But the Black Dragon Emperor was no longer the Black Dragon Emperor before. The terrifying black flame seemed to be able to devour everything. And Mu Rong's defense was too childish in front of him. No! Mu Rong roared. He didn't expect it to end like this. Don't you feel bad if you kill him? China has lost another forbidden spell, Song Jie said. Hua Zhanhong said, the Antarctic Emperor doesn't want to let him go. So killing him is the safest way. Otherwise, if he commits suicide later, we may all be affected. Song Jie nodded, thinking it was true. What's the matter with this Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother? Hua Zhanhong asked. Song Jie explained. This is controlled by my contracted beast. At the same time, he pointed to Opus next to him. Hua Zhanhong glanced at Opus and then nodded. It seems that I can retire. Song Jie stopped immediately. Hua Junsho. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to keep myself busy. Hua Zhanhong smiled. Thank you this time. I didn't expect him to take action at this time. Thank you. You are doing this for China. And I am doing this for China, Song Jie said. Good boy. I didn't misjudge you before. Hua Zhanhong patted Song Jie on the shoulder. By the way, how are you going to deal with the Holy City? There's nothing to fear there. If they dare to target me, I will make them regret it for the rest of their lives, Song Jie said. So confident? You probably don't know about the Magic City yet. Do you? Song Jie thought that if Hua Zhanhong knew about the Magic City, he might not ask this question. Hua Zhanhong nodded. He had already arrived in Hawaii when the sea monsters invaded the Magic City. Therefore, he didn't know what happened in the Magic City. Tell me about it, Hua Zhanhong asked curiously. I won't say that. Go back and find out for yourself. Song Jie felt that what he said was meaningless, and he couldn't pretend. Hua Zhanhong didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the Mirage Sea Dragon King and Mother under him and said, What do you want to do with it next? Of course, kill it. After a while, Song Jie, Hua Zhanhong and others came to Nanju's position. Hua Junsho, Ai Jiantu, Nanju and others all showed joy on their faces when they saw Hua Junsho. Are you all okay? Hua Junsho knew that these people were looking for him. We are fine. Chapter 600. Song Jie and others have already found the leader of the Hua army, so there is no need for them to stay here. With the help of the Tian'an Eagle and the Heidongking God, they successfully returned to China. Finally back. Hua Zhanhong stretched his body. Ai Jiangtu said, Hua Jun, our mission has been completed, and we have to go back to report. Hua Zhanhong nodded. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Ai Jiangtu shook his head. This is what we should do. Then, Ai Jiangtu took the others away, and Nanju glanced at Song Jie before leaving. Song Jie smiled back and watched them leave. You are good. Hua Zhanhong came over and hugged Song Jie's shoulders. Just now, he had heard Ai Jiangtu talk about the things in the Magic City, and he felt that it was definitely Song Jie who did it. Otherwise, those old guys with only the forbidden spells would definitely not be the opponent of the Cold Moon-Eyed Demon God. I also tried my best, Song Jie said modestly. Hua Zhanhong smiled. You have the style of my past. Song Jie was silent. I am really modest. But you are not modest at all. Some things have been solved, and it has become much easier. Hua Zhanhong hugged Song Jie's shoulders tightly. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I don't know how many more people in China would die. Song Jie knew that this was the truth. After all, the power of mankind is still too weak. I will go back first. Otherwise those old guys will be worried. Hua Zhanhong patted the dust off his shoulders. Song Jie nodded and watched Hua Zhanhong leave. After a while, Hua Zhanhong came back. Are you interested in doing a big deal? Let's talk about it next time. I still have a lot of things to solve. Song Jie smiled. Okay. Then wait until you finish the things at hand. Hua Zhanhong waved his hand. Then, Song Jie took Song Feiyu back to the Magic City. After he came back, he immediately came to the Qi Tian hunting house. Lingling, is there any news about the totem over there? Song Jie asked. His strength is improving too slowly now. If there is a push from the totem power, it will definitely improve faster. Song Jia now has 4 earth cores. After reaching the super level, he can completely break through the forbidden spell. Now, his light system, space system and summoning system are all super level 2nd. Undead system is at high level 2nd. But if you want to improve quickly, you still need time to accumulate. If you can get the power of the totem, I believe that the magic system will soon break through to the super level 3rd. Lingling said, we already have a direction here, but it can't be confirmed yet. Song Jia nodded. You can't be too anxious to find the totem. After all, this is a difficult task. Tell me when you are sure. Lingling nodded. How are things going over there? It has been resolved. Hua Juanshou has returned to China. Song Jia said. Lingling knew that Song Jia would definitely be able to solve it, so she was not worried. Song Jia, I actually have one more thing to tell you. What is it? About the Red Devil. Lingling told the story. You mean? The real Red Devil is in Xuanshou Pavilion. And it's about to ascend? Song Jia said with a surprised expression. Lingling nodded. This thing is too weird. I already know how my father died. Let's forget about it. She has found a lot of information. There have been traces of the Red Devil for a long time. This guy has been around for so long. Who knows how powerful it is? If Song Jia is in danger because of herself, she may never forgive herself in this life. Song Jia walked over and touched Lingling's head. It's not a big deal. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will make him lose a layer of skin. Lingling hugged Song Jia, tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. In addition to the kindness of her family to her, the best person to him is Song Jia. Don't cry. Don't cry. I go to Xuanshou Pavilion in a few days to avenge you, Song Jia said. Lingling cried even louder. Then, Song Jia and Jiang Shaoxi were comforting Lingling. After a while, Lingling calmed down and didn't act like before. Jiang Shaoxi asked, when are you going to Xuanshou Pavilion? In 2 days. Song Jia had nothing to do next, so he simply chose to go to Xuanshou Pavilion in the next few days. Do you need us to go together? Song Jia said. Forget it. It's too dangerous to go together. I can only take care of myself. Jiang Shaoxi nodded. She also knew her own weight. Back in Ningxue City, Song Jia wanted to find Mu Ningxue to be affectionate. But she was not in Ningxue City. Where is Ningxue? The second city lord went abroad to discuss business. It may take several days for him to come back. Song Jia nodded and returned to his room. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Xuanshou Pavilion was just a conspiracy. Although he knew he had to go. After all, if he succeeded, he would be the evil Saint King. Song Jia knew that this was the ascension path prepared by Archangel Serial for the Chosen One. Serial planned to make the Chosen One a Red Devil and then kill him, so that he could return to the Holy City. So, all this was a conspiracy. When Song Jia came to this world, he knew that this was a game where strength was respected. If Mo Fan did not have sufficient strength in the original book, he might have become a stepping stone. Therefore, strength is a symbol of power. If he did not have absolute strength, the people of the Holy City would have come to ask for punishment long ago. It would not have taken so long for the Holy City to dare to say a word. The Holy City knew that he had totem beasts in China, as well as emperor-level creatures, so they did not dare to mess around. Otherwise they would suffer at that time. Then go meet this Serial, Song Jia said in his heart. 2 days in the past. After waking up, the system prompt sounded in Song Jia's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the Chaos System Superclass First Level Magic. Chaos Order Boundless Blade. Transformed into a higher level. Chaos Order Double Blade Slash. Hearing this, Song Jia already knew that the Chaos System Boundless Blade had undergone an outrageous transformation, and its power was comparable to the Superclass Second Level Magic skill. The Chaos System Boundless Blade also belongs to Attack Magic, and it is a dimensional magic attack magic, not elemental magic. So in terms of power and limitations, it is much stronger than elemental magic. Song Jia was ready to go to Sakura country, so he came to Chitian hunting house to say goodbye to Lingling and the others. Song Jia. Lingling was still worried. Wait for me. I will help you kill it. Song Jia rubbed Lingling's head. Lingling nodded. You have to be careful. You look a bit like a young wife now. Song Jia teased. Humph. Lingling pouted. Don't tease Lingling. She is really worried about you. Jiang Shaoxi beside him laughed. Then you are not worried about me? Of course I am worried about you. Jiang Shaoxu is indeed worried about Song Jie, but she firmly believes that he will be fine. Chapter 601. Before leaving, Song Jie and Jiang Shaoxu went to rent a 4-hour hourly room. People passing by the room were stunned, and some women even eavesdropped at the door. What a powerful man. He could make women so intoxicated. When they heard the sound, they immediately got wet. They wanted it so much. After Song Jie and Jiang Shaoxu were done, they left the magic city and took a flight to Osaka. The reason why he didn't bring Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu with him was that this matter didn't need to be investigated. It only takes a fuse, and many things will surface. Around the evening, Song Jie arrived in Osaka, and Mochizuki Chishuin came to pick him up in person. Long time no see. Long time no see. Mochizuki Chishuin asked. Why are you here at this time? Something happened, and it's an important thing. Song Jie said. What is it? I tell you when the time comes. Mochizuki Chishuin nodded, and then took Song Jie to the car. After hesitating for a while, she still said, Song Jie, can I ask you for a favor? What's wrong? Mochizuki Chishuin said, we need a sea monster invasion near Osaka, so we want your help. Are there any cities flooded? Song Jie asked. Yes. Several cities have been flooded, Mochizuki Chishuin said. Okay. Leave it to me. But I have to solve the things at hand first, Song Jie said. The existence of a city means the existence of the Earth Core. He regards the Earth Core as protection money. Is that okay? Therefore, Song Jie is very happy to help Mochizuki Chishuin. Mochizuki Chishuin nodded happily. But she didn't know Song Jie's little thoughts. If she knew, she might not be willing to ask Song Jie for help. After a long time, they returned to Shuangshou Pavilion. Why do you want to come here? Didn't we meet in Shuangshou Pavilion? So of course, I came here to reminisce about our things. Song Jie looked at her and smiled. Chishu and Mochizuki's cheeks were slightly red, but it was hard to see in the dark. Shall we go to your room? What are you doing in my room? What do you think? Song Jie said, and took Chishu and Mochizuki to her room, and then started warming up. After all, he came here to expose the ugly appearance of the double guard pavilion. So warm-up preparation is still necessary. When did you become so fierce? I have always been very fierce. In the silent night, indescribable sounds came from Chishu and Mochizuki's room. It was not until the second half of the night that Song Jie and Chishu and Mochizuki ended the battle. The warm-up was over. Chishu and Mochizuki then thought of what Song Jie had said before. Can you tell me now what you came here for? Sure, Song Jie continued. In fact, there is a big devil hiding here. Big devil? Yes, that is the Red Devil. Song Jie nodded. Isn't the Red Devil no longer in Shuangshou Pavilion? It's still in Shuangshou Pavilion, but it's hiding in a place that you can't notice. Where is it? Mochizuki Chishuin has been in Shuangshou Pavilion for so long, but she doesn't know. It's in your forbidden area, Dongshou Pavilion, Song Jie said, where the prisoners are held. Song Jie nodded. The Red Devil is evil, so it is absorbing evil in the world to strengthen itself. How is it possible? Mochizuki Chishuin found it hard to accept this result. Song Jie said, if you don't believe it, you can go to Dongshou Pavilion with me again. Before, he didn't have the power to fight Shuangshou Pavilion, but now, he has it. Therefore, even if it is razed to the ground, it's no problem. Are you going? Faced with Song Jie's question, Mochizuki Chishuin certainly wanted to know the truth. So he nodded. Let's go! Can you wait a moment? What's wrong? I can't walk now. After a long while, Song Jie and Mochizuki Chishuin came to the East Guard Pavilion, where prisoners were held. However, when they arrived here, they found that it had become unusually quiet and evil. The sea monsters were more evil than before. How could it be like this here? Mochizuki Chishuin had not been qualified to come to the East Guard Pavilion before. Therefore, when she saw the more evil East Guard Pavilion now, she was very unbelievable. Song Jie asked, you should believe it a lot now. Right? Mochizuki Chishuin nodded. Keep following me. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he continued to walk deeper into the prison. However, not long after they walked, many eyes were cast and immediately fell on him. At this time, people from the deep came out, and they stared at Song Jie and Mochizuki Chishuin like hungry wolves. Mochizuki Chishuin explained, aren't these people locked up? How can they move freely? I don't know these days. They heard footsteps in the deeper part. And these people looked at them like they were looking at prey. What happened to them? Mochizuki Chishuin took a step back. Song Jia explained, they have been controlled by the Red Devil and are now blood demons. How could it be? Mochizuki Chishuin couldn't believe it. She really didn't want this to be true. Could it be? What Song Jia said was true. But the people guarding Dongsho Pavilion should know about this. How could it be like this? What should we do next? Mochizuki Chishuin asked. It's very simple. Let this thing explode. Song Jia said, pulling Mochizuki Chishuin and running. After you go out, leave Shuangsho Pavilion immediately. This is no longer the Shuangsho Pavilion. Song Jia said. Were the people guarding Dongsho Pavilion before also blood demons? Mochizuki Chishuin looked at Song Jia and asked. Song Jia shook his head. I don't know about this. You can judge for yourself. Mochizuki Chishuin didn't say anything. If such a person rushed out of Dongsho Pavilion, Shuangsho Pavilion would indeed be in chaos. But there was no other way. If these people were suppressed, Dongsho Pavilion would remain the same. It would be better to make a big fuss and let the outside officials pay attention to it, so that the problem could be solved. With Song Jia help, these blood demons quickly rushed out of Dongsho Pavilion. Their appearance also caused the entire Dongsho Pavilion to panic. Mochizuki Chishuin. Do you know Takahashi Kid? Song Jia asked. I know. What do you want to see him for? Mochizuki Chishuin asked. Song Jia nodded. He is the Red Devil. After these words came out, Mochizuki Chishuin was suddenly stunned. She didn't expect Song Jia to say this. He is the Red Devil. Mochizuki Chishuin was unbelievable again. Song Jia gave her too much information, which made her a little bit unable to accept it. If she was told that the leader of Shuangsho Pavilion was the Red Devil, she would believe it. But Song Jia said it was Gao Qiafeng, which made her a little at a loss. She felt a sense of surprise as to what was going on with him. Song Jia nodded again. He is the Red Devil. The first generation of Red Devil. Mochizuki Chishuin didn't expect that from before to now. The Red Devil has never left Shuangsho Pavilion. So what are you going to do next? Get rid of him? Mochizuki Chishuin asked. Chapter 602. Song Jia nodded. We must get rid of him. He didn't need to get rid of him, because he might come to die. Because this was just a long-planned conspiracy. Mochizuki Chishuin said, I take you to find Gao Qiafeng. If Gao Qiafeng is the Red Devil, then she must get rid of him. She has experienced the horror of the Red Devil. Song Jia nodded and left with Mochizuki Chishuin. However, when they searched for a long time, there was no trace of Gao Qiafeng. Where did this guy go? Mochizuki Chishuin said anxiously. She took Song Jia to the place where Gao Qiafeng would appear. But she didn't see him. She didn't even see him at his workplace. She asked others, but they didn't know. What should I do? Gao Qiafeng is gone. Did he hear the news and run away? Mochizuki Chishuin said. Song Jia shook his head. He won't run away. He must have gone somewhere. Mochizuki Chishuin pondered. But she couldn't think of it at all. Song Jia was thinking, and soon got a direction. Where is Jishan? Jishan? Mochizuki Chishuin thought for a moment, then pointed in the direction. Over there. Song Jia nodded. You notify them to leave now. I think the Red Devil should be at Jishan. Song Jia. Do you want to? Before Mochizuki Chishuin finished speaking, Song Jia patted her shoulder. Leave it to me. I can handle it. Seeing this, Mochizuki Chishuin nodded heavily. You have to be careful. Song Jia responded and separated from Mochizuki Chishuin. Song Jia looked in the direction of Jishan. He didn't know if the Red Devil was waiting for him. But even if he wasn't waiting for him, this guy couldn't escape. Then, he headed towards Jishan. Song Jia went forward all the way and soon reached the top of the mountain. At this time, he saw the black shadow opposite through the darkness. You are finally here. The black shadow made a sound. Song Jia frowned. But he already knew that this person was Gao Qiafeng. You have been waiting for me here for a long time. Right? Indeed, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Takahashi Feng turned his head and smiled at Song Jia. It seems that you already know something. Takahashi Feng. Red Devil. Song Jia said lightly. It is indeed me. The Red Devil looked at Song Jia and smiled even more evilly. What means do you have? Use them quickly. Song Jia said. I don't have any means. Because everything I do is just to help you. The Red Devil smiled. Song Jia was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the other party to choose him. Everything I do is for the next generation of Red Devil. Congratulations. You have inherited the position of Red Devil. The Red Devil started the ceremony after speaking. Ichio, Lung Lai Wang, Yu Lai, Qi Niao, Wang, Lu Nian, Lung Ju, Su Lu. Their appearance suddenly emerged. Song Jia looked at them, and knew that these were the 8 souls that the Red Devil needed to advance. They were justice, loyalty, and perseverance, jealousy, madness, hatred, and greed. The Red Devil knelt down, as if welcoming Song Jia to become the next generation of the Red Devil, and the most powerful Red Devil. Song Jia ignored him. When he found that the formation was activated, he immediately used the demonic ability, justice, loyalty, and perseverance. Song Jia had no problem with any of the 4 aspects, whether it was for himself, for his friends, or for the country. Jealousy, madness, hatred, and greed. The demonic ability that Song Jia obtained was a demon in itself, representing the worst existence in the world. So, these 4 items were not enough to describe him. Therefore, Song Jia quickly merged with the 8 souls, without any obstacles at all. At this time, he also felt that his strength was constantly improving, and it seemed to have reached a deeper level. Song Jia had felt this level before when he was demonized, but now it was demonization plus the power of the evil god. He felt that he had reached a terrifying level, especially the power of space and the light system. Song Jia felt that as long as he wanted, the entire Shuangshou pavilion could be destroyed in an instant. Also at this time, he noticed a figure approaching at a very fast speed. However, the next second, a golden light suddenly appeared near him, and a formation appeared under his feet. Seeing this, Song Jia found that his summoning system and undead system could no longer be used. Surprising, right? At this time, the person who had just approached had appeared. A bald monk. Song Jia knew who this person was. Who else could it be except Serial? No surprise, because I know that this was your original plan. Serial was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect Song Jia to be surprised at all. How did you know? Song Jia said, I don't know how to know, but I still want to thank you for letting me have such a powerful power. Hee. Serial is not afraid at all, because he has sealed Song Jia undead and summoning systems. Without the undead and summoning systems, the opponent is nothing. Serial investigated Song Jia, and found that his strongest point was to summon powerful summon beasts. So the undead system and summon beasts were his trump cards. So, Serial studied for a long time before he got this method. He knew that Song Jia summon beast was very scary, but as long as it was sealed, the other party would not be afraid, even if it turned into an evil god. You don't have to thank me, because you will die here today. Serial slowly rose, and the original monk turned into a shining angel. Song Jia looked at the angel wings behind him, and couldn't help sighing. You are worthy of being an angel. How dare you blaspheme an angel? Serial said angrily. Not only will I blaspheme, I will also kill an angel today, Song Jia said. Serial sneered. Killing angels? Do you really think you can do whatever you want with the power of the evil god? You don't have a summoned beast. It's only a matter of time before I kill you. Besides, I've been preparing for so long. How can I let you leave here alive? You will be my stepping stone back to the holy city. Song Jia looked at him and said, Many people want me to be a stepping stone, but their endings are miserable. You will be even more miserable. It seems that the power of the evil god gave you the courage. I hope you can still say such words when I step on you later. Song Jia has no summoning system or undead system, so Serial is not afraid at all. In fact, I should say this sentence. Is it the angel who gave you the courage? Let you plot against me? Song Jia said. Serial raised his lips. I don't want to argue with you. I can't wait to make my achievements public. I think so too. Song Jia smiled and said, If I kill an archangel, my name should be resounding all over the world. You are still dreaming. The wings behind Serial bloomed with brilliant light. Song Jia shook his head. Do you really think that light can restrain demons? Today, as a demon, I will use light to defeat you beastly rubbish. After Song Jia became a demon, he didn't need to complete the Star Palace at all, so he could release magic at any time. Chapter 603. On the Sacrificial Mountain. Sariel turned into an archangel, shining with holy light, and everyone could see it. And Song Jia's appearance was also imprinted in everyone's eyes. At this time, he had become the evil Saint King. The entire Shuangshou Pavilion had been blocked by the imprisonment formation. But fortunately, Mochizuki Qianxuan and others escaped quickly, so they were not trapped in it. This is the formation that Sariel arranged for him. No matter what, he can't escape today. Do you think too highly of yourself? I am an archangel. The archangel of the holy city, Sariel said. Try it, and you will know. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Sariel. What? Sariel was shocked. He never expected Song Jia to be so fast. Bang. He was knocked out by Song Jia's punch and fell in the house. I will kill you. Sariel had never suffered such humiliation before. Not to mention that he was an archangel. He is a god. It is impossible for him to lose. Sariel shouted, I will make you fall into eternal damnation. Show your strength before you speak. Song Jia shouted in a low voice, and suddenly threw out the power of space through the air. The sound waves rushed over like waves. Sariel was not as careless as before this time. His figure quickly passed through the darkness. Shuttle, avoiding the attack of the space air wave. Can you get away? Song Jia's figure disappeared again. He had locked onto Sariel, so no matter where he went, he could appear behind him in the first place. What? Sariel originally thought he had escaped Song Jia's lock, but when he realized that Song Jia was coming, he was in a bad state. Song Jia punched his snow-white wings, and Sariel fell to the ground again before he could react. With a loud bang, the nearby land suddenly opened up, and the surrounding plants were swept away. It is conceivable how powerful Song Jia's punch was. How is it possible? Those two systems are obviously gone. Sariel couldn't believe it. Do you really think you can control me without those two systems? You are too naive, Song Jia said. I don't believe it. Salai was determined not to lose. This was his plan. How could he do it for others? He rushed out again, and the dazzling golden light surrounded him, as if he wanted to release a big move. But how could Song Jia give him a chance? He raised his arm and whispered, Space. Kill. Salai, who originally wanted to duel with Song Jia, suddenly noticed the changes in the surrounding space and had to stop. Not good. Salai realized that Song Jia had already controlled this space. Faced with so many attacks from the power of space, he had no chance to fight back. Salai retreated again and again. At this time, he was extremely embarrassed. How could he still be as high-spirited as at the beginning? How could this happen? How could it become like this? Salai didn't expect that Song Jia would be so powerful after the fusion of the evil Saint King. You can't get away. Song Jia's voice came slowly. Suddenly, 8 golden giant swords appeared above Sariel's head, locking onto him. What is this? Sariel had never seen such magic, and it was comparable to forbidden magic. A demon was using light. How ridiculous. Angels are the spokespersons of light. However, Sariel looked at the 8 golden giant swords hanging above his head, and his heart was trembling. The destructive aura of these 8 golden giant swords was too strong. Holy Fang. Sariel had no choice but to summon his own staff. He didn't expect to come to this point. The Holy Fang staff can enhance his attributes, allowing him to burst out powerful abilities in a short period of time. At this moment, he had to fight for the last one, because Song Jia posed too great a threat to him. 8 swords. Kill! As Song Jia raised his hand, 8 golden swords. The huge sword suddenly fell. The terrifying aura of destruction made the whole space tremble. With the blessing of the evil Saint King, Song Jia's light system is even more powerful. Salai's chest rose and fell. He didn't know if he could block it when he had to take action. Holy light. Holy blessing. Holy Lin. Salai had no way out. He either died or made a way for himself. Boom. 8 swords fell, and the wind swept, and the entire Shuangshou Pavilion fell into the center of a tornado. The golden light was dazzling and soared into the sky. No one could see what was going on inside. Who would have thought that an angel would be pressed to the ground by a demon? The power of destruction swept the entire confinement array. Fortunately, Song Jia protected the house on the Shuangshou Pavilion. Otherwise it would have become a ruin. I don't know how long it has been. The confinement array has restored its previous calm. Song Jia was suspended in the air. But he could no longer see Salai's figure. How could it be? Serial fell to the ground, spitting blood. He didn't expect this result. He watched the evil Saint King grow up. But he defeated him. Serial's wings were all broken, and blood was dripping behind him. In addition, the staff in his hand was also broken into pieces. Even his arm was broken in the siege of the 8 swords. Kill me if you dare? Serial roared at Song Jie. Kill you? Song Jie smiled. That's too easy for you. It's not time for you to die yet. What he wanted to do was to nail Serial to the pillar of shame forever. Archangel. Hee hee. Kill me if you dare? Serial continued to roar. He hoped that Song Jie would kill him. After all, he was a loser and would only be laughed at if he lived. If Song Jie killed him, the other party would definitely not survive. And then he could come to accompany him. You coward. You dare not kill me. Coward. Serial wanted to provoke Song Jie. But Song Jie was not fooled at all. I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious. Song Jie smiled and said, You want to die. I won't let you succeed so quickly. I will nail you to the pillar of shame and make you the object of scorn by everyone in the world. You? Serial was so angry that he spit out blood. Do you think that as long as you don't say it, no one will know about this? Song Jie asked back. Serial's chest rose and fell, wanting to see what Song Jie would say next. In fact, before coming here, I had prepared everything. The picture just now may have been spread to all platforms. Song Jie said. What did you do? Serial didn't expect it to be so shameless. Don't you want to die? Then I will first kill you physically, then kill you mentally, and finally kill you, Song Jie said. Hearing this, Serial vomited blood several times, and his face suddenly turned even paler. He wanted to end his life, but Song Jie didn't give him the chance. In an instant, Serial was directly controlled by Song Jie, and it was impossible for him to commit suicide at this moment. Chapter 604. It's not that easy to die. You have no choice now, Song Jie said. Serial was heartbroken. If this matter was made public, it would be more painful than killing him. He is an archangel and should be admired by countless people. But if this matter came out, he is ruined. As an archangel of the holy city, he did not stop the birth of the devil, just for his own interests and power. If such a thing is made public, Serial will be ruined. No. No. I beg you. Don't make it public. Serial cried immediately. It's too late now. And you deserve it. Song Jie looked at him coldly. I beg you. You can ask me to do anything. Serial was still begging. But Song Jie didn't listen to him at all. Such a person. Not worthy of forgiveness. Serial wanted to say more. But Song Jie was stopped. So he couldn't say anything. Lingling has already released the video of Song Jie and Serial to the whole world. As long as you look at the internet now, you can see the video of the conversation between Song Jie and Serial. When they saw it, they were also amazed. They didn't expect the Archangel of the Holy City to be such a person. Is this the Archangel of the Holy City? Is this the devil? Archangel Serial. I used to target him. I was really blind. Too hateful. How can there be such a person in the world? In a blink of an eye, the internet was full of people who attacked Serial. Because Serial's words hurt everyone. They were all civilians. And they didn't have the strength of Song Jie. What will be the consequences if they are bullied? You can imagine. Serial, you don't deserve to be an archangel. Serial, you don't deserve to be an archangel. Serial, you don't deserve to be an archangel. This is the voice on the internet. And Serial was immediately pushed to the forefront. Holy City. At this time, the Holy City was also in an uproar. The Serial incident caused dissatisfaction all over the world. If they don't respond, the Holy City is likely to lose the support of the people. In the conference room, Ramil was furious and said, What is this Serial doing? Michael didn't expect it to be like this. He was originally going to deal with Song Jie. But Serial got there first. Fortunately, he didn't get it done. It's also fortunate Serial did such a thing. The best way is to remove him from the position of Archangel. Someone raised an opinion. As soon as this was said, everyone in the conference room fell silent. Compromise? Isn't that just bowing to Song Jie? Michael said at this time. That's right. They think that Song Jie is demonstrating to their holy city. After all, the matter of the American Holy Court has not been resolved before. Now the other party has defeated Serial. which means that even the archangels are not as good as him. Do you have any other solutions? Ramil asked. As soon as this was said, the scene fell into silence again. If this matter is not responded to quickly, the holy city may be immersed in public opinion for a while. Remove Serial from the position of archangel, and at the same time, change the direction of public opinion. After all, Song Jia has now become a demon. Let him become the target of everyone's conquest. Michael said, he must have planned it long ago. Otherwise this matter would not be exposed. Ramil nodded, and others nodded in agreement. This matter has a huge impact on the holy city. As the most powerful organization in the world, they certainly cannot be deeply affected by public opinion. It's much easier now. Song Jia has become a demon, and our holy city will kill him on his behalf. Michael said. Ramil nodded. I leave this matter to you. Michael responded, stood up, and left the meeting room. A private club in Sakura country. Song Jia and Serial were drinking tea in the room, and at the same time paying attention to the online news. However, it was Song Jia who was drinking tea, and Serial was crawling on the ground like a dog. At this time, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and Mochizuki Chishuin walked in from outside. Song Jia, are you okay? Mochizuki Chishuin asked. Song Jia shook his head. I'm fine. Seeing this, Mochizuki Chishuin was relieved. Ever since what happened last night, Mochizuki Chishuin has been worried about Song Jia, but she didn't know what she could do. So she kept sending messages to Song Jia to greet him. Therefore, she got Song Jia current residence. Mochizuki Chishuin asked, is this the archangel? Song Jia nodded. Seeing this, Mochizuki Chishuin spit at Serial. Serial had never suffered such grievances. He wanted to speak, but he was sealed and couldn't move. Not to mention talking. I thought you killed him, but I didn't expect you to keep him alive. Mochizuki Chishuin said. Song Jia said, killing him like this is too easy for him. I want to make him completely desperate. At this moment, Mochizuki Chishuin's phone rang. When he opened it, it was the latest announcement from the holy city. Song Jia also came over to see it. After getting the news, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, he put the phone in front of Serial and let him watch the whole process. Serial widened his eyes and felt that it was impossible. How could it be possible? This is not true. He has paid so much for the holy city. How can the holy city do this? He disagrees. Song Jia and Mochizuki Chishuin looked at Serial's excitement and knew that Serial was on the verge of collapse. You are so cruel. Mochizuki Chishuin came over and whispered. If he is killed, he is still an archangel. If his crimes are made public, he will not only lose his position as an archangel, but become a disgrace in the magic world. It's all his own fault. Song Jia looked at Serial as soon as he finished speaking. How does it feel? Serial's heart was broken. He wished he could die right now. Song Jia felt that Serial must have done a lot of evil things before he came to power to come up with such a method. Therefore, he also wanted to make all of Serial's previous crimes public. However, when Mochizuki Chishuin saw the last message, he frowned slightly and looked at Song Jia worriedly. What's wrong? You can see for yourself. Mochizuki Chishuin handed over the phone. Song Jia took a look and found that it was the judgment of the holy city on him. He had known for a long time that the holy city would not let him go. So it was all within his expectations. You? Mochizuki Chishuin looked at him with red eyes. I be fine. The holy city wants to attack me, but it's not qualified. Song Jia said. Really? Mochizuki Chishuin didn't know Song Jia's true strength, so he was still worried. There's nothing to worry about. I help you solve the coastal problems first, Song Jia said. Mochizuki Chishuin shook his head. Forget about the coastal problems. People from the holy city are looking for you all over the world now. No. The coastal problems must be solved. Tell me first, which cities are flooded by the sea? Song Jia asked. Chapter 605. Mochizuki Chishuin was so moved by Song Jia's persistence in helping that she almost cried. 3 cities near Osaka were flooded, Mochizuki Chishuin said. Song Jia nodded. How long have these 3 cities been invaded? One of the cities has been occupied for a long time, and the other 2 cities have been occupied for more than a month. Mochizuki Chishuin replied. Song Jia touched his chin and said, Tell me where they are. I go there now. Or should we wait until the storm is over? Mochizuki Chishuin was indeed worried that the people from the holy city would come to trouble Song Jie. It doesn't matter. If they dare to come, I will make sure she can't go back, Song Jie said confidently. If he were in the holy city, he might still think twice. But he was not afraid outside. Now, with his power as the evil Saint King and his ability to transform in an outrageous way, he could kill everything in an instant. Even if Michael came, he could make him stay. Then I leave it to you. Seeing that Song Jie was confident, Mochizuki Chishuan said nothing. Afterwards, Song Jie knew the locations of the 3 cities and headed towards them. While Song Jie was looking for the core of the earth, some voices supporting Song Jie began to appear on the internet. They firmly refused to admit that Song Jie would endanger the world after becoming a demon. Afterwards, they immediately made Song Jie achievements public. Even, he fought against the Egyptian undead and rescued them. Song Jie achievements were so many that he couldn't count them on one hand. Therefore, when this information was exposed, the rescued citizens of the city firmly stood on Song Jie's side. He is not a demon. He is their savior. At the same time, Song Jie and Lingling solved the drowning curse problem along the coast, benefiting coastal cities and fishermen all over the world. Many cities also stood on Song Jie's side. The same is true in Egypt. When Song Jie was questioned, they also stood up. After all, if it weren't for Song Jie's suppression, the Egyptian undead would have swallowed up countless cities. Not only that, the same is true in South America, where Song Jie has become a hero. He killed the Monarch Level C monster and rescued the fleeing residents. Oho's Holy Academy and Alpine Academy also stood up at this time to support Song Jie. They are free men, not restricted by power, so they are not afraid of any power at all. Song Jie donated hundreds of millions of dollars to the Alpine Academy, and also saved the lives of everyone in the Holy Academy of Ohos. So these 2 academies stood firmly on Song Jie's side. Just when everyone thought it was ready to end, British Princess Irene also spoke up and supported Song Jie. The same is true for the Parthenon. Although Yi Xinxia has not become the mother of the temple, as a goddess, she also spoke up for Song Jie and supported Song Jie when they thought the Yi Xinxia voice would affect their election. Another goddess, Asha Ruya, also spoke up and supported Song Jie. The 2 saints of the Parthenon supported Song Jie, which means that the Parthenon will support Song Jie. More and more people are speaking up, and anyone who has a relationship with Song Jie will speak for Song Jie. After all, Song Jie did not want to become the evil Saint King, but was framed by Serial. Holy City. Ramil, Michael and others encountered this problem, which was quite tricky. Someone asked, now the voices on the internet are all against us. What should we do next? If their holy city can't even deal with Song Jie, then the prestige they have established will be gone. Song Jie achievements are there, probably much more than those of the people in the holy city. Some archangels may not be able to match Song Jie achievements. Therefore, if they can't think of a reasonable way to solve the problem at hand, it is basically impossible for them to touch Song Jie. Isn't Serial still in his hands? We can use this to start the topic, Michael said. Yes. He should not have killed Serial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to find Serial's body, someone said. Ramil nodded. What if he kills Serial? What should we do next? It's simple. Although Serial has been dismissed, he is still a former archangel. It's not his turn to judge. If he kills Serial, it will be a blasphemy against the holy city. We will punish him at that time. Have you found Song Jie whereabouts? Ramil asked. Michael said, he should still be in Sakura country, but we don't know where he is hiding at present. Since he is in Sakura country, then find him out and let all the holy judges and the heterodox judges go to Sakura country, Ramil said. Michael nodded. He had already asked all the holy judges and the heterodox judges to go to Sakura country. This matter is very important to the holy city, so it must be properly resolved no matter what, Ramil said earnestly. I know. I won't let him jump for too long. Michael continued to nod. Sakura country. In a fallen city. 1 man and 1 eagle, flying alone over the city occupied by the sirens. In the sky, many eagles were monitoring the situation of the sirens. When they found someone approaching here, they immediately asked, "Who are you? Please don't approach this sea area again." However, no matter how they called, it was useless. The man still went towards the city. Who is this person? Why does he look familiar? You look familiar too? I thought it was just me who looked familiar. No matter who he is. It's a human life after all. Should we go over and take a look? That happens to be the area we are patrolling. Let's go together. After the eagle team decided, they headed towards the direction of the man and the eagle. But when they followed the man and the eagle to the center of the city, they suddenly found that the entire sea surface suddenly became turbulent. In this situation, there must be a sea monster. Should we remind him? If he goes there again, he will die. The area he is in is very dangerous. If we don't. At this moment, a man rushed out on a flying eagle and headed straight for Song Jia. It's dangerous there. Leave there quickly. The middle-aged man shouted at Song Jia. The man and the eagle were the henchmen of Song Jia and Tianhan Eagle. Song Jia turned his head and glanced at the middle-aged man behind him, and fell into a brief contemplation. The reason why he didn't let Tianhan Eagle come out was to fish in the sky. Hey! Leave quickly. It's dangerous here. The middle-aged man shouted as he rushed over. Song Jia thought about it, but slowed down and waited for him to get closer. What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear me calling you just now? The man said angrily. Sorry. Song Jia knew that the other party was saving him, so he responded politely. Chapter 606. Why are you apologizing in this situation? Leave quickly. Otherwise none of us can leave. The middle-aged man said unhappily. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared on the sea surface under his feet. The middle-aged man saw this. His eyes were full of fear. He knew that he might have already. We can't escape. As soon as he said this, Song Jia also noticed the strangeness of the sea surface, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I just said sorry because I might scare you next, so I feel a little embarrassed. The middle-aged man didn't know what Song Jia was talking about. Is it useful to say these things at this time? In a blink of an eye, the huge shadow on the seabed surfaced. It was a huge tuna ray fish siren. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Why is it? Why is it here? The tuna ray fish is the culprit that destroyed the city. Supreme monarch level. It turned the whole city into a paradise for sea monsters overnight. Even if I die, I must die gloriously. The middle-aged man was about to complete the magic, but Song Jia next to him patted his shoulder. Let me do it. The middle-aged man was surprised for a moment and stopped moving. Just now, he seemed to have great trust in Song Jia subconsciously. But why do I feel this way? However, the next moment, Song Jia suddenly jumped down from the sky and headed straight for the tuna below. The tuna didn't expect that humans would feed it, so it raised its head and opened its bloody mouth. The tuna is a sea monster that has mutated from a tuna. Its long and sharp mouth is like a long sword, giving people a sense of oppression. But it met Song Jia. Song Jia fell down, without thinking, and punched into the throat of the tuna. When those people saw this, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This guy is dead. Why is he so careless that he actually jumped into the mouth of the tuna? Damn. Bantian is going to die too. Sakata was stunned for a moment when he saw Song Jia jumping into the mouth of the tuna. What is this operation? However, the next moment, he saw a huge wave suddenly bursting on the sea, which immediately swallowed the surrounding area. What's going on? Sakata was also hit by the huge waves at this moment. But fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and was not washed into the sea by the huge waves. Then, they heard a terrifying wail. And finally the surging waves gradually subsided. When they looked at the sea, it was full of blood. But there was no trace of the tuna and Song Jia. What's going on? You ask me. Who should I ask? Such a large amount of blood should not be from that person. Right? They looked at each other. As long as they were not stupid, they would definitely know that the human body itself definitely does not have such a large amount of blood. No way. That person killed the tuna with one punch. One of them exclaimed. Not only did he have such an idea, but others were almost the same. So the current scene, I am afraid, can only be explained in this way. Where did he go? Why haven't we seen his figure yet? Do you think he will die together with the tuna? Someone said in horror. At this time, everyone present was silent. Sakata looked down and soon saw the body of the golden tuna ray fish floating to the surface. He killed the golden tuna ray fish? Sakata said in disbelief. The words of the other party just now suddenly reappeared in his mind. This made him a little difficult to accept. He is a hero, Sakata said in his heart. No matter what, I will bring his body back. As he was about to jump into the sea to find Song Jia's body, the latter emerged from the sea. Sakata, who was about to jump into the sea, was suddenly frightened by Song Jia. Uncle, you are so depressed? Is it unnecessary? Song Jia said in astonishment. Sakata was silent. Then, Song Jia took the body of the golden tuna ray fish away. After he killed the golden tuna ray fish, he looked for the core of the earth on the seabed. But he didn't expect that he really found it. Can I know your name? Sakata saw Song Jia was leaving and asked hurriedly. My name is Bin Boba. Song Jia left a word and turned away. However, what he didn't know was that these people were all wearing recorders. So the scene just now was recorded. This matter soon reached the ears of the official of Sakura country. Why does this person look so familiar to me? And there is no one called Bin Boba in our Sakura country. This person has appeared 3 times. And he uses the same name all the time. But I think this person does look familiar. As if I have seen him somewhere. Are you blind? This person is Song Jia, who the holy city wants to catch. A senior official said unhappily. After this was said, everyone realized that this person was indeed Song Jia. It turns out that he really didn't leave our country. What should we do now? Should we join forces with the holy city to catch him? The senior executive just now said angrily. He helped us solve the problems of the 3 cities. And you told me that we should help the holy city catch him? Are you trying to put our Sakura country in the public opinion? No one else dared to speak. Anyway, someone is working for us for free. Why not do it? The white-bearded senior executive laughed. That makes sense. Do you think Song Jia also wants to get our support to help us solve the sea disaster? The white-bearded senior executive said, even if he helps us, we will not support him. After all, there is absolutely no good result in going against the holy city. Everyone nodded in agreement. If he wants to help, let him help himself. Anyway, we will turn a blind eye. The white-bearded senior executive stroked his white beard and said, then when the people of the holy city ask us, what should we say? Someone asked. If they ask, we will tell the truth. After all, we cannot offend the holy city. I know. Dongling City. After Song Jia solved the sea monster, he did not get the earth core because it was gone. Obviously, the official side has taken back the earth core. Song Jia was about to go back, but he found several figures coming. People from the holy city? Song Jia looked into the distance and suddenly became interested. At this time, the military magician, who had been observing Song Jia, also looked over. They didn't expect to meet the magicians from the holy city here. These people are wearing the clothes of the holy city. Are they people from the holy city? It should be. What are they doing here? Is it to catch him? Why do they want to catch him? Everyone was puzzled at first. And then someone said, don't you think this person looks like someone? Who? Song Jia. As soon as this was said, many people reacted immediately. It seems to be true. No wonder the holy city came to arrest him. It turns out he is Song Jia. With so many holy judges, he is in trouble. Chapter 607. At this time, many people have recognized Song Jia. After all, many people know about his affairs. The people in the holy city have locked Song Jia's position. So they all surrounded him. Song Jia, you can't escape now, the leading holy judge said. Song Jia shrugged. Why should I escape? At this time, he had already taken out the live broadcast equipment and was aiming at these holy judges. Song Jia said, I saved 3 cities today. And you high-ranking holy judges have so many superclass mages trying to catch me. So you might as well save more cities in Sakura country. Sakura country is surrounded by the sea. Do you know how big a disaster their people are facing? Do you know how many relatives they have died at the hands of sea monsters? You have so many mages in your holy city. Why don't you do something useful? My ability is limited. I only killed the culprits of 3 cities. You have so many superclass mages. Do you know how many lives in Sakura country you can save? Song Jia words, like a heart-piercing word, sounded in the live broadcast room. He had known that the people from the holy city would come back to find him. So he was well prepared. What he said just now has spread all over the world. Especially in Sakura country, where they think it makes a lot of sense. What Song Jia did was to eliminate the hidden dangers for their Sakura country. But what about the holy city? It has so many superclass mages. Why didn't they come to support them? At this moment, the people of Sakura country saw the people of the holy city with hatred in their eyes. If they came to support, their relatives would not die. and they would not lose their homes. Rubbish holy city. Give me back my relatives. Damn holy city. Didn't it say it would protect humans? Holy city. Give me back my relatives. In an instant, public opinion was one-sided, and the holy city came to the forefront. Don't make up your mind. We in the holy city have unanimously decided that you are a greater threat than the siren. The leading holy judge said. I am a greater threat than the siren? Asked the people of Sakura country, who killed the culprit of the 3 cities and avenged their dead relatives. Songjia retorted. As soon as these words came out, the holy judge Mage was speechless. Of course they had heard about Songjia, but they were in different positions, so they had to stand on the side of the holy city. Rubbish holy city. Yes, Songjia at least avenged the 3 cities. What did the people of the holy city do for our Sakura country? With so many superclass mages, how many people can they save? But they were indifferent, and watched our loved ones die. Public opinion became more and more powerful, and people from other countries also joined in. Especially those coastal countries. They were also invaded by sea monsters, and asked for help from the whole world. But there was no response. As the highest organization, the holy city had so many superclass mages, but it didn't support them. At this moment, the holy city aroused public anger. Rubbish holy city. Give me back my loved ones. You said Songjia was threatening others, but he avenged the 3 cities. The holy city is just a hypocrite. Public opinion was so powerful that in a blink of an eye, the holy city became the target of public criticism. You are so sharp-tongued. You violated the order and rules of our holy city. So you should be punished? The leading holy judge said angrily. Rules are set by people. I ask you, what did I do wrong? Songjia asked back. You mastered the evil magic and arrested the former Archangel Serial. You are guilty of a heinous crime, said the holy judge. Serial deserves his punishment. But do you have any evidence of the evil magic I mastered? Songjia asked back. After this, the holy judge fell silent again. Do they have evidence? It seems that they don't, because even in the live video, Songjia's image did not appear. So there is no evidence to prove that he has become the evil Saint King. Serial's one-sided statement is definitely not enough. So evidence is needed to prove that Songjia is the evil Saint King. It is rumored that Songjia has become a demon. A demon who kills without blinking an eye. But now, he still maintains his rationality and avenges the people who died in the 3 cities. How can he be a demon? He is simply a great man. You are sharp-tongued. Don't think we will let you go just like this. The holy judge didn't want to listen, because he couldn't argue with Songjia at all. Let's go together. Songjia looked at so many holy judges coming to kill. He was very calm, because there was a big guy coming towards him. He had discovered long ago that there must be other emperors behind the Sakura country. Therefore, Songjia had been waiting for the other party to take action. And the other party came just in time. Can I ask? Do you have an archangel coming this time? Songjia said. However, none of the holy judges answered him. Songjia found it boring, and did not ask any more questions. He then led them towards the Emperor Siren. His figure kept teleporting in the air. And soon, he came near the Emperor-level creature. At this time, hundreds of holy judge mages surrounded and attacked, ready to kill Songjia here. But the next moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared and swallowed several holy judge mages in one gulp. When they wanted to lock Songjia figure, the other party had gone to nowhere. Damn it! We were fooled, the leading holy judge mage said angrily. When they reacted, it was too late. They could not escape from being locked by the emperor-level creature. In the blink of an eye, several more holy judge mages died at the hands of the Emperor Siren. In the live broadcast room, netizens around the world could see the scene. However, they did not pity these holy judge mages. They thought that the people of the holy city should be like this. They lost so many relatives, and it didn't matter if a few holy judge mages died. The holy judge mages were extremely tragic. In front of the emperor-level creature, they were like ants. This emperor-level creature was a sea monster of the squid class. The sky-eye squid. In just a short while, 1/3 of the people on the holy city side were lost. Chief Judge, we are not his opponent. Let's run. They had a hard time getting to this position, and they didn't want to lose it. The mission given to us by Archangel Michael is to catch Songjia. Do you think he will let you go when you go back? The Chief Judge said angrily. Chief Judge, but we are not the opponent of this emperor-level creature either. Staying here will only lead to death, someone said. The chief judge said, Archangel Michael is on his way. As long as we hold on. This emperor creature can also be killed. But, the chief judge knew that if he didn't hold on, he would definitely lose his position as chief judge when he returned. So no matter what, we can't retreat, because Song Jie didn't leave either. At this time, Song Jie was watching this scene leisurely, just holding a drink in his left hand and a watermelon in his right hand. I want to see who is coming this time, Song Jie said expectantly in his heart. Chapter 608. At first, the holy judge mages were caught off guard by the sky-eye squid. After they adapted, the casualties gradually decreased. However, the team of more than 100 people now only has 80 or 90 people left. But other support from the holy city mages is also coming. So their number is more than that. It's just that the sky-eye squid is too powerful. They can't kill it at all. And being able to fight is already the limit. The sky-eye squid saw that they were surrounded by so many holy judge mages, thinking that they were helpers called by Song Jie. And they were immediately angry. In an instant, waves hit one after another, and instantly swallowed several holy judge mages. No! The holy judge mages roared. But it was useless. They even cast a look at Song Jie for help. But Song Jie didn't care about them at all. Because of the death again, the remaining holy judges were panicked. They didn't care about so much and turned around and ran. Someone explained, the emperor-level creature is too powerful. We are no match for it. Let's run. Someone took the lead. And the others didn't dare to stay at all. They turned around and left quickly. This scene was also seen by everyone in the live broadcast room. And they were immediately angry. Rubbish holy city. You can't kill 2 sea monsters. And you still say you are the most powerful magic organization. Just run away like this? What about the Sakura people behind? At this moment, everyone saw the ugly side of the holy city. At this time, Song Jie felt that the time was almost right. After all, this was an emperor-level creature. And killing it would also get a lot of good things. Since the holy city can't solve it. Let me do it, Song Jie said loudly. When the people here heard that Song Jie was going to take action, they immediately became interested. Because they all knew how powerful Song Jie was. If he took action, he would definitely be able to deal with this sea monster. After all, the other party had killed 3 of them before. Leave it to you. Song Jie did not take the initiative to take action, but handed it over to his contracted undead. Albai has been promoted to the peak of the Little Emperor, and it is easy to kill a sky-eye squid in the early stage of the Little Emperor. The people in the live broadcast room saw Albai diving into the seabed and heading straight for the sky-eye squid. The sky-eye squid was chasing the holy judge mage, and did not notice the appearance of Albai at all. When it found out, Albai had already come behind it, and gave it a painful blow at the same time. The sky-eye squid roared, but it was useless. And the green blood dyed the sea green. Immediately afterwards, the screams of the sky-eye squid came one after another. And the netizens in the live broadcast room were all terrified. It's too miserable. But not long after, the sound gradually disappeared. Will it not end this time? Song Jie didn't seem to have made any move. Just killed it like this? The sea monster has been killed. And the people of Sakura country are safe. Compared to the escape of the holy city holy judge mage, they definitely support Song Jie's current approach. Song Jie is awesome. Song Jie will always be our Sakura country's friend. Crap holy city. Not even a finger of Song Jie can compare. Holy city. Meeting room. Because of the appearance of live broadcast, Ramil and others started the meeting again. What's wrong with the live broadcast? But now it can't be removed? Ramil said angrily. The technician was startled and shook his head. The other party is a master. We are not his opponent. If you are not his opponent, won't you think of other ways? Ramil shouted again. The technician nodded immediately and hurried out of the meeting room. A bunch of trash. Ramil was so angry that the reputation of the holy city was about to be ruined. And the reason they have come to this point is all because of Song Jie. Ramil slapped the table and said angrily, this Song Jie is really resourceful, putting us in a passive position. Michael, Raphael and Rigel have already gone to Sakura country. No matter how resourceful he is, he can't escape, Uriel said slowly. This time they dispatched 3 angels, which can be said to be the largest action in the history of the holy city. But to deal with Song Jie, they felt that they had to dispatch 3 angels. I hope they won't let us down. I don't want this matter to get bigger and bigger, Ramil said. Uriel nodded. After this matter is resolved, I will have someone suppress it. After all, the person is gone, and no matter how much they make trouble, it will be useless. Ramil responded and felt that it made sense. Sakura Country. Michael, Raphael and Raguel have already arrived in the city where Song Jie is. When the time comes, you can hold back his summoned beast and leave him to me, Michael said. Raphael and Raguel were just here to make soy sauce, so they nodded one after another. Michael knew that Song Jie had a powerful summoned beast, but generally he only needed to deal with the summoner. So no matter how powerful his summoned beast was, it would be useless. Therefore, he found Raphael and Raguel to join forces. With the help of two people, Michael is 100% sure to kill Song Jie. Although Song Jie is now in a good momentum and has an advantage. As long as he dies, they will be able to move a little, and his previous momentum will be gone. Soon, Michael and the other two have arrived at the place where Song Jie appeared. What's going on? Michael looked at the panicked and fleeing Holy Judge Mage, and was furious. The captured Holy Judge Mage hurriedly said respectfully, replied to the angel. There is an Emperor-level sea monster over there. We are not opponents at all. Emperor-level sea monster? Michael frowned. Yes, most of us were killed by it. We are not opponents, and can only run away, the man said. Michael said angrily, call them back for me. Whoever doesn't come to the city rules will serve. Yes. The man immediately caught up with the fleeing Holy Judge Mage. That Emperor-level sea monster should not be Song Jie's summoned beast. It may really be a sea monster, Raphael said. At this time, Raguel also received the news from Ramil. Ramil said that Song Jie solved the little emperor. He solved it so quickly? Raphael said in disbelief. You know, the emperor-level creatures are very powerful. Even for them, it takes a lot of time. And the emperor-level creatures are very cunning. They will choose to run away directly if they can't beat them. You know Song Jie has a black dragon in his hand. And that black dragon is the Black Dragon Emperor, who is an emperor-level creature. Michael continued, after his training. It has become very powerful now. You should be careful when the time comes. Raphael and Raguel nodded. After a while, the three of them came to Song Jie's position. And the latter also saw the three of them at this time. 3 archangels. The holy city will not spare any effort to deal with me, Song Jie said. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room also increased wildly. Rubbish holy city. With so many angels. Why don't you come to save us? What holy city? It's just a group of selfish people. Chapter 609. The appearance of Michael, Raguel and Raphael made the friends in the live broadcast room curse. They knew that there were 7 archangels in the holy city, and they were all high and mighty. However, when the coastal cities were invaded, they did nothing, even if the holy city was the supreme existence. At this moment, it was no match for Song Jie. I support Song Jie. What is the holy city? I also support Song Jie. He is much better than the holy city. The live broadcast room barrage quickly passed by, all supporting Song Jie. Michael came to the opposite side of Song Jie and said with a smile, your means of bewitching people are still quite strong. What do you mean by bewitching people? Song Jie smiled. Everyone's eyes are sharp. They can distinguish right from wrong by themselves. But your holy city just did a good thing, helping me consume that emperor level, he said murderously. Michael narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Jie. This was their first meeting, but Song Jie made him feel like he couldn't see through him. But now that things have come to this, there is no room for redemption. This must be done. Where is Serial? Michael looked at Song Jie and asked. Song Jie said, he is in a safe place. I can take you to meet him when the time comes. Michael snorted coldly. You really think you can do whatever you want? The forbidden technique on you has violated the world's laws and must not be allowed to exist. These are just the laws you made. If I don't abide by them, what can you do to me? Song Jie looked at him. Besides, have I hurt anyone? Michael said, whether you have hurt others or not, you have to go with us. Go with you. And then be executed by you? Song Jie laughed. I will definitely go to the holy city. And you should be able to see it when the time comes. Michael frowned and said in a cold tone, it seems that you don't plan to go with us? Isn't this the result you expect? Song Jie smiled. Michael knew that Song Jie was broadcasting live, so he didn't want to be too domineering. After all, he still needed supporters. He replied, "You are unwilling to go back with us, so we have to take you back and let you accept the judgment of everyone. Show some strength before you say this." Song Jia hooked his finger at Michael. "Then let you see what happens when you offend an angel," Michael said angrily. "All people in the holy city listen to my order. Line up." As soon as Michael finished speaking, the holy judge Mage from Taba had already come to Song Jia's side. After hearing Michael's message, they all released light magic. In the blink of an eye, a golden light curtain suddenly rose around the holy place. It seemed to be a formation prepared to prevent him from escaping. "Welcome to your judgment," Michael said, and gave everyone an order. Light sanction. In an instant, golden lasers suddenly shot out from the light curtain, as if they wanted to drown and kill Song Jia. Song Jia was calm and looked at the countless rays of light shooting at him, and they were all blocked between clapping his hands. No matter how powerful the light was, it could not break through his space barrier. Song Jia's voice came. "If you want to use this formation to trap me, I'm afraid it's not enough." Black Dragon Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Dragon Emperor flew out of the contract space. It roared at the sky, and the formation suddenly collapsed. "Not good. Run." "How is it possible?" When the holy judges saw the golden light curtain crack, they immediately showed an expression of disbelief. The next moment, the golden light curtain suddenly shattered, and the Black Dragon Emperor came to the sky above everyone. The Black Dragon Emperor has been promoted to a middle-level emperor. That is, a master-level strongman, although it is not as strong as Lun Yui's now. As long as it has enough time to settle, it can definitely surpass the other party. "Why is the breath of this black dragon so strong?" Raphael frowned. Legier said, "I'm afraid this is no longer a little emperor's black dragon. I'm afraid it is a master level. A master level black dragon. Can we resist it?" Raphael hesitated. Michael said, "You just need to give me enough time. I will be able to kill him." He didn't expect that the Black Dragon Emperor would grow to this extent. If he continued to grow, it would be out of control. At that time, it would be even more difficult for them to deal with Song Jia. "We can't hold on for long, so you should end the battle as soon as possible," Raphael said. "I will," Michael nodded. "He should have other summoned beasts. Please, as long as he kills Song Jia, the others will become nothing." However, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. "Fuck. That's the Black Dragon. Song Jia actually contracted a Black Dragon as a contracted beast. So cool." Song Jia looked at them. "I have more than just these trump cards." After that, he continued to summon other creatures. Bone Dragon. "Oh bye." Queen of the Nine Netherworld. Commander of the Mist Ghost. Bone Dragon and Albai are both at the peak of the Little Emperor. Queen of the Nine Netherworld and Commander of the Mist Ghost are at the early stage of the Little Emperor. When these undead appeared, the live broadcast room exploded again. The aura they exuded was so strong that they felt suffocated even through the screen. "Do you really think we don't have other means prepared?" As soon as Michael finished speaking, a huge golden staff appeared in his hand. "Holy summons! The Dragon of Light." As Michael finished speaking, a white light appeared in the sky, and light patterns appeared in front of them. This is a summoning formation. They can summon the holy objects of the holy city. The dragon guarding the holy city, the Dragon of Light, descended from the formation, and the holy light shone on the earth. The figure of the Dragon of Light appeared, and its huge body was comparable to that of the Black Dragon Emperor. However, the Black Dragon Emperor was not afraid at all. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was absolutely sure to tear the opponent to pieces. Raphael and Legier were relieved when they saw the Dragon of Light coming. They agreed to come because they only knew that Song Jia had the trump card of the Black Dragon Emperor. But who would have thought that the Black Dragon Emperor had grown to this point? Even, the opponent had several Emperor-level generals in his hands. It would be strange if they were not panicked. Although they are angels, it takes time to kill the Emperor level. Moreover, there is more than one Emperor level here. The aura they exude is very terrifying, and they are extremely fearful on their faces at this moment. But if they escape now, not only will they lose face, but Michael will be in trouble, and they will have a hard time explaining themselves when they return. Michael once again reminded them, "Hold his summoned beast, and I will take care of Song Jia." He didn't want to wait any longer. This guy was getting more and more terrifying, and he didn't know how many surprises he would bring him in the future. It must be solved completely. Chapter 610. Friends, I won't broadcast live to you anymore, because I'm going to beat someone up. If you want to know what's going on, please stay tuned for the latest report. Song Jia turned off the live broadcast room as soon as he finished speaking. No! I want to see what happens next. The anchor is not a human. Please, show us the next battle. Although there were no previous scenes in the live broadcast room, some people were still posting comments. But Song Jia couldn't see them. Are you afraid of losing too badly and being known by others? Michael's voice came. Song Jia smiled without saying anything, and ordered the Black Dragon Emperor and other people to fight out. Raphael and Raguel, along with the Light Dragon and other Holy Judge Mages, rushed out together. At this time, the Holy Judge Mages had reached more than 200 people, and some people came to support. You are really confident. Song Jia laughed. I don't know where your confidence comes from. My confidence? Michael also laughed. Then let me show you where my confidence comes from. As soon as he finished speaking, dazzling golden wings suddenly appeared behind him. This is the symbol of angels. 4 wings and below are called angels of power. 4 to 8 wings are called angels of virtue. 10 wings are called angels of punishment. 12 wings are seraphim. Even 12 wings and above are called seraphim. The more wings an angel has, the stronger he is. Michael has 16 wings, which makes him a strong figure in the seraphim industry. You know, Ramil only has 14 wings, and Michael has 2 more wings than him. It is conceivable that Michael is definitely stronger than Ramil. This is my confidence. Did you see it? Michael said. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Sariel. He is the lowest level among the archangels. Sariel can't even beat Ramil. The fact that you can beat him just shows that you have the strength to fight Ramil. But if you want to fight me, I won't give you any room to fight back. Today, I will kill you here. Song Jia smiled and said, I like confident people like you the most. If I suddenly let you fall to the bottom, your expression should be very exciting. Right? Michael snorted coldly. You can't do it yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound wave swept towards Song Jia like a wave. Song Jia was careless, just raised his hand and flicked it lightly, and all the sound waves collapsed. Light feather. Light sword. The wings behind Michael suddenly opened and contracted, releasing countless golden arrow feathers. Song Jia did not move. Is this your strength? Michael sneered. It seems that you want to die faster. Then I will fulfill your wish. In an instant, a large piece of golden light appeared above Song Jia's head and poured down. He raised his head and saw a huge golden fist appeared in the sky, swooping down towards him just now. Song Jia looked at the golden fist. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. His whole body was stained with evil spirit, and he instantly turned into a demon. The evil Saint King has arrived. Not enough, Song Jia shouted, and clenched his fist. And as he rushed forward, he also blasted it violently. The golden fist blasted down, touching Song Jia's fist, and a dazzling golden light burst out. Michael had already seen Song Jia demonization, and at the same time, the other party turned into the evil Saint King, looking for death. Michael's mouth curled up slightly. He felt that Song Jia could not withstand his punch. He didn't want to compromise, so he used his fatal blow. Even if Ramil came, he couldn't take this punch. But, while he was waiting for the result, he suddenly realized that a breath was approaching him quickly. This breath. Michael felt that this breath was very familiar. But when he reacted, that period of time had already arrived in front of him. How is it possible? Michael was stunned when he saw the person coming. You are not. Before Michael finished speaking, his cheek was punched by the other party. The person who came was Song Jia, specifically Song Jia clone. At this time, his clone also turned into the evil Saint King. So there are now 2 evil Saint Kings. Michael flew backwards, not expecting Song Jia to appear here. Isn't this guy over there? However, just as he was thinking about something, Song Jia clone came to kill him, not giving him a chance to think. Holy sword. Michael had no choice. The clone fought him in close combat, and he could only deal with it. It's just that the clone has turned this place into a battlefield, and his figure is like a ghost, coming and going freely. Just when Michael wanted to pierce Song Jia clone with a sword, the latter flashed and disappeared on the spot. Damn it! Michael was furious. At this time, not far away, Song Jia figure had recovered and disappeared. I'm here, Song Jia voice suddenly sounded, and Michael quickly made a response strategy. But when he faced Song Jie's defense, Song Jie's voice also appeared on the other side. How could it be? Michael had no idea what was going on. Just as he was about to react, another punch hit his wings. Each punch after Song Jie's evil Saint King contained the power of space. So the power was extremely terrifying. Michael flew backwards, and the wings that were hit just now were broken and bleeding. I'm going to kill you! Michael was very angry, and he didn't know what was going on until now. Are you very angry? Where did your confidence go just now? Song Jie's voice came again. Michael turned around angrily and swung his sword. But the next moment, Song Jie's fist hit him again from behind. Crack! Another wing was broken, which made Michael extremely painful. You are hiding. Do you dare to come out and fight me? To fight you? Of course I dare. As soon as Song Jie's finished speaking, he appeared in front of Michael. When Michael saw Song Jie's, he was relieved. What he didn't expect was that another wing was broken, which made him scream again. Song Jie's was right in front of him. Who else was attacking him? Michael turned around quickly and found that the person who broke his wings just now also looked like Song Jie's. This is a clone. Michael quickly recalled that Song Jie's seemed to be able to clone himself. Two evil Saint Kings. After Michael knew the situation, he was a little panicked. He seemed to have underestimated Song Jie's strength. Where is your confidence? Song Jie and his clone sped up, and their figures kept shuttling around Michael. Michael has broken 3 wings. He was originally a 16-winged angel, but now he has become a 13-winged angel. He was angry, but facing the 2 evil Saint Kings, he suddenly felt a little powerless. Where is the distraction? Then I take this wing. Song Jie's voice came to Michael's ears. Chapter 611. Where is the clone? Then I take this wing. Song Jie's voice came to Michael's ears. Michael was startled, and when he reacted, one of his wings behind him had been broken by Song Jie. Ah! Michael screamed, and the piercing pain made his face pale. He was a 16-winged seraphim, but now, he was played around by Song Jie. I'm going to kill you! Michael panted and roared. In a blink of an eye, he was covered with golden lightsabers, which shot out instantly. Facing the golden lightsabers, Song Jie was calm and composed. And in a moment, everything collapsed. Is this your confidence? Song Jie said. Michael was furious. He raised the golden sword in his hand, and summoned countless golden flying swords again. But his tricks couldn't deal with Song Jie at all, and there was no threat to him at all. What the hell is Michael doing? Legier said anxiously. Raphael was slapped by the Black Dragon Emperor's tail and flew away. I don't know either. The Queen of Nine Netherworld and the Commander of Mist Ghost attacked Rigel, and Rigel had to continue fighting. He seems to be in trouble, Raphael said after looking at Michael. I only know that if they can't solve it, we will also be in trouble. Rigel was attacked by the Queen of Nine Netherworld and retreated violently. What's that? I can't stand it. Raphael was so scared of the Black Dragon Emperor's black flame that he retreated and dodged. His clone will definitely not exist for so long. I still have a chance. I must hold on to the end. Michael gave himself a psychological hint. Song Jie cooperated with the clone, beat Michael so badly that he had no chance to fight back. Bang! Michael was punched into the water by Song Jie clone again, and the waves splashed and rolled up. He got out of the sea, but Song Jie didn't give him a chance and kicked him in the face again. Michael was extremely frustrated. He wanted to see how long Song Jie clone could last. But he was kicked into the sea countless times. But Song Jie identity still existed, which made him autistic instantly. How is it possible? Michael didn't know how much seawater he drank, even if he wanted to resist. But his attack was like tickling, and had no effect on Song Jie at all. He rushed out of the water, and the golden giant sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at Song Jie in an instant. The golden giant sword burst into golden light. But the next moment, the clone was already behind him. Michael noticed it, but when he reacted, it was too late. No! The next second, Michael let out a miserable wail, and his wings were broken by Song Jie clone again. Song Jie kept teleporting, and basically did not need to complete the constellation. So Michael could not stop it at all. Not to mention now, they are still facing 2 evil kings. Michael's screams continued, and before he knew it, he only had 5 wings left. You know, he was a 16-winged seraphim at the beginning. So, Michael is now seriously injured. How can he be a match for Song Jia? Lager and Raphael saw this scene and were completely panicked. Because Michael was no match for Song Jia at all. Raphael, what should we do next? Lager spat out blood and said, what can we do? Michael can't leave. We can't die here. Raphael said. Lager asked, do you have a backup plan? Yes. We can teleport away when the time comes. That's great. But are we going to abandon Michael like this? What else can we do? If that guy sets his sights on us, we might not be able to escape. Song Jia punched Michael hard. And Michael's teeth were knocked out. Weren't you always confident before? Michael flew backwards on the sea, causing huge waves. He spat out blood, and 2 teeth appeared on his palm. At this time, he finally realized that he was no match for Song Jia. This guy is so scary. Michael looked for the location of Raphael of Ragel. He knew that these 2 people must have a backup plan. So he had to leave. Otherwise he would probably die here. However, when he found Raphael and Ragel, the 2 were ready to abandon him. You? Michael saw that Raphael and Ragel had no intention of saving him. In an instant, a golden light appeared in the sky and swooped down towards Raphael and Ragel. Song Jia turned his head and thought it was a big move, but found that it was just a teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, Raphael and Ragel disappeared. When they reappeared, they had returned to the sky above the holy city. When Ramil and others in the conference room found that Ragel and Raphael had returned, they flew out in a hurry. Their appearance also attracted the attention of the residents of the holy city. Raphael and Ragel were both seriously injured and fell to the ground with the last bit of strength they had left. Ramil and others came and frowned when they saw their appearance. Where is Michael? He is still in Sakura country. But he can't come back, Raphael said. Still in Sakura country? What happened? Ramil looked at them in surprise. This is what happened. Raphael told the story. What? Ramil was surprised in disbelief. But he didn't expect Song Jia to have such a trump card. Raphael said, so Michael is in danger. And we are also escaping from the tiger's mouth. Hearing this news, Ramil and others were silent. Who would have thought that this hidden danger would grow to such a level? Sakura country. Sea surface. Michael was disheartened. He didn't expect Serial to create such a powerful demon. Now you are the only one left. Song Jia said condescendingly. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the whole world. Michael retreated and said, I am the Archangel of the Holy City. Song Jia looked at him expressionlessly. If I want to kill you, can you stop me? If I am afraid of you, Archangel of the Holy City, will I openly go to war with you? As soon as these words came out, Michael's momentum was swept away, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. At this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board, allowing Song Jia to slaughter him at will. Don't worry. I won't kill you now, Song Jia said, and let the clone break Michael's wings again. These wings should be your capital for being arrogant. Right? Now I want to break them all. No! Michael roared. But it was useless. His current situation could not stop Song Jia clone at all. He was still resisting stubbornly. But the more he resisted, the faster his wings broke. After a while, Michael no longer had wings, but his back was covered in blood. Chapter 612. Michael was thrown onto a tall building by Song Jia clone. He was panting and in a state of embarrassment. Song Jia slowly descended from the sky and looked at Michael. Michael looked at Song Jia, and his heart was filled with panic and fear that he had never seen before. At this moment, he finally felt fear. What do you want to do? Michael dragged his broken body and retreated step by step. You know, in a moment. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he stopped Michael, who was retreating. Michael looked at Song Jia coming over, and was extremely scared. But it was useless. Just see, Michael exclaimed, and then fell to the ground in horror. You crippled me. Michael had worked so hard for so long, and deliberately became stronger. But he didn't expect this to be the end. No! He roared as much as he could, but this couldn't save his cultivation. Now Michael has become a cripple. How does it feel? Song Jia looked at him. Michael's eyes were red, and he didn't hear Song Jia words at all. He had collapsed now. Song Jia saw that Michael was on the verge of collapse, and immediately changed back to the Black Dragon Emperor and the others. He looked at the direction where Raphael and Ragel had just disappeared in the distance. It's a pity that only one was left. If possible, He would definitely want to keep all three, and must teach the Holy City a lesson. After resolving the crisis, Song Jie took Michael away from here, and the holy judges who were hiding also saw this scene. Archangel Michael is not a match. Not only that, Archangel Raphael and Archangel Raguel also ran away. It's over. They didn't expect that the Holy City would end up in such a situation now. So many people came to encircle and suppress, and 3 archangels were dispatched. But it was useless. Now, the Holy City has lost another archangel. Soon, this matter was immediately spread to the whole world. The 3 archangels were finally defeated by Song Jie. Archangel Michael was captured alive, and the other 2 archangels returned to the Holy City with serious injuries. When this topic came out, everyone who had watched the live broadcast before was shocked, because the 3 archangels did not kill Song Jie. How strong was the opponent? Therefore, Song Jie's strength became a mystery in everyone's mind. But they can all conclude that Song Jie did not lose his mind. After all, he saved the city of Sakura Country. And from the previous live broadcast, it can be seen that Song Jie is not as described on the internet. He is still in human form, not in the form of a demon. Just when everyone was discussing him, Song Jie had returned to his residence. Mochizuki Chishuin was waiting for him to return in the yard. If Song Jie hadn't asked her to keep an eye on Serial, she might have gone to find him when Song Jie was besieged by the Holy City. When she saw Song Jie coming back safely, she was relieved. You are finally back. Mochizuki Chishuin walked over and hugged Song Jie. Song Jie nodded and threw Michael aside. Who is this person? He is also an archangel of the Holy City. Named Michael. Song Jie said. He is Michael. Mochizuki Chishuin didn't expect that she would meet someone from the Holy City in this way. You know, these archangels of the Holy City are all high and mighty figures. It is basically impossible for them to meet. But now, they appeared in front of her in such a mess, which made her a little uncomfortable. Song Jie, what are you doing with them? Mochizuki Chishuin asked. Song Jie said, of course. It is to give some people a warning. To show off? You will know when the time comes. Song Jie said. He has always been a person who does not offend me. But if someone offends me, I will return it tenfold. Since the Holy City wants to go to war, he certainly can't be a coward. After all, he has to teach the other party a lesson that will be remembered. It's good that you can come back. Mochizuki Chishuin continued to hug Song Jie tightly. Song Jie stroked the other's long hair, and then asked her to prepare food. It was evening. This matter has been widely circulated on the internet, and many people have come to find out about Song Jie, especially his old lovers. Song Jie responded one by one, telling them not to worry, and that he was fine. Then, he called Ling Ling. Song Jie, are you okay? I'm fine. But now I need your help with something. What is it? After a while, Song Jie told Ling Ling what he wanted to do. Leave this to me, and I help you get it done when the time comes. Ling Ling said. Great. I reward you with a kiss when I get back. Rogue. Ling Ling hung up the phone and prepared for the next thing. After solving this matter, Song Jie dragged Michael into the house and reunited him with Serial. Serial saw Michael and looked completely unbelievable. Michael, I said we would meet. Didn't I lie to you? Song Jie said murderously. Michael's current situation is extremely miserable. He is no different from Serial. Both of them have now become useless people, and have nothing to do with the high and mighty archangels. Next, I want you to record a short video and admit that you did something stubborn, Song Jie said. However, Serial and Michael are both old foxes, and naturally they can't admit this. However, given their current situation, Song Jie can completely control Xiao He, so they don't need to explain the situation themselves. After Song Jie recorded the video, he sent it to Ling Ling, and then waited for things to continue to ferment. Holy City. Conference room. Raphael and Raguel recovered a bit, but after being seriously injured, it may take several months to recover. Ramil asked, tell me about Song Jie's strength. This guy not only has the Black Dragon Emperor, but also other Emperor-level undead. Moreover, we also saw him transformed into 2 evil Saint Kings. Michael was powerless in the face of the 2 evil Saint Kings, and was directly crushed by them. The Black Dragon Emperor I faced may have been a medium-level emperor. Fortunately, it was promoted not long ago. Otherwise I might have died there. Raphael said word by word. Medium emperor. When everyone heard the bad news, they were a little restless. A human! The summoned beast actually reached the medium-level emperor. How did this guy do it? They were all silent, and didn't know what to say for a while. 3 archangels took action, but only 2 came back. This was definitely a heavy loss for their holy city. Now there are 7 angels. 2 were captured, and there are only 4 people left in the holy city, and 2 of them are seriously injured. If Songjia comes to kill, can their holy city stop him? Songjia never killed Michael immediately. Maybe he was afraid. So we still have a chance, Ramil said. However, at this moment, a man suddenly rushed in from outside. You are so flustered. What happened? Ramil asked with a frown. It's not good. Chapter 6:13. There is a vote online to punish Michael and Serial. And now there are millions of people participating. The Holy City Wizard said. What? Ramil suddenly said in a low voice, and took out his mobile phone. Send it to me. As soon as this was said, everyone present took out their mobile phones to check the voting information. After a while, Ramil and others saw the content of the vote. Judgment of Angels. When everyone saw this title, they frowned slightly. The Holy City is the highest magic organization in the magic world. And angels also represent the highest power and status. Someone actually wants to judge angels. Isn't this a slap in their faces? Then, they also saw the videos of Michael and Serial. In these 2 videos, they are both describing their crimes. Ridiculous. Ramil slammed the table. Extremely angry. Their holy city represents the highest power organization in the world. How can anyone else judge? However, there is a vote below the 2 videos, which is whether they agree to let them be sentenced to death. Uriel, who was second only to Michael, also frowned. If they could judge the angels so easily, how could their holy city save its reputation? And they also saw that Serial's votes had reached more than 3 million. This was not much for the number of people in the world. But it was a lot to have so many people agree. And Michael's votes were a little less than Serial's. He only had more than 1 million votes. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ramil continued to roar. Others did not dare to speak. Uriel, say something. Ramil was so angry that he turned to ask Uriel. Uriel raised his head. Although I am also very angry. Do we have any choice now? Hearing this, others sighed. Songjia is now so powerful that they can no longer shake him. Should we just let him do whatever he wants? Ramil said. If you don't agree, you can go find him, someone said. After this, Remy stopped talking. Go find Songjia by yourself? What's the difference between this and delivering to his door? Besides, Michael, Raphael and Raquel are not opponents. And it will be the same if I go by myself. Remy said. Then what should we do next? It must be solved. Right? Otherwise, our holy city will be treated as a soft persimmon. The matter must be solved. But not in the previous way. Because we have lost the initiative. Uriel said with a serious face. Ramil saw what Uriel meant. You mean negotiation? Yes. Songjia wants to sentence them to death. Which is a slap in the face of the holy city. Uriel continued, but stepping back. We can't do anything to him. Huaxia supports him. And there are many voices supporting him. It's not easy for us to deal with him. Therefore, we can only negotiate with him, and let him release Serial and Michael. Ramil asked, then what is our bargaining chip? Write it off. Write it off? We just suffer a loss like this? Ramil was angry. Uriel said coldly, if you have a better way. I won't do it. Ramil was silent. Afterwards, everyone dispersed, and left the meeting room. Ramil was still sitting in the meeting room. And his assistant walked in from outside. Lord Ramil, I have collected information about Songjia. And his information is all here. The male assistant put a stack of information in front of Ramil. Let's talk about it. Okay. The male assistant talked about various things about Songjia, and also introduced his company. Songjia also has a company that now has business all over the world. We can start from this aspect. Ramil nodded. They can become archangels. So of course they have a lot of connections. Especially those big families. There are too many people who want to curry favor with him. Then give me an order to let those families control all his industries, and arrest Renyi for me. Ramil said. He dare not come to the holy city, because the holy city is powerful. But the holy city is not just powerful. We have enough connections and power. He is alone. What can he use to fight us? Lord Ramil is right. The male assistant agreed with a smile. You should follow up on this matter. Remeyer continued. He is still in Sakura country. And Serial and Michael should be there too. So you should send someone to Sakura country immediately. What are we going there for? We have captured his people and curbed his industry. So he will definitely show up, Remeyer said. So, when he leaves Sakura country, we can send people into Sakura country to look for Serial and Michael. But Sakura country is so big. Then check who he is close to in Sakura country, Ramil said. Master Ramil is still thoughtful. The male assistant flattered. Hurry up and do it. Yes. The group under Song Jia name has been made bigger and bigger by Leroy. And with the business previously won in Egypt, the group has already squeezed into the first tier. But it is still incomparable with local companies. Leroy is in the lighthouse country at this time. She plans to return to China after completing this work. After all, Song Jia has already started a war with the Holy City. When she returns to China, she can also be ready to support at any time. Leroy came out of the company and was about to go to the hotel when a person hurried towards her. It's bad. Mr. Li. What happened? Leroy asked. Our people were arrested, and the goods were also seized by them. The man said. What happened? We don't know. We just saw a bunch of people rushing in and seizing the goods and people. Do you know who they are? The man shook his head. I don't know. I sneaked out. Find the local family and find out the situation first, Leroy said. I contact them now. The man took out his phone and contacted the family that they had a good relationship with. Deletion. Why were our goods detained? However, there was no sound from the other side. But it was extremely quiet. Leroy frowned slightly, feeling very strange. Logically speaking, Deletion couldn't not reply. Run! Deletion's voice came out. And then the other party hung up the phone. At this time, Leroy and the staff were confused and had no idea what was going on with Deletion. However, Leroy had a strong sense of danger. So he felt that something must have happened. Mr. Li, what should we do now? The staff asked. Leroy said, tell Mr. Song about this right away. Okay. Just when they were about to tell Song Jia, several figures appeared around them. These people had a strong aura and seemed to be superclass mages. Leroy frowned. She had already guessed the identities of these people. Chapter 6:14. These people are all superclass mages. And they are here to capture them. Don't struggle, Leroy told the man next to her. The man nodded. Mr. Li, who are these people? Mr. Song's enemies. As soon as Leroy finished speaking, those people rushed down and surrounded them. Come with us, the leading superclass mage said. Leroy did not resist and followed them away. Soon, they came to an abandoned warehouse. You are Leroy? The superclass mage sitting opposite her asked. It's me. It seems that you are very calm and fearless, the superclass mage said. Our lighthouse country has not offended anyone. Are you violating the trade convention by doing this? Leroy questioned. The superclass mage laughed and said, we don't want to either. Who made your director Song offend the people of the holy city? We are just following orders. But thanks to you, we had the opportunity to contact the Archangel. Just a lackey. Leroy spat. The superclass mage stared at Leroy with a lustful smile. It seems that you are very crazy. I don't know if you can still be crazy later. Aren't you afraid of our director Song's revenge? Ha ha ha. Several of our major families took action together. Who knows it was us? The superclass mage laughed wildly. Besides, it's not just our country that took action. Other countries will also take action to sanction you. So, do you think you still have a way to survive? Take her away. I will teach her a lesson later. The superclass mage waved his hand at the people around him. After Leroy was taken away, the superclass mage quickly called the family. Master, it's done. Very good. You report the news to Ramil now. Yes. The super mage hung up the phone and called Ramil again. It was just that the line was busy. But he also understood that the whole world was targeting Song Jia Company. So it was normal. Come here and call me on this number. Don't stop calling. The super mage directed the people next to him. Yes. After calling for nearly half an hour, he finally got through. After a while, the voice of Ramil's male assistant came. How is it going? The super mage said respectfully. We have captured Leroy here. Very good. Transfer him here immediately. Understood. I will take her there now. The super mage smiled. After hanging up the phone, he walked towards the place where Leroy was imprisoned. However, when he opened the door of the room, he did not see Leroy. Where did she go? The super mage looked at the gatekeeper and said angrily, "We don't know either. We just locked her up here and didn't see her go out." "She didn't go out. How come she disappeared?" The superclass mage was furious. He just told his male assistant that he would move there. If this thing is not done, it will not only anger the holy city, but also the family. At that time, he may be in trouble. Go find her immediately. She must be nearby. The superclass mage concluded that Leroy had escaped. But the other party must not have escaped far. But what he didn't expect was that Leroy had now come to Songjia deep in the Sakura country. Leroy was Songjia contracted beast, so she could enter the contract space at any time. For this reason, Leroy used the contract space to leave, so that Songjia could summon her out again. "What happened?" Songjia asked. "Great city lord. The people of the holy city attacked our group." Then, Leroy told Songjia the news she got from the superclass mage. "So, our people and goods have been detained and locked up?" Songjia frowned slightly, his face grim. "Yes, it was done by the people of the holy city and the local big families," Leroy said. "Good. Very good." Songjia gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that someone would dare to do such a thing. Really think he didn't dare to touch them? He also knew that these people relied on the holy city as a backer. Otherwise they wouldn't be so arrogant. However, since they all did this, he must return the favor. And the reason why those families took the risk was to gain more power and wealth. They all felt that the status of the holy city must be unshakable, and Songjia should not take action against them. After all, if Songjia took action against them, it would be killing innocent people indiscriminately, and his positive image would definitely no longer exist. At that time, those who supported him would definitely go against him. Therefore, they felt that Songjia didn't dare to do anything excessive, as they knew from the things of Serial and Michael. He didn't dare to kill them, which showed that Songjia was still afraid of the holy city. As for those votes, they thought it was just a trick. If they really dared to kill, Serial and Michael would have died long ago. "City Lord, what should we do next?" Leroy asked. "Kill them back and let them know what will happen if they mess with us." Songjia answered with murderous intent in his eyes. "Yes." Leroy nodded. "I know where they are. Let's go." Songjia knew that those people abroad were the backbone of the group, so they must not be put in danger. "Qianquan, help me watch them. Call me if you have anything," Songjia urged. "Okay." Mochizuki Qianquan nodded. Songjia and Leroy traveled overnight. At dawn the next day, Leroy took Songjia to the place where he was imprisoned last night. And the people who went out to look for Leroy last night also came back. And they did not find any trace of Leroy. How is it possible? How could she disappear out of thin air? The superclass mage was furious. How should he explain this? At this time, the male assistant also called. "What's wrong with you? Where's the person I want?" "Sir, I'm sorry. You may not believe me, but this is true, that Leroy suddenly disappeared out of thin air." The superclass mage said truthfully. "Are you sure you're not kidding me?" "Sir, I'm really not kidding you. We really caught her last night, but she suddenly disappeared when we were detained," the superclass mage said innocently. The male assistant said, "Since you said you caught her, I give you another day, dead or alive, to see her body." Just then, the door of the warehouse was suddenly knocked open and rushed towards the superclass mages. They were startled suddenly, but fortunately they reacted quickly enough and released magic to block the surprise attack of the two doors. "Who?" The superclass mage turned his head and looked at Songjia and Leroy. When he saw Leroy coming back, his eyes suddenly glowed. "I didn't expect you to come and fall into the trap." The superclass mage laughed. "Walk into a trap?" Leroy sneered. "First take a look at who is next to me." Chapter 6:15. The superclass mage turned his head and looked at Songjia. He felt that he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, the next moment, the person next to him recognized Songjia, pointed at him, and said in panic, "He is Songjia." When this was said, everyone who knew Songjia panicked, and they couldn't help but take a step back. Songjia. The superclass mage didn't expect Songjia to come so soon. "Those who bully me don't even think about living." Song Jia took a step forward, and a space pressure suddenly attacked them. Those people hadn't reacted yet, and they were instantly restrained by the pressure and knelt down one after another. The same was true for the superclass mage in the lead, in front of Song Jia. They had no chance to fight back. Song Jia looked at Li Rui. Go and release our people. Li Rui nodded. After she left, Song Jia turned his attention to those people. Who asked you to arrest my people? Don't tell me. Die. However, everyone present looked at the superclass mage. They were just here to do business and didn't know the situation. At this time, Song Jia put pressure on the superclass mage, causing the last line of defense in his heart to collapse. I said? It was Ramil. He asked me to arrest your people. Song Jia frowned slightly. It turned out to be this Ramil. Which families are involved in this matter? 3 families. They are all the top 10 families in the Lighthouse country. The superclass mage said. You just need to tell me where their families are located. Song Jia said coldly. Their families are located in. Then, the superclass mage told Song Jia the locations of the 3 families. Song Jia looked at the others who didn't speak. Since you have nothing to say, you can die. No. Seeing this, those people wanted to beg for mercy. But Song Jia would not give them a chance. In an instant, except for the superclass mage just now, everyone else died. After Li Rui walked out with his people, he saw that all the people before were dead. Everyone wants to jump on my head. Tonight, I will let them know what the consequences of provoking me are. Song Jia said. City Lord, what should we do next? Li Rui asked. Song Jia said, 3 families will participate this time. I will take you to kill people. Okay. The City Lord is mighty. Let's go with the City Lord. Li Rui will just follow me. You take the goods away and leave the Lighthouse country. Song Jia said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Krilla family. At this moment, the family is waiting for news from the superclass mage. An elder of the family said, What's wrong with this code? Why hasn't he called back in such a long time? Didn't they say Li Rui ran away? He might be looking for her. But after searching for so long, how could there be no clues at all? Everyone was talking. They were all waiting for news from Code. Could something have happened? Otherwise, why can't the phone be reached? It shouldn't be. After all, that place is so hidden. No one knows it's there. That's right. Even if Song Jia knew his people were arrested, he probably wouldn't be able to find that place. Just as everyone was talking, someone suddenly ran in from outside. Master, someone wants to see you. He said he found Li Rui. The man said. Where? Outside. Hurry up and let him in. The master of the Krilla family said hurriedly. But the next moment, everyone looked at the door. When they saw the person coming, they all showed a look of astonishment. Song Jia. They didn't expect Song Jia to come to their house. And he brought Li Rui with him. Didn't expect it? As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the head of the family hurriedly called someone over. But the next moment, he was strangled by Song Jia. Die! In the blink of an eye, the head of the Krilla family died. The others were shocked. They didn't expect Song Jia to come to their house to kill them. They wanted to escape. But at this time, Li Rui blocked their way and started killing people. The senior executives in the conference room were all killed by Song Jia and Li Rui. After dealing with the Krilla family, they went to the other 2 families and killed the senior executives in the same way. As soon as the sky rose in the Lighthouse country, the news of the 3 major families spread quickly. Fuck. Have you heard? The top leaders of the Krilla family, the Mihai family, and the Rustin family are all dead. I heard that it seems that they have offended Song Jia. Yes. It seems that these 3 families have arrested Song Jia people. And then, they were beaten up. Once this matter spread, it also began to spread around the world. The families of other countries originally wanted to participate in it. But when they saw what Song Jia did and the fate of those people, they immediately panicked. Especially the families who had captured Song Jia. They released him as soon as they heard the news. Compared to the big cake that Ramil painted for them, they valued their lives more. If Song Jia came to kill them, what could they do to resist? That was a demon that even the archangels couldn't beat. Everyone received the news and saw Song Jia people and immediately took a detour. They didn't want to offend. Song Jia was still in the Lighthouse country and hadn't returned yet. Just as he was about to return to the Sakura country, Mochizuki Chishuin called him. Song Jia. I'm sorry. I didn't keep an eye on them, Mochizuki Chishuin said apologetically. What happened? Serial and Michael were taken away by the people of the Holy City, Songjia responded. He had guessed that the Holy City would definitely take action, so it was expected. It's okay. What can we do if we rescue them? They have become useless, Songjia said. Are you okay? I'm fine. They dare not do anything to me. After all, Mochizuki Chishuin is a member of the Mochizuki family. That's good. You don't have to worry about this matter, Songjia said. Are you going to the Holy City? I do have to go there. After all, some people still need to be killed, Songjia said. Then be careful. Mochizuki Chishuin couldn't help much, so he could only remind him. I will. Songjia hung up the phone. Now he didn't have to go back to Sakura country and could go directly to the Holy City. At this time, Leroy came to Songjia. City Lord, those families have released our people. Songjia nodded. Anything else? What else? They captured our people, but they didn't compensate us. Will they feel good about it? Songjia said. Leroy suddenly realized. I go and talk to them later. Songjia knew that he couldn't force those people too much, but at least let them bleed a lot. If he didn't pursue the matter if he released the people, he wouldn't be him. Leave this matter to you. I have other things to do, Songjia said. City Lord, do you need me to go? Leroy really wanted to go to the Holy City with Songjia. Songjia said, you guys do your own things. I can handle the Holy City affairs myself. Chapter 616. Holy City. Serial and Michael have been taken back to the Holy City. Ramil, Uriel and others were in front of them, but they were silent when they saw the two men. They all knew that Serial and Michael had become disabled. This Songjia is too cruel. He actually let them. These are two archangels. They were once extremely glorious, but now they have become disabled. After Serial and Michael were treated, they were relieved a lot. Ramil, Uriel, help me kill him. Michael hated Songjia to the bone. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Uriel shook his head. It is the greatest limit for us to save you back. Uriel, we are all archangels of the Holy City. You just watched the archangels of the Holy City being disabled by a demon, and you can't do anything. Michael's chest kept rising and falling with anger. Ramil couldn't stand it anymore and said, Uriel, I'm not saying you're giving others too much credit. If Serial and Michael weren't in the Holy City and hadn't received the Holy City blessing, they wouldn't have been defeated so badly. Uriel shook his head. Although what you said makes sense, this matter can't go on any longer. Uriel, our face is also the face of the Holy City. Don't you even care about the face of the Holy City now? Michael added fuel to the fire. Songjia can defeat the Archangel today, and he can ride on the head of the Holy City tomorrow. You just watch and let the Holy City lose face? Michael, you are the one who can't say this the most. If you hadn't insisted on doing it, do you think you would have such an end? Uriel said. He didn't participate before, so all this was planned by Ramil and Michael. There's no room for negotiation on this matter, and I won't participate. Uriel left after saying a word. Middelin was originally from Uriel's faction, so he followed Uriel and left. Cowards. A bunch of cowards, Michael said angrily. Don't worry. I won't let him get away with it, Ramil said at this time. Michael looked at Ramil and shook his head. You can't beat him alone. Although Ramil has the amplification of the Holy City, he is definitely not a match alone. How are Raphael and Raguel? Michael asked. Ramil shook his head. They are seriously injured, and it may take some time for them to recover. Hearing this, Michael and Serial fell into despair. They didn't expect that Raphael and Raguel both escaped and ended up with serious injuries. Is there really no one who can match him? Serial, what kind of monster did you create? Michael said angrily. Serial was silent and did not answer. He did not know what kind of demon he had created. He thought that he could return to the Holy City as long as he killed Songjia, but he did not expect that it would be a nightmare in the end. But it was too late to regret now. At that moment, he and Michael were both disabled, and they also knew how powerful Songjia was. As long as he dared to come to the Holy City, I would make him never come back, Ramil said. As long as he did not cause trouble, Uriel would not care. So he had summoned all the angels in the Holy City to prepare to deal with Songjia. He may have known that I rescued you. It depends on whether he has the courage to come to the Holy City. Ramil did this to lure Songjia to the Holy City. As long as he dared to come, The net he prepared for the other party would work. Don't worry. If he wants to catch you, he has to ask me first. Ramil patted his chest and promised. I hope he can come to the holy city. Michael said. Serial was the same. As long as Song Jia dares to come, he will declare war on the holy city. And then Uriel will have to fight even if he doesn't want to. When Song Jia went to the holy city, he first returned to Ningxia City, the magic capital of China. At this time, Mu Ningxia, Jiang Shaoxu, Lingling and others found him. Song Jia, are you really going? Jiang Shaoxu asked worriedly. I definitely have to go. And I have to go, Song Jia said. That's the holy city. Jiang Shaoxu hesitated to speak. She knew that Song Jia could not stop her decision. Let's take the vine snake and Bashio with us, Mu Ningxia said. Song Jia thought about it, and finally nodded. Then take them with us. Although the vine snake and Bashio are the totem beasts of China, they are also the guardian beasts of Ningxia City. How about the Yue Phoenix? Yu Shishir said. Song Jia shook his head. No, the vine snake and Bashio are enough. Seeing this, Yu Shishir did not say anything. Don't worry. I be fine, Song Jia said. Qinwer said. How about I go with you? You don't have to go. Song Jia glanced at them, then stood up and said with a smile, Wait for me to return triumphantly. Mu Ningxia, Qinwer and others also stood up and watched Song Jia leave. After Song Jia left, everyone present looked at each other. They did not disperse, but sat down, as if discussing something. Parthenon, Yi Xinxia and Asheruya were discussing in the room. And they also got the news that Song Jia was going to the holy city. He really wants to go to the holy city. Yi Xinxia was surprised. Asheruya nodded. Yi Xinxia clenched her fists and decided to help. You want to go? Go! Although Yi Xinxia had not yet become the mother of the Parthenon, she did not want Song Jia to go to the holy city alone. Even if she could not help, she must not lose in momentum. She could not let Song Jia be isolated and helpless. Asheruya also said, Since you are going, I will go with you. Alpine Academy. Heidi thought for a long time, and finally found Brand Concubine. Teacher, I want to go to the holy city. For Song Jia? Heidi nodded. Brand Concubine said, I will go with you. Teacher, he is a good person and a benefactor of Alpine Academy. No matter what, we must protect him. England. After Irene finished her work, she took the two old men straight to the holy city. The holy city has spread the news that Serial and Michael were rescued. Before, the two of them were controlled by Song Jia, which caused a sensation among many people. Therefore, Ramil also wanted to suppress this matter. Netizens knew about this, and were also concerned about Song Jia's situation, and wanted to know where he was. Serial and Michael were both rescued. What about the death penalty? It will definitely not be carried out. After all, Michael and Serial are in the holy city. Yes, unless Song Jia kills in the holy city, it is impossible to be sentenced to death. After Serial and Michael confessed their crimes, many people spit on them. Therefore, these people wanted Song Jia to execute these two people. At this time, Song Jia was already on his way to the holy city, and he brought Tingsha and Bashio with him. Chapter 6:17. However, just when the holy city announced that it had rescued Serial and Michael, the news that Song Jia was coming to the holy city also spread on the internet. Fuck. Is this true? Is he going to attack the holy city? My brother Jia is a tough guy who doesn't talk much. Anyway, I support my brother Jia. We China will always be the backing of brother Jia. And just after the news of Song Jia came out, those who supported Song Jia came out to support him. At the same time, Serial and Michael from the holy city also spoke out, accusing Song Jia of coercion before. Of course they would not admit it. Otherwise they would have a stain on themselves. It's just that some netizens don't believe it at all. Especially Serial's voice. This guy's crime was recorded by Song Jia and made public. At this moment, outside the holy city, many people have come here. Some of them are here to eat melons. Some are here to support Song Jia. And some are here to take advantage of the popularity. When will Song Jia arrive? Why haven't we seen him yet? He probably hasn't arrived yet. But he said he would come. So I think he will come back. Not necessarily. After all, this is the home court of the holy city. If he dares to come here to start a war, wouldn't he be asking for his death? The people watching the game were talking about Song Jie's arrival. At this time, Song Jie was about to arrive at the holy city, and he took out the light ball that had been stored in the system space. This light ball was obtained underground when he killed the purple linden tree in Qinling Mountains. But he has never been able to replenish the energy of the light ball, so he has never known the secret of the light ball. Song Jie tried other methods, such as injecting light magic energy. Although it can absorb it, it is like a bottomless pit. It's useless. Song Jie was drained dry before he restored a little energy to the light ball. So, he could only forget this method. However, now, Song Jie noticed the strangeness of the light ball, and it seemed to be closer to the holy city, and it became more excited. He pondered, stroking his chin, and guessed, logically speaking, the holy city is the land of angels, and their power also comes from light. This light ball seems to absorb the energy of light. Perhaps, Song Jie looked in the direction of the holy city. Perhaps there is energy there that can activate the light ball. Holy city. Ramil, Michael and Serial are in the meeting room. Is Song Jie here? Michael asked. Ramil shook his head. Then have you found a way to restore our strength? Ramil shook his head again. I asked someone to find it, but they haven't found it yet. Michael clenched his fists. It was all Song Jie's fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Ramil said, don't worry. I owe you a favor, and I will keep looking for this matter. Michael nodded. Just then, an angel came to the meeting room. Lord Ramil, Song Jie is outside the city. Ramil stood up, not expecting Song Jie to really come. Come on. Michael immediately changed from a sad face to a full smile. We go there now. Outside the holy city. After Song Jie appeared, he immediately caused a sensation. He stood on top of the vine snake, and Ba Xia was in front of the vine snake. Is this Song Jie summoned beast? This aura is too powerful. These two are at the level of little emperors. No wonder those angels are not opponents. This is going to be a good show. Just as everyone was discussing, Ramil, Michael and others also came to the top of the city wall. Song Jie. Michael gritted his teeth and wanted to rush over to eat him. Song Jie said, the defeated general is not worthy of talking to me. Hearing this, Michael and Serial almost vomited blood. Song Jie. Don't be too arrogant. This is the holy city, not a place for you to run wild. Ramil said. Who are you? I am Ramil, the archangel of the holy city. Ramil introduced himself. So it's you. You sent someone to arrest my people, and then you want to threaten me? Song Jie said. When this was said, those who were watching the show were stunned. They didn't expect to eat such a sweet potato. I don't know what you were talking about. Song Jie said, very good. When I cripple you, you will know what I am talking about. Song Jie. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? I'm here. Come and kill me if you dare. Michael said very arrogantly. As long as Song Jie dares to move the holy city, the holy city will have to respond even if they don't want to. Otherwise, if this matter gets out, how can the holy city save face? I came here today just to kill you. Song Jie said. Ba Xia. Kill. Ba Xia is a little emperor, and he is also a defensive type. So Song Jie let him play as a forward. Ba Xia is also not vague. As a little emperor, he is not afraid of anyone now. When the angels of the holy city saw Ba Xia rushing over, they panicked. After all, they were just little angels, facing the little emperor. They had no ability to resist. The holy city has been invaded. Start protecting the barrier, Ramil said to the angel behind him. Yes. Ramil is the archangel of the holy city, so he has absolute power, and the others can only obey. In the blink of an eye, a holy light fell from the sky and gathered into a golden light curtain outside the city wall. Ba Xia rushed out suddenly and hit the golden light curtain in an instant, and the whole space shook violently. Even the people watching the battle were affected. 1, 2, 3. Ba Xia tirelessly hit the golden light curtain, but the light curtain never showed any signs of breaking. Ramil said in a low voice. Song Jie. I warn you again. Do you want to be an enemy of our holy city? It's not that I want to be an enemy of your holy city, but your holy city wants to be an enemy of me. Song Jie said sternly, and I want to seek justice for myself. You want to use me as a stepping stone. Now, I will use your holy city to establish my power. Ramil was so angry that his back teeth were about to break when he heard that Song Jia wanted to use the holy city to establish his power. What a rampant statement! Even the spectators felt that Song Jia was extremely arrogant. But they all knew that he had the capital to be arrogant. I'm afraid only he dared to say this. I want to see how he uses the holy city to establish his power. I don't know where he got the courage. The holy city is the pinnacle of magic. The angels in the holy city were so angry when they heard it. Song Jia said he wanted to use them to establish his power. How could they bear it? Did you hear it? This man said he wanted to use us to establish his power. Ramil laughed. This is a provocation to you and the holy city. Can you tolerate it? No. The angels following Ramil echoed. If you can't tolerate it, then let him know the majesty of our holy city. It must not be trampled. Ramil encouraged morale. Don't trample it. Don't trample it. Chapter 6:18. A mighty voice came from the holy city. Just like soldiers about to go to war. Let's fight. Michael raised the golden holy sword in his hand and said, Let's fight. In the blink of an eye, all the angels summoned their wings and came to the sky above the holy city. Among them, there were 2 wings, 4 wings, 6 wings, and 8 wings. When everyone saw the scene, they knew that the holy city was serious. It's terrible. The holy city is really going to take action. It's going to be a good show. Who do you think will win this battle? Is there any need to say this? Of course, it's the holy city. While they were discussing, Ramil had already asked all the angels to line up. Angel bless. Line up. After Ramil finished speaking, all the angels lined up in the air, and a holy sword appeared in their hands. Kill! 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 The holy swords of the angels pointed at Basya, and a golden light shot out like a laser. Seeing this, Basya put his tortoise shell in front of him, trying to block the attack. But this attack was not weak, so it was directly knocked out. Everyone in the holy city smiled when they saw this, thinking that Song Jia was nothing special. Song Jia shook his head and said, Basya, you are too embarrassing. Basya didn't expect the angel's attack to be so fierce. He really underestimated the enemy just now. Tututu. Give me another chance. Basya roared. Song Jia nodded. I saw that Basya suddenly rushed towards the golden light curtain, then suddenly jumped up and fell down. Don't let it get close to the light curtain. The angels exclaimed and released the combined attack skills again. Basya saw the laser attack, but did not dodge, but used his tortoise shell to block the attack. Everyone thought that the scene just now would happen, but they didn't expect that Basya was not knocked out this time. The golden laser was instantly swallowed by its tortoise shell. Basya did not stop. It used its tortoise shell as a weapon and slammed into the golden light curtain. The whole space trembled suddenly. It was even stronger than before. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on the golden light curtain. The next moment, the golden light curtain suddenly showed signs of cracking. In a blink of an eye, the light curtain was covered with spider web-like lines. Everyone knew that the golden light barrier of the holy city was destroyed. When Serial and Michael saw the scene, they also panicked because they knew Song Jia's strength. Who would have thought that Basya actually had such an ability to gather other people's power on his tortoise shell? Be alert. Ramil did not expect the defense barrier to be breached so quickly. He wanted to continue to humiliate Song Jia. All angels obeyed the order, and all came to the sky and entered combat status. Each of these holy shadow angels has super-level strength, especially the leaders, who are second only to the archangels. With so many people, they were not afraid of the 2 totem beasts brought by Song Jia. However, Song Jia had more than that. Black Dragon Emperor, Bone Dragon, Oh Bai, Queen of the 9 Netherworld, Commander-in-Chief of the Mist Ghost. The appearance of the 5 generals shocked not only the audience, but also the people in the holy city. Fuck. He has more. This Black Dragon. Could it be the Black Dragon Emperor? Too scary. Their aura is stronger than that of snakes and turtles. Before Song Jia came, he gave the core of the earth he had obtained to the Bone Dragon and Albai. They were originally at the peak of the Little Emperor realm. And with the core of the earth, they were even more powerful. Therefore, they had broken through the shackles of the Little Emperor and entered the ranks of the Middle Emperors. 2 more Middle Emperors. He had more power. Today, I will use the holy city to establish my prestige. Who dares to stop me? Song Jia shouted. And the Black Dragon Emperor and his men immediately rushed out. The majesty of the holy city cannot be bullied. With the holy sword in his hand, Ramil ordered everyone to charge. Angels rushed out one after another, and killed the Black Dragon Emperor. At this time, Ramil also summoned the Light Dragon. Now there is no way to retreat. Fortunately, they can get the Holy City amplification. Otherwise, this battle is really difficult to fight. In a blink of an eye, thousands of people joined the battle. And there were other forbidden spell masters among them. So it was not so easy for the Black Dragon Emperor to deal with these people. Michael didn't expect that it had only been a short time. Songjia combat power has increased so much. Kill Songjia first. And everything will be solved if you kill him, Michael roared. Ramil nodded. Of course he knew this truth. And he had already let someone pass. Songjia looked at those holy shadow masters coming to him. These were the feasts that Ramil prepared for him. At this time, Ramil also set off, and he was flying towards Songjia. The speed of the 14 wings. As fast as lightning. The opponent came prepared. And Songjia was not demonized. So he kept dodging the attacks of others. Ramil said, "You are the only one. If you are killed, everything will vanish into thin air." Who said he is the only one? A loud voice sounded. Ramil turned around and saw many people coming over. Qin Yur. Ramil knew Qin Yur. After all, she was listed as a dangerous person by the Holy City. The people who came here included not only Qin Yur, but also Mu Ningxue, Yu Shishir and others. At this time, Yi Xinxia and Asheruya also came. Irene also brought 2 old men and stood behind Mu Ningxue and others. Just as the battle was going on outside, a figure had already arrived inside the Holy City. It was Songjia clone. The light ball became more and more excited. So Songjia asked the clone to bring the light ball into the Holy City. At this time, the Holy City was guiding Songjia to find a thing. Ramil asked, "You also want to be enemies with the Holy City?" "We are not enemies with anyone. Just to stand on the fair side." Brand Concubine came over at this time. Ramil didn't expect this. Alpine Academy is here too? Even if you all come, he won't be able to leave alive today. Kill! As soon as Ramil finished speaking, the Saint Shadow warriors rushed over. Fight! Qin Yue rushed out first. And when she raised her hand, a Saint Shadow warrior turned into an ice sculpture. Too strong. Those who saw this scene took a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that a monster like Qin Yue would appear in the Holy City? Leave Ramil to me. You deal with the others. Songjia didn't expect Mu Ningxue and the others to come. But now that things have come to this, let's fight to the end. Come! Ramil has the protection of angels, so he is not afraid of Songjia at all. Today, I will kill the first angel, Songjia said coldly. In an instant, his whole body turned into the evil Saint King full of evil spirit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 619. Everyone was not surprised to see Songjia transformed into the evil Saint King, because they had already prepared themselves mentally. Is this the devil that the Holy City is talking about? Even if he is a devil, he was created by the Holy City itself. Yes, the people of the Holy City are just suffering from their own actions. Those who support Songjia are talking about it. If it weren't for Serial, Songjia wouldn't have become like this. Things hiding in the dark are also looking at the victorious angel, Ramil said condescendingly. Darkness? Songjia's mouth curled up slightly. Who said that demons can't represent light? In a flash, a golden giant sword appeared above Ramil's head. How is it possible? Ramil never thought that a demon could have light abilities. Light itself is the nemesis of darkness. How can this dark creature master light? Take my move and talk to me. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, a golden giant sword suddenly rushed down. The breath of destruction suddenly attacked Ramil's head. Of course, he knew the horror of this move. Give me light. Ramil knew that if he couldn't stop it, he would probably die. Therefore, he had to borrow the power of the Holy City. Ramil's strength did not rise at this moment, and he reached the peak of his strength. In an instant, he exuded a brilliant holy light, and a halo wrapped him up. The next moment, a golden giant sword rushed down, and the aura of destruction swept the surroundings. Others saw this and had already fled, not daring to get close to Songjia attack range. When the 8 swords fell, the people around were immediately knocked away by the residual power, and some angels with low strength were directly seriously injured. Michael and Serial were on the holy wall, and immediately asked people to activate the protective barrier again. Fortunately, the barrier was fast enough. Otherwise they would definitely be swept into it. Damn it! Serial saw Songjia use this trick, and he had a deep understanding of it. Is Uriel still not going to make a move? Michael didn't expect Uriel to be so patient. He knew that as long as Uriel and another angel made a move, Songjia would definitely not be a match. But, so far, Uriel didn't plan to make a move. Just then, Uriel and Middelin came to the holy wall. Michael asked, Uriel, people have bullied you to the point of no return. Are you still not going to make a move? Uriel ignored Michael. He looked at the situation outside and couldn't help sighing. He didn't expect that it would lead to such a result in the end. Michael, you are no longer qualified to talk to me like this now. Uriel looked at him with a threatening look. Michael's heart tightened. He seemed to have forgotten that he was now a useless person. Uriel said, if I hadn't thought of our old friendship, you might not have been able to enter the holy city. He knew that if Michael and Sariel hadn't been there, Songjia wouldn't have come to the holy city. It doesn't matter if you don't care about me, but you don't care about Ramil either? He may not be Songjia's opponent, and the holy city will have one less angel, Michael said. Hearing this, Uriel didn't say anything, but looked in the direction of Ramil. At this time, the 8 swords were gone, and Ramil was safe and sound, but his face was not very good. This should be your strongest move. Right? Ramil recovered and continued, let's see how you can fight me next. Songjia shrugged. This is indeed my strongest move, but I can still release it. Then, 8 golden swords appeared above Ramil again. How is it possible? Ramil didn't expect this to happen. The 8 swords just now had already taken half of his life, and now Songjia has completed it so quickly. Ramil was not sure if he could resist, so he immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Uriel. Uriel received Ramil's look for help, sighed helplessly, and was ready to attack in his heart. He flashed and came to Ramil's side suddenly, and at the same time, the 16 wings suddenly appeared. At this moment, the 8 golden swords had fallen, and Ramil saw Uriel coming, and he was relieved. Holy light shelter, the 2 men shouted in a low voice, and the brilliant holy light continued to condense, and layer after layer of halo enveloped the top of their heads. 8 swords fell, and the terrifying power devoured them like a rotten wood. Ramil looked at the terrifying aura above his head, and was amazed in his heart. If it weren't for Uriel coming, he would not be able to withstand this attack at all. Uriel didn't touch Songjia's attack, and he didn't know how powerful this attack was. When he touched it, he was shocked. Is this still a power that a person can have? It seems to be beyond the scope of the class. But the power is as shocking as heaven and earth. So terrifying. Uriel knew that if Songjia released it a few more times, his fate would be imaginable. Songjia saw another archangel coming, and he had 16 wings, and guessed that this person might be Uriel. The only 16 winged archangels were Uriel and Michael. Michael was gone. It could only be Uriel. Uriel said quickly, Songjia, don't rush to attack. Let's talk. He had a hunch that the holy city might not be his opponent. What to talk about? Songjia was not in a hurry to end the battle. Just watching them. Uriel said, I know you have complaints in your heart, so I can guarantee that Sariel will be punished and give you justice. At the same time, this matter was our holy city fault first, and we will not pursue the past. How do you plan to punish? Songjia said with interest. Uriel said, we will imprison Sariel for life. After all, he is responsible for the mistakes he made. That's it? Songjia shook his head. This is not the result I want. Songjia, you also know that humanity is in danger now. If we lose a strong man, the power of humanity will be reduced by 1 point. Uriel said earnestly, Songjia, you don't want to see more lives buried in the hands of demons, right? Hearing this, Songjia suddenly laughed. Then tell me, when the sea monsters invaded the coastline, what did your holy city do? After saying this, Uriel hesitated and finally fell silent. Because their holy city did nothing. What the holy city does is to maintain the world's magical order. So the invasion of sea monsters has nothing to do with them. Songjia asked back, do you know how many commander level, monarch level, and emperor level sea monsters I killed? Do you know who killed the cold moon-eyed demon god? Uriel listened to Songjia's words and lowered his head. Holy city. Hee. Songjia shook his head. Songjia, even though you have done so much, it cannot change the fact that you have become a demon. And now you are against the holy city, which means you are against the world order. Lemire said. Songjia said, order is set by people, and I have never been bound by order. Chapter 620. Ramil sneered. What a man who is not bound by order. But you are in this world. You must be bound by order. Are you worthy? Song Jie sneered at him. Ramil said, you will know whether I am worthy or not in a moment. Because my people are here? As soon as he finished speaking, many people flew out of the holy city. They all came from big families in various countries. And the people who came were all at the level of forbidden spells. Ramil was so sure because he had people in his hands, and so many people helping him. Otherwise, he would not be so stupid as to confront Song Jie head-on. After all, Michael and Serial were a lesson learned from the past. Michael and Serial laughed when they saw the scene. Song Jie must be finished now. Uriel saw this, shook his head and left here. Although Song Jie is very strong, the people who came here are all forbidden spells. And some of them are old forbidden spells. These people add up to more than 30 forbidden spell masters. Some of them are even masters on the world rankings. With so many people, do you think you still have hope of winning? Ramil is very proud now. Song Jie is calm and composed. Even in the face of so many people, he still has no fear. Standing opposite me is an opposing position. I will not be merciful to my enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, someone on the opposite side suddenly laughed. Even if you are the evil Saint King, don't think about leaving here today. In an instant, everyone surrounded Song Jie, wanting to kill him here completely. When the people on the periphery saw this scene, they all felt that Song Jie was going to die. It's over. Song Jie is finished now. It's good that he's finished. The holy city is an invincible existence. How could he win the holy city? Are you blind? If Ramil hadn't called people here, the holy city would never be Song Jie's opponent. In the crowd, people from the Chinese Forbidden Spell Society also came, including Chief Hua, and even Dean Xiao. Song Jie had told them before that he could solve the problem himself without letting them take action. It's just that China was worried, so they sent people from the Forbidden Spell Society over. After all, Song Jie's strength can guarantee China for 100 years. So no matter what, they will protect Song Jie. Jiang Xiaoshu said, Grandpa, you must act quickly when the time comes. Don't let Song Jie get hurt. Okay. There are so many old men here. We will never allow them to bully us Chinese men, General Jiang said. Song Jie glanced at these self-righteous forbidden spell masters, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. At this moment, others also took action, trying to block Song Jie and prevent him from moving. But Song Jie's ability in space is not comparable to theirs. He kept breaking free from the blockade and instantly came to the person who spoke before. You were so arrogant just now. Song Jie's voice appeared, and the man just now was suddenly startled. When he wanted to release the magic tool, it was too late. He punched the man in the face, and the powerful force made the man's face suddenly twisted, and his teeth flew out. Then, the man fell to the ground fiercely, and his life or death was unknown. Seeing this, the others attacked again with blocking magic, one after another, bombarding Song Jie's path. It's just that Song Jie is too fast, and their magic blockade basically has no effect. But those people have learned it well, and they don't give Song Jie a chance to fight back. And they are all consuming Song Jie's strength. I want to see how long you can hold on. Ramir smiled. Song Jie's strength was obvious to all, so he knew that this man was so powerful that so many people could not do anything to him. But one person is limited after all. When Song Jie can't hold on, it will be their chance. However, at this time, the Black Dragon Emperor and other contracted beasts have broken free and are coming to support Song Jie. But how could Ramil let them succeed? He quickly asked people to stop them again. Just when the fight was going on outside, Michael and Serial were also watching the battle on the holy wall. They had all guessed what Song Jie's ending would be. We were waiting for him to come before, but I didn't expect him to dare to come, Michael said. Just when they were proud, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Why don't I dare to come? Michael was startled and turned around quickly to see Song Jie's clone. He said why it was so strange. Why didn't Song Jie summon his clone? It turned out that his clone came to kill them. When the angels reacted and wanted to take action, they were instantly stopped by the clone. You? Michael didn't expect Song Jie's clone to come to the holy city. Song Jie's clone laughed and said, wasn't he very high-spirited just now? Why is he so different now? Serial wanted to say something, but the next moment, his throat seemed to be restrained by someone, and he couldn't move. Gradually, he felt it was getting harder and harder to breathe. and he stared at Song Jia clone with his eyes wide open, as if begging for mercy. But how could Song Jia let him go? In the blink of an eye, Serial collapsed to the ground and died completely. Seeing this, Michael panicked. Who would have thought that Song Jia would kill him in the back? Keep talking. I wonder what you are going to say next. Song Jia clone laughed. Michael dared not say any more nonsense. Now he should go for help. When he looked at Ariel, he wanted to shout. But Song Jia didn't give him the chance. No. Michael never thought that his life would end like this. Frustrated, unwilling. Before he died, he suddenly regretted it. He shouldn't have. Ramil turned a deaf ear to the things on the holy wall. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of encircling Song Jia. He was like a dog before. At this moment, Song Jia was like a stray dog. He could only shuttle back and forth here to avoid. Increase the firepower. I want to see how long he can hold on. Ramil said. Song Jia said, I don't know how long I can hold on. But there is one thing you may not know. They can't hold on any longer. Ramil was thoughtful, and soon understood what Song Jia said, and quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the holy wall. When he saw Serial and Michael lying on the ground, he already understood what Song Jia had just said. How did you do it? As soon as Ramil finished speaking, he quickly remembered the clone Michael told him about. Your clone. Ramil was furious, but he didn't expect that in the end. He still couldn't save Michael and Serial. He was angry. Ariel turned his head and saw the situation of Michael and Serial. He couldn't help but sigh, and didn't know what to say. Line up. I'm going to kill him, Ramil shouted in a low voice, and then came to the sky above everyone. Everyone heard the words, and came to Song Jia all directions. Ramil said, Lend me your power. Chapter 621. Ramil was hanging above his head. All the power gathered on him. And then his aura was rising. I saw. A golden giant sword suddenly appeared above his head, and a shadow appeared on it. That is the strongest sword of punishment in the holy city. With so much power gathered, the power of this sword of punishment can be imagined. I didn't expect Song Jia to be able to hold on for so long. But I don't know if he can hold on with this sword. Everyone showed a look of horror when they saw the scene. Ramil was really angry. This guy actually killed Michael and Serial in front of him. Unforgivable. Song Jia was calm and composed, facing the holy sword above his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I won't play with you anymore. Song Jia was just stalling for time. Otherwise, how could these people be his opponents? The light ball has absorbed the required energy, so it's time to end it all. Song Jia raised his head and stared at Ramil in the sky like an eagle. Today, he will kill the angel in public. Ramil saw that Song Jia had not made any move, but he would not wait. He wished that Song Jia would die now. Sword of punishment. Cut! Ramil controlled the holy sword and suddenly fell from midair. Everyone looked at the holy sword. Their hearts were in their throats. They were all wondering if Song Jia could borrow this sword. Is this sword very strong? As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, his figure flew directly into the air. He came towards the holy sword. Is he crazy? Why is he heading towards the sword of punishment? He is looking for death. Head to head? How dare he? A demon! A contemptuous voice sounded, thinking that Song Jia was undoubtedly looking for death by doing this. No one of the surrounding forbidden spell mages dared to say that they could block this attack. So they were looking forward to the ending where Song Jia turned into ash in the end. Looking for death. Ramil growled and sped up the speed of the holy sword of punishment. Song Jia's speed did not slow down at all, and even increased. The strongest blow. One punch from me is enough. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he punched out angrily. The holy sword fell, and the tip of the sword suddenly touched Song Jia's fist. In an instant, a strong wind blew up in the entire space, and the space was broken. Those forbidden spells dodged in a hurry. They didn't want to be affected. If they were sucked into the space vortex, it would be troublesome. People nearby had no time to take care of the current battle. But people far away saw it clearly. Just see! Song Jia punch instantly shattered the holy sword of punishment. And then the opponent went straight to Ramil. When the man saw the scene, he was stunned. Such a powerful sword. Song Jia shattered it with one punch. It's too outrageous. How could they know how powerful Song Jia's space power has become? The corners of Ramil's mouth were originally. The smile was replaced by surprise at this moment. How is it possible? After Ramil said the unbelievable words, Song Jie's fist followed. Another punch came. Ramil wanted to react, but it was too late, because the fist had appeared in front of him. No! Ramil never expected that his strongest attack would be so unbearable in Song Jie's eyes. He was unwilling. However, Song Jie did not stop because of his no, and his fist still blasted out. In an instant, Ramil was suddenly blown away by the powerful force, and the space around him was completely shattered. Everyone also saw this scene, only to see Ramil flying backwards in the air, and finally slowly falling down. At this time, everyone was silent. He killed the Archangel of the Holy City. How did he do it? He was so terrifying. When Ariel saw the scene, he sighed in his heart. He didn't expect Ramil to die like this. An Archangel fell. A wailing sounded from the Holy City. They all knew that as long as this wailing sounded, an Archangel had fallen. Michael and Sariel had been removed from the list, so they were no longer considered Archangels. Those who came to help also showed an expression of disbelief. Ramil died just like that? What should they do then? They turned around and left without a second thought. Ramil was not an opponent, and they would not be. However, Song Jie did not intend to let these people go. Just after they turned around and left, his figure suddenly disappeared in midair. Ah! Among the fleeing figures, some wailed, and some fell silently from midair. These people were all strong men from big families. But in Song Jie's eyes, they were nothing. Don't kill me. No. I am from the Crass family. Those people still wanted to struggle. But Song Jie had just said that it was impossible to forgive them. I'll go back to the city. Ariel's voice rang out outside the city. Seeing this, the angels no longer wanted to fight, because they were no match at all. The angel group of thousands of people was now only a few hundred, and most of them were killed. Ariel felt distressed. He had never encountered any setbacks along the way with the Holy City, but now it was difficult to recover. Holy City. Heavy losses. But he also knew that this was inevitable. After a while, Song Jie returned to the outside of the Holy City and looked down at them. He didn't let the Black Dragon Emperor and the Bone Dragons intervene, just to tell others his strength. Otherwise, it was just a holy city, and the Black Dragon Emperor could destroy it. If you want people to be afraid, Song Jie himself must show amazing strength. And now he has done it. Song Jie slowly turned his head and looked at the crowd watching the battle in the distance. I think there should be a strong man from your family among those who were killed just now. This is the fate of angering me. If you want to be forgiven, your family should think about what you should give up to save your family. As soon as these words came out, people in the crowd left one after another. They didn't want Song Jie to trouble them again. At the same time, they had to go back and tell their families about this matter. Otherwise their families would be in danger. After Song Jie finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Ariel on the city wall. Ariel said, Song Jie, let's just leave it at that. Those who deserve severe punishment have been punished. Song Jie shook his head. Do you really think that those people are dead, and the rest of your holy city will be fine? As soon as these words came out, Ariel's heart tightened. He really didn't have the confidence to stop Song Jie's attack. How can I be forgiven? Ariel asked. Now that coastal countries are invaded by sea monsters, your holy city is indifferent. This is a crime, Song Jie said, so your holy city must send people to support all coastal cities. Let's do it. Ariel nodded immediately. Song Jie did this for the sake of the world, and to leave a good impression on the world. The second thing is, after you solve the coastal problems in the holy city, come with me to attack the Antarctic Emperor, Song Jie said. Chapter 622. The second thing is, after you solve the coastal problems in the holy city, come with me to attack the Antarctic Emperor, Song Jie said to Ariel. Attacking the Antarctic Emperor is also a good thing for the whole world, and it can also gain support. Just like he asked the holy city to rescue the invaded coastal cities just now. Those people must be grateful to him. As for the holy city, they just thought that they were under Song Jie orders, so they still thanked Song Jie. Of course, Ariel and others did not dare to resist. After all, they could not afford to offend Song Jie's strength. As a Chinese, Song Jie must consider the impact, so the pattern must be big. Attack the Antarctic Emperor? Ariel did not expect Song Jie to do this. Song Jie nodded. The Antarctic Emperor launched an attack on us humans. And of course we humans can also attack him. As soon as these words came out, those who heard them became excited. Before, when the demons invaded their homes. They could only sit and wait for death. Now, Song Jia said he would fight back. How could those people not be excited? And they also felt that Song Jia must have such strength. After all, it was there now. Of course, that was because they didn't know the strength of the Antarctic Emperor. Otherwise they wouldn't think so. The reason why Song Jia made such a request was just to set a goal for himself. And he didn't say when to attack the Antarctic Emperor. So the time of this promise was decided by him. The specific time, of course, depends on one's own strength. And the invasion of sea monsters is not so easy to solve. After all, the area of the ocean is much larger than that of humans. Even the strength of sea monsters is much stronger than that of humans. But in terms of the number of people, even humans may not have as many as sea monsters. In addition, there are people and humans who can't do magic. But among sea monsters, everyone has demonic power. Humans don't just face sea monsters. There are also many demons on land who are eyeing them. In this case, the duel with sea monsters will always be a protracted war. But the situation on the Chinese side has been resolved. And they will not be invaded like other countries. And those sea monsters dared not invade China again. Because the cold moon-eyed demon god was an example. Uriel nodded and said nothing. By the way, I accepted the gift from your holy city. Song Jia finished speaking and left the holy city with the vine snakes. Gift. Uriel frowned slightly. When did their holy city send gifts to Song Jia? The battle of the holy city made many people see how powerful Song Jia was. Those who thought it was impossible before have now shut up. In the end, the holy city surrendered. Song Jia left gracefully. Uriel returned to the holy city. What happened today will definitely make the prestige of the holy city drop again and again. So, he must leave the holy city to regroup and return to the peak. But when he came back, he suddenly found something wrong. Why is the power of faith gone? Uriel could not sense the power of faith, as if it had disappeared. When he came to the angel statue, he found that the previous power of faith was gone. The angel statue contains the power of faith from the beginning to the present in the holy city. And this is also the reason why the angels can become stronger in the main battlefield. However, at the moment, the power of faith is very few. As if it has been drained. Gift. Gift. Uriel then remembered that the gift Song Jia mentioned before was obviously this. After leaving the holy city, Mu Ningxue and others also left with them. Then, they came to a place to gather. At this moment, no one expected this situation. Song Jia won. And it was easy to win. It seems that we really don't need to come here. Qin Yuer smiled. No. If you hadn't come to cheer me up. They really thought there was no one behind me. Song Jia smiled. Since there is nothing else, we will withdraw. Brand Concubine and Heidi said. When you come to China to play, remember to come to me. Song Jia nodded. Then, Irene and others also left one after another, because they had to go back to explain this matter. Let's go home. Song Jia looked at Mu Ningxue and others and said, Go home. Mu Ningxue nodded. Song Jia was fine. She was happier than anyone else. The Chinese forbidden spell was deeply touched when it saw Song Jia completely defeat the holy city. They finally had a talent in China. China may shine in the future. More than that, there is a successor anyway. It seems that we old guys can retire. The families behind the strong men who had taken action before panicked when they heard that Song Jia killed Ramil. The reason why they agreed to Ramil's action was because the other party gave too much. So they sent strong men to deal with Song Jia. However, what they didn't expect was that the final balance fell on Song Jia's side. They had heard about Song Jia's previous style of doing things, especially the affairs of the two big families in the lighthouse country. They knew that if there was no major bleeding, their families might cease to exist. Therefore, they didn't care about the major bleeding now. As long as they could keep him alive, they were willing to pay any price. Song Jia no longer cared about other things, because no one could do anything to him now. Back in Ningxue City, Song Jia had a comfortable sleep. Mu Ningxue had someone prepare food. And when Song Jia woke up, he had dinner. Song Jia hugged Mu Ningxue's shoulders with relief. You are also about to become a mother. Some things can be done by others. Mu Ningxue nodded. Can you not do such dangerous things in the future? For example? Mu Ningxue thought about it. And it seemed that there were not many things that could threaten Song Jia now. The matter of the Antarctic Emperor. Mu Ningxue quickly remembered. I won't do it if I'm not sure about it. Song Jia assured Mu Ningxue. That's good. I stay with you during this time. Song Jia smiled and hugged Mu Ningxue again. In order to restore its reputation, the Holy City took action a few days after Song Jia said so. Angels of the Holy City, Holy Shadow Guards, and Holy Judge Mages, Alien Judge Mages, etc. They are all high-level, super-level, or even forbidden spell-level masters. As long as they are not Emperor-level, they can also play a good role on the battlefield. Because of the participation of the Holy City, some coastal cities also breathed a sigh of relief. And Uriel also called on everyone to resist the sea monster together. He still has influence. So many families and organizations ordered to echo him, especially those families that had taken action against Song Jia before. They also joined this team. At the same time, they paid a high price and suffered a heavy loss. But fortunately, Song Jia didn't say anything, so they breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 623 Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Chaos System Superclass. Chaos Order Boundless Blade. The second outrageous transformation. Gaining a new skill. Chaos Order Multiple Slashes. Song Jia listened to the system prompt, but he didn't expect it to be a chaos system this time. He didn't care, because he had been very happy these past few days. Every day, Song Jia was either accompanying Mu Ningxue, or shopping and eating with other beauties. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxiu, Mu Ningxue and others were coming to visit the house, and it seemed that they were going to have a barbecue. Therefore, Song Jia prepared barbecue utensils and ingredients for them. After the preparations were almost done, Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling came to Ningxue City first. In the open space, Song Jia, Mu Ningxue and others were already preparing. You're here? Mu Ningxue looked at Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded and walked quickly to Mu Ningxue. You are pregnant, so don't do this kind of thing, she said, glancing at Song Jia opposite. What's wrong with you? Ningxue is pregnant, and you still let her work? Song Jia was innocent. He had always stopped Mu Ningxue from working, but the other party thought it was okay. Don't blame him. I just wanted to take something myself, Mu Ningxue said. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded and let Song Jia go. She asked curiously, let me listen quickly. Did the baby kick you? Mu Ningxue smiled. It's not time yet. Ha ha ha. It's my first time too, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. The two sat together and chatted. Lingling found a random seat and sat down. She looked at Song Jia. Don't you plan to go out recently? No such plan recently, Song Jia said. Do you have any news about the totem? Song Jia felt that only with the help of the totem's power could he break through to the forbidden spell level faster. Now, his light system has been cultivated to the third level of the super level, and the summoning system and the chaos system are still a little short. As for the undead system, it has been cultivated to the third level of the high level, and it is only one step away from breaking through the super level. The improvement of the bronze bracelet has made his cultivation level improve faster. I am searching for news about the totem here. If I find it, I will tell you, Lingling said. Song Jia nodded. I just baked it here. You eat it first. Lingling took it. She was indeed a little hungry, so she took a bite. It tastes good? Of course not. I used to be a barbecue expert. Lingling was annoyed. You are so proud of just a compliment. I'm just being honest, Song Jia said, and took the barbecued food to Jiang Xiaoxiu and Mu Ningxue. At this time, Mu Ningxue came to the open space and saw them eating barbecue. Juju is here? Song Jia quickly handed over a string of meat. Mu Ningxue took it and sat next to Mu Ningxue. Ningxue is pregnant? Mu Ningxue also just learned the news. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded. Ningxue has been pregnant for 2 months. It's been so long. Have you arranged a nanny to take care of her? Mu Ningxue looked at Song Jia and asked. Song Jia shook his head. He was also a father for the first time, so he didn't know these things at all. Ningxue is pregnant for the first time. She must not understand many things. You didn't even arrange a nanny for her, Jiang Xiaoxiu said with his hands on his waist. Ahem. This is my first time being a father. I make arrangements now, Song Jia said. That's more like it. Song Jia was relieved when he saw Jiang Xiaoxiu let him go. However, he was very surprised that his women didn't get jealous. What's going on? Song Jia thought about it and decided to listen in and find out the situation. After a while, Qingyue, Yu Shishir, and Song Feiyao and others also came to the party. In this party, There was only one man, Song Jie, so-called the king among thousands of flowers. When others were not prepared, Song Jie also sneaked up on Yu Shishir. He thought Yu Shishir was the easiest to bully. And Yu Shishir likes to wear more ancient clothes. So every time he competes with her, Song Jie feels like he has returned to ancient times. Especially the beauty under him. After the party, everyone left one after another. When Song Jie sent Mu Nujio away, he suddenly asked, Jiao Jiao, are you hiding something from me? Ah? Mu Nujio pretended to know nothing. Song Jie laughed and said, you are still pretending. Right? As he said that, he stretched out his hand to tickle Mu Nujio's armpits. And the latter couldn't stand it and finally surrendered. Mu Nujio said, actually, we formed a small group and then told you about your crimes. Song Jie's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Crime? What crimes can I have? You have many crimes. It turns out that you have done so many unknown things behind our backs. Mu Nujio's tone became cold. Ahem. Song Jie coughed twice. I am? Okay. Stop talking. Mu Nujio interrupted. We all know you. Since it has happened, let it be. Is that what you think? Song Jie was surprised. What else? Jia Jiao, you are so nice. You are also nice to us. Since you are so nice, how about I treat you a little better? I don't think you have bad intentions. Roadside, I heard a dark car. A mother and daughter went out for a walk at night. Mom, why is that car shaking? The little girl pointed to the car not far away and asked. The woman blushed when she saw this. This is not a question a child should ask. Oh. The little girl nodded. As she spoke, the woman stared at the car and recalled her past. Thinking back then, she and her husband were also so crazy. But the magnitude was not comparable to her husband's. I don't know who is so lucky to get such a strong man. The woman shook her head and said with regret. Looking back now, it's a problem for her husband to hold on for a minute. After Song Jie and Mu Nujio met in the car, they returned to Ningxue City. He immediately asked someone to arrange a nanny for Mu Ningxue to protect her food, clothing, housing and transportation. Now Mu Ningxue is a key protected person, so no accidents can happen. When she woke up the next day, Mu Ningxue found that there were several more amiable nannies around her. Mu Ningxue looked at Song Jie. Actually, there is no need for so many. No, I didn't notice it before, so I have to arrange a few more for you, Song Jie said. Mu Ningxue felt warm in her heart, and then continued, Yu Shishir is also pregnant. Hearing this, Song Jie was stunned. No, Yu Shishir actually joined your group. Song Jie didn't expect this. She and I are both yours, so you have to treat us equally, Mu Ningxue said. I understand, Song Jie said, and went to recruit a few more nannies, and came to the back mountain where Yu Shishir was. Chapter 624 Ding. Congratulations to the host for the superclass light magic skill. Holy Decisive Sky-Splitting Sword. The first outrageous transformation. Obtain the new skill. Holy Decisive God-Splitting Sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the superclass summoning magic skill. Ancient Demon Gate 1000 Races Elf Tower. The first outrageous transformation. Obtain the new skill. Ancient Demon Gate 10,000 Races Elf Tower. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the high-level Undead skill. Undead Realm Undead Feast. The first outrageous transformation. Obtain the new skill. Undead Realm Feast re-engraved. 3 months have passed. Song Jie also obtained 3 skills obtained by outrageous transformation. At present, the fact that he had hit the holy city before has gradually faded. Although there are still people who continue to promote it with Song Jie as an example, few people are paying attention to this matter now. Because the invasion of the Siren is the hottest topic in the world. With the addition of the holy city, the hidden dangers of the Siren have been significantly alleviated. At the same time, several countries also got rid of the invasion of sea monsters under the joint efforts. Therefore, the whole world began to move towards the good side. Song Jie got another good news. After that car sex, Mu Nujio also became pregnant. So, among Song Jie's current women, 3 are pregnant. Mu Ningxue is 5 months. Yu Shishir is 4 months. Mu Nujio is 3 months. Mu Nujio is still managing the affairs of the Mu family. He originally wanted her to just let it go, but Mu Nujio didn't want to. So she had to deal with her own affairs before planning to take good care of the baby. Song Jie had no choice. He knew Mu Nujio was a responsible person. Just then, He received a message from Jiang Xiaoxiu. Song Jie, come to Qitian hunting house. Lingling found the clue of the bracelet you are wearing on your hand. Song Jie saw the message and rushed to Qitian hunting house without stopping. His bracelet has always been a mystery because he doesn't know its origin. Song Jie only knows that it was given to him by his relatives. At the same time, it also has the same function as Mo Fan's jade pendant. It's just that the bracelet has been bothering him. So he really wants to find out the situation of this bracelet. Song Jie concluded that this bracelet must be related to the totem. So this news may make him step into the forbidden spell level. Now, his 3 systems have reached the 3rd level of the super class. And he needs an opportunity to break through. If he can break through by himself, he will not use the core of the earth. Song Jie came to Qitian hunting house. In the living room, he only saw Jiang Xiaoxiu. Where is Lingling? Lingling went out, Jiang Xiaoxiu said, looking up, staring at Song Jie. Being stared at like this, Song Jie always felt that he had done something wrong. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoxiu said resentfully. They all have your children. I want one too. Song Jie was silent. He didn't expect it to be like this. So, you have to leave the seeds today no matter what. Jiang Xiaoxiu stood up and walked towards him. Here? Is it bad? Jiang Xiaoxiu smiled slyly and said, Of course not here. I have already booked a room in the hotel opposite. It seems that you have planned it in advance. But is what you told me true? Song Jie said. It depends on your performance. You and Piao. After Lingling came back, she did not see Song Jie and Jiang Xiaoxiu. Where did these 2 people go? They are not here. Lingling sat down in confusion. She waited for a long time before she saw Song Jie and Jiang Xiaoxiu coming back from outside. Where did you go? Lingling looked at Jiang Xiaoxiu with red cheeks and asked. Jiang Xiaoxiu smiled and said, We just went out for a walk. Song Jie helped her and walked into the Qitian hunting house. Jiang Xiaoxiu did not expect Song Jie to be so fierce. Now her legs can hardly walk. She asked for a lot. She should be able to get pregnant this time. Afterwards, Lingling told the news about Song Jie bracelet. As for your bracelet, I saw similar runes on an ancient map. So I concluded that it might be related to your bracelet, Lingling said, and showed them a picture. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded. The runes on your bracelet are indeed similar to the runes on the ancient map. Song Jie also felt similar. So he concluded that it might really be related to his bracelet. Where is this place? Song Jie asked. Hengguan Mountains. Lingling said, this ancient map was found in the Hengguan Mountains. So he should be in the Hengguan Mountains. Song Jie nodded. You continue to look for information. All the money is on my head. Lingling responded. Now they have some clues. But no specific information. So if you want to go to the Hengguan Mountains to find Song Jie bracelet, you need more information to confirm. Back to Ningxue City. Mu Ningxue found him. Why did you come out? Why don't you rest in your room? Song Jie said. Mu Ningxue belly is now showing. So it's a bit difficult for her to walk every time. I'm bored in the room. So I want to go out for a walk. Mu Ningxue said. Song Jie nodded. You must have something else to talk to me about. Mu Ningxue responded. Did you forget that the Parthenon will elect candidates in 2 days? After saying this, Song Jie remembered that it seemed to be true. However, because of the situation of Mu Ningxue and others, she forgot that Xinxiao would become a candidate in 2 days. Mu Ningxue said, Xinxiao must miss you now. So go over. What about you? We haven't given birth yet. So there's no rush. Mu Ningxue said. Hearing this, Song Jie kissed Mu Ningxue's forehead. I'll be back soon. Yi Xinxiao also brought people to support him when he fought the holy city before. But at that time, she was just a goddess and could not help at all. But the other party did this, which was undoubtedly on his side now. So Song Jie would not let Xinxiao be bullied no matter what. It was late at night. Yi Xinxiao put down her phone and lay quietly on the bed. The next day would be the day for the election of candidates. And she was actually nervous. Although she had come this far, she had to take the last step anyway. However, just as she was about to fall asleep, a familiar breath suddenly appeared in the room. Yi Xinxiao stood up and said to the darkness, Song Jie, are you here? Xinxiao is still so smart. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he turned on the lights in the room. Yi Xinxiao saw Song Jie coming and smiled. Why are you here? Song Jie apologized. I was too busy before. and almost forgot that Xinxiao was going to become the mother of the temple. It's okay. Aren't you here? Yi Xinxiao smiled beautifully. Chapter 625. Song Jie held Yi Xinxiao in his arms and rubbed her head. My Xinxiao doesn't seem to be in a good mood? Yi Xinxiao nodded. She looked at Song Jie, hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Yi Xinxiao didn't know whether she should tell Song Jie. Song Jie asked, Is it because of the Black Church? Hearing this, Yi Xinxiao was startled. She didn't expect that Song Jie guessed it. Tell me if there is anything. I cover it for you, Song Jie said. Yi Xinxiao pondered for a while, and decided to tell Song Jie. Before, she always faced it alone. But this time Song Jie came. She also wanted to complain. Yi Xinxiao said, I was controlled by the Black Church before, and they planted forget bugs in me. So when I was young, I forgot what I experienced when I was young. But the forget bug is dead. So I will think of those forgotten memories at night. You may be surprised when I tell you later. Even I find it hard to believe this is the truth. How could Song Jie not know what Yi Xinxiao was going to say? He has read the entire versatile Mage. Go on. Yi Xinxiao nodded. I guess the Temple Mother is actually the Pope of the Black Church. She didn't want to believe this was true, but this fact was recorded in her memory. Do you believe me? Yi Xinxiao looked at Song Jie and asked. She knew that this was hard to believe. After all, who would have thought that the Temple Mother of the Parthenon was actually the Pope of the Black Church? I believe you, Song Jie answered without hesitation. Yi Xinxiao heard this, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. She hugged Song Jie. When I found out about this, I didn't know what to do. I'm here. I helped you do this. Song Jie stroked Yi Xinxiao back and comforted her. At this moment, he remembered the scene of more than 1,000 people committing suicide. Song Jie didn't want this to happen again. They did this for the future, for the whole world. But they committed suicide with the accusation. When Song Jie thought of this, he felt breathless. They are heroes. They shouldn't die with the accusation. Thank you. Yi Xinxiao nodded. But there are some things I want to do myself. Song Jie responded. I won't interfere with things you can handle. Yi Xinxiao buried her head deeply in Song Jie's arms. At this moment, she felt very warm. Don't worry about it. I'll be behind you. When you need me, I appear, Song Jie said. Well, Yi Xinxiao responded and fell asleep in Song Jie's arms. After a while, Yi Xinxiao fell asleep. Song Jie did not move, and just let Yi Xinxiao lie in his arms. One night passed. When Yi Xinxiao woke up, she saw Song Jie doing it with his eyes closed. Awake? Song Jie opened his eyes. Yi Xinxiao nodded. Didn't you sleep well last night? It's okay as long as you sleep well. Song Jie touched Yi Xinxia's head. Thank you for your hard work. Song Jie smiled and said, What's the big deal? You will have to give birth to a child for me in the future. That's what hard work is. Hearing this, Yi Xinxia's cheeks flushed, and she was very shy. Let's talk about this later. Not in the future. Ning Shui and the others are pregnant. You can't fall behind too much. Song Jie teased. Don't say it. Yi Xinxia's ears were red, even hot. Song Jie noticed someone coming in, and smiled and said, Okay, I won't joke anymore. Go and do your thing. Yi Xinxiao nodded, and finally she could no longer see Song Jie. Fan Ai walked in. Goddess, the ceremony is about to begin. Shall we hurry up and put on makeup? Yi Xinxiao nodded. Fan Ai smiled and said, The goddess looks good today. Much better than before. Before, Yi Xinxia's complexion was not bad, but it was distressing to see. She also knew that Yi Xinxiao must be worried about the goddess candidate. But they were servants, so they couldn't ask too much about such things. Ceremony Square. At this moment, many Greek people gathered here. They voted for their favorite goddess here today. Everyone watched the temple mother come to the top of the ceremony square and listened to her talking about the next ceremony content. In the crowd, everyone looked up at her, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Lord Salon, we are ready. Just waiting for the plan to begin, the new extradition chief said. Saran nodded. Let's talk about it later. Without the black pharmacist, it's really difficult for us to operate. The extradition chief nodded. If the black pharmacist was here, our ceremony would have succeeded long ago. Saran cursed. It's all that guy's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have. Lord Saran, the goddess is coming out. After the first words of the extradition fell, Saran looked at the high platform. Yi Xinxia. Her daughter. Asheruya. Her husband's adopted daughter. The two of them appeared and immediately aroused cheers from the crowd. You have two different flowers in your hands. The olive flower represents the goddess Yi Xinxia, and the jasmine flower represents the goddess Asheruya. Please vote for the goddess you like. Temple Mother Pa Mishi smiled. Then, the knights of the Parthenon began to distribute flowers to the people. At this time, Asheruya stood up and said to the crowd, "Thank you for your love. I am very grateful. But I am not interested in the position of the goddess. So I voluntarily withdraw from the candidate selection." As soon as these words came out, the people present were noisy. Goddess Asheruya. Don't. My goddess. Don't. We all hope that you will be a candidate. Everyone felt it was a pity. But Asheruya had already made up her mind. So it was useless for them to say anything. Asheruya's withdrawal from the candidate competition was a clear choice. Because if she doesn't quit, she will encounter more dangers and threats. She had thought about it before. But someone has been pushing her to this position. Until now, Asheruya didn't want to continue. So she announced her withdrawal. Saran and the extradition chief didn't expect it to be like this. But they had already made a foolproof plan. No matter what. Let them out, Saran said. As soon as this was said, the extradition chief nodded and left here. Just when everyone was still surprised, a shocking roar sounded. Everyone looked up and saw the golden titan giant not far away. This is the old god Apollo. Isn't it dead? Why is it still here? Yes. The temple mother said that the old god Apollo was dead before. But now he is alive. What's going on? Temple mother, you have to give us an explanation. No one expected that the ancient god was not dead, but was still alive, and appeared here. At this time, another huge monster slowly rose. This is the Double Crown Titan. Chapter 626. At this moment, the ritual square has become a mess. But soon a night came to suppress it. At this time, Yi Xinxiao looked at the Golden Titan and thought of what Song Jie had told her last night. Fortunately, Song Jie said it last night, so she was prepared today. The Golden Titan and the Double Crown Titan are both ancient gods, and their levels are also at the level of the Little Emperor. Therefore, it is impossible for the knights to kill them in a short time. But with Song Jie reminder, Yi Xinxiao was also prepared for this. Therefore, the damage to the people was not great. Not far away, Sarung and the extradition chief saw this scene and fell into silence. Because this crisis did not meet their expectations. The extradition chief said, "What's going on? Did the Parthenon discover our plan?" Sarung frowned and shook his head at the same time. "They can't know our plan. What's going on? It may be a matter of luck." Sarung knew that there was absolutely no undercover among them. So, this should be a matter of luck. After all, this is a candidate selection ceremony. So it is understandable that there are so many knights around. Then it seems that our expectations have not been met. The extradition chief said. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, we still have a chance," Saran said. "By the way, Lord Saran, have you found out who the Pope is?" The extradition chief asked. Saran shook his head. "I have been looking for it for so many years, but I have never found it." The extradition chief nodded. "Lord Saran will definitely find it." Saran responded. "Today is over. Wait until the time comes. We will contact each other." After she finished speaking, she left here. The extradition chief looked at Saran's figure leaving, and then turned and left. But, as soon as she left, a figure suddenly followed her. When the extradition chief returned to her residence, she found that someone had followed her all the way. "Who? Don't be so nervous," Song Jie's voice sounded, and the new extradition chief was unable to move. "Who are you? You should know me." Song Jie's face appeared, and the extradition chief was shocked when he saw Song Jie. "Why are you here? As long as there is your black church, I will be everywhere," Song Jie said. "Will you be lenient if you confess? Or severe if you resist? But it doesn't matter, because I can get what I want from you." Song Jie realized what the extradition chief wanted to do, and immediately knocked him out. The extradition chief didn't expect Song Jie to react so quickly. Afterwards, Song Jie immediately let Xiao He possess him, and got the answer he wanted. There are still many people. It seems that Saran has a backup plan. Song Jie smiled and said, "I don't know what Saran's expression will be when he sees it." Xiao He, clear his memory. and then help him return to his previous position. Song Jie instructed. Xiao He responded and helped the extradition chief return to his previous position. Afterwards, Song Jie left here first. After Xiao He was done, he quietly left here. At this time, the extradition chief woke up. The extradition chief looked behind him and did not find anyone. Am I too suspicious? Just now, Song Jie had already obtained the list of the Seren faction from the extradition chief. Next, he only needs to get rid of the people on the list. And the people of the Seren faction should be gone. Song Jie said, next is the people from the Pope. With his strength, it is still possible to get the list of the Pope. Therefore, there is no need to worry about this. Then, Song Jie called Lingling. How is the work I asked you to do? We have already done it. The people you want are rushing to the Parthenon. Song Jie nodded. Well done. This plan can only succeed and not fail. After solving the Titan, the Parthenon fell into a state of alert. Fortunately, there were not many casualties this time, so the result was good. At night, Yi Xinxia came to the main hall of the mother of the temple alone. Xinxia, why did you come to see me so late? The temple mother asked with a smile. I came here to confirm something with you. Yi Xinxia said. What is it? Actually, you are the Pope of the Black Church. Right? Yi Xinxia looked at the temple mother and said. Pamashi was slightly startled. She didn't expect Yi Xinxia to be so direct. You came here alone and told me such a thing. What are you thinking? Pamashi said. I know you won't kill me. Otherwise I would have died before my mother and I met you. Yi Xinxia said. When she was very young, she met Ran Pamashi. At that time, Yi and Yi Xinxia were being hunted. So, Pamashi took them in. It was also at that time that Yi became a red-robed Saran. Yi expressed an idea at that time, which made Pa Mishi very interested. That is, let Yi Xinxia, who possesses the soul of the Parthenon, become the next Pope of the Black Church. This idea is crazy. Who would have thought that the mother of the Parthenon is the Pope of the Black Church? If this were known to the world, it would definitely shock the world. That is why Pa Mishi did not kill Yi Xinxia, but instead supported her to take the position. I didn't expect that the forget bug has no effect on you. Pa Mishi didn't expect Yi Xinxia to recover her memory so quickly. But it doesn't matter, because the matter is a foregone conclusion. So Yi Xinxia has no choice at this moment. Since you already know, you should also know that your next choice will affect you and more people. Pa Mishi said. So, do you want to be the Pope? Or? Yi Xinxia pondered. She was very entangled at the moment. But she knew that only she could make the decision. Think it through. And drop your blood on this bloodstone. Pamashi looked at Yi Xinxia. She knew she would make the right choice, because there was only one way ahead. As long as Yi Xinxia dropped her blood on the bloodstone, she would be tied to the Black Church for life. She would also have the mark of the Black Church on her body. If Yi Xinxia revealed their identities, she would not be able to escape. So they were already the same kind of people. Why ask me? Do you think I have any other choice? After Yi Xinxia finished speaking, she cut her thumb and dripped blood on the bloodstone. Song Jie is really amazing. How did she know what the temple mother asked her to do? Yi Xinxia was surprised. Luckily, she also kept a trick, so she would not become a member of the Black Church. It was just a show. After Yi Xinxia left, Song Jie came to where Pamashi lived. The next thing he had to do was to ask Pamashi for the list. As long as he had the lists of both sides, things would be easy at that time. The people they prepared before were already on their way, and the executioner had them ready. And so, after this incident, there will be no more Black Church in the world. Chapter 627. It was late at night, and Yi Xinxia returned to her residence. After waiting for a long time, Song Jie also returned here. Where have you been? I went to do something important. Song Jie sat next to Yi Xinxia. Song Jie, how do you know so many things? Yi Xinxia asked. Song Jie smiled and said, I said I have the ability to predict the future. Do you believe it? I believe it. Yi Xinxia nodded immediately. Silly. Song Jie hugged Yi Xinxia in his arms. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how to choose. Maybe the result would be tragic. When Yi Xinxia thought about what happened next, she felt suffocated. It's okay. This matter will be over soon, Song Jie said. Tomorrow is the teaching ceremony. Will you come then? Yi Xinxia asked. Song Jie said, I will be there when the time comes. With me here, You can be at ease as your temple mother. Yi Xinxia nodded. Song Jie. What about the people from the Black Church? And Saran. She felt that Saran would not miss this opportunity. So he would definitely do something. Don't worry about that. I'm ready to wipe them out, Song Jie said. Yi Xinxia asked. How to do it? Do you need my help? Song Jie shook his head. It may be bloody. So be prepared. Then, he told Yi Xinxia the list of the Black Church. How did you get it? Yi Xinxia was surprised. Song Jie smiled. I controlled them. So I got the list of the Black Church. But who will be the executioner? Yi Xinxia was puzzled. Do you know the drowning curse? Yes. It seems that you and Lingling solved the drowning curse together, Yi Xinxia said. Song Jie nodded. So the drowning curse will come in handy. How? The drowning curse was created by the jellyfish maggots. They can attach themselves to a person's body and become that person, Song Jie said. Then what? I asked Opus, Lingling and others to take down several mercenary groups. The jellyfish maggots attached themselves to them. Song Jie explained. Lingling has made some research and found that one jellyfish maggot can give orders to other jellyfish maggots. So, we only need one order, and they will kill those black churches. As for the mercenary groups, you can rest assured that these mercenaries are not good people. This is the only good thing they have done in their lives. Yi Xinxia nodded. Is there anything I can do? I need you to open a pass for them. Otherwise, they may not be able to enter Athens, Song Jie said. Yi Xinxia responded. I do it myself. Then it's up to you. Song Jie nodded, and talked to Yi Xinxia about other things. The next day, because Asheria withdrew, Yi Xinxia became the only goddess, and also a candidate for the Temple Mother. Yi Xinxia shed blood and became the Black Church, and the Temple Mother Pamashi abdicated and let Yi Xinxia take the throne. Therefore, this matter had been widely circulated yesterday. At this moment, many people came to the ceremony square, wanting to witness Yi Xinxia become the new Temple Mother. Except for some big families, the people who came to congratulate were all from the Black Church. Those sitting in the seats were other red-robed great leaders, and even blue-robed deacons. There were even black-robed priests and gray-robed believers. These all belonged to Pamashi's faction. And in the crowd, they all belonged to Saran's faction. They all hid in the crowd, waiting for Saran's order. The sun was shining brightly, and everyone was looking forward to Yi Xinxia's appearance. Sir, do you think Yi Xinxia can ascend to the throne smoothly? The extradition chief asked. She has someone behind her. But we are all here this time, so we can't let the Parthenon go so smoothly, Saran said, looking at the stage. Okay, our people are already here, and we can give them a heavy blow when we start fighting, the extradition chief said. There were people of all skin colors in the crowd, but they were used to advocating freedom and democracy here. Those people are from the Pope's faction. And when the time comes, let's send someone to kill them, Saran said. The extradition chief nodded. Our people have already infiltrated, and when Yi Xinxia appears, they will find a chance to take action. Saran nodded. At this moment, Yi Xinxia appeared in front of everyone, her face calm, looking at everyone in front of her. She didn't expect that the mother of the Parthenon was actually the Pope of the Black Church. Moreover, the people in front of her were all extremely evil. They had reached the level of the Red Master. It's conceivable how many people he had killed. Yi Xinxia closed her eyes slightly, then opened them. From now on, I am the mother of the Parthenon. Instantly, cheers came from below. I declare that the ceremony begins. As soon as Yi Xinxia finished speaking, everyone else was ready. Lord Saran, I think we should start now, the extradition chief said. Saran was about to answer when he heard someone in the crowd exclaim, Murder! At this moment, everyone looked over, wanting to know who would do such a thing in such an occasion. Everyone saw someone fall in a pool of blood, but they didn't know who did it. That's one of ours. Someone is against ours? The extradition chief was surprised. Lord Saran, could it be the Pope's man? Saran was thinking about it, but suddenly saw the red-clothed man sitting in the seat suddenly had his neck wiped off. Saran hurriedly said, No, this is not against us, but against people on both sides. But how do they know that this is our man? The extradition chief asked in confusion. There were more and more exclamations, because in just a short while, hundreds of people had died here, and it was still going on. Leave here first. Our identities are exposed. Sarang felt that if he didn't leave, His life would be in danger. The head of extradition nodded. He didn't know that he was the one who leaked the list. Both the Pope and the people on Saran's side fell in a pool of blood. Especially after Apis entered the scene. Those people couldn't escape at all. Just looked at her, and were chopped in a pool of blood. Sarang and the head of extradition have been fleeing here. Until they came to a safe environment. Saran's uneasiness was relieved. Sarang looked at the head of extradition. Only me and you know the list. So is it. The head of extradition was looked at by Saran. And hurriedly said, Lord Saran, I am loyal to you, and I will never betray you. Sarang pondered for a while. And suddenly realized that someone was approaching. And hurriedly turned his head. He was the one who gave me the list. Songjia's voice sounded. You are slandering me. The extradition chief turned his head and shouted harshly. Chapter 628. Sarang almost rolled his eyes at the extradition chief. The man in front of him was the mortal enemy of the Black Church. And his strength was beyond their scope, and they could not deal with him at all. You are? Songjia. When the extradition chief saw Songjia, he took a step back. Of course he knew Songjia. After all, his deeds of killing the Archangel were still circulating around the world. Lord Saran. The extradition chief was panicked. He didn't expect Songjia to appear here. You will die like this. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the extradition chief felt suffocated, and then slowly fell to the ground. Sarang frowned and stared at Songjia. Did you do all this? You can think so. Then you should know who the Pope is? Sarang asked. Songjia nodded. Do you want to know who the Pope is? Who? Palace Mother Pamixi. Sarang chuckled. I was wondering why I couldn't find her. It turns out she is the Palace Mother of the Parthenon. You can kill me now, Songjia said. You are Xinxia's mother after all. Logically speaking, you are also my mother-in-law. So let Xinxia decide your life or death. Sarang is Yi, and also Xinxia's mother. Ceremony square. At this time, there was chaos, and the ground was full of corpses. But these were all corpses of the Black Church. Yi Xinxia knew that this would happen. So he ordered his knights not to act rashly. Therefore, the mercenaries have killed all the people who should be killed. Let's go. Let's go to another place, Yi Xinxia said. Then, Yi Xinxia knights followed her, and headed towards the direction of Palace Mother Pamixi. In the hall, Pamixi also knew the situation in the ceremony square. She wanted to go over, but was stopped by Li Rui. My master asked you to stay here. Otherwise, Li Rui licked her tongue and threatened. Of course, Pamixi knew how terrifying Li Rui was. So she didn't move. At the same time, she was wondering who sent the other party here. Could it be Saran? However, Saran couldn't have such a strong master. Because even if she was, she might not be able to defeat the other party. Can you tell me who sent you here? Pamixi said. An acquaintance. You should know him. Pamixi frowned. My master has been to the Parthenon before, and saved your new temple mother at that time, Li Rui said. As soon as these words came out, Pamixi immediately thought of who this person was. It's not Saran. It turned out to be him. Pamixi didn't expect that in the end. Neither Saran nor she got the upper hand. The person who came to punish you is here. As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, Yi Xinxia walked in from outside. Yi Xinxia. Pamixi looked at her. You and him did all this? Why did you do this? Am I not good enough to you? The mother of the temple, and the Pope gave you everything. This is the greatest power in the world. Yi Xinxia looked cold and stared at her. You should know that I am a child from Bo City. So, all of us will hate the Black Church. Pamixi laughed. You said you hate the Black Church? But you are actually a member of the Black Church. Really? Yi Xinxia's lips curled slightly. That really disappoints you. I am not the Black Church. As she said this, she dripped blood on the bloodstone. And there was no sign. How is it possible? Pamixi didn't expect it to be like this. They had clearly. You? Be prepared in advance? Only in this way can everything that happened make sense. Songjia again. Pamixi gritted her teeth and hated Songjia to the bone. I will send you to hell to accompany those who were killed by you, Yi Xinxia said. She glanced at Li Rui, who walked towards Pamixi. In front of Li Rui, Pamixi was like a lamb to be slaughtered. How could she be Li Rui's opponent? No! You can't do this. I am the Pope of the Black Church and the mother of the Parthenon. Where are my people? Pamixi's voice came out. But soon, the hall became quiet. Songjia met Asheruya on the way back. It seems that you have done something that shocked the world again. Asharuya leaned against the wall and said, It's okay. Tell you a good news. Wait. Songjia thought of one thing when he heard the good news. That is, someone is pregnant again. This is the good news he got recently. You are not going to tell me that you are pregnant? Asharuya was surprised for a moment, and finally nodded. You actually guessed it. It's all your fault. At that time, I told you not to get in, but you insisted on seeking excitement. Songjia was silent. But I won't give the child to you, Asharuya said. Isn't it too much for you to do this? No. It's because you have so many women. This is my little punishment for you. Asharuya continued, I will let her find you when she grows up. It's so nice for the whole family to be happy. There's no need to do this. Right? Songjia said. Asharuya said, I have other tasks. So I can't stay by your side. Okay. Songjia could only compromise. After all, he believed that Asharuya would not let her child suffer any grievances. Then I have to choose the name. Right? Then you choose it. I give you 1 minute now. Asharuya blurted out. Songjia said unhappily, Do you need to be so anxious? Asharuya looked serious. Songjia thought about it, and finally came up with 2 names. The boy will be called Songzi, and the girl will be called Samya. Asharuya muttered, and nodded when she thought it was okay. Then I'm leaving. Don't you want to stay for dinner? No. You should stay with Xinxia more. After Asharuya finished speaking, she disappeared. Songjia didn't care. Anyway, the world is so big. It's easy to find Asharuya. When he returned to the Parthenon, Yi Xinxia had already dealt with the matter in Pamishi. You're back? Yi Xinxia walked towards Songjia and said. Songjia nodded and hugged him in his arms. You're not scared. Are you? Yi Xinxia shook her head. Those people have been arrested. How to deal with them? Deal with them as you should. Songjia said. Then I know. Songjia responded. And finally said, You should have known that Saran is your mother. Right? As soon as he said this, Yi Xinxia nodded. I've caught her. As for how to deal with her, I want you to decide for yourself. Songjia said. Yi Xinxia hesitated for a moment. Looking embarrassed, she took a deep breath, not knowing what to say. Chapter 629. Songjia did not participate in the matter of Sarang Yi, so he did not ask how to deal with it. In the next few days, Yi Xinxia was dealing with the affairs of the Parthenon. Songjia accompanied her, and he said nothing, just watching Yi Xinxia deal with things. Now Yi Xinxia is no longer a cripple, so she can walk on the ground. Songjia looked at Yi Xinxia in a white dress and felt that she was even more beautiful. Especially Yi Xinxia looked like a strong woman, without the weakness of leaning on her arms. After Yi Xinxia told others to go down, she walked lightly and came to Songjia. Is there something on my face? Songjia nodded. Yes, there is something. It's a bit beautiful. Hearing this, Yi Xinxia's cheeks were stained with a blush. Songjia smiled, took Yi Xinxia's little hand, and pulled her into his arms. My Xinxia is getting better and better. Songjia kissed her. Yi Xinxia secretly looked outside the door and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw no one coming in. This is the workplace. I will go and kiss you again. No. I want to kiss you here. Songjia teased and kissed her again. After the two of them were together for a while, Yi Xinxia started to work. It was not until dark that she finished the work at hand and sat in her room to rest. Don't get tired. Songjia came over to help Yi Xinxia massage her shoulders. I'm fine. I just don't have time to go shopping with you. Yi Xinxia knew that Songjia came all the way here, and it was a bit bad for him to watch her work here. You need to consolidate your position now. I understand all this, so you don't have to worry about it. Songjia said, just do your work peacefully. Yi Xinxia nodded, grabbed Songjia's arm, and leaned on it. Sister Ning Shui is pregnant. You should spend more time with her. Songjia responded. I have been accompanying her before. Yi Xinxia nodded. However, at this time, Songjia squatted down and picked up Yi Xinxia. How could Yi Xinxia not know what Songjia was going to do? And quickly turned her head away with a red face. Songjia put her on the bed and showed a wicked smile. Songjia, can we discuss something? I am very busy these days. So can I ejaculate outside? Yi Xinxia said shyly. Please beg me. Please, Yi Xinxia said pitifully, without the tough demeanor of a temple mother. Okay. Then I will ejaculate outside this time. Song Jia smiled and pounced on him like a wolf. After staying in the Parthenon for a while, Song Jia returned to the Magic City. After all, there were 2 pregnant women waiting for him in the Magic City. It was also his first time to be a father. So it was an experience and a vacation for himself. The situation on Yi Xinxia's side has stabilized, and no one will threaten her position next. Mu Ningxue and Yu Shishir's rooms are next door. Mu Nujio has not moved in yet, because she is still dealing with family affairs. Have you thought about it? What will our child be named? Mu Ningxue asked. I'm already thinking about it. Song Jia felt that his education was limited because he had too many children. How about you help me think about it? Mu Ningxue knew that Song Jia might not be reliable in this regard. So she looked at Yu Shishir. Then we will help think about it. Yu Shishir nodded. The 3 of them began to think about the name until dark. Half a month later, Lingling and Jiang Xiaoxiu came to the door. Has my bracelet been settled? Song Jia asked. Lingling nodded. We have found a clue. And we can go now. Song Jia showed joy. He didn't expect to have a clue so soon. He looked at Jiang Xiaoxiu, who was frowning beside him, and asked in surprise, What's wrong? I went for a checkup. But I'm still not pregnant. Jiang Xiaoxiu said unhappily. Song Jia really had to admire Jiang Xiaoxiu's persistence. Jiang Xiaoxiu stared at Song Jia. After returning from the Hengguan Mountains this time, you still have to continue. Song Jia was ashamed. Okay. He always felt that Jiang Xiaoxiu felt that it was a disadvantage if the child was born late. Hengguan Mountains. Song Jia, Lingling and others have arrived at a nearby town. Huahai Town. It is the nearest town to the Hengguan Mountains. And it is also the city safety barrier. And their destination needs to enter the Hengguan Mountains from Huahai Town. There are so many people here, Jiang Xiaoxiu said as he looked at the hunters coming and going. There are all kinds of demons and natural treasures in the Hengguan Mountains. So there are many hunters gathered here. Lingling introduced. Then should we buy some materials before we go in? Jiang Xiaoxiu said. With Song Jia's strength, he doesn't need to buy supplies to enter the Hengguan Mountains. After all, it's just a round trip. So how could Song Jia not see Jiang Xiaoxiu's thoughts? He just wanted to take a walk here. Then go. Song Jia nodded. Jiang Xiaoxiu smiled and took Lingling's hand and walked towards the vicinity. Most of the people here are hunters doing business. So there are all kinds of strange things. Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling soon entered a shop, which sold some things from the Hengguan Mountains. And these things are not some common things, but some things whose value cannot be judged. For example, some strange stones, and some ancient iron tools found in the Hengguan Mountains. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling were curiously looking at the things in the store, Jiang Xiaoxiu suddenly froze. Song Jia came over and saw Jiang Xiaoxiu motionless. Did you see something you like? Jiang Xiaoxiu did not answer, but picked up a bracelet on the shelf and hurried to the boss. Boss, where did you get this bracelet? This bracelet was found by a hunter deep in the Hengguan Mountains. The boss said. Do you still have the contact information of that person? Yes. We often work together. The boss was surprised. Little girl likes this bracelet? Jiang Xiaoxiu's chest rose and fell. This is my brother's thing. As soon as this was said, Song Jia also hurried over and looked at the bracelet in Jiang Xiaoxiu's hand. They didn't expect to find something belonging to Jiang Xiaojun in Hengguan Mountain. Boss, can you help us contact that person? Song Jia asked. The boss said, it may not be possible to contact him now because he has entered the Hengguan Mountains. When will they come back? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. The boss shook his head. I don't know when they will come back either. Please leave your contact information. If they come back, I will notify you. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded. Boss, how much is this thing? I want it. Since this is your brother's thing, I will sell it at the original price. 200,000. The boss could see that Jiang Xiaoxiu didn't look fake. Jiang Xiaoxiu immediately took out the money because she was very sure that this was his brother's thing. Chapter 630. A long time ago, Jiang Xiaoxiu left a mark on this bracelet, so she recognized it as his brother Jiang Xiaojun's bracelet with this mark. After Jiang Xiaoxiu paid, Song Jia continued to ask, Boss, do you know where that person went? Because we are going to Hengguan Mountains. We can find him by the way. The boss nodded. He went to Qianshui Lake in Hengguan Mountains. You can find him there. However, Hengguan Mountains is so big, it's not easy for you to find him. Thank you. Boss. After thanking him, Song Jia added the contact information and left the store with Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling. Jiang Xiaoxiu said, finally, there is news about my brother. Sister Xiaoxiu, we will definitely help you find your brother. Lingling comforted her. Thank you, Lingling. Jiang Xiaoxiu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. We are also going to pass by Qianshui Lake, so we can go find him, Lingling said. Song Jia nodded. After we go out, you show me the way, and we will go directly there. Lingling took out a map and walked in front. Soon, the three of them walked out of the town and headed towards Hengguan Mountain. There were quite a few hunters who came out with them, so they were surprised to see Song Jia with Lingling. Is this young man taking two girls with him for a picnic? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid they will become the dinner of demons. Why does this person look so familiar to me? It seems like I have seen him somewhere. The hunters who came out with them talked about it. Song Jia and the other two ignored them. And then the Tianhan Eagle appeared. Tianhan Eagle is now at the level of the Supreme Monarch, and there is still a distance from the Sub-Emperor. But under Song Jia training, it is only a matter of time. At this time, after the appearance of the Frost Eagle, the hunters were all stunned. The Frost Eagle gave them too much pressure. Even if there were high-level mages among them, they were still frightened to the point of weakness. Who is this guy? There is such a terrifying summoned beast. Come and help me quickly. I can't stand steadily. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. It turned out to be him. Just when they were surprised, Song Jia, Jiang Xiaoxiu, and the other two had already flown away. Who is he? Don't just say half of the story. He is Song Jia. Which Song Jia? Song Jia who killed the Archangel. Fuck. It's him. On the Frost Eagle, Song Jia looked at the Hengguan Mountains in the distance and felt that they were extremely magnificent. We should be able to enter the Hengguan Mountains soon at our speed, Lingling said while looking at the map. Others were traveling on the ground with their legs, but they were traveling like they were on a plane. Qianshui Lake. A hunter team was approaching here. Captain, there are demons all around Qianshui Lake. How can we go to the lake to pick up stones? A team member said. There should be fewer and fewer demons at this time, so we just need to wait, the captain said. The others nodded. Their mission is to go to Qianshui Lake to pick up stones. And these stones are not ordinary stones. They are tougher than the bones of demons. But after a long time, the demons still have no intention of leaving. If it doesn't work, we can just let them lead them away, someone suggested. They all think it is feasible. After all, most of the demons staying in Qianshui Lake are servants. As for the generals, there are only 3 or 4 scattered here and there. As long as they are careful, nothing will happen. This method is indeed possible. Let the wind system people lead those demons away, the captain suggested. The others nodded one after another. The wind system can release wind tracks, and then they can get rid of those demons. That's it. Let's do it, the captain ordered. Then, the 2 wind mages walked out of their hiding place and headed straight for the demons in Qianshui Lake. When the 2 of them appeared, the demons around Qianshui Lake all looked over. At this time, a cry of surprise came from not far from the lake. It was the cry of a powerful demon. The 2 wind mages originally wanted to release magic to attract the attention of those demons. But when they saw the demons appearing on the opposite side, they were stunned. Two-Faced Tiger. They didn't expect that a commander-level demon would appear at this time. Run! The captain came out of the bushes and shouted at the 2 men. The 2 men reacted and turned around and ran away. The appearance of the commander-level demon completely broke their plan. They were just mid-level mages. How could they be the opponents of the commander-level demon? Everyone fled in panic. And the Two-Faced Tiger saw them and ran towards them. Damn it! Why did we meet the Two-Faced Tiger at this time? Someone exclaimed. The captain said, Run quickly. Get out of here quickly. The Two-Faced Tiger rushed over and soon appeared behind them. The Two-Faced Tiger is catching up, someone exclaimed. The others turned their heads and saw the Two-Faced Tiger behind them. Are we going to die? This thought seemed to flash through everyone's mind. However, just when they were desperate, a huge flying eagle appeared in the sky not far away. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. We really can't escape now, the captain said in despair. Everyone looked up at the sky, and the giant was obviously stronger than the Two-Faced Tiger. What day is today? It's so bad. At this moment, a laser suddenly shot from the Sky Eagle. and everyone stopped suddenly when they saw it. Some people even closed their eyes in fear. But the next moment, the laser passed by them. And it was not them that were attacked. The two-faced tiger chasing behind them had not reacted yet, and was instantly killed by this beam of laser. Others thought they were going to die, but they were still alive. They looked back and saw that the two-faced tiger was killed instantly. After a while, the cold eagle fell from the sky and came to them. Song Jia asked, "Is there anyone named Chen Yong here?" Everyone was still in shock. When they heard Song Jia question, someone suddenly raised his hand. "My name is Chen Yong." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoxu quickly took out the bracelet. "Do you still recognize this bracelet?" Hunter Chen Yong looked at the bracelet, and a wave of memories came to his mind. "This is the bracelet I sold to Boss Lu. Can you tell me where you found this bracelet?" Jiang Xiaoxu said excitedly. Song Jia patted Jiang Xiaoxu on the shoulder and explained to Chen Yong, "This is her brother's bracelet. We have been looking for her brother. So please tell us." Chen Yong nodded. "I found this bracelet in Huanqin Valley. I got separated from the team and accidentally broke into the place. I saw this bracelet under a cliff." Song Jia nodded and smiled at Jiang Xiaoxu. "We have a new clue." Jiang Xiaoxu nodded. Chapter 631. The bracelet worn by Jiang Xiaojun appeared here, which means that he had been to Hengguan Mountain. As long as they continue to look, they may find traces of Jiang Xiaojun. Jiang Xiaoxu has been waiting for this day for a long time, and finally saw a glimmer of hope. "Can you take us to Huanqin Valley?" Song Jia said. "Yes, but we are not strong, and we may not be able to come back after going to Huanqin Valley," Chen Yong said. Song Jia said, "When the time comes, I will let my summoned beast take you out." Chen Yong looked at the Tianhan eagle and nodded quickly. "Okay." Others also agreed. After all, Song Jia and others just saved their lives. This commander level will be your reward. Song Jia looked at the two-faced tiger over there and said, You take it. He doesn't like this commander level," Jiang Xiaoxu said. Hearing this, Chen Yong and others were no longer polite and took off the valuable things on the two-faced tiger. After a while, Chen Yong and the others were ready and came to the back of the Tianhan eagle. "You show the way. I let my summoned beast take us there," Song Jia said. Chen Yong nodded, then pointed in a direction and said, "The Huanqin Valley is over there." Then, the Tianhan eagle accelerated and flew away, and soon arrived at the Huanqin Valley. This is a basin terrain, surrounded by towering mountains, and the vegetation is even more lush and tall, occupying the entire valley. This is the Huanqin Valley. You have to be careful. It will cause hallucinations, Chen Yong said. He almost couldn't get out before, but fortunately a demon came to his side, which made him sober. Song Jia nodded. His current spiritual realm has reached the 9th realm, and there are not many things that can make him hallucinate. Song Jia said, "Thank you. I will let my summoned beast take you out now." "We thank you." After Chen Yong and others left, Song Jia, Jiang Xiaoxu, and the other two came to the outskirts of Huanqin Valley. Jiang Xiaoxu said, "Lingling mental power may not be enough. Will she be a threat if she goes in?" Song Jia looked at Lingling, and then took out a necklace. "This is a magic tool that can resist mental attacks. You wear it." Lingling nodded. Although she is now a mage, her mental power is indeed very low. The three entered Huanqin Valley, and they soon realized that their mental power was affected. The mental power here is really strong. Jiang Xiaoxu felt that he couldn't stand it. "Was your brother's mental power strong before?" Jiang Xiaoxu nodded. "His mental power is definitely the strongest among the same level." Song Jia responded and led them all the way to the depths. There are lush flowers and plants here, and there is no way to get in. So Song Jia used his space ability to clear a way. When they came under the stone wall, they began to look for Jiang Xiaojun's traces. But after searching for a long time, there was no clue about him. "Let's go look around. There may be other information," Song Jia said. Lingling said at this time, "The totem we are looking for is nearby. You should also pay attention to it." Song Jia and Jiang Xiaoxu nodded. The Huanqin Valley is very large. So large that they have not searched all the areas for a long time. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxu's voice suddenly came over. "Song Jia, come here. There is a cave here." After Jiang Xiaoxu finished speaking, Song Jia and Lingling came over. "I let Xiaohe go in and take a look," Song Jia said. In order to avoid danger, he upgraded Xiaohe's level. so that even if he encounters a powerful demon, he can handle it with ease. Xiao He entered the cave. This cave is not big, so only one person can pass through. But looking at the traces of the cave, it is obviously not formed naturally, but man-made. Xiao He entered it, and came out after a long time. What's going on? Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling looked at Song Jie. Song Jie said, let me listen to what it says first. Then, Xiao He told Song Jie about the situation inside. Song Jie nodded. It said there is no danger inside, but there is a strange power inside. Strange power? Jiang Xiaoxiu continued. Could it be the power of the totem? Maybe. Song Jie nodded. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling nodded. They entered the narrow cave. Song Jie walked in front. Lingling and Jiang Xiaoxiu walked behind. After a while, the space inside gradually became larger, enough to accommodate 3 people standing together and walking through. This cave is really long, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Then, they came to the end of the cave, and at this time, they saw a bottomless hole in front of them. There won't be any monsters down there, Jiang Xiaoxiu asked doubtfully. Song Jie shook his head. There are no monsters down there. I take you to the other side. There is another cave on the opposite side. They need to go there before they can continue to walk inside. Song Jie feels that this place is like a tomb, with a sense of déjà vu from a tomb-robbing novel. After they passed, they continued to walk inside. Look here. Lingling pointed to the ground and said, this is a human skeleton, Jiang Xiaoxiu said, and suddenly took a few steps back. Sister Xiaoxiu. Lingling came over and took Jiang Xiaoxiu's hand. Song Jie walked over and checked the skeleton. This should be a skeleton from a long time ago. It looks like it has been decades old, and should not be your brother's. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Really? Song Jie nodded seriously. The 3 continued to move forward, and after entering again, they saw a lot of skeletons. But they were all skeletons from many years ago. At this time, the bracelet on Song Jie's hand trembled, as if it sensed something. Why did you stop? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. My bracelet seems to have sensed something, Song Jie said. Jiang Xiaoxiu was surprised and asked, is the totem inside? It is very likely. When Song Jie, Jiang Xiaoxiu and the other 2 entered deeper, they could sense that the spiritual pressure in the deeper place was getting stronger. Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Song Jie, I can't go in anymore. Song Jie nodded. He could sense that the spiritual pressure inside was much more terrifying than outside. Moreover, his 9th level spiritual world was barely unaffected. You just wait here for me. I go in and take a look, Song Jie said. Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling nodded. Afterwards, Song Jie went deeper into the passage alone. It wasn't long before 3 caves appeared in front of him. At this time, Song Jie really didn't know how to choose, so he raised the bracelet on his hand and said, you guide the direction. As soon as he finished speaking, the bracelet trembled. This way. Song Jie pointed the bracelet to a cave entrance. The bracelet didn't move. He pointed to another cave entrance, and then the bracelet moved. It seems to be here, Song Jie said, and entered the cave. Chapter 632. Song Jie entered the cave and walked along the passage to the end. And then he came to a tomb. There is another world. Song Jie didn't know what was going on, and the feeling of tomb robbery suddenly hit him. Afterwards, he looked at the murals around the tomb. Although they were very abstract, he could probably see them clearly. And these murals were also telling a story. Song Jie looked at the murals, and found that a woman was wearing a bracelet that looked very similar to the bracelet he was wearing. Isn't it this one? Song Jie was puzzled and continued to look at the plot below the murals. He continued to look and soon saw a strange giant floating above him. What is this? Although Song Jie didn't know, he still took a picture and showed it to Lingling later. But he changed his mind and thought that this would not be related to the bracelet. Song Jie continued to look and found that this giant could not only fly in the sky, but also swim in the water. Could there be 2? Song Jie touched his chin and guessed. While he was thinking, the bracelet on his hand suddenly trembled. Don't be impatient. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, the bracelet took him inside. Song Jie was silent. After a long while, he came to another different world. Fuck. Song Jie didn't expect there would be such a scene here. A huge tree. Why is there such a tall tree here? Song Jie looked up and couldn't see the end at all. After coming here, The bracelet became even more excited. Why are you so excited? Songjia was puzzled. You are not. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the bracelet flew out of his hand and came to the giant tree. Then, the bracelet seemed to devour the energy in the giant tree. So this is the energy source? Songjia realized that this was what Xiaohei had said before. It's just, is this bracelet so powerful? This giant tree has grown for many years and has its own intelligence. Just when it wanted to react, Songjia directly pressed it down and made it unable to move. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The giant tree roared, but it was just a rage of impotence. The energy in the giant tree was constantly lost, and yellow leaves fell from the sky. After a while, a thick layer of leaves had piled up. Even the originally smooth bark slowly became old, dry, and cracked. I don't know how long it took, but all the energy in the giant tree was swallowed up, and it turned into a dead tree. The bracelet trembled as if it was very satisfied, and then returned to Songjia's forearm. Are you full? Songjia asked, and the bracelet trembled again and gave a response. Then can it be summoned? Songjia asked again. The bracelet trembled again. Songjia looked out happily, but he didn't expect to succeed so quickly. At this time, the bracelet guided him to go deeper inside. Songjia nodded and walked deeper into the tomb. Soon, he came to a new tomb. The tomb was so big that it was surrounded by magnificent murals. Songjia really didn't expect that there would be such a huge tomb here. Although it is a tomb, it looks more like a place for priests. Songjia looked around, took photos, and came to the center of the altar. At this time, the bracelet suddenly sent out a force, and the whole altar seemed to be opened, and suddenly vibrated slightly. Songjia was alert, but the next moment a burst of energy inexplicably hit him, which shocked him. He wanted to resist, but at this moment, he realized that this was a gift from the bracelet. Songjia sat down immediately and began to practice inside. He felt that his practice speed was hundreds of times faster. I don't know how long it took. This feeling slowly disappeared. Songjia also woke up from practice. And at the same time, the first 3 magic systems all reached the 3rd level of the super class. The light system has reached the peak, and the undead system has also practiced to the super class. It would be great if such a gift could happen again. Songjia felt very happy. After he felt that there was nothing here, he left the altar and returned to Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu. Jiang Xiaoshu said, Songjia, why did you stay in there for so long? If Xiaohei hadn't said you were fine, we would have thought you were in trouble. There was an opportunity inside, so I stayed in there longer. Songjia said. Opportunity? Songjia nodded. I should be able to break through to the forbidden spell level soon. Forbidden spell? Jiang Xiaoshu and Lingling exclaimed at the same time. Whether in China or the world, such a young forbidden spell would undoubtedly surprise everyone. Did you find anything here? Songjia asked. Jiang Xiaoshu and Lingling shook their heads. I found a lot of murals inside. You can take a look, Songjia said, handing the mural to Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu. The two took the phone and looked at it fascinatedly. Lingling, do you know what totem this is? Jiang Xiaoshu also couldn't tell what totem it was. Let me think about it. I seem to have seen it there. Lingling looked at the mural in deep thought. After a long time, she suddenly brightened up and seemed to have thought of it. Right. This is Kunpeng. Kunpeng? Songjia and Jiang Xiaoshu were stunned at the same time. Yes. This is the legendary Kunpeng. Lingling nodded. Also very excited. He didn't expect that creatures from ancient times still exist. And they are right next to them. Kunpeng is a big fish and a big bird in ancient Chinese legends. Lingling explained. Kunpeng's morphological characteristics are very large. Whether it is a fish like Kun or a bird like Peng, its body is thousands of miles long. After Lingling said this, Songjia suddenly realized that it seemed to be true. Kunpeng. I don't know exactly how many there are, because the information I got is all recorded in ancient books. Lingling said excitedly. Jiang Xiaoshu said, then such a creature has existed for so long, so its strength should be very strong. Right? Lingling nodded. It has existed much longer than Qinglong and others, so its strength must be much stronger than them. Songjia really didn't expect that his bracelet could actually summon a creature like Kunpeng. If so, wouldn't the northern expedition to the Antarctic Emperor be possible? Songjia felt that the strength of the totem Kunpeng must have reached the Emperor level, and this ancient creature was enough to compete with those high-level emperors. I didn't expect that we in China actually have such a powerful totem, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Song Jie, have you already got the power to awaken him? Lingling asked. Song Jie nodded. Then you will have a trump card when you go to attack the Antarctic Emperor, Lingling said. Song Jie smiled and said, Lingling is really a worm in my heart. There is nothing here. Let's go out and talk about it. I think I can't stand it anymore, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Chapter 633. Song Jie. Jiang Xiaoxiu and the other two left the tomb and came to the forest outside. Finally, we got out. Jiang Xiaoxiu sniffed the fresh air and felt very comfortable. By the way, Song Jie, have you found any clues about Jiang Xiaojun? Lingling asked at this time. Song Jie shook his head. There are no signs of anyone coming here, so I didn't find any. Jiang Xiaoxiu seemed to have guessed the result, and his expression could not be seen. That shouldn't be the case. There is Jiang Xiaojun's bracelet here. How could she not have been here? Lingling said, touching her chin. At this time, Song Jie and Jiang Xiaoxiu also reacted. There was Jiang Xiaojun's bracelet here, so he must have been here. It's just that there are no clues left by him here, which is very suspicious. Let's go look around and see if there are any clues, Lingling suggested. Song Jie and Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded. But they looked around and didn't find any clues about Jiang Xiaojun. I think my brother must have been here, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Song Jie said, then we will stay nearby and look for it. Then, they searched for many days in the Hengguan Mountains, but could not find any trace of Jiang Xiaojun. Just when they were lost, a team came hurriedly. What happened to you? Lingling looked at them and asked. The leading hunter said, we encountered a wild man. You should leave here quickly. The wild man is very strong, elusive, and like a madman. Wild man? Madman? Song Jie and Jiang Xiaoxiu were both puzzled. Lingling said, I know about this matter. Many people have seen and encountered this wild man. Someone once wanted to catch him and take him back for research, but he could not find any trace of him. This little sister knows a lot, so you should leave this area quickly, the hunter said. Can you tell us in which direction the hunter is? Song Jie asked. The hunter thought for a while, and finally sighed. We saw the wild man from over there. Thank you. Song Jie thanked him. The hunters left. Lingling, do you have any other information about this wild man? Song Jie asked. To be honest, he had never seen a real wild man, so he wanted to see what a wild man looked like. Lingling shook his head. He doesn't know much, because those people have only seen him once. Then let's go and see what this wild man looks like, Song Jie said. Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling also nodded. They were very tired these days, and it was a good time to relax. After all, they also wanted to know what this wild man looked like. Then, Song Jie led them in the direction of the wild man. But after they came here, they didn't see any wild men. Xiaolu. Song Jie called Xiaolu and asked him to check the surrounding situation. After a long time, Xiaolu finally gave Song Jie a reply. Have you found it? Lingling turned his head curiously. Song Jie nodded. I let Xiaolu take us there. After that, they followed Xiaolu and soon came to the wild man's nest. Xiaolu said that the wild man is here. Song Jie looked not far away and said, You wait here. I go meet him, Song Jie said, and followed Xiaolu to the wild man's location. It was just that they had just arrived, and the wild man seemed to have discovered them and hurriedly wanted to move. But Song Jie was much faster than the wild man, so he wanted to run, but he was not as fast as Song Jie. Song Jie caught the wild man in a short while. The wild man was sloppy, dirty, and had messy long hair. You can come over. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Tianhan Eagle flew over with Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling. The two of them were also curious, and when they saw the wild man's appearance, they didn't know what to say. Jiang Xiaoxiu frowned suddenly when she looked at the wild man, because she saw that there was a toe cap missing on his toe. She clearly remembered that her brother's toe was also missing a toe cap. Brother! Jiang Xiaoxiu exclaimed and asked Tianhan Eagle to take her down. Hearing the call of brother, Song Jie and Lingling both showed surprised expressions. The wild man, who was originally very irritable, suddenly calmed down after hearing the call of brother. After Jiang Xiaoxiu came down, he ran straight to the wild man. Song Jie was ready to take action at any time. He would never let Jiang Xiaoxiu be hurt by the wild man. Jiang Xiaoxiu came quickly and threw himself into the arms of the wild man. Brother. At this time, the wild man looked at Jiang Shaoxu quietly, as if he thought of something, raised his trembling arm, and stroked Jiang Shaoxu's hair. Brother. I miss you so much. Jiang Shaoxu pushed aside the wild man's long hair, and saw Jiang Shaojun's dirty face. She was now very sure that this was her missing brother. Brother. Jiang Shaoxu hugged Jiang Shaojun tightly, not wanting him to disappear again. Seeing this, Song Jia already knew that this might be Jiang Shaoxi's brother, Jiang Shaojun. However, given Jiang Shaojun's condition, he should have been affected by something. Otherwise, he would not have become a savage. Jiang Shaojun hugged Jiang Shaoxu, but said nothing. Brother. What's wrong with you? Jiang Shaoxu asked. But Jiang Shaojun didn't answer, just stared at Jiang Shaoxu. Your brother should have been affected by something. Probably because of being in Huanqing Valley, Song Jia said. As soon as this was said, Jiang Shaoxu immediately recalled Huanqing Valley, where there was a strong mental influence. Is there any way to help my brother recover? Jiang Shaoxu turned around and asked. Song Jia didn't know much, so he looked at Lingling. Lingling said, there is a way, but it takes time to recover. It won't be cured in a short time. But we don't know Jiang Shaojun's current situation, so we need to take him back to see first. Jiang Shaoxu nodded and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Then let's go back now. Song Jia and Lingling nodded. They were all happy that Jiang Shaoxu found his brother. They returned to the city, stayed in the city for one night, and took a plane back to the Magic City the next day. Before returning to the Magic City, Jiang Shaoxu had told his family about Jiang Shaojun's situation. Therefore, the Jiang family found the best psychiatrist. Song Jia and Lingling also helped to find a few, hoping that they could help when the time comes. Because Jiang Shaoxu cares about Jiang Shaojun's situation, Song Jia has been accompanying him these days. Fortunately, the people invited have a way to solve Jiang Shaojun's situation, and recovery is only a matter of time. Brother is fine. You should also go to sleep well, Song Jia urged. Because of Jiang Shaojun's matter, Jiang Shaoxu has never slept well. Now that Jiang Shaojun's condition was confirmed, she was relieved. Afterwards, Song Jia took Jiang Shaoxu back to Ningxue City and let her have a good sleep. Mu Ningxue came over at this time. She already knew about Jiang Shaoxi's situation. Let her have a good rest. Chapter 634. Song Jia and Mu Ningxue came to another room and sat on the sofa. I heard from Jiang Shaoxu that you want to go to Antarctica? Mu Ningxue asked. Song Jia nodded. It's time to settle accounts with it. Then can you come back soon? Mu Ningxue asked. Song Jia smiled and hugged Mu Ningxue in his arms. I will definitely come back before our child is born. Mu Ningxue responded and buried her head in Song Jia's arms. Song Jia did not plan to go alone this time. After all, this was not his business. So, he only needed to deal with the Antarctic Emperor when the time came, and other things would be left to others. After returning, Song Jia immediately went to discuss this matter with the Chinese senior management. It is not an easy task to attack the Antarctic Emperor, but if they succeed, they will definitely be recorded in history and serve as a warning to other demon emperors. Humans, not easy to bully. In the conference room, Old Man Bao looked at Song Jia. Are you sure you can defeat the Antarctic Emperor? Song Jia nodded. I have a trump card in hand. Humanity is still too weak now. If it does not have the ability to match the high-level emperor, then humans will be at the bottom. So, as long as Song Jia can kill the Antarctic Emperor, he can create a high-level emperor of mankind. At that time, even if other high-level emperors come, they have to consider whether they can beat humans. Since you are confident, then our Chinese high-level support you, the president of the Forbidden Spell Association said. Song Jia nodded. I came here to tell you. As for us sending people, you can just find a few people. After all, Antarctica is a forbidden area. When you are in it, you don't know what dangers you will encounter. We will make arrangements in this regard. If you have any requirements, you can also tell us, the president of the Forbidden Spell Association said. Then I hope you can contact other countries in the world. Since we want to defeat the Antarctic Emperor, we have to go together, Song Jia said. The Forbidden Spell's president nodded. I will have someone do this. The Holy City will go with us then. Song Jia had already made an agreement with the Holy City, so they had to go even if they didn't want to. After Song Jia crusade against the Antarctic Emperor came out, it caused a huge uproar around the world. After all, the Antarctic Emperor was the culprit of the invasion of the sea monster. So especially the people in the coastal areas. They hated the Antarctic Emperor particularly. All their relatives died at the hands of the sea monster. And they wished that the Antarctic Emperor would be cut into pieces. When they heard that Song Jia was going to crusade against the Antarctic Emperor, people all over the world were very supportive. During this period, many families also came forward and said that they would participate in this crusade against the Antarctic Emperor. Song Jia and the Holy City welcomed everyone who came and welcomed them to join. After all, there is strength in numbers. What's more, they made such a big fuss. And the Antarctic Emperor must have known about it. Therefore, this crusade against Antarctica will be very difficult. But if humans don't win once, the demons will still think they are easy to control. 2 months passed. Song Jia appeared in the Holy City. Lord Song, people from other families have arrived, Uriel said. Song Jia nodded. Are you all going out this time? Uriel nodded. All the archangels in the Holy City will go with us. Song Jia nodded. Then we are more confident. Uriel shook his head. Even if we all go out, we may not be the opponent of the Antarctic Emperor. I think Lord Song should also know this fact. Uriel looked at Song Jia, as if he saw through him. Song Jia smiled and said, Archangel Uriel has something to say. I know that Lord Song is a person who will never do those dangerous things without confidence. So Lord Song must have a trump card. Right? Uriel asked. Song Jia smiled and did not answer Uriel's question. Uriel also smiled and knew the answer he wanted. After everyone arrived, they began to head from the Holy City to Antarctica. This time, all the people who came were forbidden spells and dethroned. As for the superclass mages, they were only responsible for logistics. A team of hundreds of people entered the Antarctic region in a mighty manner. The ship carrying Song Jia and Uriel walked in front and broke the ice. The two looked at the mountains in the distance and were calm. Uriel said, I haven't been here for a long time. I felt familiar when I just came here. Archangel Uriel also knows something about the Antarctic Emperor? Song Jia asked. Uriel nodded. I came here with my elders before, so I am a little familiar with this place. Before, there was also an archangel who came here with me. Right? Song Jia asked. Uriel was puzzled for a moment, then nodded. Medellin followed me before. Then have you ever thought that Medellin has been controlled by the Antarctic Emperor? Song Jia said. As soon as these words came out, Uriel's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the Antarctic Emperor had such power, but he didn't want to believe that Medellin was controlled. Song Jia said, before this, I met someone who was also controlled by the Antarctic Emperor, so I know clearly what kind of people controlled by the Antarctic Emperor are like. Uriel also knew something about the Antarctic Emperor, so he knew what methods the Antarctic Emperor had. Are you sure? Song Jia nodded. I can make him show his true form. How to do it? There are so many people coming this time. And now we are still at sea. If the Antarctic Emperor takes action directly, I am afraid that our morale will be low before we reach Antarctica. Song Jia said. So, those control people will take action on the way? Uriel asked. Song Jia nodded. So we must strike first. Uriel frowned slightly and nodded solemnly. If this is true, their situation is also very dangerous. After all, they have now entered the Arctic Ocean. Moreover, this is also the kingdom of the sea monsters. Although they are all above the forbidden spell, they are also exhausted. How can I help? Uriel asked. Song Jia handed over a list of people who were controlled by the Antarctic Emperor. He said, when the time comes, you will control these people. And as for Medellin, just leave it to me. Uriel took the list. Are we going to kill them directly? To be honest, the Holy City has lost too many archangels. If he can save Medellin, he doesn't want him to lose his life. Song Jia shook his head. They are just controlled. Just remove the control on them. Uriel breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't kill them directly. Otherwise people would panic before reaching Antarctica. After controlling them, bring them to the deck, and I will give them an explanation. Song Jia said. Uriel nodded and left immediately. Then gathered people and prepared to take action against the people on the list. Chapter 635. What are you doing? Suddenly, there was a shouting on the deck, and footsteps were heard one after another. After a while, several people on the list were escorted to the deck. The people have been brought here. Uriel looked at Song Jia and replied. Song Jia nodded and looked at Medellin opposite. Xiaohei. Control him. Xiaohei's strength has improved. so there is no problem in controlling Middelin. But everyone was confused, not knowing what Song Jia and Uriel were doing. What are you doing? We promised to come to help. So you treat us like this? Someone was being escorted and said, "Shut up." As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the man seemed to be suffocated by a force of space. Lord Song, what are you going to do? You will destroy unity if you do this. Someone said, if Song Jia treats them like this, then they have no reason to go to Antarctica together. These people are puppets of the Antarctic Emperor. Song Jia said frankly. What? They are all puppets of the Antarctic Emperor? The Antarctic Emperor has infiltrated all of us? Just as everyone was discussing, Middelin angrily said, according to you, I am also a puppet of the Antarctic Emperor? After this, everyone looked at Middelin. He is the Archangel of the Holy City. Also a puppet? Uriel, how can you believe him? He is targeting our holy city, Middelin said. Uriel frowned slightly. But Song Jia wanted to give him an explanation. So he also wanted to see how he would explain. Song Jia laughed, still showing off your eloquence. Antarctic Emperor, why do you have to play these tricks in front of me? As soon as he finished speaking, he let Xiao He completely control Middelin. Afterwards, Middelin completely lost control of his body, and was controlled by Xiao He. Song Jia walked in, and came to Middelin's ground. At this time, everyone looked over, wanting to see what Song Jia wanted to do next. Song Jia instantly transformed into the evil Saint King, staring at Middelin's eyes. However, when the evil Saint King appeared, the pressure around him was frighteningly strong. Some people saw Song Jia incarnate as the evil Saint King for the first time, and when they saw it with their own eyes, they didn't want to face it again. The next moment, Middelin suddenly let out a piercing scream, and finally fainted suddenly. At this time, the Control family strongmen wanted to bite their tongues to commit suicide. Song Jia noticed everything, and quickly controlled them all, and then used the same method. Mental attack. The few people fell down one after another, and the others didn't know what happened. What did you do to them? Someone asked. You will know in a while. Don't make a fuss. Song Jia turned back to his original appearance. Bring a few basins of water, and wake them all up. Uriel knew that Song Jia had just used his mental power. After a while, under the stimulation of cold water, those who fainted woke up. What's wrong with me? Middelin got up and looked around. At a loss. The same thing happened to the others. They got up and looked around, looking confused. Don't you know what happened just now? Someone asked. Middelin and others shook their heads. Then do you still remember who you are? Nonsense. Of course we remember who we are. Someone said unhappily. No. How come we are here? This is Antarctica? Someone asked. At this moment, everyone understood that these people were obviously the same as what Song Jia said. They were all controlled by the Antarctic Emperor. If they didn't find out, the consequences could be imagined, and they would probably be wiped out by their own people. Thinking of this, everyone took a breath. Fortunately, Song Jia discovered this. Middelin asked, Uriel, what's going on? You are controlled by the Antarctic Emperor. Uriel explained. Antarctic Emperor? Uriel nodded. What memories do you have? Middelin recalled his memories, which were always intermittent. But the memories of the first half of the year were still there. He smiled bitterly. I only have the memories of the first half of the year. Then you were controlled by the Antarctic Emperor in the second half of the year. I will tell you that you were controlled by the Antarctic Emperor after you came back from Antarctica, Uriel said. But he could also guess that this was probably a seed planted by the Antarctic Emperor for Middelin. And this seed would take root and sprout at any time. They are fine now. If you encounter any situation, you can come to me. After Song Jia finished speaking, he entered the cabin. After all, they will need to distract the Antarctic Emperor's attention next. So they are still needed. The Antarctic Emperor is very big, and no one knows his details. So it is just right for these people to explore the way. A few days later, they finally arrived in Antarctica. It's icy and snowy here, and there are gusts of cold wind from time to time, which is freezing cold. Uriel said, what should we do next? I will let my clone follow you, and then you will take my clone and them into Antarctica. Song Jia said. What about you? It's impossible for you to deal with the Antarctic Emperor. Letting you come here is to attract its attention. Song Jia continued. I will go deep into Antarctica to find it. You just need to do your job. Do you need my help? Uriel asked. Not to mention you. Even I may not be its opponent. But I have other trump cards. Song Jia looked at Uriel. So you do your job. And leave the matter of the Antarctic Emperor to me. Uriel nodded. The Antarctic Emperor is indeed difficult. Otherwise this roof of the world would not have existed for so long. If it can't be solved, come back safely. Uriel can see that Song Jia really cares about the whole world. And his purpose is the same. Song Jia nodded. Afterwards, Uriel took Song Jia clone and everyone else into Antarctica. Just after they left, Song Jia quietly left the ship and entered Antarctica. Before coming, he had asked Lingling to help him find a perfect strategy to ensure that he would not get lost in Antarctica. What Song Jia can do now is to find a demon and let it take him to find the Antarctic Emperor. He brought enough surprises this time. Although he didn't know what the result would be, he had to at least get his place back. Song Jia went straight to the depths of Antarctica. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature inside. And not long after, snow fell from the sky, and he couldn't see the situation ahead at all. Song Jia walked very carefully, which was also to avoid being discovered by the Antarctic Emperor. Therefore, this should be caused by the situation here, not because he was discovered. Song Jia was just shuttling through the ice and snow. At this moment, he wanted to find a demon to find his way, but he couldn't find the shadow of the demon. Will they all go to surround them? Chapter 636. Fortunately, Song Jia was lucky and found a leader-level demon, who was then controlled by Xiao He, Antarctic Emperor. Here I come! As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he went straight to the lair of the Antarctic Emperor. At first, it was the Antarctic Emperor who wanted to control humans to attack Song Jia and his group. At this moment, Song Jia controlled his people to find his lair. I don't know how long he walked. Song Jia soon arrived at the center of the Antarctic ice realm, which was the lair of the Antarctic Emperor. I didn't expect you to find this place. An old voice came into Song Jia's ears. Song Jia raised his head and looked at the storm in the center of the Antarctic ice realm. The fierce wind was blocked by Song Jia's space shield, making it difficult to get close. You are looking for trouble with us. So of course we will also look for trouble with you, Song Jia said. Ha ha ha. The Antarctic Emperor laughed. Who gave you the confidence to come here and die? It's not certain who will die. Ha ha ha. Is that so? If you were somewhere else, you might be able to hold on for a few rounds. The Antarctic Emperor continued. But on my territory. Since you're here, don't even think about going back. If we lose so many of you strong men, can the human coastline still be defended? It seems that you think you are sure to defeat us, Song Jia said calmly. Humans are too weak. If it weren't for those old guys watching, you would have been destroyed long ago. As soon as the Antarctic Emperor finished speaking, endless coldness spread towards Song Jia. Humans are indeed weak. But we have a legacy. After Song Jia finished speaking, he looked at the bronze bracelet on his hand. Today, with your blood, I will lay the foundation for those who died. Rampant, the Antarctic Emperor roared, and a terrifying storm rolled up the wind and snow, rushing straight towards Song Jia. In an instant, the surrounding ice and snow power was controlled by the Antarctic Emperor. The icebergs hundreds of meters high were instantly shattered by it. Song Jia's figure kept flashing, and soon arrived at the top of the sky. The center of the storm was below. If he was not strong enough, he would have been crushed by the storm. Show some strength. Otherwise, today is your death. The Antarctic Emperor controlled the blizzard and swept towards Song Jia again. The terrible power of wind and snow also contained an extremely amazing space force, which kept crushing the wind and snow and swallowing it into the space cracks. 3 roofs. Let's start with you. As Song Jia finished speaking, the bracelet in his hand burst into golden light. At this moment, a golden cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and a huge black shadow emerged from the cloud. Song Jia raised his head and looked at it. He was looking forward to the legendary Kunpeng coming to the world. The Antarctic Emperor not far away was silent, because it could sense the terrifying existence in the golden cloud. Song Jia said, "This is our humans' counterattack." In an instant, a huge body thousands of miles long suddenly appeared above the Antarctic Emperor. Even Uriel and others who were in the Antarctic ice realm saw this scene. "What is this?" someone exclaimed. Someone said in fear, "Isn't this the Antarctic Emperor?" "This is not the Antarctic Emperor." Uriel shook his head, his eyes full of fear. If he faced this thing, he might not last more than 3 rounds. Uriel looked at Song Jia clone and asked, "This should be your trump card, right?" Song Jia clone was silent. But silence was the best answer. China is really different from other countries. Uriel sighed. He knew something about China. Especially the totem beast of China. If the totem beasts could survive until now, they would be the overlords of one side. Kunping has two forms. One is the kun in the water, and the other is the peng bird in the sky. And the Kunping today is the da ping bird. The Antarctic Emperor never thought that Song Jia would have such a trump card. This behemoth is not inferior to it at all. Even the breath it exudes is stronger than it. What on earth is this? Kunping exhaled clouds, and the violent storm center turned into calm in an instant. Impossible. The Antarctic Emperor panicked. He didn't expect this opponent to be so strong. Song Jia didn't expect Kunping to be so powerful. He could destroy the storm center of the Antarctic Emperor with just a light breath. Stable. The Antarctic Emperor was obviously panicked. He stormed in the air again, trying to form his own territory. However, how could Kunping give it a chance? The huge wings flapped suddenly, and a tornado suddenly attacked, sweeping up the entire snowy land. The ground cracked, and the front was filled with strong winds. Like hell, Song Jia kept retreating, fearing that he would be involved in it. The situation in front of him was too dangerous. Song Jia, let's make peace. I can promise you that the sea monster will never invade human territory. The voice of the Antarctic Emperor came. But I don't want to make peace, Song Jia replied. He finally got Kunping out once, and he would not be able to sleep or eat if he didn't solve the Antarctic Emperor. Countless tornadoes swept out in all directions, and Song Jia used instant movement again to avoid them. After a while, he appeared dozens of kilometers away. Song Jia looked at the destructive power in the distance, which was completely beyond his reach. Ah! Deep in the polar ice, the wailing of the Antarctic Emperor came again. No! The Antarctic Emperor exclaimed. But it still couldn't change its ending. The terrifying power was still spreading. And Song Jia left again, not daring to approach this destructive space. Song Jia retreated again, and had come to Uriel and others. Song Jia, what happened inside? Uriel asked. They fought. But they are stable, Song Jia said. Uriel exclaimed. Here they are again. Let's get out of here quickly. They were also forced out by the terrifying destructive power inside, which was simply too terrifying. The entire Antarctic was trembling, with countless cracks, and some of them almost fell into it. Is this the power of the three roofs of the world? Uriel was silent. They humans were still too small. Retreat again. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, his figure flashed back again. Others saw the same thing and followed Song Jia to leave here. It was not until they retreated to the ship that they felt a little safe. However, everyone present was shocked. What kind of monsters were fighting? Everyone looked at the snow-capped mountains not far away, which were razed to the ground in an instant. You can imagine how terrifying it is. It seems that the Antarctic Emperor is doomed, Uriel said. Song Jia nodded. If this battle happened in China, I am afraid that a quarter of the area would suffer. Next, we just need to wait quietly, and we can wait for good news, Song Jia said. Uriel nodded in response. Next, they could do nothing but wait for the result. Chapter 637. The fight between Kunping and the Antarctic Emperor used the entire Antarctic as the main battlefield. It was unknown how long it took for Song Jia, Uriel, and others to see the blizzard stop. Song Jia asked his clone to check the information inside. But just as he was about to approach the depths of Antarctica, Kunping was swallowing the entire Antarctic. Kunping's body was much larger than the Antarctic Emperor. It opened its bloody mouth, and several hills might not be enough to fill its teeth. What is this guy going to do? Is he going to swallow the Antarctic Emperor? Uriel was surprised. Song Jia remained silent, because he didn't know what Kunping was doing. But as long as he could solve the Antarctic Emperor, Kunping could do anything. It took only more than a minute to swallow it, and then the entire Antarctic returned to normal. What exactly happened in Antarctica? Someone expressed everyone's doubts. Uriel looked at Song Jia and asked in surprise, he won't swallow the Antarctic Emperor? Maybe. Song Jia smiled. Uriel was silent. Song Jia immediately asked his clone to look for the bracelet. Kunping had disappeared, so he should have turned back into the bracelet. Not long after, the clone found the bracelet and brought it back to Song Jia. Uriel and others stared, as if they had guessed something. Song Jia communicated with the bracelet and confirmed that Kunping had really swallowed the Antarctic Emperor. You should be very curious. Where did the Antarctic Emperor go? Song Jia looked at them. Everyone was silent, but they were indeed curious. Did I tell you? The Antarctic Emperor is gone. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, everyone showed an unbelievable look. So you can go back and tell them now that the Antarctic Emperor has paid the price for invading humans. Song Jia said. Really? Of course it's true. Song Jia replied. At this time, the Antarctic Emperor was already in the bracelet world. So there was no Antarctic Emperor outside. This news was quickly passed back. When they knew that the Antarctic Emperor was dead, they all looked incredible. But others didn't care, because they won, and the Antarctic Emperor was destroyed. The top leaders of the Divine Lamp Country, the Lighthouse Country, the Korean Country, the Sakura Country, and other countries held meetings. Because in addition to the news that the Antarctic Emperor was killed, another thing was passed back. That is, the Antarctic Emperor was killed by Song Jia, and it is still unknown what means he used. What's more terrifying is that all the creatures in Antarctica were swallowed up, and there is no vitality at all. Such a terrifying power. If used against their country, it would be a devastating blow. Therefore, they immediately issued an order that they must not provoke Song Jia and Huaxia, especially Song Jia family and people with connections. Otherwise, they really can't bear the other party's anger. Ning Xueshan, Mu Ningxue, Jiang Shaoxu and others gathered together. After knowing that Song Jia had solved the Antarctic Emperor, everyone's face was full of smiles. We were worried about Song Jia's safety at first, but we were happy to hear such good news. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't he come back yet? Jiang Shaoxu said. I tried to contact him, but I couldn't get through. Qin Yuer said. This guy didn't come back even after he dealt with the Antarctic Emperor. Jiang Shaoxu said unhappily. Mu Ningxue and others still have some time before giving birth, but she has never forgotten the idea of having a child. Jiang Shaojuan's condition has recovered, so Jiang Shaoxu hanging heart also fell. Let me see who is thinking about me. Song Jia walked in from outside. When Mu Ningxue, Jiang Shaoxu and others saw Song Jia coming back, everyone's face was full of surprise. You didn't tell us that you were back, and you didn't answer our calls. Jiang Shaoxu said unhappily. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Song Jia walked over and kissed Jiang Shaoxu. After all, everyone already knew, and Ningxue and the others are about to give birth. As a father, of course I have to come back. Song Jia smiled. You haven't eaten yet since you came back, right? I have someone cook for you right away. Mu Ningxue said. What happened in Antarctica? Was the Antarctic Emperor really killed? Jiang Shaoxu asked. Don't worry. I tell you after dinner, Song Jia said. The table was full of food, and Song Jia, Mu Ningxue and others sat around the table. Song Jia ate while telling them about Antarctica. You mean, the Antarctic Emperor was swallowed by the necklace you were wearing? Jiang Shaoxu said in disbelief. Song Jia nodded. Jiang Shaoxu said, Song Jia, where did you get this treasure that's so powerful? It's an heirloom, Song Jia replied. Afterwards, everyone talked about the trivial things that happened recently. Night fell, and Mu Ningxue and others were still pregnant, so they were asked to go to bed early. However, Jiang Shaoxu, who was not pregnant, did not want to let Song Jia go. She stared at him straight. What's that look in your eyes? Song Jia laughed. Eat your eyes. It's itchy. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he picked up Jiang Shaoxu and walked towards his residence. After a while, a low moan came from the room, adding a touch of color to the night. In the following time, Song Jia stayed in Ningxue City, waiting for Mu Ningxue and the others to give birth. Mu Ningxue came first, followed by Yu Shishir and Mu Nujio. In a blink of an eye, it was time for Mu Ningxue to give birth, and Song Jia and others were waiting in the hospital. Did Ningxue give birth? Jiang Shaoxu came quickly. Not yet, but it should be soon. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the cry of a baby was heard. It's born! Jiang Shaoxu, Ling Ling and others were extremely excited. After a while, the doctor came out and said, It's a girl. Song Jia nodded, feeling very happy that he would have a descendant and become a father. After Mu Ningxue gave birth, Song Jia took care of her alone, while also taking care of his daughter. Have you thought of a name for your daughter? Mu Ningxue asked. If you have, how about calling her Song Siu? Song Jia asked. You are the father. Whatever you think is good. Song Jia smiled and said. Then the daughter will be named Song Siu. You have a good rest, and I will take care of the child. Mu Ningxue nodded. In the next 2 months, Yu Shishir and Mu Nujio also gave birth to a daughter. Now, Song Jia has 3 little ones. Yu Shishir's daughter is Song Shuxin, and Mu Nujio's daughter is Song Xinya. Song Jia was so happy looking at his 3 well-behaved daughters. Who wouldn't want to be a daughter slave? After all 3 of them had their children, Song Jia lived a carefree life of raising children. As for other things, unless there was something serious, he would leave it to others to take care of. Just when Song Jia was happily raising the children, Jiang Xiaoxu came over with a smile on his face. You are so happy today? Are you pregnant? How did you guess? Jiang Xiaoxu smiled. Chapter 638. Song Jia originally wanted to wait until everyone was together before holding the wedding. But they couldn't get together. Therefore, he could only hold the wedding separately. However, Song Jia didn't invite too many people to the wedding, but only invited some friends to attend. So their wedding was not very grand. But at least it gave Mu Ningxue, Jiang Xiaoxu and others a status. The wedding was lively. Mu Ningxue, Jiang Xiaoxu and others were all lined up in wedding dresses. And the invited guests were envious. Song Jia led them to toast the guests one after another. And that row of brides became the most beautiful scenery. After the wedding banquet, Song Jia led them into the bridal chamber together. Song Jia looked at the beauties on the bed, who were drunk and dreaming, and felt like an emperor. I must reward you one by one tonight. I'm afraid you can't do it, Jiang Xiaoxu said. You can't understand whether I can do it or not. Song Jia quarreled. Because Jiang Xiaoxu was pregnant, she couldn't participate in the next action teaching. Song Jia smiled and said, Who should we start with? Mu Ningxue, Mu Nujio and others all lowered their heads in shame. They didn't dare to speak at all. Jiang Xiaoxu smiled evilly and said, Ningxue secretly told me that she wanted it before. So you should start with her. Mu Ningxue suddenly raised her head. Where did she say such a thing? However, Song Jia didn't care whether you said it or not. He rushed over and started a fierce battle with Mu Ningxue. Others were so embarrassed when they saw this. Song Jia had treated them like this before. After Mu Ningxue couldn't stand it anymore, Song Jia set his sights on others. Jia Jiao, it's you. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, Mu Nujio's clothes were torn to pieces. No one of the people who followed could escape Song Jia clutches. Even Jiang Xiaoxu had to swallow it. A month later, Ningxue Mountain was very peaceful, and nothing else happened. Although Song Jia had dealt with the Antarctic Emperor, there were still 2 emperors who were on equal footing with him. However, the 2 emperors were in their own territories and also received the news that the Antarctic Emperor had been eliminated. At this moment, they all knew that humans had strength comparable to theirs. And of course, they did not dare to provoke humans easily. However, Song Jia's goal was not limited to this, but to completely liberate China. Therefore, Song Jia made a proposal to the Chinese high-level officials. That is, to eliminate the demons in China and completely liberate China. When his proposal appeared, the high-level officials attached great importance to it. After all, it was a thankless task. If someone did it, they would certainly support it. Pearl Magic Association. At this time, the place was already full of high-level officials of the Magic Association. Lord Song is here. The high-level officials of the Magic Association smiled when they saw Song Jia. Do they know Song Jia's status in China? Although he did not have any position, his strength was there. Who dared to say no? What's more, Song Jia's contribution to China was beyond their reach. Everyone is here. Please sit down, Song Jia said with a smile. He sat down at the main seat and looked at the senior officials. Lord Song, we agree with your proposal. And our local military magician will also cooperate, a Chinese senior official said. Song Jia nodded. Just support me. My plan is to start from the south. You decide. We are only responsible for cooperation. The senior official smiled. In this case, let's start from tomorrow, Song Jia said. Everything is under command. The big cleansing plan begins. The demons in the southern region are panicking. After all, Song Jia has many powerful creatures under his command. No matter which one is summoned, the southern demons cannot resist it. Therefore, it is very easy to clean the demons. And the military magician is responsible for cleaning the battlefield. Song Jia also needs more spirit to replenish the bracelet and improve the strength of his younger brothers. After all, his skills can gather the power of all the demons attached to him. Song Jia's main attack direction this time is from the coast to the inland. especially Wu Mountains, Xiafeng Mountains, Nanling Mountains, and Hengduan Mountains, etc. He took Ba Xia and Tengxi, as well as other subordinates, and went straight to the demon's lair in a flat push manner. Those demons knew that there were powerful creatures, so those who could escape fled, and those who didn't escape died. It took only 1 month for Song Jie to flat push to the Hengduan Mountains. But the Hengduan Mountains are very large and vast, so it will take some time to take down the Hengduan Mountains. A few months later, the demons in the south were basically cleared, and the next step is the north. Song Jie did not go to Kunlun Mountain. The guys there cannot be provoked, so it can only be designated as a restricted area. In the next 6 months, Song Jie led his men to pacify the north, and there was basically no pressure. The military magicians in the north are also quite fierce. After they received the pacification of the south, they also wanted the north to get rid of the demon chaos earlier. Song Jie went to the north and gave hope to the northern military wizards and people. Half a year passed in a flash. Song Jie killed the last supreme monarch, and the demons in the north were also pacified. Next, China has taken back all the areas occupied by those demons. The area where they move can also be greatly increased, giving them more room for activities. Song Jie feat has attracted attention from overseas, but those people are not as capable as Song Jie, and they will not do anything without profit. Those big families and senior officials will not do such things. Therefore, people abroad envy China, and envy China for having a god of war like Song Jie. Ning Xueshan. Song Jie came back from outside, and Jiang Xiaoxu just gave birth to a child. In the delivery room, Jiang Xiaoxu's hair was wet, and she smiled and said, "I'm still okay. Right? I gave birth to a boy for you." Song Jie smiled, walked over and stroked her face. "Great." Jiang Xiaoxu smiled wickedly. "Then you have to reward me after I recover." "You're so naughty." Song Jie scratched Jiang Xiaoxu's nose. In this year, Song Jie has 2 magic systems that have been promoted to forbidden spells, namely the light system and the summoning system. After Song Jie came out of the ward, someone called him. "City Lord Song, we have found the people you want." "Where are they?" "They are." Song Jie received the news, hung up the phone, and went straight to Greece. Asharuya was also pregnant before, but this guy secretly gave birth to a child. Song Jie was so angry that he kept looking for Asharuya's trace, but he searched for a long time and couldn't find her. Now that the whereabouts of the mother and daughter are finally known, how could Song Jie let them go? Greece. In the high-end residential area, Asharuya was playing with a little girl, Lily. Asharuya teased the girl, who looked a bit like her. The girl smiled and seemed very happy. A familiar voice sounded, "Is this my daughter?" Asharuya turned around and didn't expect that Song Jie had found her again. Chapter 639. It's your daughter. As soon as Asharuya finished speaking, Song Jie came to his daughter. "Her eyes look like mine, and her face looks like yours." Song Jie smiled and picked up the girl. Asharuya didn't say anything. "Just watch this scene. I won't give you the child. If you want to raise it, then I raise it for you. If you have any needs, just tell me," Song Jie said. "You're smart," Asharuya replied suddenly. Song Jie put the child down, came to Asharuya, and held her in his arms. "You must have suffered a lot, right?" As soon as these words came out, Asharuya's stubbornness softened. "Did you really kill the Antarctic Emperor?" Song Jie smiled. "You can say that." Asharuya frowned slightly. "Then there is no one. The Antarctic Emperor is in my hand right now." Song Jie looked at the bronze bracelet on his hand. Asharuya understood. "I didn't expect that the Antarctic Emperor would be conquered by you like this." Song Jie kissed the fragrant Asharuya. Asharuya said, "I know what you have done recently. After the Chinese demons are cleared, your China is safe. Before, people could only hide in the city and dared not go out, because they were afraid of the demons outside. At the same time, some places are more dangerous. The demons outside are eyeing them, and there is a danger of destroying the city at any time. However, China has strangled the danger in the cradle, and this is why foreign countries envy it. Who doesn't want to escape the demons eyeing?" Song Jie nodded and looked at her softly. "Come back with me." "Okay." Asharuya shook her head. "I won't go with you," I said. "I have other things to do." "Let me guess. Is what you are going to do related to the Dark Plane?" Song Jie smiled. Asheria was slightly startled. And she didn't expect that Song Jie really guessed it right. How do you know? Everyone says it's a guess. I don't believe it. Although Asheria didn't believe it. She continued, you came at the right time. And someone wanted to see you. Want to see me? Asheria nodded. Maybe you have heard of this person. Who? He is my adoptive father. Asheria said. Adoptive father? Song Jie paused. Then thought of who it was. Wen Tai. What did he want me for? Song Jie asked back. I don't know about that. Will you go with me? Asheria said. Where to go? Dark Plain. Song Jie thought about it. And nodded. I will go with you. Will you go back with me? Asheria shook her head. I said. I will not go back with you. You won't go back with me. Right? Song Jie smiled slightly and immediately hugged Asheria. What are you doing? What do you say I do? Song Jie carried Asheria to the bathroom. And a low moan suddenly came from inside. After an unknown amount of time, Asheria came out of the bathroom. Somewhat unsteadily. You are so bad. Asheria glared at Song Jie, who was sitting next to the baby. Song Jie smiled and said nothing, teasing his daughter. When are you going? In my case, I can only go tomorrow. Then it's okay tonight. I don't want it. Go find Xinxia. The next day, Asheria handed her daughter to Xinxia, and then left the Parthenon with Song Jie. After leaving the Parthenon, Asheria had become an envoy of the Dark Plain. Therefore, she could enter the Dark Plain at any time and inform the Dark King Wen Tai of the situation outside. The Dark Plain opened, and Song Jie followed Asheria in without hesitation. At present, Song Jie already had the strength to challenge the Antarctic Emperor, so Asheria was not too worried. Soon, after they arrived at the Dark Plain, Asheria walked in front to lead the way. Actually, you don't have to work so hard, Song Jie said. Asheria shook her head. Everyone has something they want to do. Song Jie remained silent and followed Asheria forward. After a while, they encountered a group of creatures from the Dark Plain. These creatures that were neither human nor ghost appeared, and their fierce eyes immediately fell on Song Jie and Asheria. But most of them fell on Asheria. After all, she was a great beauty. Stop! Where are you humans going? A dark guard asked. According to the order of the Dark King. Take him to see the master, Asheria said. Which Dark King? One. The dark guard was startled, and then continued to say seriously, but you also have to understand the gathering. If you want to enter the Dark Plain, you have to give some sweetness. In order to avoid trouble, Asheria would give them a hint of darkness every time she entered the Dark Plain. However, Song Jie would not tolerate them. Those who block the road will die. When these words came out, the dark guards did not take it seriously, and even laughed out loud. Human, do you know whose territory this is? How dare you talk to me like that? The dark guard shouted. Song Jie mind moved, and the dark guard was immediately exploded by a flashing golden holy light. He died without even a scream. Seeing this, the other dark guards stepped back in panic and distanced themselves from Song Jie. One move killed instantly, and it was an instant kill without any signs. Does anyone else want to block the road? Song Jie looked at them with sharp eyes. The dark guards did not dare to breathe. Let's go! After Song Jie finished speaking, Asheria nodded and walked in front of him. After a while, Asheria took Song Jie to a secret place. At this time, Song Jie also saw a figure not far away. He was in the pavilion, looking at the dark ink painting in the distance. The other party also noticed their arrival, turned around slowly, and looked over. Asheria walked towards the man respectfully. Adoptive father. The person has been brought. Wen Tai nodded in the dark and looked at Song Jie in front of him. Song Jie was the same. It was the first time he met Wen Tai, and he was also a father-in-law in a sense. You can, not only related to my daughter, but also related to my adopted daughter. Wen Tai's deep and steady voice sounded. Song Jie coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Wen Tai motioned Song Jie to sit down, and then he sat opposite him. Asheria came to stand next to Wen Tai, looking at him with a smile. How could Song Jie not know that Asheria was gloating? You asked me to come here? Is there something important? Song Jie changed the subject. There are indeed other things. Wen Tai nodded. This is also a matter of concern for the safety of mankind. Song Jie paused. Do you know how many Dark Kings there are in the Dark Plain? Wen Tai asked back. 8. Wen Tai pondered for a while. He thought Song Jie didn't know. He stood up, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked into the distance. Their ambitions are too big now. They are already reaching out to humans. Chapter 640. Wen Tai actually came to the Dark Plane voluntarily. He gave up his human identity and came to the Dark Plane to be the king. And the reason for doing so is also for humans. The Dark Plane is much larger than the human world. So there must be people here. And his arrival also made the Dark Plane calm for a long time. Now this situation is no longer under his control. He learned that Song Jie had the strength to fight against the Antarctic Emperor. So he asked Asharuya to find him. What do you need me to do? Song Jie said. Wen Tai was a little surprised. You won't ask anything else? We are all family. Can you still hurt me? Song Jie smiled. After saying this, Wen Tai's eyes were obviously stunned, and finally showed a long-lost smile. That's true. Wen Tai nodded. In that case, I wish us success as father and son-in-law. What's the plan? Song Jie asked. Haven't you become the evil Saint King? And now there are only 8 positions in the Dark Plane. Wen Tai looked at him. If a Dark King dies, you should be able to take their place. Song Jie understood what Wen Tai said. It was nothing more than killing other Dark Kings and then inheriting their positions. So, do you dare? Wen Tai said with sharp eyes. What's there to be afraid of? Since they are reaching out to humans, let them know that the power of humans should not be underestimated. Song Jie replied. Wen Tai smiled and nodded. Very good. You go back with Asha Ruya first, and I will let her notify you when the time comes. Song Jie nodded, and then followed Asha Ruya away. As Asha Ruya walked, she reminded, those Dark Kings are not easy to deal with. You have to be extra careful. I know. Song Jie smiled and nodded. You seem very happy? Asha Ruya said. Of course I am happy. Don't you see that your adoptive father has recognized us? Song Jie said. Asha Ruya's cheeks blushed slightly, and she turned her head away. Song Jie spent the next few days with Asha Ruya. At the same time, his magic skills were improved again. Congratulations to the host. The 3rd level light superclass. Holy Decisive Sky-Splitting Sword, which has undergone 4 outrageous transformations and obtained the magic skill. Holy Decisive Void Sword. Song Jie was stunned, because this magic skill was no longer within his scope of cognition. In theory, forbidden spells are also divided into levels, just like the previous elementary, intermediate, advanced and super levels. Some are strong and some are weak. If forbidden spells are also divided like before, then Song Jie newly acquired magic skill has exceeded the scope of forbidden spells. Song Jie didn't know how powerful this sword was, but killing the Emperor level should be no problem. You know, the Emperor corresponds to the forbidden spell, but Song Jie magic skill has exceeded the scope of forbidden spells. It's like you use intermediate magic to kill slave level monsters. However, the power of the Emperor level is more variable than that of the slave level. Of course, the more powerful Emperor level cannot kill in one move. However, Song Jie has now touched the power beyond the forbidden spell. He is currently using the light forbidden spell, and the light magic power he possesses is enough to release many super level magics. This is the benefit his golden finger brings him. It exceeds the power of the forbidden spell, but only consumes the magic power required for super level magic. Asharuya opened her eyes from Song Jie's arms and said, You seem very happy. Have you made a breakthrough? It is something more worthy of joy than a breakthrough. Song Jie replied. What is it? Song Jie said. I should be able to walk sideways in the Dark Plane now. Asharuya was stunned and asked in confusion. Are you serious? Song Jie smiled. You will know when the time comes. At this time, Asharuya was suddenly startled, and then received a message from Wen Tai. Adoptive father said that we can go to the Dark Plane. Asharuya said. Song Jie nodded. Then let's go. The evil Saint King he got was also a member of the Dark Plane. Song Jie felt that he could use these Dark Kings to improve his evil Saint King. Ancient City. Wen Tai and other Dark Kings came here. Wen Tai, you said this human wants to negotiate with us. What is the specific content? The Dark King Yude King asked. He said that he wants to replace one of us. Wen Tai laughed. As soon as this was said, all the Dark Kings present laughed. I recognize this guy. He got the body of the evil Saint King before, but he wants to defeat us, which is too much to underestimate us. The Dark King Yi Wang said. Wen Tai smiled and said nothing. Everything was in his plan. Other Dark Kings also have spies in the human world. And they also know what Song Jie did. But they all know that it was not Song Jie power. So it was not him who killed the Antarctic Emperor. Moreover, all the Dark Kings are here. And this is their territory. Even if the opponent is strong, can he still fight against so many Dark Kings? Who does he choose to challenge? The Night King asked. The Shadow King. Wen Tai said slowly. At this time, the other Dark Kings looked at the Shadow King. But the latter looked indifferent. Another Dark King said, the Shadow King. Everyone who sees it will have a share. And then no one will enjoy it alone. They are all overlords of the Dark Plane. And Song Jie has the body of the evil Saint King. His powerful dark ability is also a great tonic for them. It is possible to let their dark power rise to another level. Therefore, they are greedy at this time. And none of them want to get the power of the evil Saint King on Song Jie. This is also the point where Wen Tai uses them. That human is here. One of the Dark Kings said. Song Jie and Asharuya came to the 8 black shadows. He sensed the aura of the 8 people. And it was obvious that they were all at the level of overlords. For a moment, those Dark Kings locked Song Jie. Song Jie calmly came to them. Human, I heard you want to challenge the Shadow King? The Night King said lightly. Song Jie was stunned for a moment. Then nodded, not expecting the same script. If you kill him, can you replace the Dark King? Song Jie asked. At this time, the other Dark Kings laughed. Shadow King. Did you hear that? He said he wanted to kill you. The Dark King next to him laughed. The Shadow King raised his mouth, and a playful look appeared in his eyes. Shadow King. Do you accept his challenge? The Night King turned his head and asked. Another Dark King said, if the Shadow King doesn't agree, I can do it. Such a good job. Of course. They all want to take it for themselves. For them, Song Jie is a treasure to improve their strength. How can they not have extravagant hopes to reach their level? It is too slow to improve their strength. So everyone looks at Song Jie greedily. Since someone challenges me, of course I will accept it. The Shadow King said with a smile. We won't interfere with your affairs. You can solve it yourself. The Night King said slowly. They don't care who becomes the Dark King. After all, they will all get a share of the good stuff. Chapter 641. The other Dark Kings all looked like they were watching a show. And they all hoped that the fight would start soon. It had been a long time since anyone had provoked these Dark Kings. I want to see what strength you have to take away the throne of the Dark King. The Shadow King took a step forward. And the dark elements around him suddenly became manic, covering the entire space. Song Jie was calm and composed. And after he transformed into the evil Saint King, a sense of pressure also came out. The two people's eyes collided. And both showed shocking hostility in their eyes. Seeing this, everyone looked at Song Jie. And they all wanted to know what strength the evil Saint King had. But they all believed that this new evil Saint King was no match for the Shadow King. They were all old guys who had lived in the Dark Plane for countless years. It would be extremely insulting to be defeated by a rookie. How could they allow him to provoke them as kings? Your strength is not bad. But that's all. A huge black shadow appeared behind the Shadow King, as tall as a skyscraper, holding a chilling spear in his hand. Song Jie was still calm and composed. Even though several Dark Kings were in front of him, he was not afraid at all. Evil Saint King, you look delicious. The Shadow King licked his lips and laughed. Song Jie smiled slightly, raised his hand, and suddenly the dark sky was cleared, and a beam of golden light in the darkness suddenly fell. Even though this was a dark plane, it was still illuminated during the day, and the light was dazzling. And light is the nemesis of darkness. The Shadow King frowned, not expecting that Song Jie move could actually break through his dark world. Sword of the Void. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, a golden, radiant, and intimidating giant sword suddenly appeared in the light column. That sword. It was even more powerful than the Shadow King's phantom. At this time, the Shadow King also sensed the danger, and his heart kept beating, making him want to escape. The other Dark Kings had the same feeling. Even though they were at a distance, they were all thinking about whether they could take it when they saw the sword. The Sword of the Void came head-on, and the Shadow King had no time to think. He could only control the phantom and go ahead. However, this was a sword that was beyond the range of the forbidden spell. And the evil Saint King could also raise Song Jie Light's system to several levels again. In this way, this sword was even more fierce and powerful than the previous one. This was the first time Song Jie released such a sword. and he was secretly shocked when he saw it. I never expected that the power of this sword would be so strong. When the shadow of the Shadow King met the sword of Void, the shadow shattered without any warning, and could not block the sword at all. King Ijo, save me! The Shadow King was no longer as proud as before, but showed a look of shock and fear on his face. He was a king, but at this moment, the breath of death surged into his heart, and he was afraid. When King Ijo heard this, he glanced at the sword of Void and did not move, because the deterrent power of this sword was too great. He was not sure he could block it. When Tai looked at the sword of Void, he did not expect Song Jia to have such strength. He just wanted to use Song Jia before, and then kill the Shadow King with his cooperation, and finally attack other Dark Kings. But now, it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. The Shadow King saw that no one came up to help him, so he could only rely on himself. However, the next moment, the sword of Void was coming, and that power made him completely confused. No! The Shadow King shouted, and his whole body was covered by brilliant light. The Dark Kings watched this scene with lingering fear, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The light dissipated, and everyone stared at the direction of the Shadow King. The other party had been killed in an instant. Song Jia's eyes moved slightly, and when he raised his hand, the power of the Shadow King suddenly came to him. The Dark Kings saw this, although they also wanted to get it in their hearts. But the attack just now made them dare not make a move. After Song Jia absorbed the power of the Shadow King, he felt that his body of the evil Saint King became stronger. The Night and Day King stared at Song Jia with fear, hesitating in his heart, but still did not make a move. To be honest, the deterrent power of Song Jia's sword just now was too strong. The Dark King cursed concubine immediately smiled and said, "Congratulations to the evil Saint King for taking over the position of the Dark King Shadow King." Seeing this, the other Dark Kings also echoed. Song Jia slowly raised his head, and happened to see the look when Tai gave him. He knew it was about to begin. In fact, the Dark King can no longer satisfy me. I want the Dark Plane, Song Jia said, and the Sword of Void appeared again. At this time, the other Dark Kings were panicking. Some of them were similar to the Shadow King, and of course, they could not block this sword. "You are so arrogant. Do you really think we are afraid of you?" A Dark King immediately stood next to the Night and Day King and said, "Among the Dark Kings, the Night and Day King was stronger than any of them, so he was the only life-saving straw they could grasp now. Let's attack together. Otherwise..." As soon as King Yizhou finished speaking, he released his dark power to block Song Jia's sword. The other Dark Kings didn't think much about it. They all knew that now was not the time to care about it. They had to put aside their past grudges and resist. In an instant, their dark power turned into a huge black palm and grabbed the Sword of Void. Several Dark Kings worked together to resist, and they really succeeded in resisting the speed of the Sword of Void. However, just when they were able to block it, a Dark King suddenly screamed. "Wen Tai, what do you want to do?" a Dark King exclaimed. At this time, everyone turned around and looked at Wen Tai, and some people already understood what was going on. What a combination of inside and outside. King Yizhou was furious. "When you instigated the Antarctic Emperor to attack humans, you should have known that this would be your fate," Wen Tai said. The reason why the Antarctic Emperor attacked humans was under the instigation of King Yizhou. That is why humans suffered such a disaster, causing countless people to leave their homes and be persecuted by sea monsters. Their claws have begun to reach out to humans, so these Dark Kings have no need to exist. Those Dark Kings did not expect Wen Tai to turn against them. But now there is no room for redemption. At the moment, they could only compete with them to the end and decide the final winner. However, Song Jia's deterrence is too strong, so they are a little flustered. That is a Dark King who can kill him with one move. And now there is another Wen Tai staring at him. The Night and Day King was furious and did not expect this situation. Song Jia got benefits from the Shadow King, so of course he would not let them go. Void Sword. For the Void Sword, with his forbidden spell realm, he can release it many times, so he is not panicked at all. The Void Sword comes again. Those Dark Kings panicked. If they resist, Wen Tai behind them will definitely attack them. At this moment, each of them showed an extremely solemn look on their faces. Chapter 642. King Yizhou. What should we do? The Cursed Queen said in panic. What can we do? Get out. King Yizhou had no other choice but to bite the bullet. However, with the cooperation of Wen Tai and Song Jia, They could not get out of this area at all. The Void Sword attacked, and one of the Dark Kings was defeated and was killed by the Void Sword. Song Jia was quick-witted and absorbed all its power. The other Dark Kings were entangled by Wen Tai, which gave him the opportunity to kill this Dark King. Damn it! King Yizhou was furious, but it was useless. Wen Tai, are you really going to do this? Wen Tai looked at King Yizhou calmly. If you lower your godhood, I can treat you as one. Lowering your godhood is equivalent to letting them withdraw from the ranks of Dark Kings. King Yizhou shouted angrily. Do you really think that with your strength? You can trap us. You can try. As soon as Wen Tai finished speaking, he showed extraordinary shadow power. How is it possible? When the Dark Kings such as Zhu Fei saw the power bursting out of Wen Tai, they couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect Wen Tai to be so strong. The Dark King who was attacked by Wen Tai just now was killed before he could react. Seeing this, King Yizhou had to re-examine Wen Tai. You go deal with that person. I will deal with him. King Yizhou said to Zhu Fei and others. They had no chance of winning against Wen Tai. But if they joined forces to deal with Song Jie, there might be a glimmer of hope. At this time, Zhu Fei and others looked at Song Jie and rushed towards him. However, Song Jie was not afraid of the 3 Dark Kings at all, and at most released 3 Void Swords. At this time, when a Void Sword appeared, the Dark Kings such as Zhu Fei did not take it seriously. When 2 Void Swords appeared in front of them, the Dark Kings such as the Cursed Concubine were horrified. When the 3rd Void Sword appeared, the Cursed Concubine and others took a step back with a look of ashes. They no longer had the confidence they had just now. At this moment, they could only beg for mercy. But how could Song Jie let them go? The Void Sword broke through the air and took away everything from them. Then, Song Jie naturally accepted their power, and immediately raised his Evil Saint King by 2 levels. He didn't know what level the Evil Saint King had reached now. But if he fought with the Antarctic Emperor, he would be able to kill him now. The winner between Wen Tai and the Night Day King was soon decided. And the Night Day King was no match for Wen Tai. In the end, the Night Day King was killed by Wen Tai. And now the Dark Plane has been unified. At this time, Wen Tai's eyes fell on Song Jie, and he had an indescribable feeling. Asheria was next to Wen Tai, and she could see Wen Tai's expression at this time. It was a kind of fear. Godfather, Asheria said. What's wrong? Wen Tai turned his head to look at Asheria. Song Jie has no interest in the Dark Plane, so you don't have to worry about him threatening you, Asheria said. Wen Tai smiled and said, Are you scared? Asheria remained silent. She knew Wen Tai, so she was worried that he would attack Song Jie. Don't worry. I won't attack him, Wen Tai replied. Really? Asheria looked at Wen Tai, somewhat unconvinced. After all, she was too familiar with Wen Tai, and the other party would not let Song Jie go. You should know me. I like checks and balances, so I need someone to check and balance me, Wen Tai continued. And even if I want to kill him, I may not be his opponent. He didn't expect that Song Jie actually had such a powerful power. This power is very strange. Even he has not touched that level. After Song Jie devoured the power of other Dark Kings, this power became even more terrifying. To be honest, even if he attacks now, he may not be Song Jie's opponent. After absorbing the power, Song Jie came to Wen Tai. Father-in-law, are you satisfied with this result? Wen Tai smiled and nodded. You did a good job. No one will dare to come at humans in the future. Song Jie nodded and continued. I will hold a wedding with Xinxia and Asheria in a while. Do you want to come? Wen Tai pondered for a moment. Let's talk about it then. Before, the spirit of the Parthenon in Yi Xinxia's body was sealed in her body by Wen Tai. That's why Yi Xinxia couldn't bear the spirit and couldn't walk on the ground. Song Jie had already got what he wanted, so he didn't stay for long. He looked at Asheria. Let's go together. Asheria didn't answer, but looked at Wen Tai first. Let's go! Wen Tai waved his hand. Seeing this, Asheria followed Song Jie and left the ancient city. Asheria was terrified along the way. She looked at Song Jie and said, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Don't you know whether I'm powerful or not? Bad guy, Asheria said angrily. Are you really going to hold a wedding with us? Of course. This time, I hold a wedding for the 3 of you. Song Jie smiled. 3? Asheria looked at Song Jie. Aren't there only her and Yi Xinxia? Who else? And Irene, Song Jie said with a smile. Asheria said, I was wondering why you took such good care of her during the world government competition. It turns out that you had already taken action. What are you talking about? Irene was completely fascinated by my charm. Okay, Songjia said. Do you think I will believe it? A little princess will be fascinated by your appearance? Asheria said, and walked in front without paying attention to Songjia. However, Songjia went over and hugged her. You still dare to be angry with me? Don't you want to sleep tonight? A week later, Songjia, Asheria, Yi Xinxia, and Irene held a Western-style wedding. The wedding was attended by friends and family. Songjia asked Asheria to give the invitation to Wentai. But they did not see Wentai. However, what they did not know was that Wentai had already come, but in a place they could not see. After the wedding, Songjia led the three of them to a battle. And the next day, they all went their separate ways. Irene was busy with her career, and Yi Xinxia was the temple mother of the Parthenon. So of course she would not be idle. Therefore, only Asheria could accompany Songjia. With your strength, I am afraid that no one in this world can be your opponent? Asheria asked with her head tilted. Songjia nodded. Maybe. And he was not at the full level at the moment, because he could continue to transform his magic skills. So what are your plans next? Is it to benefit all mankind? Or to live and work in peace and contentment? Asheria said. She felt that as long as Songjia wanted to solve the global demons, it would only take a few moves. This kind of thing needs to be done step by step. But what I want to do now is to be a good father. Songjia smiled. Chapter 643 Finale. A year later, all the demons in China were eliminated, and no demon dared to set foot on the territory of China. Therefore, China became the world's most recognized safest country. Many wealthy people chose to do business in China, because they could obtain residency rights. During this period, other countries also invited Songjia to go to their countries to clear the demons. But Songjia felt that it was not the right time, so he did not agree to their request. In the second year, Songjia took China as the center and cleared the demons around. The surrounding countries took China as the leader. Because of China, their countries were no longer invaded by demons. Later, those allies who had always supported China also received help from Songjia. It took half a year for the demons in their countries to be eliminated. Other countries were extremely envious, but no matter how they offered, Songjia was unmoved. The reason was very simple. He would not lend a hand to those countries that had been hostile to China and took advantage of its misfortune. Especially the Sakura country. They looked for Songjia many times. Even if they sent Mochizuki Chishuan, it was useless. Songjia had no good feelings towards the Sakura country, so he would not choose to help at all. In the third year, Songjia came to the Pacific Ocean and frightened the sea monsters in the Pacific Ocean with his own strength. All sea monsters, if they are close to the Chinese coastline for 1,000 kilometers, the 9 clans will be exterminated. Overnight, all the sea monsters moved away and did not dare to get close to the Chinese coastline at all. But Songjia was right to get close to the Korean country and the Sakura country, so that all the sea monsters moved to the coastlines of other countries. This move made the Korean country and the Sakura country anxious. They did not dare to rebuke Songjia actions. After all, his strength was there. They could only bite their teeth and swallow it. The fourth year, Songjia went to destroy several major demon forces in the world, whose existence threatened human survival. And he did this to prevent those civilians from suffering such pain. Then, the demons began to gradually disappear from the world map. The sixth year, with the help of Songjia, many countries were successfully liberated and became demon-free countries. The seventh year, fusion magic prevailed, and magic began to reach its peak. The eighth year, Songjia officially retired and did not care about worldly affairs, but his industry was already at the top of the world. The ninth year, Mu Ningxue, Jiang Xiaoxu and others gave birth to their second child. The 10th year, Songjia 4 systems all reached the top of forbidden spells. The 11th year, Songjia began to peak into higher levels, but he could not find a breakthrough. The 12th year, at the top of the world's magic, high-level mages were everywhere, and super-level mages were countless. The 13th year, the world began to seek ways to prolong life, because the life of mages was too short, and neither super-level mages nor forbidden spells could have a longer life. The 14th year, Songjia went through various planes and searched for various methods, But he still couldn't break through to a higher realm. The 15th year. The world was in turmoil, and other countries wanted to start a war. Song Jia came forward to strangle the Sakura country and the Lighthouse country, wiping them off the map. The 16th year. Other countries began to explore the universe. But the universe was so big that they found nothing. The 17th year. Song Jia children all went to high school, awakened magic, and everyone was a son of a genius. The 18th year. Song Jia successfully broke through the forbidden spell and became a god of magic based on various ancient monuments and the ancient methods found by Lingling. The 19th year. Song Jia children went to college, both in the Imperial Capital Academy and the Pearl Academy. With dazzling grades, they took the path that Song Jia had taken before. The 20th year. Lingling expressed her love for Song Jia, and the two got married one after another, giving birth to a daughter for Song Jia. The 21st year. Song Jia became a god of magic and began to explore the outside world. But he still couldn't cross the gap. The 22nd year. Song Jia entered the summoning plane and connected the two planes, allowing humans to experience and find materials from it. The 23rd year. The Bermuda Emperor, who had been hiding, was found by Song Jia and was finally killed completely. The 24th year. The search for the road to immortality failed, and everyone returned disappointed. The 25th year. Song Jia was almost 50 years old at this time, but his face was still the same as a young man. The same was true for Mu Ningxue, Mu Nugio, and others. But now they looked more charming. The sky was clear, and the family was on a spring outing in the wild. Song Jia sat on a chair, hugging Mu Nugio on the left and Mu Ningxue on the right. Jiang Shaoxi was feeding him fruit, while Yu Shishir was holding a drink. Opus was holding her big belly with Song Jia offspring, and was looking at them. Lingling took out her phone and took a photo of them. Is it all right? As soon as she finished speaking, Song Jia stood up and walked over, took a look at the photo. Very good. I uploaded to WeChat Moments right away. Lingling rubbed her shoulders and sat in a row with Mu Ningxue and the others. Come over and massage our shoulders when you're done. Come on. Song Jia walked over and massaged their shoulders one after another. At this time, the eldest daughter Song Siyu came slowly from not far away with a man. Song Jia, Mu Ningxue, and others all looked over. Their eyes were all looking at the man. The man was obviously very nervous, and he was sweating all over his head, which didn't look good to Song Jia and the others. Don't be nervous. My father and mother are all very good, Song Siyu comforted. The man swallowed his saliva. He liked Song Siyu, and he really liked her from the bottom of his heart. But his family background is ordinary, and it can't compare with Song Siyu's family background. But he doesn't want to give up. He really loves Song Siyu, so he wants to be accepted by her elders and her family, no matter what. Song Siyu brought the man to Song Jia. Dad? Mom? This is my boyfriend. His name is Liu. Song Jia, Mu Ningxue, and others were silent, looking at Liu with sword-like eyes. Liu looked at Song Jia, Mu Ningxue, and others. He felt that they looked younger than himself. Wouldn't it be bad to call them uncle and aunt? At the moment, he was confused and didn't know how to call them. Faced with this serious situation, he was at a loss. At this time, Song Jia stood up and came to Liu. You want to marry my sweetheart? Liu swallowed his saliva, but still nodded firmly. Song Siyu hugged Liu and said seriously, Dad, we are really in love. Song Jia had investigated Liu's situation before, so he was quite relieved about this person. I didn't say that you can't be together. Song Jia pinched his shoulders. My shoulders are a little sore. How could Song Siyu not know what he meant? Dad, let me massage you. Mu Ningxue and others also asked Liu to sit down. Dad, how is the strength? Song Siyu rubbed his shoulders. This strength is okay. What about our business? Song Siyu blinked. The child has grown up and has his own ideas. I can't always tie you down. Song Jia said slowly, you are all my good children, and I also hope you are happy. Thank you, Dad. Song Siyu came to Song Jia and bowed to him. Liu also stood up. Thank you, Dad. You're quite catchy. Song Jia looked at Liu. Take good care of her. If I know you've wronged her, I throw you into outer space. Liu was not afraid, but said seriously, I won't let her suffer any grievances. Song Jia smiled at the two of them, and reached out to hug Mu Ningxue and Mu Nugio. The little cotton-padded jacket is about to leak. The ladies are still reliable. Finally,